might not be fully paid out. Additionally, a portion of his base salary for Saving Private Ryan, $3.5 million, had also been credited to his account. Duke had truly entered the ranks of millionaires, and he was also ready for some major expenditures. One of these was the Malibu beachside estate. Nancy's assistant had negotiated the price down to $8.75 million. After consulting with his lawyers, accountants, and other professionals, Duke decided to purchase the property. Once the funds were in place, the transfer contract and other formalities wouldn't be an issue. As for renovations, Duke handed that task over to Nancy Josephson, with Duke only reviewing the final design. Aside from setting aside money for daily expenses and running Duke's studio, Duke invested most of the remaining funds in Apple stock, even under the skeptical gaze of his stockbroker. He also bought a small amount of Microsoft stock, all of which would remain untouched for a long time. Saving Private Ryan's pre-production work was progressing smoothly. After a brief period of preparation, Duke led the crew to Ireland, to an outdoor studio near Dublin that would serve as the film's main base. The rest of the preparatory work would continue there. While Duke was flying to Europe, many Hollywood actors were receiving audition invitations. Some who hadn't been invited but had heard about the roles were having their agents and publicists actively lobby for an audition opportunity. "This role doesn't have much screen time," Leonardo DiCaprio said, closing the script as he looked at his agent. "According to the script, my character doesn't appear until the final part of the film." His agent didn't agree with his assessment. This was an invitation from Duke Rosenberg, and there were plenty of young actors in Hollywood who would love to receive an invitation from him. "This role is very important," the agent said patiently. "Leo, I've seen the full script at the agency. After the lead, this is the most substantial and crucial role in the film. The movie is called Saving Private Ryan, and the character you're playing is Ryan, the lead." The young actor's imagination was running wild. "The lead is a middle-aged officer." The agent shattered his fantasy. "There are rumors that Tom Hanks might be cast in that role. How often do you get a chance to act alongside Hanks?" Seeing Leonardo DiCaprio's interest, the agent continued to persuade him. "You have to understand, Leo. The film's director is Duke Rosenberg. Do you know how many actors he's helped make famous? His films have a global influence. Let me put it this way. The number of young actors hoping to audition for Saving Private Ryan could line up from Beverly Hills to Hollywood. Anyone entering this industry dreams of fame, and the agent understood that all too well. From his perspective, even if the casting director asked the actors to bow and stick their butts out, there would still be no shortage of audition candidates. "Leo, you've been in this industry for a while and should know by now," the agent pressed on. "If you want to become a top star, you have to break into mainstream cinema. Those dumb roles may have earned you an Oscar nomination, but they haven't done much for your career. What you need now is a mainstream film with massive influence and box office potential." The young Leonardo DiCaprio fell silent, lost in thought. Although he was only 20, he had been a child star, so he had a relatively deep understanding of the industry. A Duke Rosenberg film is practically a guarantee of box office success, and you're one of only 2 people he personally invited to audition. "Get me a plane ticket to Dublin as soon as possible." Hearing that, the agent smiled. Leonardo curiously asked, "Who is the second person that Duke Rosenberg invited?" "Tom Hanks. He's not your competition." At just 20 years old, Leonardo DiCaprio was preparing for his trip to Ireland, while nearly 40-year-old Tom Hanks was still hesitating. He really liked the script and the role. Although it was an ensemble cast, Captain Miller offered ample opportunities to showcase his acting skills. Most importantly, he saw a deep sense of humanity in both the script and the character, which was precisely the kind of theme the Academy voters cherished. At present, both the film studio and his agency were engaging in public relations efforts. Based on the feedback, it seemed likely he would be nominated for an Oscar for Best Actor for his performance in Forrest Gump, though winning it might be challenging. After all, winning the Best Actor statuette twice in a row was incredibly difficult. However, the role of Captain Miller aligned perfectly with the Academy's taste. If he delivered a strong performance, he had a very good chance of being nominated again. Coupled with the possibility that he might not win for Forrest Gump this year, this role could very well lead him to his second Best Actor award. Thinking of this, Tom Hanks looked across the room at his agent, who was from CAA, N.O. Martin. Chapter 143, Choice. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. Choice. Bright sunlight poured over the garden. Sitting at the small table under a palm tree, Tom Hanks closed the script in his hands and looked across at Eno Martin. Although, according to CAA's rules, Eno was just one of his co-managers, to Hanks, only Eno Martin truly counted as his agent. Eno, what do you think about this audition invitation? There was friction and conflict between Duke Rosenberg and CAA, something that wasn't a secret in Hollywood. Are you worried I'll have an issue with it? Eno Martin laughed. Tom, I've never met Duke Rosenberg, nor had indirect contact with him. I don't have any conflicts of interest with him. The feud with Duke Rosenberg isn't with all of CAA, but rather with the group, led by Martin Bob. Tom Hanks understood. Like all big companies, CAA was far from being a unified entity. The competition triggered by Michael Ovitz's departure had only intensified internal conflicts. Eno Martin was Martin Bob's biggest rival, but for now, he had no choice but to watch as Martin Bob took control of CAA's power. Tom, successful directors need great actors, and great actors need successful directors. Eno Martin didn't seem opposed to the idea. You've already secured an Academy Award for acting, and shifting a bit toward the commercial side wouldn't hurt. Duke Rosenberg has proven himself as one of Hollywood's top commercial directors, and collaborating with him might lead to success. Martin Bob won't give you any trouble. After all their years of working together, Hanks was still a little concerned. He's hinted before that it would be better to avoid working with Duke Rosenberg. Tom, that won't be a problem for you or me. Eno Martin shook his head slightly. You're an Oscar-winning actor, and your latest film grossed over $300 million in North America. For you, CAA is just a service provider. Don't forget, while Martin Bob has many supporters, I also have plenty of backing within CAA. Tom Hanks thought carefully for a moment. Accept the audition invitation. Eno, I want you to negotiate a major contract for me, either a 1+2 or a 2+1 deal. As a professional, Eno Martin understood immediately, nodded, and stood to leave. Whether it was $10 million in base salary plus 20% of the profits, or $20 million in base salary plus 10% of the profits, it would be a super deal by Hollywood standards. The news of Tom Hanks accepting the audition reached Ireland immediately. Though Duke was a bit surprised at how easily Hanks agreed, after considering his standing in Hollywood, he understood. For a star like Hanks, there was no way CAA could control him as easily as some of the information Duke had once come across online. It could be said that the materials Duke had read online about CAA were unreliable. According to those descriptions, CAA was supposedly the shadow controller of Hollywood, able to easily manipulate the futures and fates of stars like Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise, and Steven Spielberg. They made it seem like CAA could casually throw out a project that would instantly crush the big six studios. In reality, anyone with a clear head would know that's impossible. Otherwise, Michael Ovitz, who was hailed as the king of CAA, wouldn't have abandoned the company he painstakingly built to try and worm his way into Walt Disney. Along with the news about Tom Hanks' audition, Duke also heard about the actor's agent mentioning the intention to secure a 2+1 super deal. Typically, since Duke wasn't investing in the project, the high salary Hanks was asking for wouldn't affect his own interests. It would be the producer's problem. However, the film's production budget was only $80 million. Hanks' $20 million salary, combined with Duke's own $10 million base pay, would have to be included in the production cost, along with the expenses for the rest of the cast and crew. What would be left for Duke as the director? It's important to note that exceeding the production budget is a very troublesome issue. Would Duke have to cut his own salary or use his own money if the production ran out of funds? There's a famous saying about directors in Hollywood: never use your own money to make a film. While this doesn't exactly apply to someone with Duke's unique background, it certainly fits the current situation. Regardless of how the co-producers reacted, Duke definitely couldn't agree to the contract that Tom Hanks' agent was proposing. Inviting Hanks to audition was one thing, but dealing with a conflict of interest was something entirely different. Thankfully, it was only an initial proposal. There was still room for negotiation, and real discussions would only begin after Hanks' audition. If he wasn't willing to compromise by then, Duke would just have to decline the offer. You suggested inviting Tom Hanks to audition. Standing in an open area of the set, Sofia Coppola spoke in her usual flat nasal tone, laced with sarcasm. But now you're worried that his high salary will eat into your filming budget. Duke, have you been spending too much time with Scarlett? Is your IQ declining? I thought his agent would propose a lower base salary with higher back-end points. Duke shook his head, accustomed to Sofia's tone. That way, it would be Warner Brothers, Disney, and Fox who would have to worry about it, not us. You keep worrying then. Sofia turned to leave. I have work to do. The detailed preparatory work was handled by professionals like Sofia Coppola. Duke's role was more about overseeing the overall production. The crew had been in Dublin for a few days, choosing a large studio on the outskirts as the primary filming location. The so-called studio was actually more of an expanse of desolate land, with only a few rundown sound stages. After all, Ireland wasn't a typical location for Hollywood shoots, and few production crews came here. However, the once empty lot was now bustling with activity. In addition to the Saving Private Ryan crew, another Hollywood production had chosen this site as their primary filming location. On his first day at the studio, Duke learned the makeup of the other crew. Whether by luck or misfortune, it turned out to be a CAA package project for Paramount Pictures. Mel Gibson was directing Braveheart. Apparently, Sean Connery, an old acquaintance of Duke's, was part of the crew. Thinking it over, Duke wasn't all that surprised. He vaguely remembered some details about the famous film. It seemed like a large portion of Braveheart was shot in Ireland. The Irish military even helped Gibson by providing troops for the battle scenes. Considering the timing, Braveheart was likely already deep into its pre-production phase. Duke realized he and his crew had arrived just as Braveheart's team had already established themselves. Of course, Duke had no intention of relocating the shoot. Changing locations would incur significant expenses, and there was no reason to avoid a CAA package project. He had won their past two competitions. After all, if anyone should be avoiding someone, it should be the other way around. That was merely Duke's opinion, though. Braveheart wasn't going to move, not when they had already built many medieval sets not far from here. The two productions had enough space between them that conflict was unlikely unless someone deliberately caused trouble. Besides, Duke's filming schedule was incredibly tight, leaving him little time or interest in interacting with the CAA team. He stood watching for a while. Nearby, production designer Hannah Selina and her team were surveying the site, preparing to use a drainage ditch that ran through the studio to set up a war-ravaged town. It was a huge undertaking, and they were prioritized in the pre-production schedule. According to Selina's plan, the set for the film's climactic battle at the end wouldn't even be completed by the time shooting started, so that scene would be filmed later. In addition to this site, the art department had many other tasks. After Duke and the team had scouted several beaches on Ireland's west coast, they had to transform one of them to resemble Omaha Beach for the opening landing sequence. In the following days, actors gradually arrived at the set from the US, UK, and elsewhere to participate in the first round of auditions. Duke didn't attend these. Smaller roles were handled by the casting director. The major roles would have a second audition, and Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio, whom Duke had personally invited, wouldn't arrive for a few more days. Besides overseeing the preparation, Duke also contacted Lieutenant Colonel Renho at the Pentagon, hoping to secure support from the Marine Corps. Since they had collaborated successfully twice before and the production would pay the necessary fees, the Pentagon quickly agreed. They would not only send active duty officers to train the actors, but also deploy amphibious warfare experts to assist with the landing scenes. This wasn't a sci-fi or typical military action film, but a gritty, realistic war movie. Military involvement was crucial. That was one of the main reasons Duke chose to shoot in Ireland. The Irish government had promised to send about 800 soldiers to participate in the filming. The tax incentives and other policies offered by the Irish government were far less appealing than that. While the main actors could develop a military demeanor through training, it was impossible for that many extras to do the same. Aside from the costs, the large-scale explosive scenes could easily cause extras to lose their nerve and create issues. Having professional soldiers serve as extras was the best choice. The person tasked with finding Tiger tanks had arrived in Ireland, but hadn't found a suitable one. The few remaining ones were all treasures of military museums, and it was very difficult to borrow them. According to Duke, The executive producer went directly to Russia and bought 3 old Soviet T-34 tanks at an extremely low price from the bureaucrats who wanted to sell the entire country. Chapter 144, Oscar winner. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Oscar winner. 3 old tanks were soon shipped to Ireland, where professionals modified them according to Duke's requirements. At the same time, a large amount of World War II-era American military equipment also arrived at the set. Sherman tanks, old military jeeps, and green military tents, along with other military installations, turned the Saving Private Ryan set into a completely realistic battlefield. I've got some unfortunate news for you. Sofia Coppola, dressed in a wool coat and dark jeans, walked into the tent Duke was using as an office. The Irish military has sent 800 soldiers to assist with filming? Why are they here so early? Putting down his pen, Duke stood up from behind his makeshift desk and poured Sophia a cup of hot coffee. The temperature in Ireland wasn't very high in late October. According to the original plan, they weren't supposed to arrive until 10 days before shooting began, right? These soldiers were to play the roles of background extras, merely demonstrating their military skills. 10 days would be more than enough for some basic rehearsal. That's the bad news, Sophia said as she took the coffee cup and pulled up a chair. They're going to our neighbors first. Braveheart. Duke immediately understood. Sophia shrugged and sipped her coffee. I spoke with the commanding officer. Braveheart supposedly has many large-scale battle scenes, and since it's set in the medieval period, they'll need a lot of time to rehearse. Will it affect us? That was Duke's main concern. I don't want to find out during filming that we're short on people. The Irish authorities have said. Sophia refilled her coffee. They've already provided us with personnel. It's up to us and the Braveheart crew to communicate and coordinate our shooting schedules. Duke sighed. The Braveheart crew was not only working on the neighboring set, but also staying in a hotel adjacent to theirs in Dublin. It was impossible not to cross paths, but Duke hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Who's the producer for Braveheart? Duke asked. The lead producer is Mel Gibson. He's not the easiest person to deal with. If I'm not mistaken, you've had some issues with him in the past. In that case, Duke thought for a moment. Have Robin or Charles handle the negotiations. If I get involved, things will only get worse. Finding a large number of extras with military training was not easy, which is why Duke had brought the crew to Ireland in the first place. The Irish authorities had been straightforward. After hiring a lot of locals to work on the crew, they directly sent an entire military unit to assist. Any potential conflicts between the two film crews due to scheduling would be their own problem. Leaving the coordination to the 2 production managers, Duke continued to focus on the pre-production work. The costume department had hired a specialist designer to create 3,000 authentic-looking military uniforms. They also contacted the company that had manufactured boots for the American military during World War II and had them reproduce 2,000 pairs of boots in the same style. All the uniforms and boots were then specially treated to look as though they had been through countless battles. Meanwhile, the props department, in addition to modifying tanks, collected and commissioned the production of 2,000 prop weapons. Each firearm was inspected and maintained daily by a designated staff member to ensure nothing went wrong. The biggest challenge for the props team, however, was finding enough landing craft used by Allied forces during World War II. After searching throughout England and Scotland, they found only a few. Eventually, they resorted to placing ads in both the UK and the US, finally locating a large number of landing craft in Palm Beach, California. These boats were then shipped to Ireland, repainted, and readied for the landing scenes. Safety was one of Duke's top concerns. Along with the safety director, Cole, the head of the pyrotechnics team, Josh Williams, and cinematographer John Schwartzman, Duke conducted on-site inspections of several shooting locations. They marked out the positions for explosions and established camera angles based on these spots. They also determined the actors' movement routes and repeatedly stressed the importance of ensuring the safety of the explosives. Filming scenes involving explosions would inevitably result in minor injuries, but if there was a major safety incident, it would cause serious problems. It wouldn't just affect the crew's filming schedule. Even their neighbors next door wouldn't sit idly by. Duke never underestimated the power of CAA or the methods born out of fierce competition. As the calendar turned to November, the crew welcomed its most important auditioning actor, Academy Award winner Tom Hanks. Hanks's audition only took place once. When he appeared in military uniform in the audition room, Duke and the others immediately knew that Hanks' appearance and acting would not be obstacles for him playing Captain Miller. With his curly hair, wide forehead, and full cheeks, Hanks had an inherent innocence about him. His rounded nose, almost like an upside-down exclamation mark, made him the perfect embodiment of the word good. Seen through the camera, his performance was understated. He wasn't aggressive or overly dramatic, knowing exactly how to blend into the environment and effortlessly become one of the ordinary men. Within just a few minutes, Hanks won the approval of Duke and the others. As one of the two most iconic actors of the 1990s in Hollywood, if the other Tom's acting was worth a passing grade, then this Tom could easily score a 90. After Hanks left, the audition room fell into a brief silence. Robin Charles. Duke lifted his head from behind the camera and looked at the two production managers. What do you think? Captain Miller is an ordinary officer, just another regular soldier in the Allied forces, Charles Roven, one of the managers, said. Duke, based on your character design, he's a typical civilian hero. I think Hanks fits the role perfectly, both in temperament and appearance. Charles's opinion clearly resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. Get in touch with Hanks's agent, Duke said after a moment of thought. Robin, Charles, try to negotiate his fee down. I can't accept a base salary of $20 million. With his position made clear, the rest would be handled by the production team. Duke instructed Ben Watts, who was operating the camera, to store away the audition footage before he left the room. What Duke didn't expect was that Tom Hanks and his agent hadn't left yet. They were waiting for him in a nearby tent, set up as a lounge. Hey, Duke, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. As soon as Duke entered the lounge, Hanks's agent, Eno Martin, came over. Duke shook his hand lightly. I've been wanting to meet you as well, Eno. This wasn't just small talk. Duke had once read up on CAA, and this Italian Jewish agent in front of him was the future head of the agency. After Michael Ovitz was ousted from Walt Disney, he returned to the entertainment industry and founded his own agency, poaching talents like Martin Scorsese. It was Eno Martin who led CAA in defeating Michael Ovitz, forcing him into retirement. After 2000, Martin Scorsese repeatedly failed to win the Academy Award for Best Director. Besides the obvious intent to chase awards, his failure to do so was partly attributed to his departure from CAA. Hey, Duke. Hey, Tom. When Duke shook Tom Hanks's hand, he added a timely compliment. Your portrayal of Forrest Gump is one of my favorite film characters. The honor is mine, Tom Hanks said modestly. It was their first formal meeting, and there was no opportunity for deeper interaction. They simply discussed a few details about Saving Private Ryan and Captain John Miller's character. To Duke's surprise, Eno Martin wasn't like other CAA agents such as Marty Bob, who greeted him with false smiles. Instead, he seemed more like Tom Cruise's agent, Pat Kingsley, and appeared to want to befriend him. After a brief reflection, Duke figured it out. Just like the internal competition within Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox, CAA's leadership likely had its own power struggles. Eno Martin was probably on the opposing side of Marty Bob and his allies. Missing out on you as a director? As they said goodbye, Eno Martin smiled regretfully. It's one of the biggest mistakes CAA has ever made. I hope it won't affect our future cooperation. Since Martin had extended goodwill, Duke wasn't about to reject it. I don't think CAA will be a barrier between us. Shaking hands once more, Duke bid farewell to Eno Martin. Tom Hanks then approached him. I really like the character of Miller. I hope we have the chance to work together. I'd love to work with an Oscar winner, Duke replied politely. Both men understood that whether they could work together or not didn't just depend on their personal intentions. There were too many other factors to consider. The day after Hanks left, the candidates auditioning for the role of James Ryan arrived at the set. Though these young actors weren't exceptionally talented, none of them were poor choices. However, after considering all factors, the crew ultimately chose Leonardo DiCaprio for the role of Ryan, following Duke's recommendation. In the following days, the auditions for the other main roles were completed. Like DiCaprio, most of the selected actors had solid acting foundations, but were relatively affordable. Chapter 145, Praise and Criticism. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. Praise and Criticism. Hello, Clark, have a seat. Pointing to a chair inside the tent, Duke turned his eyes back to the group of more than 10 actors in front of him after Captain Clark Lewis from the Marine Corps sat down. These actors were set to play the most significant military roles from both sides. In Saving Private Ryan, Duke's gaze swept over each of them one by one. Apart from Tom Hanks, who was playing Captain Miller, the other actors were completely different from those he had originally imagined. If you didn't count Leonardo DiCaprio, there wasn't anyone here with a big name. However, Duke didn't care much about that. These actors had emerged from 2 rounds of auditions, proving they had the basic skills required. What they lacked was the all-important opportunity. This movie could very well change the destiny of some of them. The negotiations with Tom Hanks had concluded faster than Duke expected. Charles Roven and Robin Grande had initial contact with Ito Martin that went extremely poorly. They were firm on the $20 million base salary, causing Duke to consider giving up on Tom Hanks. He had even thought of a backup actor, Liam Neeson, who had starred in Schindler's List. Somehow, the word got to Ito Martin. Clearly a smart agent, Martin seemed to guess why Duke was willing to move on, and after consulting with Tom Hanks, they switched to a 1+2 payment structure. The reduced base salary, now halved, was within Duke's expectations, so there was no reason to object. However, the production company had some issues, and after a few days of tug-of-war negotiations, everyone made compromises. Tom Hanks' salary was finalized at $12 million with 15% of the film's profits. Any actor or director with enough capital will, within reasonable and legal limits, try to secure the best possible deal. Tom Hanks signing this contract also had a lot to do with Duke, as his previous films had all generated huge profits. Raising the profit share wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Aside from Tom Hanks, all the other actors' individual salaries were kept below $1 million. Starting today, you must quickly become well-trained soldiers. Duke called this meeting to emphasize that point. He introduced Captain Clark Lewis from the Marine Corps, saying, "He will be conducting military training for you over the next 20 days. During this time, you must forget your identities as actors and address each other by your character names. You'll also learn military knowledge." The actors looked at one another. Seeing that the biggest star, Tom Hanks, had no objections, they all nodded seriously. "You'll need to learn how to use World War II weapons, basic close combat tactics, individual soldier tactics, and the code words and hand signals used by the military at that time," Duke continued. Military training wasn't just talk. Over the next 20 days, including Tom Hanks, they would temporarily live in tents, march daily, and primarily eat military rations. To film a classic war movie with a strong documentary style rather than just a popcorn flick, every member of the crew, from the director to the actors, would need to put in a lot of effort. It wouldn't be as relatively easy as filming Independence Day. When the meeting ended and the actors were leaving, Duke called Leonardo DiCaprio over, pointing to his long, golden brown hair. "Leo, cut it soon." Duke was no longer the same person who had been unsure in front of Keanu Reeves. The equally young Leonardo quickly nodded. "I promise, by the time training starts tomorrow, it'll be gone." As he turned to leave, he muttered to himself, "I heard there's a French beauty with the crew next door. I was planning to ask her out." After Leonardo left, only Duke and Tom Hanks remained in the tent. They greeted each other briefly before heading outside toward an old Jeep. The crew's publicist and cameraman were already waiting. Yes, Duke had come over to take a photo with Tom Hanks. This wasn't for memories, but for the film's early promotion. As Duke kept busy, the preliminary promotion for Saving Private Ryan also proceeded in an orderly fashion. With investments from Warner Brothers, 20th Century Fox, and Walt Disney. Even though Disney hadn't yet become the media giant it would later be, the coordinated promotional resources of all 3 companies helped create quite a buzz for the film. Saving Private Ryan, Duke Rosenberg's war epic, the most realistic portrayal of the Normandy landings in history. After blowing up North America, explosion maniac Duke Rosenberg now sets his sights on Europe. Media outlets from all 3 companies hyped the film, especially after the photo of Duke and Hanks was published, further increasing the promotion's intensity. Academy Award winner Tom Hanks joins forces with Duke Rosenberg to create an epic war film. Duke Rosenberg calls Tom Hanks the actor he admires and respects the most. Saving Private Ryan will be an epic collaboration. Tom Hanks, in an interview, claimed to be a loyal fan of Duke Rosenberg and had always wanted to work with him on an adrenaline-fueled movie. Saving Private Ryan fulfilled that dream. According to the news reports, Duke and Tom Hanks were kindred spirits. Of course, this was purely for promotional purposes. In reality, their relationship wasn't bad, but wasn't particularly close either, just a straightforward working relationship. After Independence Day, like Steven Spielberg, Duke had gradually built his brand as a director and gained a large fan base. Although the specific plot of the film hadn't been revealed yet, the name Saving Private Ryan had left an impression on potential viewers. The production and distribution companies had smartly focused their marketing, ignoring this saving part and promoting it as an action-packed war film instead. In all of Hollywood, is there any director who can claim to shoot explosions better than Duke? On an emerging movie website, this comment from a fan reflected the general sentiment about Duke. Using explosions as a key part of the early promotion would certainly increase the film's impact. Moreover, the campaign capitalized on another big selling point, Tom Hanks' box office appeal, which at the time was far superior to another famous Tom. While some were singing Duke's praises, others were critical. Duke's meteoric rise in recent years had earned him great profits, but in doing so, he had certainly stepped on a few toes. Those whose interests had been hurt by Duke weren't just going to sit by and watch him succeed. In particular, professional film critics formed a group that, if one film or one person could unite them in opposition, it would undoubtedly be Independence Day and Duke. From the Independence Day holiday until now, the harsher the critics attacked Duke and Independence Day, the more the film's global box office skyrocketed. They had used every possible derogatory term, even resorting to personal attacks, but nothing could stop Duke's progress. They watched helplessly as he broke one North American box office record after another, firmly establishing himself as one of the top commercial directors, all while mockingly revealing their inability to influence the summer market. For every person who liked Duke's movies, there seemed to be an equally angry critic. Even after losing the war of words, even after Duke stopped engaging with them, critics still gritted their teeth and called Independence Day one of the worst films ever made. After all, this wasn't just a clash of egos, but also a battle of interests. North American professional critics had been waiting for their chance to strike back. As soon as the promotion for Saving Private Ryan began, critics were quick to tear it down in their columns. Duke Rosenberg hasn't caused enough damage in North America. Now he's off to wreak havoc in Europe. He's tackling the Normandy landings? That's like a disaster bigger than Nazi Germany breaching the Maginot Line. We can already imagine it. When the Allied landings are bogged down, spaceships suddenly descend from the sky and attack the German coastal defenses, turning the entire Normandy beach into a wasteland with massive explosions. Not only was Duke targeted, but even Tom Hanks was caught in the crossfire. As shown in his past few works, Duke Rosenberg has a special talent for dragging down even the most talented actors to his level. When this film releases next year, Tom Hanks will be the most pitiful actor. Hanks fans, just think about the tricks Duke Rosenberg always pulls. Maybe you'll see Hanks wearing a tilted helmet, chewing on a cigar, playing a non-typical cocky version of his character. Maybe he'll single-handedly drive a landing craft ashore, race a Sherman tank through explosions into Berlin, and then tie Hitler to the Reichstag, blowing him up with the biggest explosion imaginable. Oh God, it's going to be an unimaginable disaster. Sitting across from Duke, Zack Snyder put down the newspaper, giving Duke a sympathetic look. Duke ignored his gaze and quietly sipped his drink. They were in a high-end, relatively quiet bar in Dublin, right next to their hotel. After returning from the set, Duke sometimes came here with a few members of the team to relax. What are you looking at, Duke? Zack had long noticed Duke occasionally glancing toward a corner of the bar. He turned to look and saw a woman, an extremely beautiful and very famous woman in Europe. Chapter 146, Only One Purpose. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Only One Purpose. As soon as Duke entered the bar, he noticed a woman sitting diagonally across from him, alone. She had clear yet melancholic, mesmerizing brown-green eyes. Her deep brown curly hair cascaded down over her shoulders, which were draped in a V-neck gray sweater. Her face was extremely delicate, and her slender, sexy figure caught attention even while seated. Though she wore light makeup and looked slightly different from her on-screen appearance, and despite being less famous in North America than even second-rate Hollywood actresses, Duke recognized her immediately. After all, the Braveheart crew was staying at a hotel near the bar. "Is that her?" Zack Snyder suddenly asked. "Are you interested?" Duke raised an eyebrow at his assistant director. "I always thought you liked men." Zack Snyder almost spat out his drink, wide-eyed. "Duke, that's slander." He turned to glance at the woman again before reluctantly turning back. Why is this a movie without any major female roles? In truth, Duke knew his team members were no saints. Within their sphere of influence, and as long as it didn't cross his bottom line, they often gave women opportunities to appear in films. But that was just the way things worked. If you wanted people to go all out for you and offered them nothing in return, it wouldn't fly, not in Hollywood or any other business circle worldwide. As long as it stayed within reasonable limits, Duke wouldn't interfere. "You're really interested in that woman?" Sofia Coppola asked as she returned from the restroom and sat next to Duke. Zack Snyder took a sip of his drink and replied, "I doubt there are many men who wouldn't be interested in Sophie Marceau." "You should give it a try," Sophia encouraged him. "I've spent time in France, and I hear she's like most French women, romantic and uninhibited." "Zack, you're too late. Someone's already gone over." Sophia signaled with her eyes towards the woman Duke and Zack were observing. "And it's someone we know." The man approaching had a head of silver hair and a gleaming forehead, but his fit physique and well-groomed beard gave him a charismatic look. For a man in his 60s or 70s, he was easily one of the most attractive older gentlemen around. Upon seeing Sean Connery, Duke's eyes briefly flashed cold but quickly returned to normal. Though there was no hard evidence, he suspected Connery had played a role in the extreme backlash from critics toward Independence Day. "Zack, aren't you going over there?" Duke asked. "Compared to Sean Connery, my charm." Zack Snyder shrugged. "I'll leave it to you, Duke. Don't let our enemy steal the beauty." "You two are so childish," Sophia remarked without holding back. "Don't you think it's a good way to unwind?" Duke shot back, standing up and walking towards the opposite side without hesitation. What he didn't expect was that Sophie Marceau seemed somewhat agitated when Sean Connery sat down, as if she didn't welcome his company. "Sorry, Mr. Connery, I'd like some time alone." Just as Duke approached, he overheard their conversation. "Sophie, I just wanted to exchange thoughts on our characters," Connery insisted. "It's after hours, and our characters don't seem to interact." Sophie replied. "Don't be like that, Sophie. You've always wanted to break into Hollywood, haven't you? I can help," Connery offered. At this point, Sophie noticed Duke approaching and gave him a questioning look. Sean Connery, facing away from Duke, continued to speak. Duke smiled warmly at Sophie and pulled out a chair, sitting directly beside her. "My dear, your charm is incredible. I was only gone to the restroom for a moment." He focused entirely on Sophie, ignoring the now stunned Sean Connery. "Shall I ask him to leave?" Sophie looked from Duke's kind face to Connery's increasingly sour expression. She said nothing, but instead, she smiled. "Duke Rosenberg." Sean Connery's words were forced through clenched teeth. "Hey Sean, long time no see." Thanks to his recent discussions with Tom Hanks about acting, Duke felt his own acting skills had improved. With a calm expression, he said, "I'm glad to see you've bounced back so quickly from that media storm." Though Duke's tone wasn't sarcastic, Connery's face grew darker. Everyone has their rough patches, and most of Hollywood enjoys seeing the arrogant suffer. "That's true," Duke agreed, nodding. "When Fox News sent their broadcast truck to your house, it was way over the line." Connery's hand on the table slowly clenched, the veins on his dried-out hand bulging. Duke turned his head and stared at Connery, his gaze growing colder. Connery might have played old heroes on the screen, but he shouldn't be so deluded as to think that was real life. Though Sean Connery had a fiery temperament, he wasn't entirely out of touch with reality. He glanced coldly at Sophie before standing up and leaving. "Will this cause you any trouble on set?" Duke asked Sophie with genuine concern in his voice. "He still has some influence," Duke continued. "It's fine." Sophie shook her head, clearly unfazed by Connery. After all, Sean Connery wasn't the same force he was years ago, and his status on the set might not even surpass that of the lead actress. "Let's introduce ourselves properly," Duke extended his hand. Duke Rosenberg, but you can just call me Duke. Sophie briefly shook his hand. Sophie Marceau. Zack Snyder sighed as he watched from across the bar, sipping the last of his drink. He shook his head in resignation. They got familiar pretty quickly. Isn't he always like this? Sophia said as she sipped her cocktail. He knows how to play to his strengths. That's true, Zack agreed. A successful director can attract any actress. Sophia added, especially a successful director who also looks good. Seems like I need to step up my game, Zack said, feeling inspired. Let's head back to the hotel. Sophia picked up her handbag and stood. We probably don't need to wait for Duke. On the other side, Duke and Sophie Marceau appeared to be having a pleasant conversation. But aside from discussing films, they had little common ground. Even their perspectives on movies were worlds apart. When Duke thought of Sophie Marceau, what stood out to him was that she was the quintessential French woman, bold, uninhibited, and unafraid to take risks. Of course, if she weren't willing to bear it all, she wouldn't be a European actress in a European film. Although my agent convinced me to take on this French princess role, Sophie said, sipping about a third of her whiskey. I wasn't too keen on accepting it at first. Because it's just a decorative role? Duke asked. That's part of it, but it's also because of my family, Sophie explained. Duke blinked in surprise. Family? You didn't know? Sophie smiled mysteriously. I'm married. I have a husband. This is the first I've heard of your marriage. Though Duke had read about her bold personality and eventful love life online, he didn't know she had married so early. Your husband must be the envy of all of Europe. Sophie looked puzzled by his comment. Duke smiled and explained. I mean, who wouldn't envy the man married to Sophie Marceau? Though Duke's compliment wasn't particularly clever, it still made Sophie smile, though her smile carried a hint of sadness. Some people might not see it that way. She took another sip of her whiskey, her words tinged with the influence of alcohol. Marriage isn't always as happy as it seems. I absolutely agree. Duke waved to a waiter, ordering another round. He handed Sophie her drink and clinked his glass with hers, which is why I've never even considered stepping into the trap of marriage. Back when he was still a carefree bachelor, Duke had no attachments. In his first few years in North America, after witnessing his mother's failed marriage and working in an industry with one of the highest divorce rates, he found it difficult to entertain thoughts of marriage. Marriage wasn't just about signing a contract. It came with responsibilities. As long as he remained single, he could pursue beautiful women without anyone being able to criticize him. But once he got married, things would change entirely. Of course, looking at the entertainment industry in both Europe and America, it wasn't uncommon for people to continue messing around even after tying the knot. Enough of this depressing talk. Let's drink. Duke took a small sip of his whiskey, while Sophie downed half her glass. Cheers. Duke ordered a whole bottle of whiskey and poured them both more. After another drink, Sophie seemed to have drunk too quickly and started coughing softly, politely refusing the tissue Duke offered her. She touched her smooth cheek and, with a hint of drunkenness, looked warily at Duke. Are you trying to get me drunk? Duke spread his hands with an innocent look. Given his alcohol tolerance, he'd probably be under the table before Sophie got tipsy. Don't think I can't tell. Perhaps feeling more comfortable, Sophie spoke more openly. Every man who flirts with me only has one thing on his mind. What about you, Duke? No one can resist Sophie Marceau, Duke said, staring intensely at her. Chapter 147. Indispensable. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. Indispensable. Stepping out of the bar, Duke tightened his trench coat. November nights in Dublin were noticeably cold. Right behind him, Sophie Marceau, wrapped in a scarf and wearing sunglasses, walked out without pausing, turning left towards a hotel. Hi, Sophie. Calling out. Duke followed her, walking alongside her. How about we find a place to continue our conversation? Sophie Marceau stopped, turned to look at Duke, and he met her gaze through her sunglasses, fixated on her beautiful, delicate face, his eyes occasionally drifting down. Although she was dressed in autumn attire, the fitted design and dark over-the-knee high-heeled boots highlighted Sophie Marceau's tall and graceful figure. As he had mentioned, in the bar, no man could resist Sophie Marceau. Even in films where her body was clearly visible, she intrigued men even more. Now, Sophie Marceau was not yet 30, in the prime of her life. In a few years, it would be hard for her to attract him like she did now. Duke stepped slightly closer, reducing the distance between them to almost nothing. Sophie Marceau seemed unbothered, her sunglasses still aimed at him. Slowly removing her sunglasses, Duke looked down at her. Without waiting for her response, he raised the hand that had just discarded the sunglasses, gripping her chin and leaning down to kiss her enticing red lips. He inhaled the faint scent of alcohol from her mouth, then applied a bit of pressure, pushing her backward until she was pinned against a streetlight. His other hand skillfully found its way to her slender waist, easily locating the hem of her top. His long fingers deftly slipped underneath, caressing her flat abdomen for a moment before swiftly advancing upwards. Lost in the deep kiss, Sophie Marceau suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of confusion flashing through them. When she felt his hand roaming on her chest, the confusion turned into hesitation, the hesitation into resolve, and the resolve eventually morphed into rejection. She lifted one hand to grab Duke's wrist, the other pushing against his chest, forcefully creating distance between them, freeing her lips from his entanglement. Sophie. Duke continued to press her against the lamppost, tilting his head in confusion. You're too charming. You're the love of the world. Though his sweet words were captivating, 28-year-old Sophie Marceau was no naive little girl. The clear contact between their bodies told her that this talented young Hollywood director was only interested in her body. Had it been before marriage, she wouldn't have minded a fling, even though her marriage wasn't particularly happy, and there had been indiscretions afterward. But this man was someone she had just met. Most importantly, through Braveheart, she had already secured an opportunity to break into Hollywood. What could he offer her? Do you want to ruin someone else's marriage? As she spoke, Sophie Marceau tried to pull her hips back to avoid further contact. Duke, this is unethical. She placed both hands on Duke's chest, pushing him away with force. Although Duke was extremely interested in the woman before him, he had no desire to force himself on her. He stepped back, taking the initiative to create distance. Sorry. Duke acted like a true gentleman, showing no signs of having just become a beast. You're too beautiful, too captivating. Honestly, Duke had never expected to have real physical contact on their first meeting. He wasn't a love guru, just testing the waters, especially since rumors had circulated about Sophie Marceau being quite adventurous. I need to go back. Quickly straightening her disheveled clothes, Sophie Marceau's face, flushed from drinking, revealed no anger or joy, just a calm demeanor. I have work tomorrow. Goodbye. As she turned to leave, Duke reached out and grabbed her hand. Just as Sophie Marceau looked back, he slipped a card into her palm. This is my phone number. Duke pointed to the bar behind him. If you ever want to drink again or come to Los Angeles, you can call me. He mimicked a phone gesture. I'm always available. Seeing Sophie Marceau nod, Duke smiled. Can you tell me your contact information? Sophie seemed hesitant, pausing for a moment before pulling a card from her shoulder bag and handing it to Duke. This is my private number. Please don't call during work hours. Duke glanced at the number on the card and accepted it seriously, pointing to his forehead. Now it's here. Sophie Marceau smiled faintly. I'm leaving. Let's drink together another day, Duke called out as he watched her graceful figure move away. As Sophie Marceau walked further away, Duke turned and headed to the hotel where he was staying. Though it appeared he had no attachment to the woman behind him, he understood that Sophie Marceau was not an obscure actress. Despite her desire to break into Hollywood, the success of Braveheart was enough for her at the moment. She had no immediate need for him, and thus no exchange could be expected. After years in the film industry, even if she had once been simple and naive, she had long since transformed. A mature woman bound by marriage would have little chance of getting involved with a man she had just met. There will be more opportunities to meet in the future. With this thought, Duke entered the hotel. Given this woman's reputation, having a few more meetings might still lead to a more intimate encounter. However, as time passed, Duke soon forgot about the incident. The pre-production of Saving Private Ryan had entered its busiest phase, with numerous ongoing and completed tasks needing his approval. The filming plans for some future scenes required more than just sketches. He needed to lead multiple department heads for on-site inspections. Especially for the war scenes at the end and beginning of the film, the preparation work was of utmost importance. The former was relatively easy, as it was merely about expanding a drainage ditch and constructing sets, while the latter, although progressing faster, was more complicated, needing not only beach setups, but also German fortifications constructed behind the beach. After getting out of the car, the first thing Duke saw was dozens of busy construction machines. This narrow beach had clearly turned into a busy construction site. Although many structures, including bunkers, were just facades, the workload was considerable. Upon seeing Duke, a producer and set designer responsible for the location rushed over. They exchanged simple pleasantries. Compared to the still under-construction Frenchtown set, this beach, which relied on terrain modifications, had progressed slightly faster due to better manpower and resources. If bad weather, like a typhoon, didn't interfere, it should be completed ahead of the town set. After passing by a massive German bunker and traversing the sand path that had been reserved, Duke and a group descended onto the beach. Unlike the empty scene from his last visit, numerous iron frameworks had been erected to prevent landing boats from approaching. In some areas where construction had finished, barbed wire had been strung up. Duke approached one of the iron frameworks and knocked on it. Will this be washed away during high tide? No. A member of the props team came over. We haven't set anything up in the near-sea area yet. This was a tool designed by Rommel himself. It just never served its purpose in the end. Everyone laughed as they moved along the coastline, discussing precautions for filming the landing battle. Before this film was greenlit, Duke had reviewed a wealth of related materials. Such historical-themed films were bound to have bugs, yet they couldn't afford glaring errors. For example, these iron frameworks were designed to hinder landing boats. Many viewers might wonder why these structures were set on land after watching films about the Normandy landings. The Germans had predicted the Allies would attack at high tide, allowing their infantry to storm ashore with less distance to cover. Thus, they positioned these frameworks based on the high tide water levels. However, the Allies believed that hitting these frameworks would be more dangerous than advancing on the beach. They opted for a low-tide landing, rendering these originally water-based structures into beach obstacles, which ended up being used by the Allies as cover. Duke called over Tom Hanks, who had been following the group. In the upcoming week of training, you'll be moving over here. You need to coordinate with Josh's fireworks team and familiarize yourselves with the placement of the pyrotechnics. I don't want anyone getting hurt. I understand. Hanks nodded seriously. Although it would be a chaotic landing operation, the crew absolutely could not be chaotic. Even though Josh Williams' fireworks team would only be using low-powered soft explosives, they would set movement paths ahead of time. However, coordination with the actors was still crucial. If Tom Hanks and the main actors got hurt, it would definitely delay the shooting schedule. As the group walked around the beach, they gradually dispersed to discuss their respective work issues. Duke stood by the iron framework, gazing out at the distant sea when Tom Hanks approached. As their conversations about the characters continued, they gradually became more familiar with one another. Compared to other Hollywood stars, Hanks was relatively mild-mannered. In other words, behind his honest appearance is very smart mind. Duke, I think this battle at the beginning. He hesitated. I don't mean anything else, just some very simple thoughts. It's okay. Duke motioned for him to continue. I don't think the opening battle has much to do with the theme of the film. Tom Hanks asked softly. That's true. Duke admitted directly and patted the triangle in front of him, but it's absolutely essential. Chapter 148. Chapter 148, Mother's Way. Without a war, but instead using a relatively gentle and simple method to convey the death of the Ryan brothers, Duke said to Tom Hanks as the sea breeze blew in. It is still sufficient to express the necessity of rescuing James Ryan. In fact, I believe so. Duke could tell that Tom Hanks was still waiting for him to finish speaking. But that wouldn't be a war commercial film. It would purely be an art film. Duke did not hide his thoughts, saying directly, the opening battle is costly, yet essential. First, it needs to demonstrate the brutality of war. To provoke reflection on war? Tom Hanks smiled knowingly. Duke shook his head, stating that reflection and humanity are merely a facade to elevate the film's quality. He continued, the most important significance of the opening battle is actually to attract audiences into the theater, to keep them watching, and to get more people to pay for our film. Let's put it this way, Tom, Duke said seriously. If you remove the two battle scenes at the beginning and end, how many viewers do you think would walk into the theater to watch this film? This was a simple truth, and Tom Hanks immediately understood. If the film could achieve the level described in the script, it might very well be a box office success and receive critical acclaim. But could this young director actually achieve all this? Tom Hanks had no doubt that with Duke's ability, the film would be explosive and likely do well at the box office once released. But could he fully embody what was in the script? Although the script was his own, being able to write it didn't guarantee the ability to film it. Especially now, with a wave of skepticism in the North American film criticism scene, which was not optimistic about this film. If it were just the critics, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, they had become known for being at odds with Duke after the success of Independence Day. However, many industry insiders who had read the script were also concerned, believing that Duke might turn this film into a World War II version of Independence Day or Saving Private Ryan. It had to be said that people are influenced by their environment and public opinion, and Hollywood stars are no exception. After chatting with Tom Hanks for a while longer, Duke called over the cinematographer, John Schwartzman. When he arrived, Duke asked, "How does it feel, John? Will handheld cinematography be a problem?" "The sand is a bit soft," John Schwartzman replied, stepping on the wet sand. "It will definitely have an impact, but don't worry, Duke. I've already arranged for the latest handheld camera. It's lighter, making it easier to move while shooting. You'll be like war correspondents following soldiers into battle," Duke said, not joking, but rather with a serious tone. "As we discussed, I want a sense of realism. I want to shoot the opening landing battle using documentary techniques. The crew needs to capture the entire landing scene authentically. I want these shots to look like a color battlefield documentary filmed on June 6, 1944, he emphasized. "I'll find a way," John Schwartzman assured him. They stayed there until the afternoon, and then Duke and the others returned to the film's set on the outskirts of Dublin. On the way back, the assistant director, Zack Snyder, got into his car. "Isn't it a bit difficult to shoot the landing battle first?" he asked. "Zack, although Tom and the others are undergoing related military training, it won't change the essence of things." This was a plan Duke had thought out long ago, and it naturally had his considerations. "We'll film the landing battle at the beginning of the entire movie, showing just how terrifying the landing scene was. It will allow the actors and everyone else, including you and me, to feel some of the life and death tests that the soldiers faced back then, which will help change our attitudes when shooting the subsequent battle scenes." To shoot such a film, the investment required is not only money and time. The pre-production work was busy and cumbersome. Duke almost had to work overtime every day. The difficulties he encountered were not something he could resolve alone. He often needed to gather the heads of various departments for brainstorming. He also understood that thinking he could complete such a massive work alone was nothing but a daydream. For instance, coordinating with the Braveheart crew regarding the Irish Army's filming arrangements. If Duke took charge personally, things would surely take a turn for the worse. However, the experienced and savvy Charles Roven managed to resolve this matter relatively easily. The progress of the filming at the adjacent set was quite smooth. They had already completed the war scenes of William Wallace's Allied forces against the English army. Other scenes wouldn't require as many soldiers. After more than 10 rounds of negotiations, Charles Roven went to Dublin to meet with an important figure in the Irish military, and ultimately, 800 soldiers were brought into the filming of Saving Private Ryan. Although the Braveheart crew had taken some time, Duke still gained some advantages here. The most typical example was that the issue of novice actors vying for camera time was resolved well enough, ensuring that those who had previously acted in numerous medieval war films wouldn't make the most basic mistakes while serving as background actors. After communicating with the Irish officer leading the troops a few times, Duke let Zack Snyder and others lead the army to advance. First to the beach positions. They, along with Tom Hanks, Leonardo DiCaprio, and other main actors, would carry out the necessary rehearsals before shooting. The crew had been stationed in Ireland for a long time, and aside from the routine holidays, many cast and crew members' families had come to visit. Leah, who had been busy with business in New York, also arrived in Dublin. Mom, seeing his mother being let in by Sophia, Duke was a bit surprised. Since planning the success of Victoria's Secret, Santa Fia, had seemingly risen to one of the top advertising companies in the United States, taking on many luxury brand accounts. His mother had become busier and busier, spending most of her time in New York, sometimes not returning to Los Angeles for weeks. After pouring a cup of coffee for Leah, Sophia wisely chose to leave for the moment. Duke walked over, took his mother's coat and hat, and hung them on the coat rack by the door. He then embraced her tightly. Mom. He could see the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and forehead had noticeably deepened. He moved a chair for his mother and brought over the hot coffee that Sophia had poured. Duke sat down beside her. Mom, there's no end to work. Just let the professional managers handle the company. What would I do if I didn't work? Leah's gaze was slightly distant. Just wait to grow old. This was not a good topic for women of any age, and Duke did not respond, saying, You need to take care of yourself. You're starting to sound like Scarlett. His mother hinted subtly that he was talking too much today. I just haven't seen you in a long time, Mom. Though he and his mother typically didn't say much to each other, the bond formed over time didn't require overly direct expression. Duke asked with concern, Is work still busy? I was planning to come find you in New York for the Christmas holiday. I'm going to London to handle some affairs, Leah said as she handed him the coffee cup. Duke quickly took it and went to pour another cup, then listened as his mother continued. I was originally going to have Scarlett come with me, but she's in Los Angeles. Going to London? Duke handed over the coffee cup. Victoria's Secret. Leah took a sip of coffee and said, We're preparing to hold the first annual runway show in London after New Year's. Hearing this, Duke perked up. How many media outlets have been invited? Currently, more than 100 confirmed attendees. Leah understood his intentions. If you want to bring the crew over, I'll talk to the Victoria's Secret people. I'm sure they'd be thrilled to have you and Tom Hanks. I'll have Robin contact Warner, Fox, and Disney tomorrow. This was entirely a win-win promotional opportunity. They should be eager to see such a scenario. Perhaps he could have Leonardo DiCaprio cozy up to a blonde model, creating a sensational rumor? This thought immediately popped into Duke's mind, which he noted down too. Plan for Charles Roven or Robin Grant to contact Leo's agent to see if there was a practical way to make it happen. Duke, just as he was lost in thought, his mother's slightly serious voice pulled him back. He quickly came to attention. Mom. Leah looked at Duke, speaking in a cautionary tone. I don't mean to interfere with your personal life. There are models in this industry who are pristine and self-respecting, but Duke, some models who look glamorous are not suitable for dating. I understand, Mom. Duke wasn't a rebellious fool. He understood his mother was concerned for him. He confidently said, If one day I have a girlfriend, I will definitely bring her home first. That's not necessary. Leah returned to her calm tone. I trust you know what you should and shouldn't do. With his mother coming to visit, Duke decided to put aside his work and accompany her around the set. In reality, there wasn't much to see. Most of the constructed scenes were the remnants of war-torn ruins, resembling a large construction waste site. And one more thing. When they came to a newly built small bridge, Mrs. Leah suddenly stopped and said, I invested the $10 million you returned and the $2.71 million interest, along with the profits from Speed, into Victoria's Secret share expansion financing a few months ago. I set up a trust, and when you are 26 years old and more mature and stable, you will automatically receive this part of the shares. Mother. Suddenly, Duke didn't know what to say. Obviously, his mother used this method to return the money he earned to him. Chapter 149. Chapter 149. Sneer. After staying in Dublin for just 2 days, Mrs. Leah flew to London. The annual fashion show in 1995 was not only the first in Victoria's Secret history, but also the most important event since the Super Bowl halftime show. As the advertising planner, Santa FIA had a lot of preliminary work to do. After sending off his mother, Duke immersed himself in work, even forgetting to invite Sophie Marceau from the neighboring film set out for drinks. Although his directing skills were improving, his focus on the profession did not wane. By mid-December, the weather in Ireland had dropped to about 15 degrees Fahrenheit. The set construction and some preparations were still ongoing, but Duke announced that filming would officially begin as the beach set was ready. This was the largest filming Duke had undertaken since he began his career, even surpassing some battlefield scenes from Independence Day. On the sea, on the beach, and behind coastal fortifications, there were crowds of people, including props, makeup, costumes, and other crew members. The total number of participants in this scene had exceeded 2,000, testing Duke's organizational skills. Fortunately, these 2,000 people would never appear in the same shot. Even in scenes with hundreds of people, aside from a few real actors in the front row, the rest would be added or replaced with CGI in post-production. Moreover, this was not a single-take shoot. Various montage techniques would solve many filming issues. Of course, there were always many difficulties during filming. For instance, the sea around the British Isles was not calm during this season. The few large boats rented by the crew for filming were fine, but the landing craft swayed on the water, making many people uncomfortable. Although the footage of the vomiting looked exceptionally real, it wasted a lot of time. The army unit loaned by the Irish government was better trained, but the American soldiers, led by Tom Hanks, mostly suffered from seasickness except for a few who adapted exceptionally well. Standing in a tent under the German fortifications, Duke stared at the monitor, which displayed footage compiled by John Schwartzman from various camera assistants, showcasing the pre-battle reality of American soldiers inside the landing craft. Duke frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the footage. "Is there a problem?" Sophia asked curiously. "I think it looks great." Duke turned to look at her. Having participated in multiple film shoots and now serving as the second director, Sofia Coppola was clearly more confident. She pointed to the monitor and said, "I think these reactions are very authentic. Some are vomiting, some are praying, some are anxious, and some are trying to stay calm." Even though I haven't served in the military, Sophia glanced at the resting area where a few Marines were. I've interacted with them, and I believe this is the most normal human reaction. If every soldier marched into battle with high morale, that would be unrealistic, right? The problem isn't there. Their performances are great. Hearing this, Sophia was slightly taken aback. Duke didn't wait for her response and turned to wave at the cinematographer sitting in the resting area. "John, come over." John Schwartzman quickly walked over. "Is it a lens issue?" he asked. "Look at this." Duke pressed the pause button and pointed at the monitor. "John, the shot is too bright. It has a distortion effect that doesn't fit the documentary style. I want the lighting to be more diffused and soft." And Duke frowned again. "The colors are too saturated." "Desaturated," Sophia interjected. Duke nodded. "Yes, desaturated. That's not difficult. John Schwartzman was an expert in this area. I can treat the film stock to desaturate the colors." As for the lighting issue, he considered for a moment and called out to his assistant. "Ben, bring over a handheld camera." Ben Watts quickly approached with a handheld camera. After taking it, John Schwartzman fiddled with it for a while and then tested a few shots facing the sea, saying, "Duke, I found a solution." He connected the camera to the monitor, pressed play, and pointed at the footage. "Look at this shot. I removed the protective lens. Without it, the light can enter the lens directly and reflect, making it more diffused and soft than before. Let's handle it this way for now." Duke was basically satisfied. "Try filming a few more times." After several test shots, the overall effect was good. The crew finished a brief rest, and a large group of actors and extras dressed in American military uniforms prepared to board the landing craft and return to the swaying sea. "Zach," Duke was urgently assigning tasks. "You go to landing craft number 2 and get shots of the soldiers inside. John, you go to craft number 1. Your task is to keep an eye on Tom Hanks. Sophia, you and Ben Watts go to the second fast boat. Focus on the bow and left side of the landing craft. David, come with me to craft number 1. After speaking, Duke looked at the other 3 assistant directors and remaining cinematography assistants. "You all follow the prearranged plan and shoot from the shore with long shots." Everyone went to work, and Duke grabbed a nearby handheld camera, walking toward the beach. He called out to Sofia Coppola, who was heading in another direction. "Be careful. Fasten your seatbelt. Don't fall into the sea." "You should worry about yourself," Sophia shrugged and walked toward the fast boat parked by the shore with Ben Watts. As he approached the landing craft, Duke waved to Tom Hanks and the other actors and greeted the officer leading the Irish troops. A large group of American soldiers boarded the landing craft, and an amphibious landing operation began anew. At this time of year, working at sea inevitably meant enduring hardships. Although it was far from freezing, the seawater was still cold. standing on the fast boat to shoot footage of the landing craft charging. The splashes hitting his face and running down his neck were certainly unpleasant. However, Duke remained upright, and his passion and focus for this career seemed never to wane. After filming wrapped, he returned to the shore, not allowing himself a moment to rest. He reminded relevant crew members to promptly provide hot water and coffee to everyone involved in the shoot, especially urging several lead actors to change into dry clothes in the trailer. After all, if someone fell ill, it would delay the entire crew's progress. "You're soaked through." After changing clothes, Sophia approached him, squeezed his wet jacket, and offered him a thermos. After Duke took a few sips of hot coffee, she urged, "Hurry up and change. If you, the director, get sick, the crew will have even bigger problems." Duke signaled an okay gesture to her and stepped into his trailer, removing his drenched waterproof suit and changing into a dry sports outfit. He casually grabbed a baseball cap and returned to the set. Most of the crew could take a break temporarily, but Duke couldn't. He needed to review the footage that had just been shot. Fortunately, after readjustments, it largely met his requirements. Even if some aspects of the lighting and colors were still not ideal, they could be resolved through post-production techniques. After resting for about half an hour, Duke stepped out of the tent and looked at the still being set up scene, striding over. Since filming had just begun, it hadn't gone smoothly. For instance, the landing craft charge scene that was shot first took over 3 days to complete, even with rehearsals up to today. December was already nearing halfway through. If the film aimed to meet the summer release next year, it had to speed up, at least not falling behind the current filming pace, especially since enough time had to be allocated for post-production. Next, they were to shoot the landing craft charging ashore, with the Allied troops exposed to German gunfire, which would result in a lot of blood splatter. Although there weren't as many environmental protection organizations in Ireland complicating matters as in North America, the water here also couldn't be polluted indiscriminately. Animal blood couldn't be used, so the props team specially ordered a custom-made tomato ketchup and vegetable juice that closely resembled human blood. Duke had scouted the location several times. Just the script drafts and shooting plans piled up thickly. Sufficient pre-production would make filming relatively smooth. The camera positions, explosion points, and major actor placements, etc., were simply rehearsed 3 times under the lead of assistant director Zack Snyder before Duke allowed the assistant director to call. For the start, gunfire, wind, water sounds, explosions, and cries for help all blended together at once. Since a documentary style was adopted, live sound recording would inevitably be used. The entire shooting scene appeared extremely chaotic. The Irish extras, serving as the background, fell according to their respective roles. Some collapsed at the landing craft's door, some died on the charge path, and others hid behind obstacles. Standing on a nearby platform, Duke tried to observe the situation as a bystander. Despite the chaos on the beach, it hadn't slipped out of control. Before filming started, Zack Snyder had led the team in rehearsing for a long time according to the preset plans. In the most critical position, John Schwartzman personally operated a handheld camera, specifically capturing Tom Hanks's portrayal of Captain John Miller. The Oscar-winning star displayed excellent professionalism, and even though his body was almost soaked in cold seawater, he still did his utmost to fulfill his role. Wounded soldiers rolled on the ground, while frightened soldiers huddled together, trembling. In war, there are no strong ones, only brutality. The battlefield gradually became quiet. Duke returned to the beach and, ignoring the red liquid all over the ground, began to arrange the small scenes. Soon, the beach came back to life. A soldier was hiding behind an iron frame made of triangular iron, shivering, as if he had lost his soul. Ben Watts held the camera and just captured the soldier without paying attention to the people coming and going in the background. "Mom! Mom!" the soldier screamed in fear. Perhaps it was because the soldier's performance was too realistic, or perhaps this cowardly behavior was indeed cowardly. Duke suddenly heard a sneer from behind him. The sound was not loud, but it was loud enough to be recorded by the on-site recording equipment. He turned his head and looked back with cold eyes. Chapter 150. Chapter 150, Star's Sidekick. Feeling 2 sharp gazes directed at him, even Leonardo DiCaprio, usually slow to react, understood he had gotten into trouble. He shot a fierce glare at the person next to him, not laughing at the scene being filmed, but recalling his companion's poor performance when they went to a bar a few days ago to pick up girls. "Is it that funny, Mr. DiCaprio?" Hearing this emotionless remark, those around Leonardo instinctively distanced themselves from him. Duke coldly regarded Leonardo's handsome face and walked over slowly, adopting an accusatory tone. "Is the Normandy landing really that amusing? Is it funny that the Allies were slaughtered by the Nazi forces?" Not just Leonardo. Duke's eyes swept over the other actors, and everyone wisely kept silent. None of them had the power to confront the director. The only actor in the entire crew who could speak to him on equal footing was Tom Hanks. "Sorry, Duke." Although young and impulsive, Leonardo wasn't a fool. He quickly stepped forward to apologize. "I'm very sorry, Director Rosenberg." Duke nodded. "If there's a next time, Leo, I promise." Leonardo swore. As Duke turned and returned to where he came from, Leonardo and the others let out simultaneous sighs of relief. Especially Leonardo, this young director, only a few years older than him, brought immense pressure he had never experienced while filming before. It wasn't surprising, considering that even his collaborations with the most renowned directors, like Lasse Hallström, couldn't compare to Duke Rosenberg's status in Hollywood. After resolving the small trouble caused by Leonardo, filming resumed. Completing the previous scene, Duke exchanged views with the amphibious warfare experts from the Pentagon. He then gathered the crew to prepare for filming the grandest scenes. Aside from controlling the overall situation and John Schwartzman keeping a close eye on Tom Hanks, Duke sent out all the assistant directors and photography assistants to hide in pre-prepared concealed positions, ready to capture battlefield details. Soldiers searching for doctors after losing an arm, wounded men wailing with guts spilling out, soldiers who just celebrated dodging a fatal shot only to be shot down again. Gunfire, cries of anguish, explosions. On the beach, these formed a symphony of death. With such a vast movement of personnel, it was impossible for the pyrotechnics team to use military-grade explosives. Joss Williams had modified several tests and, with Duke's input, packed soft explosives in cardboard containing dust. The explosion's power was minimal, but it looked impressive. As the sun slowly sank below the horizon, the day's filming finally came to an end. The ravaged beach gradually fell silent. Due to its distance from the city, aside from those who finished their scenes and left, most of the crew stayed in nearby towns or trailers brought by the production. This little town, called Setin, only had a few thousand residents. The two inns and several restaurants had closed their doors since the day the Omaha Beach set was established, only serving those associated with Saving Private Ryan. Once John Schwartzman duplicated the day's footage into 2 copies for the safety directors to keep, Duke and the core members of the crew returned to the town and entered the quietest restaurant. Like all Hollywood productions, the Saving Private Ryan crew seemed equal, but invisible differences were everywhere. For example, typically only core members of the crew and a few main actors dined here. Aside from Duke discussing work while eating, others mostly kept to themselves. Tom Hanks, although famous for being friendly in Hollywood, wouldn't lower himself to dine with actors or staff of lesser status. The idea of mingling with others was even more ridiculous. Not only did it concern the image of a superstar, but who could guarantee that certain people wouldn't turn around and sell some private matters to the media? Just consider the crew of Spielberg's past films. Who would believe Tom Hanks could get along with Vin Diesel? Let's be serious. In this fiercely competitive industry, making friends is a cautious matter. In reality, true friendships rarely exist between actors. Star actors prefer the sidekicks who hang around them, trusting them more than other actors in the circle. In Hollywood, there's a unique presence, sidekicks who mingle with big-name stars. They earn the stars' trust, can freely enjoy life with them, and even share romantic partners. These individuals receive many benefits from the stars and often rely on them for survival, keeping tight-lipped. They are the star's sidekicks. The peculiar environment of Hollywood shapes the unusual status and lifestyle of star actors. They cannot form friendships like normal people, leading to a unique relationship between sidekicks and stars that's hard for outsiders to comprehend. Take Charlize Theron, for example. She has many sidekicks, and her luxurious, expensive wardrobe is always open to them. She even once dubbed her wardrobe Narnia, implying it's a place of endless giving, making her a best girlfriend in the eyes of many. In short, Hollywood stars cannot be measured by the standards of ordinary people. We're short on time. Our filming cannot be delayed. A few people sat around the same table for dinner, and the topic never strayed from work. Duke was dissatisfied with the progress. We're in the adjustment phase. We can maintain this pace for now, but starting next week, I must speed up. Christmas is coming soon, Robin Grant reminded. We need at least 3 days off for the holiday. Usually, overtime is acceptable, but Christmas is one of the most important holidays in the West, and even Duke cannot enforce overtime during this period. However, the headaches didn't stop there. Charles Rowan put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said, I received a call from Tom Hanks' agent. The awards season is starting. He wants the crew to coordinate Tom's schedule since he needs to return to Los Angeles often for award season publicity. Nodding, Duke signaled that he understood. This was unavoidable. Compared to future years, publicity for the Academy Awards was still somewhat restrained during this era. Tom Hanks wouldn't need to stay long in Los Angeles. If we push this back a few years, even with a role like Forrest Gump to back him up, not starting publicity months before the awards season and staying in Los Angeles for a long time would make it very difficult to win Best Actor. Many actors and directors often spend over half a year or even an entire year on time and energy just for that little golden statue. This is one of the reasons Duke is relatively indifferent to Academy Awards. He doesn't have much time to waste. After finishing dinner, the group left the restaurant and strolled toward the nearby inn at a leisurely pace, a rare opportunity for relaxation after a busy day. Duke walked at the back, and Sofia Coppola slowed her pace, seemingly wanting to talk about something. A few public relations companies have contacted me, she said as she walked alongside Duke. They're willing to send out the best public relations managers to serve you. There are also a few independent PR people interested in taking on your publicity. Not urgent, Duke replied, hands in his pockets, looking down at the checkered sidewalk. What about a personal assistant? Have you found a suitable candidate? Not yet, Sophia complained. I've been in Ireland with the crew since last October. When do I have time to help you find an assistant? She rolled her eyes. Why not let Nancy handle it? Because I trust you more, Duke replied blandly. Sophia opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She knew Duke could be very guarded sometimes, especially regarding people in the industry. She was one of the few friends he had. Coming from a family of filmmakers, she understood the true nature of the industry and recognized that being cautious wasn't a bad thing. Otherwise, you might be sold out without realizing it. As for the assistant and publicity matters, they could only wait until filming concluded and they returned to Los Angeles. For Duke, completing the landing scene with quality and efficiency was the top priority. Tom, you're the supreme commander of the Allied forces on the beach now. Standing in front of the barbed wire, Duke was directing Tom Hanks. I need you to show determination and decisiveness, leading your brothers forward, not just for the military mission or to complete the task, but because that's how you can strive for survival. After instructing Tom Hanks, Duke turned to the other actors and reminded them, listen to Tom's orders. Even if he tells you to jump into the sea, you must comply. An explosion scene was about to be completed at a distance close to these actors, and they were understandably a bit nervous. Duke's rare joke helped alleviate the tension, and many people started laughing. Seeing Joss Williams and others setting up explosives behind a sandbank, Duke finally said, be careful. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. Although they were using soft explosives, getting hit by flying sand wouldn't feel pleasant. After personally checking the arrangement of cameras and light shields and testing the on-site recording equipment, Duke returned to his director's chair, quietly waiting for the pyrotechnics team to finish their work before starting the explosion scene. After waiting for about half an hour, Joss Williams personally came over to notify that everything was ready. Chapter 151. Chapter 151, 42nd Street. Use the explosives. Get back. On the beach, Tom Hanks shouted loudly, lying among a group of soldiers. Use the explosives. Aim for the sand pit. Aim for the sand pit. The engineers shouted in succession. Aim for the sand pit. Explosives were thrown into the sand pit behind the sand dunes, and Tom Hanks and the others, who had practiced multiple times, quickly crouched down and held tightly onto their heads. Not far behind them, Duke nodded at Joss Williams, who pressed the detonator. A series of explosions erupted, shaking the entire beach, with sand flying everywhere, some even landing beside Duke, creating an impressive spectacle. The shooting was not yet finished. Laurent Coit, playing Sergeant Howitt, shouted loudly with sand covering him. "We can counterattack now. Quick! Find cover on the other side of the sand pit." A group of American soldiers stood up with him, braving the German artillery fire, charging forward as several cameramen with handheld cameras followed. Once Duke shouted "cut," this scene came to an end. Over the next few days, the crew filmed scenes of the Allies landing on the beach. As Christmas approached, the landing battle scenes gradually came to a close, leaving only some large-scale explosive scenes remaining. The temporary structures on the coast would eventually be dismantled by the crew. To save costs, Duke decided to use a relatively labor-saving method and directly blow up some buildings during the battle. Most of these structures were merely facades, requiring only a small amount of explosives to achieve a violent demolition. "Joss, should we add some gasoline barrels?" Duke asked Joss Williams, standing in front of the largest bunker. "The flames need to burn inside the bunker, but I've placed the main camera on the beach, so the flames must shoot up from the front firing positions, ideally reaching high into the air, like an explosion." Upon hearing Duke's words, Joss immediately understood. This wasn't just about burning the Germans. It also needed to have visual impact. "I understand," Joss replied promptly. "I'll make the necessary adjustments. I'll ensure it meets your requirements." This was the third film they were collaborating on, and Duke trusted the professional capabilities of Joss's team. After discussing a few more details, he bypassed the bunker and returned to the beach. "Is it true what the media says? Were you born when a comet struck the Earth? Or is it that explosions are really in your genes?" Only Sofia Coppola could make such a sarcastic remark. She stood beside Duke, holding the script, speaking in a monotone voice. "Even with a film filled with humanistic care, you can't forget to show off explosions. Dear, reflections on war and humanistic care don't attract enough viewers." Actually, the two had significantly different philosophies about filmmaking. Duke shrugged, not overly concerned. For a film to become a recognized classic, it must first reach a wide audience. "Explosion maniac," Sophia said, no longer wanting to say anything, simply throwing out that line. Duke had thick skin and took it as a compliment. "Thank you." Rolling her eyes, Sophia simply closed her mouth. If Duke didn't flaunt visual impact, would he still be Duke? News arrived that the pyrotechnics team was ready. After confirming the area was clear twice, Duke instructed the assistant director to notify all departments to prepare. Scene 12, Act 14, now begin. As soon as the assistant director's voice fell, several cameras aimed at the German bunkers facing the beach, some using wide-angle shots, some readying mid-range captures, while others focused on the Allied soldiers on the beach. Suddenly, bright orange flames erupted from the bunker, shooting up over 10 feet high. The dull roar of explosions and waves of heat followed, turning half of the sky red. Several burning, human-like figures fell from the flames of the bunker onto the beach. The Allied soldiers raised their guns, aiming in that direction. One of them turned back, shouting towards the main camera, "Don't shoot. Let them suffer a bit. Cut." After waiting a few seconds, Duke called a halt. The firefighters, who had been on standby, rushed over with fire extinguishers to spray down the remaining flames, eliminating all potential hazards before they could escalate. Transition. Duke instructed the assistant director, who immediately shouted, "Move to location 5. Move to location 5. Location 5 was behind the bunker, and they were still filming explosive scenes. This scene had no significant challenges. Joss Williams's pyrotechnics team buried special explosive packages in the dirt mound, while dozens of Irish soldiers playing American soldiers served as background. After a deafening bang, the impressive explosion displayed itself on camera, sending dirt flying up to 100 feet high. In this opening battle, Duke's approach differed from that of previous directors. Besides conveying the brutality and reality of war, he also added some visually impactful scenes, determined to keep the audience engaged. At the same time, These scenes had to be controlled within a certain range and were definitely different from the earth-shattering explosions in Independence Day to avoid aesthetic fatigue and damage the documentary feel at the beginning. Before the Christmas holiday, Duke finally completed the filming of the opening landing battle. The cleanup work would be handled by dedicated personnel. After discussing the filming schedule for after Christmas, the crew officially took a break. The cast and crew from North America took the opportunity to return home to spend Christmas with family and friends. Duke did not return to North America, but went straight to London. Mrs. Leo was still in London, and he had no need to go back to Los Angeles. Since he was temporarily living in a hotel, it was impossible to celebrate Christmas like he would at home. "How should we spend Christmas, Mom?" In the living room of the Hilton Hotel suite, Duke sought his mother's opinion. "We're in London. Should we do it the British way?" Mrs. Leo was sitting on the sofa, reviewing materials, and without looking up, said, "What's so special about the British way?" As far as I know, Duke had no real knowledge about British customs. He was only sharing hearsay. The British go to watch football matches at Christmas or catch a theatrical performance in the West End. English football. Mrs. Leah shook her head immediately. "I'm not interested." Hearing his mother's response, Duke asked, "What about a play? Or we could throw a party here." "Duke," his mother finally raised her head and asked, "Do you have any friends here?" "No." Organizing her materials, Mrs. Leah stood up and placed them on the bookshelf, saying, "What shows are on at the West End tonight?" "I'll find out right now." Walking to the phone, Duke dialed the hotel's front desk number and made some inquiries. Covering the receiver, he told his mother, "The musical 42 in D Street, and the play Notable Scenery. Asterisk 42 in D Street asterisk, book tickets." Seeing his mother's interest, Duke notified the hotel's front desk to reserve a VIP box for them, so they could go straight to the theater in the West End after dinner. Similar to Broadway in New York, the West End in London is one of the world-renowned theatrical centers and a symbol of the British theater scene. Although it might be slightly less famous than Broadway, the West End is historically much older. 42 in D Street is a traditional musical that has been performed for decades without decline, setting a remarkable record of 3,486 performances on Broadway. After dinner, Duke and his mother took a rented car from the hotel to Shaftesbury Avenue, got out, crossed the busy road, and walked directly into the theater. Due to traffic delays, they arrived a bit late, just as the show was about to start. Fortunately, Duke had booked a box on the second floor, so they wouldn't disturb anyone else. Upon entering the box, Duke ordered coffee and some snacks for his mother, sitting comfortably beside her to enjoy the show. "The first time I watched this show, I was younger than you." During an intermission, Mrs. Leah spoke to Duke. "Decades have passed. The productions have become more glamorous, but I always feel something is missing." Duke just smiled and said nothing. Even the most classic musicals must be updated and changed to adapt to social developments. Yet people always tend to be nostalgic, especially the older generations, like the old men who hold the power at the Oscars. As a director, Duke had also studied some productions, and 42 in D Street was certainly no exception. It was an ancient Broadway inspirational story, especially noted for its tap dance, which was one of the most exciting segments. However, these aspects did not particularly attract Duke's attention, as he recognized a familiar figure among the main female characters. Tilting his chin, Duke watched the woman dancing on stage and, after a brief recollection, confirmed he wasn't mistaken. She was a trained actress who had performed in stage plays in the West End. However, it was still a bit early for him. His next project wouldn't start for at least a year, and finding an actress with sufficient acting skills who could also dance at a competent level wasn't easy. Taking advantage of the stage change, while his mother went to the restroom, Duke signaled to the VIP box attendant. "Is 42 in D Street still playing frequently?" Duke asked. "Yes, sir," the attendant replied politely. "There are 6 shows a week, and it will run throughout the season." "What about tomorrow?" "Yes, there is." After getting a confirmed answer, Duke waved his hand, and the waiter walked out. Duke is here to watch a musical with his mother tonight, so of course he can't go backstage to find the actress. He plans to come back later if he has time. Even if he doesn't have time, he can let Nancy or someone else get in touch with her. Chapter 152. Chapter 152. The Bitch. "Sorry, sir." Just as Duke reached the entrance to the backstage, he was stopped by someone. "You can't go in here. I'm a director." "Sorry." It was clear that the person didn't recognize him at all. This could be considered the tragedy of directors in this era. Apart from when their films are wildly popular or controversial, the average audience rarely pays attention to the directors behind the scenes. It's not uncommon for fans of a director's films to not know what the director looks like. Duke felt a bit helpless. After coming here with his mother last night, he had specifically checked the poster for 42nd Street. Sure enough, the familiar name was there. Now, he had come back to see if he could meet an actress, but he was blocked. "I'm a director, and I want to find one of your actresses to star in my work." This was Duke's true purpose, but the person in front of him clearly didn't believe it. Probably, there had been many scammers who came claiming the same thing in the past. "Who are you looking for?" "I can pass the message along. I'm looking for Miss Jones." Duke handed over a business card. "This is my card." "Duke Rosenberg?" The person didn't look surprised. Instead, they examined Duke with a skeptical gaze, seemingly unable to believe that the director who had made such a huge impact this summer could be so young. "Please wait a moment." Perhaps the business card did work. The person whispered to a colleague and turned to walk inside. The backstage of the theater was not as glamorous as the stage and was even a bit shabby. In a cramped makeup room, several young women were busy removing their makeup. Among them, the fastest was already taking off her stage makeup, preparing to apply a light foundation. She was very aware of her strengths and weaknesses. With the right light makeup, she could appear radiant. Without it, she looked pale and lackluster. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Someone opened a crack and exchanged a few words with the person outside before retreating. "Kate, this is for you." The woman seemed indifferent to her relationship with the person outside and casually tossed a card onto the vanity in front of her. "Another admirer of yours?" A plump young woman nearby, seemingly close to her, picked up the card. "Kate, your previous admirers used to send cards mixed with flowers and gifts. It's rather unthoughtful of someone to just send a business card. Whatever they send, it all goes to one place for me." The woman named Kate seemed unconcerned. "That's the trash can, isn't it, Rachel?" "That's only because the person who impressed you didn't show up." Rachel shrugged, turning back with a fleeting mocking smile. She knew that the woman beside her, despite her Hollywood setbacks, still had lofty ambitions. "Maybe the person who sent the card is a great Hollywood director," she said next, her sarcasm only for herself to hear. But when she flipped the card over and saw only a name, profession, and phone number, her eyes widened in disbelief. This couldn't be real, could it? The famous director of Hollywood, the most prominent rising star, was really waiting outside for this woman? Instinctively, Rachel wanted to throw the card into the trash can at her feet. But she was smart. Kate wasn't an idiot either, and she moved closer without revealing her intentions. "Whose name could make you so surprised?" As she spoke, she casually took the card back. Before Kate could see the name on the card, Rachel suddenly exclaimed, "Hey girls, I have amazing news." Kate just received a business card from Hollywood director Duke Rosenberg. There was no outburst of cheers in the makeup room, nor was there the sisterly celebration one might expect. The others either looked doubtful or incredulous, their eyes mostly filled with jealousy and indifference. "Congratulations, Kate. Another opportunity to go to Hollywood." The sudden comment seemed to be congratulatory, but was laced with suppressed undertones. "I hope this time you return as a success." Kate seemed to ignore the words, her gaze sharp as it flicked across Rachel's face. That one sentence had made her the enemy of the makeup room. Moreover, whether the card was real or not was still unknown. If it turned out to be fake, she would undoubtedly be mocked by these women continuously. "Kate, I didn't mean anything else." Rachel feigned innocence. Nodding slightly, Kate tidied her handbag, put on her coat, and headed for the door. Just as she exited the makeup room, the sound of high heels echoed behind her. Rachel was following her. "Let's go together." She put on a sisterly facade. "Sorry, Miss Vice." Kate turned back toward the makeup room. "I forgot something." Watching Kate disappear into the makeup room, Rachel muttered "bitch" under her breath and walked ahead. If the card was real, then the director from Hollywood would likely be waiting at the backstage exit. "Director Rosenberg, please take a seat." The theater manager shook hands with Duke and instructed someone nearby. "Go quickly and invite Miss Jones." Just a moment ago, He had passed by the backstage exit and had seen Duke. After hesitating for a moment, he approached and chatted with him, confirming Duke's identity before quickly inviting him into the manager's office. "I didn't expect you to be interested in our production." Hearing the other's compliment, Duke politely responded, "It's wonderful. This is my second time coming tonight." After exchanging pleasantries, there was a knock on the door, and a woman in flat shoes, about 5 feet 6 inches tall, walked in. She had long, deep brown hair that was almost black, a pair of amber-like captivating eyes, and exuded a unique romantic aura. Her delicate face combined classical and wild charm, and her figure, wrapped in a fitted coat, was simply synonymous with beauty and sensuality. When she looked at Duke quietly, she embodied the elegance of a classical British lady. When she enthusiastically shook hands with Duke, she radiated wild beauty. "Hello, Director Rosenberg." She seemed a bit flustered. I really didn't expect it to be you." "No need to be formal, Miss Jones." After directing so many films, Duke could discern whether someone had the potential for Oscar-level acting. "I watched your song and dance performance yesterday, and today, it left a strong impression." "Thank you." She glanced at the theater manager, then sat down on the sofa beside Duke. "You can call me Kate or Catherine. You two talk." The theater manager stood up at that moment. "I still have work to attend to." Once the manager left, Duke discreetly observed her. She sat quietly like the most graceful British lady. "Kate, your song and dance performance is very captivating." Duke wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Do you have any plans to develop in Hollywood?" "Hollywood?" She hesitated but eventually replied, "Actually, I went to Los Angeles in '92, but I achieved nothing and had to return to London." She was well aware of how difficult it was for outsiders to enter Hollywood. If she weren't British but came from the European mainland, she might not even land minor roles. "You're from a musical theater background. You should know about Chicago, right?" Seeing her nod, Duke continued, "I now hold the film adaptation rights for Chicago, and within a year, I will bring it to the big screen. I have been looking for suitable actresses." Indeed, the film adaptation rights Duke had purchased were for Chicago. A suitable actress? Catherine Zeta-Jones was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized. Being described as a suitable actress by this director surely meant she was one of the two leading roles. She couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, followed by a shock. Joy, because this was an opportunity to play a leading role, especially in an adaptation of a classic musical. She had trained in dance since the age of 6 and even won the All-England Tap Dance Championship. There couldn't be a more suitable role for her to break into Hollywood. As for the shock, it stemmed from the director's style across from her. If he were to personally direct a musical film, what kind of terrifying effect would that have? Catherine Zeta-Jones couldn't even imagine how the news of Duke Rosenberg, the so-called explosion madman director, directing a musical would be received around the world. Would it blow everyone's mind? Would they laugh out loud? Or would they feel like the end of the world had come? "Can I do it?" she asked tentatively. "If you're interested in auditioning, you can look into the role of Velma when you have time." At present, Catherine Zeta-Jones wasn't the actress she would later become. Duke didn't naively believe she would possess the same skills later on, nor did he guarantee anything. "Your dance skills are excellent, and I personally believe you're very suitable for this role if you can meet my requirements." After observing her over the past 2 nights, Duke had enough confidence in Catherine Zeta-Jones' dance skills, but her acting was mediocre. He checked his watch, estimating that his mother would soon return to the hotel, and stood up to say, "If you're interested, please call me." "Mr. Rosenberg." Catherine Zeta-Jones, who had been deep in thought, seemed to have made a decision. She took her bag, pulled out her business card, and handed it to Duke. "If the film preparations begin, please have someone notify me." "Thank you." In this film, the performance of the heroine is of utmost importance. Duke thought for a moment and said, "Your singing and dancing are not a problem, but your acting skills need improvement. I hope to see an outstanding performance during the audition." After saying this, he didn't linger, walking out of the theater and hurrying toward the hotel. Zeta-Jones, who remained in the management office, had already called her agent to ask how she could improve as much as possible within a year. Chapter 153, Changing Plans. Chapter 153. Chapter 153, Changing Plans. Musicals once had an extremely glorious period in Hollywood, but they fell into decline in the 70s and 80s. Even in the last few years of Duke's career, they did not make a comeback. Although Chicago appeared several years earlier, Duke wasn't too worried. After all, the so-called resurgence of musicals in the new century was merely a false concept. One film, Moulin Rouge, had previously brought musicals back into Hollywood's view. When Chicago was released, the nostalgic mainstream in Hollywood eagerly announced the moment for musicals to regain their glory had arrived. But in reality, it was just a flash in the pan. The subsequent Sweet Charity was only slightly better than a flop, and High School Musical was a television movie with limited impact, representing one of the most disregarded genres in mainstream Hollywood. Teen idol musicals. Musicals had merely gone through a brief revival with Moulin Rouge in Chicago, and this fleeting resurgence was closely tied to the content and themes of the two films. Nostalgia can be considered a mainstream societal convention. Each era has a large number of nostalgic individuals, and Hollywood and its audiences are no exception. This is the soil that allowed Chicago to survive. Not to mention the film's satire, the nostalgic elements alone are bound to evoke many people's sentiments, especially when the song, All That Jazz, plays, awakening countless viewers of musicals. Most importantly, Broadway recently announced that Chicago would be restaged, bringing this classic musical back to Broadway. With both the film and the musical in play, it wouldn't be too difficult to stir a small wave of nostalgia for the glorious days of musicals. Duke was very clear about the fact that musicals had declined. This could only briefly stir the memories of certain people and could not create the viewing frenzy seen with action or sci-fi films. These were crucial reasons for him to choose Chicago, which had a distinctly American flavor, over Moulin Rouge. Of course, this kind of shift was quite significant, and the media and film fans would surely be surprised. How it would be commented on was hard to say, but there were benefits. There would undoubtedly be no shortage of topics for discussion. Controversies would spark curiosity, and some of that curiosity could translate into box office revenue. In fact, there were many more reasons for this choice. After shooting several films, Duke had a certain confidence in his narrative techniques. Moreover, Chicago primarily attracted audiences through visual impact, which posed no difficulty for Duke. The most challenging part was the musical elements, for which he lacked professional expertise. However, Hollywood and Broadway were not short on professionals in this area. While hiring a specialized choreographer might be somewhat troublesome, it was not insurmountable. Additionally, the film's investment would not be too high, making it relatively easier to recoup costs. For the film company, winning awards was merely a means of profit. Awards that did not yield returns could still lower the director's investment level or even blacklist them. Ultimately, this film, like Duke's previous works, was a standard mainstream film. Straying from the mainstream was not impossible, but the time wasn't right yet. After all, his capital was not particularly abundant. As for low-budget, high-return horror films, those were completely outside Duke's consideration. Why would he want to shift directions? Why would horror directors want to transition? If he were to move into blood-soaked horror or poorly rated films that drained credibility, he would be driving himself into a dead end. It would be better not to change at all. However, all of this would have to wait until after Saving Private Ryan. Duke's current task was to complete the production of this war epic. After spending 3 days in London with his mother, Duke returned to Ireland, where the crew gathered again at a film site near Dublin. There were only a few indoor scenes for the crew. Most of the filming was outdoors. After a brief meeting with his team, Duke exited the makeshift studio and headed toward the nearby radar base at the edge of the Braveheart filming location. When he arrived there, he noticed a large number of figures moving not too far in front of him. It seemed that the Braveheart crew was filming next door. "What's going on?" Duke asked. The main filming locations of both crews were separated by a certain distance, but the edges were not too far apart, probably a few hundred feet. "That's their set, just the very edge," Robin Grant said, who was relatively aware of the situation. "They started building the set before Christmas. It should be an unimportant scene." Nodding, Duke didn't pay much attention. Time was tight for him, and as long as they didn't cross boundaries or affect his crew, he couldn't be bothered. Upon reaching the arranged radar station, Tom Hanks was already prepared. Duke discussed camera positions and lighting issues with John Schwartzman before moving to Hanks's side. Tom, this scene has some difficulty, Duke said, sitting on the ruins. It's a silent cry of pain for you. You're the backbone of the squad. You cannot let others perceive any weakness or excessive sorrow. Don't worry about it. As the two grew more familiar, Tom Hanks occasionally cracked a joke. I've already practiced a few times during Christmas. Colin even asked me what I was doing. Duke knew that the Colin Hanks Tom was referring to was his eldest son. He patted Tom's arm and stood up to walk toward the director's monitor. As he said, this scene indeed had some difficulty, but for Tom Hanks, it was just a minor issue. Preparations quickly fell into place, and upon Duke's signal, an assistant director picked up the clapperboard and stepped in front of the camera. Scene 21, take 1, now starting. Sitting behind the monitor, Duke propped his chin on one hand, intently watching the image of Tom Hanks on the screen. He sat on the ruins, unfolded a map in his hands, glanced behind him, and suddenly crouched down among the rubble, as if trying to hide from others, stifling his grief and sorrow, not allowing himself to cry out loud. Just as 2 lines of tears slid from his eyes, and his emotions were about to reach a crescendo, the sound of horses neighing rang out repeatedly. Though separated by nearly 1,000 feet, in the empty, quiet film set, the sounds were exceedingly clear. This noise was like a deadly weapon to the actors, and Tom Hanks immediately lost his focus. Duke stood up and turned to look towards the Braveheart set. The distance was a bit far, and besides shadows of people and horses, he couldn't see any substantial details. But before his brow could furrow, there were several more sounds of neighing. If it were in another environment, these sounds wouldn't matter, but in the quiet film set, it completely affected the shoot. Let's hold for a moment. Though somewhat annoyed, it was hard to say whether the other crew was being deliberate, given how close the two were. Duke signaled for the other crew members to remain calm. Let's take a break. To his surprise, nearly 20 minutes later, it seemed the neighing showed no signs of stopping. Although the horse sounds were not as frequent as at the beginning, they would soon erupt again after a brief lull. Robin, this couldn't go on. Duke couldn't hold it in any longer. Find someone to negotiate with them. In reality, it wouldn't be hard to resolve. If the other party simply fitted the horses with bits, they would likely quiet down. I'll go over. Charles Roven approached to stop Robin Grant. He understood that Duke's relations with that crew were not good, so he decided to personally walk over, find Mel Gibson himself, and discuss things. More than 10 minutes later, Charles Roven returned. With disheveled hair, Mel Gibson came back to the monitor and scrutinized the recently filmed shots, where stuntmen played British soldiers galloping through a village, occasionally neighing as if those British soldiers treated the Scots with such arrogance. The horses accentuated the humans, and the humans accentuated the horses. Mel Gibson was extremely satisfied with these shots. Mel, you're not going to make a concession, are you? At some point, Sean Connery had approached him from behind. If there's less horse neighing, the shots definitely won't achieve the put bits on the horses. Mel Gibson seemed to ponder. That crew is Duke Rosenberg's. Sean Connery deliberately reminded him. He has never had a good relationship with us, and has even clashed with you directly. Martin doesn't like him either. Mel Gibson's fingers gently tapped the armrest of his chair. Sean Connery continued. We're just filming normally. No one can say anything. They can easily adjust their shooting schedule to film other scenes first. Disrupt their rhythm? Mel Gibson turned to look at Sean Connery. They would then spend more time, energy, and money, right? Sean Connery shrugged and nodded. Why not make things difficult for his rival, as long as it was within his ability? Let me be frank with you, Sean. Mel Gibson looked as fierce as the character he played, William Wallace. I didn't like Duke Rosenberg from the moment I met him at Cruise's party. Having said that, he turned to his assistant. Notify everyone to stick to the original shooting plan. On the other side, Duke had just finished talking with Charles Roven. The outcome of the negotiations seemed quite good. Duke told his assistant to notify various departments, and Tom Hanks quickly arrived. After some brief preparations, filming was about to begin. Part 21, Act 1 now. Before the assistant director finished speaking, he automatically stopped because sounds came from over there again. Duke stood up from the director's chair and looked at the set of Braveheart with his dark eyes. He heard the horse braying again in his ears, and his eyes gradually turned cold. The old face of Charles Rowan standing next to him also looked very. It's not a good look. It's obvious that he was tricked by that arrogant Australian. Charles, let's change the shooting plan. Duke's voice was very calm. We'll shoot the big battle at the end first. I totally agree. Chapter 154, Frightened Horses. Chapter 154. Chapter 154, Frightened Horses. Looks like they've pulled back over there. Standing on a slightly elevated mound, Sean Connery gazed at the filming set of Saving Private Ryan and said to Mel Gibson, "It seems they have to change their plans." The old man stroked his bushy beard, and for the first time in years, a bright smile appeared on his usually gloomy face, shining brighter than the midday sun. What could be more satisfying than seeing his arch-rival in trouble? This is just a minor tactic. Mel Gibson seemed unconcerned. They'll adjust quickly. While he appreciated the inconvenience caused to the young director he disliked, Mel Gibson understood this wasn't a significant issue. The opposing crew would soon regroup, and Braveheart couldn't keep the horses tethered in one spot indefinitely. According to the original plan, after a week of shooting here, Braveheart would wrap up all its filming. If things went as smoothly as today, it might even finish in about 4 days. He remembered the name Duke Rosenberg very well. In recent years, even those who were not well-versed in Hollywood had heard of him. His rise was too swift, achieving commercial success that 99% of directors would never attain in their lifetimes. If Tom Cruise represented the young and naive among actors, Duke Rosenberg was undoubtedly the young and naive director. Mel Gibson never hid his disdain for him, stemming not only from Duke's rapid ascent, but also from the natural aversion felt by those who had struggled for years to achieve success. There were also conflicts with the management company behind Duke and disputes at parties hosted by the Cruise faction. To survive in Hollywood, conflicts were ever present. While Mel Gibson was glad to cause Duke Rosenberg some trouble, deep down, he yearned to overshadow him with films. Ultimately, both were directors, and they had to let their work speak for them. If Braveheart could outshine Saving Private Ryan in box office and critical acclaim, he would feel even more satisfied. Unfortunately, Saving Private Ryan had yet to announce a specific release date, making a direct competition unlikely. For the headstrong and arrogant Mel Gibson, this was certainly a regret. Not staying for long, Mel. Gibson hurried back to the director's monitor while Sean Connery followed his assistant to the trailer for makeup, as he had scenes coming up. Although his gentlemanly image was crafted entirely by CAA, Sean Connery maintained a good level of professionalism. He had little to lose at this point, and to re-establish his position in Hollywood, hard work was essential. After decades in the industry, Connery understood this very well, so he personally prepared for an upcoming horse riding scene. While the action of galloping required stunt doubles, leisurely riding was still within his capability. After receiving the black horse brought by the trainer, Sean Connery affectionately patted its face. The black horse snorted, seemingly responding to his gesture, and the man and horse appeared harmonious. "Sean." The voice of an assistant director rang out on set. Sean Connery mounted the horse, invigorated, and rode toward the camera, joining several other actors in preparation for the shoot. Soon, the filming began. Amidst a group of attendants, Sean Connery rode toward a Scottish village. Though his expression was serious, with a hint of urgency, the horse team moved at a slow pace. The camera glided along the track, closely following the horse team. Mel Gibson watched the scene on the monitor, nodding lightly. Sean Connery's acting was mediocre, and his public image had collapsed over the years, but the gentlemanly demeanor he had developed over the past decade remained intact, making it easy for him to portray a Scottish nobleman. This scene should pass in one take. Just as Mel Gibson thought this, loud gunfire suddenly erupted in the distance, sounding as if an intense battle from World War II was raging nearby. Cut. Boom. As Mel Gibson called for a stop, a thunderous explosion reached his ears, louder than any thunderclap, shaking the ground beneath him. The crew immediately fell into disarray. The sound of the explosion had not yet faded when frantic horse whinnies broke out, the well-trained horses neighing in panic. Even someone like Mel Gibson, who knew little about horses, could recognize the chaos and fear in their sounds. These horses were indeed well-trained, but not battle horses. They couldn't withstand such fright. Some whinnied before spinning in circles, while others were clearly terrified. Boom. Another explosion rang out, seemingly the last straw for the already agitated horses, causing them to go completely out of control. The more timid horses soiled themselves, and the stench quickly spread over a 30-foot radius. However, compared to the horses that were whirling in fright, this was a mere inconvenience. What happens when a horse gets overly scared? It becomes a frightened horse. Unfortunately, the horse under Sean Connery had become one of them. While a frightened horse wasn't as exaggerated as depicted in films, the black horse clearly entered a state of unconscious panic. In just 2 seconds, it threw Sean Connery off its back and crashed into a camera, galloping toward the perimeter of the set. The sudden chaos sent many into a state of panic. Though Sean Connery screamed in agony on the ground, no one responded immediately. The trainer seemed powerless, only able to chase after it futilely. However, it wasn't over yet. Distant gunfire and explosions continued, sounding even louder than summer thunder. Mel Gibson stood there, screaming hoarsely, trying to regain control of the situation. But why would the frightened horses heed his commands? The chaos of neighing horses, screams, footsteps, and the distant gunfire formed a strange symphony on set. Lying on the cold ground, Sean Connery was drenched in sweat, feeling a sharp pain in his right leg. Seeing several frightened horses galloping nearby, he tried to get up and move to safety, only to realize he couldn't put any weight on his right leg. It felt as if it were broken. "Help! Help!" he shouted with all his might. Yet, the set was in such turmoil from the panicked horses that hardly anyone noticed him. The chaos lasted nearly 10 minutes before Mel Gibson and a few producers managed to regain control. Several people who had fallen off their horses lay on the ground, but doctors hurried to examine them. Boom! A fourth explosion erupted in the distance. Mel Gibson strained his eyes to look, and even from a considerable distance, he could see thick smoke and dust shooting up into the sky, as if a battle was truly underway. His eyes widened, fists clenched tightly. His brief career as a director had brought him some understanding. He knew he had to maintain control, even if the burning anger within him could have scorched the entire set. "Damn it," he cursed softly. Mel Gibson wasn't cursing anyone but himself. He scolded himself for being foolish, allowing Sean Connery's provocations to make him overlook one fact. His rival director was a known pyromaniac. How serious are the injuries? As the executive producer, Bruce Davis, approached him, Mel Gibson asked with concern, "Will this delay the filming?" "It's complicated." Bruce Davis frowned. "Two stunt performers have only minor injuries and will recover quickly, but Sean Connery's condition isn't looking good." Hearing this, Mel Gibson turned his gaze to where several doctors were gathered around Sean Connery, performing examinations. "It looks like he has a broken right leg," Bruce Davis relayed the doctor's words. "It could be a comminuted fracture. Given Connery's age, recovery will be very difficult, and if anything goes wrong..." He shook his head. Connery still has some scenes left to shoot. No film crew wanted to see an actor injured. After all, it could lead to significant trouble. But when someone was hurt, the plan had to change quickly to minimize the crew's impact. Mel Gibson understood this well. "He doesn't have many scenes left. I'll find a way to manage it." Time was of the essence for any production, more so than financial loss. Bruce Davis nodded. "I'll inform Paramount and CAA." As the injured were taken away, the frightened horses were managed, and the mess was cleaned up. The Braveheart set gradually returned to normal. However, Mel Gibson couldn't proceed with filming. Even scenes without horses were severely impacted. The sounds of gunfire and explosions could be removed in post-production, but these noises were discordant with the medieval atmosphere and constantly broke the actor's immersion. After several attempts, it became clear that work was impossible. With Braveheart nearing the end of its filming schedule, Mel Gibson had no choice but to call Bruce Davis over. "We're about to wrap filming," he told the producer. "We can't keep waiting. You need to negotiate with the Saving Private Ryan crew. Also, can we file a complaint with the relevant unions?" "Very difficult." Bruce Davis shook his head. "Even if we complain, it won't lead to anything." Mel Gibson's expression darkened, and after waving his hand dismissively, Bruce Davis headed towards the Saving Private Ryan set. Chapter 155. Who is responsible? Chapter 155. Chapter 155. Who is responsible? After a fierce battle scene, The crew temporarily entered a break. Duke reviewed the footage they had just filmed, sitting in the winter sunlight among the ruins, holding a steaming cup of coffee. The annoyance from the interrupted shooting earlier in the morning had completely vanished, and he was pleasantly chatting with Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio. Are we being a bit excessive? Leonardo, with a youthful face still bearing signs of immaturity, asked, will such explosions have any negative effects? Effects? Duke seemed puzzled, with an expression as if they hadn't done anything wrong. We're just filming according to schedule. We can't take a day off just because the plan changed, can we? That's true. Tom Hanks, who was perhaps the most affected earlier, fully agreed with Duke's words. My schedule is tight too. I can't delay my scenes indefinitely. The Oscar nominations are coming up in a few days, and I need to return to North America. Should I congratulate you in advance? Upon hearing Duke's words, Tom Hanks shook his head. You should congratulate yourself, Duke. You've already secured the title of last year's North American box office champion. After entering 1995, the film Independence Day, which was still being screened in nearly 200 North American theaters, had finally surpassed Jurassic Park, with a North American box office total of $359.91 million after nearly 6 months of accumulated effort, creating the best box office performance in recent years. It comfortably surpassed the now off-screen The Lion King and Forrest Gump, firmly securing the title of 1994's North American box office champion. The global box office accumulated to $888.85 million, and although most overseas markets had finished screening, it was still earning money in some remote countries, aiming to challenge Jurassic Park for the all-time box office record. These were indeed commendable achievements, and the main cast was willing to endure the demands of such a workaholic director because once Saving Private Ryan became a hit, they would all benefit. The sound of dress shoes crunching on the rubble drew Duke's attention as Robin Grant approached. Something up? Duke asked. Unless there was something important, both production managers were like invisible men on the set. The crew from Braveheart has come over. Robin Grant dodged a triangular piece of debris as he spoke. They want to talk to you. Who's coming over? Not only Duke, but Tom Hanks also showed interest, as he had been directly affected earlier. It's not Mel Gibson. Perhaps having spent time with Duke, Robin Grant could occasionally guess his mischievous thoughts. He shook his head. It's Bruce Davis, an executive producer from Braveheart. Upon hearing this, Duke lost interest. Robin, let Charles meet him. I'm sure he'd be happy to. You all know where I stand on this. Our shooting schedule will not change. After saying that, Robin Grant went to find Charles Rowan. Sitting off to the side, Leonardo DiCaprio heard everything. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. It seemed that the young director had quite a strong sense of retribution. With the change in plans, they would be filming the climactic battle scenes over the next few days, which would involve plenty of explosions. If the neighboring crew wouldn't be affected, he would rather believe that Duke Rosenberg was a good person. He also got up and left, just returning to the actor's resting area when he heard shocking news from some well-informed people. While the crew was filming the explosion scene, the horses used for filming next door were startled, causing chaos that not only wrecked the set, but also resulted in several injuries. The most severely injured, Sean Connery, might have suffered a comminuted fracture in his right leg. Looking back toward where he had come from, Leonardo saw the young director chatting and laughing with Tom Hanks, seemingly unconcerned about the incident next door. It appeared as if everything that had happened, including Sean Connery's injury, was merely an accident. Is this Hollywood? Competition both inside and outside the rules is everywhere? To climb up, to be as successful as Duke Rosenberg and Tom Hanks, one cannot fear various competitions. One must step on their opponent's head. The young Leonardo DiCaprio seemed to have gained a deeper understanding of this circle. While Duke was gathering the cast and crew to continue filming, Charles Rowan met with Bruce Davis, who represented Mel Gibson. Sorry, Bruce, Charles Rowan said slowly. In the morning, to avoid affecting the filming of Braveheart, director Rosenberg had to adjust the shooting schedule. The distance between our sets has been kept far enough apart to minimize mutual interference. The problem is, your filming has already affected us, Bruce Davis said angrily. The constant explosions you're creating have seriously impacted our shoot. Because of your explosions, Our horses got spooked. Sean Connery fell off his horse and was seriously injured. Are you saying? Charles Rowan's expression turned serious. That the Saving Private Ryan crew should take responsibility for this? Responsibility is an exaggeration, Bruce Davis replied, his tone not friendly. But you have seriously affected Director Gibson. We should sit down and negotiate a shooting plan that both sides can accept. I had the same thought this morning, Charles Rowan said with a snort. Without waiting for a response, he continued, you should know the media and fans have a nickname for Director Rosenberg. The scenes we will be filming over the next few weeks are all battle scenes, and much of the preparatory work is already in place. Adjusting the plan will definitely incur losses. Who will take responsibility for those losses? You. Bruce Davis felt his anger rising. Clearly, they had been shooting dialogue scenes in the morning, and the battle scenes were a temporary change. We can only say sorry. Hearing Charles Rowan's rather cold response, Bruce Davis understood that this matter was unlikely to be resolved through negotiation. He bluntly stated, we will lodge a complaint with the union regarding your actions. This veiled threat only fueled Charles Rowan's anger. He had been played by Mel Gibson in the morning and had a belly full of frustration that had nowhere to go. Fine, he glared at Bruce. As a member of the Producers Alliance, since there's been a serious safety incident on set, I feel obligated to report this accurately to the actors' union. Sean Connery and the others' injuries were indeed related to Saving Private Ryan, but legally, it was irrelevant. Moreover, this was Ireland, not North America. Watching Bruce Davis leave begrudgingly, Charles Rowan felt much more at ease. The humiliation he suffered earlier in the morning had been returned within just half a day, thanks to Duke's few explosions, a perfect form of retaliation. As for Sean Connery's broken leg, he didn't care at all. Even if the other side complained to the union, so what? Besides, behind Saving Private Ryan stood the three giants: Warner Brothers, Walt Disney, and 20th Century Fox. Charles had no intention of caring about how Braveheart would react next. Upon hearing the news of Sean Connery's leg injury, he was only slightly taken aback before continuing with the filming. Regardless of the other side's actions, he had already decided to finish filming the climactic battle before addressing anything else. As for whether it would disrupt Mel Gibson's filming schedule, it was just like the other side's reaction after the negotiation. With Charles Rowan, he didn't care at all. Gunshots, cannon fire, explosions. This remained the theme of the set for over a week. Clear the area. Unauthorized personnel retreat to 400 feet away. Looking up at the abandoned clock tower, Duke personally held the megaphone to issue commands. John, adjust camera 1 to the left 15 degrees and capture in medium shot. Ben, I want a wide-angle close-up. David, be careful to capture the tank. The crew was busy and tense. The props team was adjusting the modified tanks, and the fireworks team had already climbed up to the clock tower to set the demolition points. To blow up this half-collapsed building, they were using military-grade explosives again, which was also why Duke wanted unauthorized personnel to retreat as much as possible. During the set construction, special filming positions had been reserved, and there were protective measures in place, so they didn't have to worry about flying debris posing a threat. After nearly a month of cooperation, the team had found the best rhythm and state. Although the constant explosions did stress them out, those who had followed Duke for 3 continuous films had adapted to working in such a noisy environment. Even if they occasionally made minor mistakes, they could still generally complete their tasks with quality and quantity. After receiving a notification from Joss Williams, Duke called for another clearance. Once confirming that all departments were ready, he signaled to start filming. The German tank, modified from a Soviet T-34, slowly turned its gun barrel, aiming at the clock tower. A puff of smoke flashed, and the top of the abandoned clock tower exploded violently, debris flying into the sky. A significant portion of the tower collapsed and crashed down onto the rubble below, raising a cloud of dust and covering a large part of the set in a layer of gray. Emerging from behind the main camera position, covered in dust, Duke ignored the wet towel his assistant brought him and walked directly to the director's monitor to check the footage they had just shot. The effects of this localized explosion were quite impressive. Here you go. When he looked up from the monitor, Sofia Coppola handed him a steaming wet towel. Duke took it and wiped his face. Then she continued, I just received a call from Nancy. Independence Day has been nominated for several awards. Chapter 156, A Cinematic Marvel. Chapter 156. Chapter 156, A Cinematic Marvel. Academy Awards nominations. Duke tossed a dark towel to an assistant and looked at Sophia with interest. Let me guess. Tom returned to Los Angeles the day before yesterday, and if I recall correctly, the Oscar nominees' luncheon should have taken place. So, did Independence Day receive an Oscar nomination? Best Director? Best Picture? Or maybe Best Screenplay? Do you think that's possible? Her flat tone was filled with sarcasm. Independence Day didn't hold any screenings, didn't have any campaign parties, and didn't promote for awards. Its professional rating is barely 3 out of 10. Do you think it stands a chance at the Oscars? Not a chance. Duke shook his head. But there's still good news. Sophia smiled. Independence Day received a nomination for Best Visual Effects. Duke shrugged, uninterested. That's meaningless. The film had an incredibly high chance of winning that award, given its exceptional visual effects, but the award would only go to the effects team, Industrial Light and Magic. If you want to win that little gold man, Sophia tilted her head and looked at him. Duke, you need to switch to more realistic subjects. Are you saying I should change to suit the Oscars? Duke shook his head firmly. I won't do that. Even if I ever win an Oscar, I won't make films just to please those old men. What I love are still non-realistic subjects. Then you'll be a regular at another award show. Sophia smirked teasingly. Congratulations, Duke. Not only have you received the most nominations for another award, but you're also the frontrunner for winning it. What award? Duke felt a sinking sensation. The Razzie. It announced its nominations before the Oscars luncheon. Maybe the number of nominations was overwhelming. Sophia had to check her notes to recall the specifics. Independence Day received 7 nominations from the 10 Razzie categories. The film is the frontrunner for Worst Picture. You got nominated for Worst Director, Bill Pullman for Worst Actor, Will Smith for Worst Supporting Actor, Halle Berry for Worst Supporting Actress, and the script is up for Worst Screenplay. The sound effects also got a nod for Worst Score. After finishing, Sophia looked at Duke seriously, as if she wanted to witness his sadness, pain, or anger, but Duke remained unfazed, seemingly not bothered at all. From what Sophia knew of him, this was genuine indifference. Do you really not care? She asked again. Why should I care? Duke spread his hands. I made a movie that I liked, and most viewers liked it too. Why should I worry about a few critics? But this is the Razzie. Hearing Sophia's words, Duke walked over and gently patted her shoulder. He knew that the Razzies were her greatest pain, as critics had once ridiculed her with the Worst Supporting Actress award. Critics' awards are just a farce. He tossed that line casually as he headed toward the set, instructing his assistant to notify all departments to prepare for filming. Meanwhile, in a large conference room at a hotel in Manhattan, many well-known critics from New York gathered for a meeting of the New York Film Critics Circle to discuss and finalize the nominations for their awards. The New York Film Critics Circle, the oldest and largest local critics association in the world, has been presenting awards since 1935. Its awards are among the top 3 critic awards in the U.S. and are an important barometer for the Oscars. The meeting was nearing its end when David Denby, a critic from The New Yorker, suddenly stood up. Everyone, there's one more thing. His voice was loud. It has nothing to do with our awards, but something else. I wonder if everyone has seen the Razzie nominations. Many nodded in response. Last year, one film and one director seriously impacted the entire critics industry. David Denby's eyes gleamed. We have to admit we lost the market battle against Duke Rosenberg. But now, during award season, this season that belongs to us, we must retaliate. David is right. A.O. Scott, the chief critic for the New York Times, slowly spoke up. Even though Independence Day grossed nearly $360 million in North America, even with over 90 million viewers, and even though it's nearing $900 million worldwide, with an 84% audience approval rating, it doesn't change the fact that it's a bad film and that Duke Rosenberg is the worst director of the year. We need to nail Duke Rosenberg and Independence Day to the shame post. The speaker was Lou Lumenick from the New York Post. The Razzie is the perfect response to him. In the past few years, the conversation circled back to David Denby. Actors and directors who have received a Razzie have become despised by North American audiences, and almost none have made a comeback. I have contacted the Chicago Film Critics Association and the Los Angeles Film Critics Association. They will all work hard to ensure Duke Rosenberg wins the award. Also, I've heard he's filming a new movie. Someone reminded. You all know what to do then, right? At that remark, many laughed. As January approached, after 7 months of long showings, Independence Day exited all North American theaters, finishing with a domestic box office of $362.55 million. Although two films, Star Wars and Spielberg's Jaws and E.T., were on the horizon, if one didn't count the re-release revenues, Independence Day had achieved the highest domestic box office in history. Of course, this was just a consolation when adjusted for inflation. The re-release indicated the film's substantial commercial value. Films like The Shawshank Redemption, which had just received 9 Oscar nominations, would likely tank again if re-released. On the global front, Independence Day had grossed $895.21 million, approaching the milestone of being the second film ever to surpass $900 million. However, despite the film's outstanding commercial success, Independence Day and Duke continued to be attacked by countless critics. Many renowned filmmakers mocked the 7 Razzie nominations in their columns, with the famous critic Roger Ebert labeling Independence Day as the most overrated film in history, deeming Duke the most disappointing director of the year. The film's professional reviews fell hopelessly low. Perhaps spurred by the immense box office success, Independence Day received a professional rating below 3, achieving a score of 2.95 alongside 84% audience approval and outstanding box office numbers, creating a remarkable phenomenon in film history. Any director, no matter how commercially successful, if they don't receive recognition from professional awards, can only be considered a craftsman and will never become a master. If they receive a Razzie-type award, it indicates their directing career is in severe decline or even nearing its end. Roger Ebert, Chicago Sun-Times. By convention, the Razzies would be awarded the day before the Oscars, and though that day was still far off, critics were already eager to place that shoddy award around Duke's neck. However, Duke was too busy to pay them any mind. Independence Day had left North American theaters, and his new film wasn't quite ready for a promotional push. Engaging in verbal sparring with critics wouldn't yield any tangible benefits, especially since he had to focus on filming. He had no time or energy to argue with those guys. Even he had to admit that critics had a tremendous influence during award season. After the Oscars nominee luncheon, Tom Hanks returned to the set, and in a week, Duke completed filming the climactic battle scene. From what he gathered, filming on the neighboring set of Braveheart only resumed after Mel Gibson reluctantly granted the crew a break. As for Sean Connery, who had suffered a severe leg injury, he was reportedly transferred to a hospital in London, where it was confirmed that his right leg had a compound fracture. At his age, recovery to normal walking would take a long time. Amidst the hectic shooting schedule, Duke also needed to process some completed footage. The Super Bowl was approaching, and he needed to cut an appealing advertisement to be aired during halftime. Editor Mike Dawson was called from Los Angeles to Dublin, and every day after filming, Duke and he would retreat to a rented post-production studio to continue their late-night work. Mike, the Super Bowl is all about excitement. Our ad needs to match that vibe. 30 seconds is not too short or too long for an advertisement, and Duke had to consider how to capture the audience's attention. Don't think about storytelling, don't focus on the film's themes, and don't worry about humanitarian concerns. I just want the most intense, explosive, and brutal battle scenes. This was their 4th collaboration, and Mike Dawson clearly understood Duke's vision. He led his team to begin the busy work as requested. On the other side, Charles Roven approached, lowering his voice to ask, "The executives from 3 companies asked me to inquire about the film's completion timeline and your suggested release date. May? By early May at the latest, I can definitely complete all the production." Filming was progressing smoothly in post-production, and Duke was confident about that timeline. "I suggest premiering the film on the weekend before Memorial Day. I will relay your suggestions," Charles Roven said as he left the studio. After a few days of overtime work, the commercial was completed on time. Duke will not return to North America to participate in the Super Bowl day. Instead, before the Super Bowl day, he will lead the main cast and crew to London to prepare to participate in Victoria's Secret's first annual fashion show. Chapter 157, Annual Fashion Show. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Annual Fashion Show. Why aren't you with the crew? As they walked past the red carpet and into a relatively quiet area, Mrs. Leah looked back at Duke, who had caught up to her, and asked, "Didn't you plan a promotional event?" "Tom is enough. He attracts the media more than I do." Duke turned to look back, where Tom Hanks had just stepped onto the red carpet, and the audience and reporters were going wild. When it comes to media and public attraction, a top director can't compete with a top actor. Moreover, Tom Hanks was attending with Rita Wilson. It wasn't easy for Tom Hanks to appear at the Victoria's Secret annual fashion show. Although he had an obligation to promote the film, this appearance was added last minute. The studio had communicated with his agent, Ino Martin, several times before making it happen. However, Duke wouldn't have an easy time either. After taking a photo with his mother under the backdrop, he was pulled by Warner Brothers' PR staff to the interview area. Immediately, a reporter came up and asked, "Director Rosenberg, is your new film Saving Private Ryan completed?" "You'll see it in the summer," Duke replied. "I heard that Victoria's Secret established a professional model team based on your suggestion?" Another reporter inquired. "I just mentioned it casually," Duke replied, also promoting his advertising agency. "It's Santa FIA that turned my immature ideas into reality. Everyone knows your films never lack beautiful women. Will the angels have a chance to appear in your movies?" "Of course, as long as there's a suitable role." The promotion for Saving Private Ryan had already begun, and as long as it sparked topics and attention, Duke welcomed all reporters' questions. "Congratulations, Director Rosenberg. Independence Day has surpassed $900 million at the global box office." One reporter pushed through the crowd with a genuine smile on his face. Duke nodded lightly. "Thank you." The next question was less polite, but your film has been criticized by numerous industry professionals, and its professional rating has dropped to 2.92. What are your thoughts? There are people in this world who, when they can't get grapes, will tell everyone that grapes are sour, bitter, and the worst-tasting thing in the world. Hearing Duke's metaphor, the surrounding reporters were slightly stunned before being blocked by a few suited men. Duke nodded to the head of security for the event, turned, and left the interview area to enter the venue. After looking around, Duke saw where his mother was sitting and walked over. Like all film promotion strategies, the focus for Saving Private Ryan wouldn't be on the director. Tom Hanks was the highlight of this mutual support event with Victoria's Secret. Even other actors like Leonardo DiCaprio, led by Robin Grant, would arrive at the venue later for media appearances. The only regret Duke felt was that Leonardo DiCaprio and his agent declined the suggestion from the crew to stage a false romance with a Victoria's Secret model. The child star had a smoother career path compared to Keanu Reeves, and he likely didn't want to exploit his private life too much. "Duke, come here." His mother waved him over, and once he arrived, she introduced him to several people around her. "This is the president of Victoria's Secret, Lori Grayer. This is the vice president, Rebecca Fine. And this is the operations director, Bill May." All the introductions were to executives from Victoria's Secret, and Duke greeted them politely. Mrs. Leah stood aside with a proud smile. Duke had indeed become her greatest pride, achieving more than she had ever imagined. Looking at Hollywood, across the U.S., and even worldwide, how many directors could achieve what Duke had? Was there any director who could accomplish such feats at his age? Not to mention the total box office of his last 3 films exceeding $1.5 billion. Independence Day alone grossed over $360 million in North America and more than $900 million globally. What an extraordinary achievement. If she weren't proud of him, that would be hypocritical. As a successful businesswoman, Mrs. Leah understood well that in this highly commercialized society, while commercial success doesn't represent everything, it is the foundation for earning respect and recognition. Besides, Duke had entered the incredibly pragmatic Hollywood, a circle that spoke through commercial data. After a brief chat, the Victoria's Secret executives went backstage. Duke accompanied his mother to sit in the front row near the runway, socializing with people who came to greet them while observing the situation in the venue. Unlike future fashion shows filled with stars, the current draw of Victoria's Secret was evidently insufficient. While there were some familiar faces, there weren't many big-name stars, especially from Hollywood. Apart from Tom Hanks and other members of Saving Private Ryan, there were actually not many. The few who could attend were related to Duke's invitation, including Christopher Lee, Uma Thurman, and actors signed under Nancy Josephson. Among them was Jennifer Aniston, who had become famous last year with a sitcom. Although this actress typically played the role of a silly American girl, she was no fool in reality. After entering, she immediately came over to greet Duke, chatted warmly with Mrs. Leah, and even called her Annie. Few successful people are fools, and Jennifer Aniston clearly understood the predicament of actors who rose to fame through TV series. Without suitable roles for a transition, they would be limited to that forever. The ideal transition for a TV actor was to make it onto the big screen. Back in Los Angeles, "Shall we have dinner sometime?" As they said goodbye, she softly invited him. Duke naturally had no reason to refuse. "Sure, I'll wait for your call." As Jennifer Aniston gradually walked away, Duke noticed his mother's gaze turned toward him. He adjusted his expression and settled back into his seat, temporarily putting the earlier events out of his mind. The fashion show was not just a show. As the promoter, Santa FIA had signed broadcasting contracts with ABC and Sky TV to transmit the event in North America and Europe. As long as the results met expectations, such shows would become routine in the coming years. Not long after, the show began. Although different from the videos he had seen in the past, Duke felt that the models walking the runway and the overall operation seemed to be taking on a future shape. Victoria's Secret's operational strategy was not to position itself as a high-end luxury brand, but rather as the world's most famous, accessible, sexy lingerie brand. Therefore, the models on stage didn't exude the cold nobility typical of fashion shows. Instead, they frequently blew kisses, laughed, winked, waved, and even made victory gestures, interacting with the audience and camera. The makeup artists also put significant effort into the models' looks, with the angels' long hair naturally curling, as if they had just woken up and hadn't yet gotten ready or had just experienced a perfect romantic encounter. Their faces were alluring, with rosy cheeks and misty eyes resembling lips just kissed. What surprised Duke the most was that the show had invited Madonna as a performing guest. The pop music queen wore sexy lingerie and sang her classic hit Material Girl while high-fiving passing models, creating the first peak of excitement in the venue. Did Santa FIA invite her? Duke pointed at Madonna on stage and quietly asked his mother. Mrs. Leah nodded. It was a suggestion from one of Santa FIA's creative vice presidents. "I think it's great." Although Duke knew that it was a tradition for Victoria's Secret to invite guests to perform, he clearly remembered that he hadn't mentioned this detail. The reason was simple. He had forgotten, and now someone else brought it up, which wasn't particularly strange. Many things only need the key point raised for some additional elements to come naturally. Duke never underestimated the elite of this era. It was impossible for all creative ideas to stem from him or for success to be taken for granted. He neither had a hard drive nor Google in his brain to remember everything. Even those memories he did have were one thing. Turning them into successful facts was another. Subsequently, the show reached another peak, again related to something Duke knew but had forgotten to mention. One of the 5 supermodels, Claudia Schiffer, walked the runway wearing a diamond-studded lingerie set worth $2 million. Under the bright lights and alongside the world-class model, the lingerie dazzled many in the audience, especially some men in the back row, who excitedly whistled. Whose proposal was this? Duke asked quietly again. Mrs. Leah's lips curled slightly. Mine. It seems to be quite effective. Expensive diamonds, beautiful angels, and sexy lingerie combined could easily captivate many, so the effect could only be impressive. Duke greatly admired his mother. Unlike him, who relied on shortcuts, his mother had achieved success primarily through her own efforts after her marriage failed. Apart from the limited network from the Rosenberg family, she had worked hard to gain her position. The first annual fashion show of Victoria's Secret was nearing its end, and the high-priced lingerie Claudia Schiffer showcased became a focal point of contention, garnering even more attention than Madonna. The event hadn't even concluded when a wealthy individual from Southern Europe pulled out $3 million to purchase the lingerie. The fashion show concluded perfectly, undeniably a success. After such a successful event, the organizers naturally held a thank you dinner. Chapter 158, The Game. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, The Game. You've always been my idol, Miss Ciccone. Madonna across from him reminded him. So Duke had to change his address. Miss Madonna, you've always been my idol. I really liked your songs back in high school. What about now? Do you not like them anymore? Ignoring the other people in the banquet hall, Madonna, dressed in a low-cut, high-slit evening gown with a corset belt, stepped closer. Duke discreetly frowned. He hadn't expected that after socializing around the banquet hall with his mother, when he tried to act independently, the representative of the material girl would block him, looking extremely interested. You are the global pop idol. At this point, Duke suddenly felt a finger from Madonna drawing circles around his strong chest muscles through his thin shirt. This boldness was notorious throughout America. Duke didn't want to cause any disrespect in public, especially with his mother nearby. He quickly stepped back to create some distance. Please be mindful of the occasion, he whispered sharply. Madonna suddenly laughed, tilting her head slightly as if she were a hunter admiring the most delicious prey, her gaze roaming over Duke as if she could pounce at any moment, especially if no one else was around. Duke's frown deepened. Usually, he was the one looking at beautiful women like that. Now the roles were reversed, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Of course, it also had to do with who it was. If the person in front of him weren't Madonna, he wouldn't feel this way. People in the industry knew very well that Madonna was a standard bisexual. As once described, she lived a life filled with suitors and always seemed particularly dominant, making such women unlikely to attract strong men's affection. Moreover, in the banquet hall, the angels had removed their stage makeup and donned exquisite evening looks, making them much more attractive than Madonna. I just want to play a game with you. Perhaps seeing Ino Martin approaching, Madonna leaned in a little and whispered before turning to leave. Watching her petite figure walk away, Duke's displeasure flashed but quickly faded. When Ino Martin extended his hand, he put on a smile again. They chatted about saving Private Ryan for a bit, and then Ino Martin suggested, "It's a bit chaotic here. Shall we change places?" Presumably, he had something important to discuss. Duke nodded, and the two left the banquet hall, turned down a hallway, and took an elevator to the upper floor, casually requesting a lounge. Sitting on separate single sofas, Ino Martin didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. "Duke, I wonder what you think about CAA and Martin Bob." Duke smiled faintly but didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Ino Martin. "Let me be frank. I have a conflict of interest with Martin Bob at CAA." Ino Martin wasn't a fool. He first addressed his own situation. After Michael Ovitz stepped down, I was one of the most likely candidates to take over CAA. His performance isn't stronger than mine, but I can't compare with his seniority, so I lost the competition. I've heard about it. Duke had heard some details about the fierce internal competition at CAA last year from Nancy. Go on. Though their interactions had been few, he knew that Ino Martin had achieved considerable success in Hollywood and had repeatedly triumphed in fierce competition. The young director in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. It seems you haven't paid attention to the media's publicity, or perhaps you haven't heard. Ino Martin smiled mysteriously. Martin Bob's packaged project for Paramount, directed by Mel Gibson, Braveheart, is set to release on Memorial Day weekend. Viacom's media has been generating buzz for a while. He paused, his smile becoming radiant. I heard from Tom that Saving Private Ryan is also planning to release around that time. Exactly, Duke nodded. His expression remained unchanged, showing no concern. Although he hadn't paid attention to the information Ino Martin mentioned, it wasn't something he cared about. He assumed Warner and Fox hadn't informed him because they didn't think it necessary, given that he was now a top-tier commercial director, while Mel Gibson was merely a newcomer. I'd love to see Martin Bob's project fail, Ino Martin said nonchalantly. Every failure of his reduces capital. Michael Ovitz led CAA for over a decade. I don't want to wait another 10 years for Martin Bob. Duke chuckled, but still said nothing. Martin Bob is your enemy, Duke. Ino Martin locked eyes with him. As long as he controls CAA, he will be a potential threat to you. Raising his hand, Duke interrupted Ino Martin, using a calm tone. What substantial benefits do I gain? Talking about friends and enemies was all vague. If the profits were large enough, he could easily collaborate with Martin Bob after all. Bob had been in Hollywood for years and would likely have the same thought. The expressions of both men grew serious, their voices dropping lower until only they could hear. On this floor, as the elevator just opened, Madonna Ciccone appeared with a man, laughing as they walked out. They turned towards the lounge. Just as they rounded the corner, Madonna, who had been gazing at her companion, suddenly brightened her eyes upon seeing Duke Rosenberg about 10 feet away. The middle-aged man she recognized, Ino Martin, the famous CIA agent, while the younger man was Duke Rosenberg, who had sparked her interest at the banquet hall. Ino Martin walked towards the other side of the hallway, while Duke Rosenberg, facing away, stood at the open door of a lounge, seemingly giving a tip to a server. Madonna let go of her male companion's arm and coldly said, "Hugh Grant, you can leave." "Why?" The man was confused. "Do you think you compare to Duke Rosenberg in any way?" Leaving that cold remark, Madonna walked past him without looking back, heading straight for the tall, muscular figure. Duke was flipping through his wallet, searching for change when suddenly a delicate hand reached out from behind, shoving a large bill into the server's hand. "No change needed. Thank you." The server was quite perceptive and turned to leave immediately. Duke raised his head, about to see who it was when he was pushed forward. With a body that belied her small stature, Madonna had a surprising amount of strength. Caught off guard, he was pushed into the lounge as the door slammed shut behind him, and a petite, fiery figure pressed against him. In that brief moment, Duke recognized who had come. He hadn't expected Madonna Ciccone to relentlessly track him down here. He grasped her arms, slowly pulling her away from his body. How rude to treat a beautiful lady like this. Madonna gazed into his eyes, her gaze revealing unabashed flames. "Don't you think that's too disrespectful?" "That depends on the person." Duke's voice turned cold. Madonna's body twisted, resembling a beautiful serpent trying to escape his grip. Duke tightened his hold. By all accounts, he could have inflicted considerable pain. But Madonna only laughed. "I like your roughness. Do it harder." Her tongue slid across her lips a few times before she suddenly turned and bit down hard on Duke's left wrist. Even through the fabric of his jacket and shirt, he felt a sharp pain. The annoyance he had felt since being entangled with her in the banquet hall flared into anger. Fortunately, he remembered that she was a woman, and his upbringing instinctively reminded him not to go too far. He only used a bit more force to push Madonna away. The pop diva stumbled back several steps. Perhaps due to her high heels, her left foot twisted, and she fell onto the carpet. Yes, just like that. Instead of getting angry, Madonna laughed, her tongue sliding over her teeth as if savoring something. "Your taste is quite nice. I want to taste your blood." Duke felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could respond, Madonna kicked off her high heels and stood up. "Duke, why don't we play a game? Do you really enjoy playing this kind of game?" Duke had already guessed the meaning of her game. Madonna placed her hands on her hips, walking closer as she undid the small belt that matched her evening gown. Holding the belt buckle in her right hand, she ran her left hand slowly along the belt, wearing an intensely obsessed expression. The distance between them was not far. Madonna gradually approached Duke, her smile innocent as a girl's. Her petite figure looked weaker than an angel's in contrast to Duke's tall and stern presence, which resembled a cold marble statue of a devil. However, in Hollywood, perhaps the devil was indeed the devil, but angels would never be angels. As she drew closer, Madonna suddenly raised her right hand, lifting the small belt as if Duke had become her most delicious food. Perhaps others would hesitate to act against Madonna due to her fame. Perhaps some men would find it amusing to play such a game with the Queen of Pop, or perhaps others would enjoy the process. But Duke definitely wasn't among them. Before Madonna's arm could drop, Duke stepped forward, gripping her wrist, his other hand grasping her shoulder and twisting it, forcing her hand behind her back. He applied strength, pushing her down onto the back of a chair. Just like when he was a quarterback in college, Duke was agile, quick, and powerful. In just a dozen seconds, he twisted Madonna's hands to her lower abdomen and tied them tightly with the belt. Then he ripped open her thin evening dress, tore it into 2 strips, and unceremoniously tied her to the back of a high-back chair with her back facing him. "You're going to enjoy this game, Miss Madonna. Come on then." Madonna's voice was trembling, whether out of excitement or fear. Duke untied the belt around his waist, folded it in half, and held it in his hand. His cold eyes stared at Madonna's back. Chapter 159, Revealing the True Form. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Revealing the True Form. Perhaps influenced by the filming of the movie, or perhaps by the dark side that exists in everyone's heart, or maybe due to the accumulated pressure over time, Duke felt a surge of destructive desire rise within him. Despite having strong self-control all along, he no longer wanted to restrain himself. In fact, ever since he started with Shania Twain, Duke had noticed that sometimes excessive thoughts would arise. However, he never acted on them. Even with temporary bed partners or one-night stands, he believed in showing at least a modicum of respect. But with the openly inviting Madonna Ciccone, he had no such concerns. This kind of game was indeed somewhat interesting, but it required him to be the dominant one. The belt in his hand swung high before coming down, and Madonna let out a piercing scream. The sound was particularly irritating, prompting Duke to pick up the torn pieces of her evening gown and stuff them into her mouth. Minutes later, Duke fastened his belt and walked to the door. Glancing back, he saw Madonna with her red-marked backside, her eyes vacant as she lay face down on the thick carpet, drooling slightly from her crooked mouth. Her hands moved aimlessly over the carpet, as if she hadn't yet regained her senses. "Did I go a bit too hard?" he muttered to himself as he pushed the door open and left the lounge, heading towards the elevator. He couldn't help but glance at his right hand, quietly reminding himself, this kind of thing should only happen occasionally. I can't really become a sadist. After their little game, and still having not touched that promiscuous woman, Duke's eyes instinctively wandered towards the angels when he returned to the banquet hall. After all, men are often influenced by their lower instincts. As his gaze roamed the banquet hall, Duke noticed a somewhat familiar face. He ordered a drink from a waiter and approached her. The model who caught his eye was someone he either recognized from the past or had seen in the media. The woman was no taller than 5 feet 4 inches, definitely on the shorter side for models, and her emaciated figure was better described as bony. As Duke neared her, she turned to face him, revealing a pair of slightly deformed O-shaped legs beneath her short dress. Instantly, Duke dismissed his earlier thoughts, but the model seemed to recognize him and stepped forward with a smile. "Hi, you must be Duke Rosenberg," she greeted him. "Yeah," Duke replied politely, nodding. He asked courteously, "I don't know." "Kate, you can call me Kate." She extended her hand, and when Duke shook it gently, she continued, "Kate Moss, from England." Before Duke could say anything, a man in a rather unconventional tuxedo approached, possessively wrapping his arm around Kate Moss's shoulder. "Darling, is this your friend?" "We just met and chatted for a bit," Kate replied playfully, shrugging. "Hello, Director Rosenberg," the man said. Though known for his eccentric personality, he wasn't rude. "I've heard Keanu mention you. He's been regretting not thinking clearly while filming Speed." "Not a problem, Depp." Duke lowered his voice slightly. "If you see Keanu, tell him I'm glad to hear he's off drugs. We could collaborate again if the opportunity arises. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that." Despite his jerk-like demeanor, Depp's loyalty to friends is rare in Hollywood. "When you're back in LA, come by my Viper bar. It's on me." "Will do." After exchanging pleasantries, Duke moved on. Although he didn't know much about it, he had heard that since River Phoenix died of an overdose, the other 2 members of the so-called drug trio, Johnny Depp and Keanu Reeves, had kicked their addictions and transitioned from troubled stars to maturity. Without River Phoenix's death, there might not have been a future for Johnny Depp and Keanu Reeves. Lost in thought, Duke suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind him. "What's wrong?" "Hit a wall. Just ran into an acquaintance and chatted a bit," Duke casually replied, turning to see the tall beauty standing there. "Heidi, it's been a while. You look even more beautiful." Heidi Klum, in a form-fitting white gown, showcased her sexy figure. She was the complete opposite of Kate Moss. While the latter was part of the current trend of skinny, underdeveloped models with protruding ribs, Heidi was the classic curvy model. If it weren't for Victoria's Secret needing such body types, it would be hard for her to make a mark in the modeling industry. "Then why didn't you ever look at me?" she pouted playfully, linking her arm with Duke's. "Or do you find me completely unattractive?" "Not at all. Fresh prey is always more tempting. And while Kate Moss and Claudia Schiffer may be more famous, they didn't fit Duke's aesthetic, and he wasn't particularly interested in their peculiar looks. As they moved to a quieter spot, Heidi leaned in closer, whispering in Duke's ear, "I saw your mother earlier and chatted with her." "What did she say?" Duke asked casually. "She said I have potential, and if I work hard." Heidi's eyes sparkled. "I might become a top model in the next 2 to 3 years. My mother has always had a good eye." Setting down his drink, Duke gently squeezed her chin. "You have a promising future ahead." The recent employment of outside supermodels for Victoria's Secret's main shows wouldn't become a long-term strategy. They would undoubtedly build their own exclusive supermodels, focusing on those with the best conditions. The earliest batch of angels that left an impression on Duke only included Heidi Klum. After dealing with a few more people who came over to greet him, Duke took Heidi Klum by the hand and led her out of the banquet hall. His intentions were clear, and Heidi showed no sign of refusal as they entered the elevator, going directly to the 23rd floor. "I'm staying here," Duke said, leading her to his suite. "But today is the last day." Heading back to Ireland to continue filming? Noticing Duke's curious look, Heidi pressed her body closer. "I've been following your news. Should I say I'm honored?" Duke felt her softness against his right arm. Heidi pressed even closer. "No need to be polite." As they turned down the corridor from the elevator, Duke suddenly spotted a young man under the dim lights, pressing a long-legged blonde woman against the wall, kissing her passionately. Though he couldn't see the man's face clearly, Duke easily recognized Leonardo DiCaprio from working in the film industry for so long. Noticing someone approaching, Leonardo turned his head to look over, and Duke then realized that the woman pressed against the wall was Claudia Schiffer. "Hi, Duke," he greeted. "Leo, you keep going." Duke continued through the long corridor with Heidi Klum, heading towards his room. Although Duke could only describe Claudia Schiffer as unique-looking, her long legs and blonde hair made her the quintessential supermodel. Given Leo's looks and his rising star status in Hollywood, it wasn't surprising for him to hook up with her. "Come in." After opening the suite door, Duke let Heidi Klum walk in first, then shut the door behind him. He turned and pushed the blonde model against the door, feeling her soft body against his strong one. He grabbed her wrists with his left hand, raising them slowly until they were pinned above her beautiful blonde hair. "Darling, you're in a hurry." Heidi Klum seemed used to this slightly rough approach. Her lips escaped his grip, showering kisses like raindrops on his neck, slowly moving down, as if she were a little girl encountering the most delicious chocolate, using her neatly aligned white teeth to bite off one button after another from Duke's shirt. Stepping back slightly, Duke released Heidi Klum's hands, allowing her enough room to bend down, while he leaned down to plant a firm kiss on her forehead, one hand resting on the back of her head. "Shall we go to the sofa?" Heidi Klum looked up from her half-squatting position, her enticing gaze carrying a hint of pleading. Duke simply bent down and picked her up, walking into the bedroom, kicking the door shut with a loud thud. Heidi Klum wasn't as sadistic as Madonna Ciccone, and she was quite thoughtful in pleasing him. Duke, not being a complete jerk, naturally considered her feelings. Such activities are most satisfying when both parties can enjoy themselves. As with the last time, the next day Duke and Heidi Klum had no lingering feelings as they waved goodbye and returned to the film set in Ireland to continue wrapping up the filming of Saving Private Ryan. The annual Victoria's Secret runway show garnered significant media attention in both Europe and America, with Tom Hanks and his collaboration with Duke in the spotlight. The mutual publicity effectively achieved its purpose, and the more significant promotional front in North America was also opened. A week later on Super Bowl day, Saving Private Ryan was revealed for the first time. Chapter 160, The Smartest Place. Chapter 160, The Smartest Place. 30 seconds can change a lot. For a film, 30 seconds is too brief. The advertisement for Saving Private Ryan during the Super Bowl halftime showcased the most authentic depiction of war in the battlefield. The Super Bowl, an annual celebration in North America, attracts even those uninterested in American football to sit in front of their televisions specifically to watch the grand halftime advertisements and performances. It's become a habit, much like how people across the Pacific watch certain shows on specific nights. In a luxury apartment in the Upper East Side of New York, Erin Lauder was sitting with her sister, estimating the time to switch to ABC right after the Super Bowl halftime show. They were uninterested in the game itself. They were only switching channels for the halftime ads because not only was there a new advertisement from the Lauder Group, but also an ad for a new film by Erin's favorite director. "Erin, you seem a bit too obsessed with that director's work," her sister remarked. Hearing her sister's comment, Erin Landy shushed her. "Sean, it's about to start." At the forefront of all the film advertisements was the one for Saving Private Ryan. Erin widened her eyes and stared intently at the TV, and Sean, seemingly influenced by her sister, also focused seriously on the screen. Landing crafts raced toward the shore, with officers instructing soldiers on what to do. Soldiers kissed their crosses, and then the doors opened, with bullets raining down. The beach turned into hell on earth, painted in blood red. Sean instinctively covered her mouth, while Erin bit her lip tightly. Soldiers searched for doctors with severed hands, clutched their guts spilling out, removed their helmets in disbelief at being saved by them just moments ago, and were shot again, one by one. They fell into pools of blood. All the imagery conveyed to the audience that this was the most realistic depiction of World War II. The camera shook silently, capturing the war from the first-person perspective of the officer played by Tom Hanks, making the horrific scenes feel as if they were happening right in front of them. The reactions of the Lauder sisters were drastically different. Erin felt a profound emotional impact and shock, while Sean just wanted to vomit. In just 30 seconds, the advertisement displayed the beach landing battle. Though there were still grand scenes and continuous explosions, even someone like Erin, an outsider, could tell that Duke Rosenberg's style had seemingly changed. There were no bright, oil-painting-like colors, no rapidly switching short shots, no poetic wide-angle scenes, and certainly no characters who couldn't die no matter how many explosions they faced. Erin suddenly recalled her friend Anna's words. If Duke had a huge success with Independence Day, he would need to transform appropriately. Since even Anna could see this, it was evident that Duke, as a professional director, understood this well. He clearly was a very calm and rational director. If a typical young director achieved such success as Duke had, they would likely become overconfident. They might think their style could conquer film fans worldwide. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Erin shook her head. Such a hypothesis was utterly impossible. Only Duke Rosenberg could achieve such incredible commercial success at such a young age. "Erin, you're not seriously considering watching this movie, are you?" Her sister's voice broke the silence. "Why not?" Erin replied naturally. "This is a movie by Duke Rosenberg, a work by a director you can't refuse." "Didn't expect you to have a day of idol worship," Sean teased. "I just really like his movies," Erin smiled. "Didn't you think Independence Day and The Rock were good? But this one." Sean suppressed her earlier nausea. "The colors are dull, the visuals are cold, and it's too bloody. There's none of the beauty of the previous two films." "This is a war film," Erin instinctively defended. "Where's the beauty in war? Aren't you in the brand image department now? I remember you guys have been looking for a suitable director for next year's advertisement film." Still in school, Sean Landy was coming up with a bad idea. Why not invite Duke Rosenberg? His previous films were like extended advertisements. If we invite him to shoot our ads, the publicity alone would be worth the ticket price. Sounds like a good suggestion. Erin thought for a moment. "I'll mention it to my cousin." She then asked, "I was lost in thought earlier. I didn't catch the release date for Saving Private Ryan." May 26th, North America's release, the weekend before Memorial Day. This was the first official announcement of the release date for Saving Private Ryan, and the selection of this date sparked a strong reaction not only among fans, but also within Hollywood. At Universal Pictures, the distribution department held an emergency meeting immediately after the Super Bowl ended. Even CEO Ron Meyer attended the meeting personally. "I believe it's necessary to adjust the release date for Casper." As the head of distribution, Justin Fellini had an unwavering look of concern on his face. "Although our preliminary promotions have been ongoing, we've never officially announced a release date. Now, with Memorial Day already packed with Mel Gibson's Braveheart and Duke Rosenberg's Saving Private Ryan, it's too crowded." He specifically emphasized, Mel Gibson is manageable, as he hasn't proven himself as a director, but Duke Rosenberg is the king of summer blockbusters in recent years. A reminder, Deputy Supervisor Beleston suddenly interjected. Casper is rated PG, while Saving Private Ryan, based on the released trailer, will undoubtedly be rated R. The audiences are completely different. We don't. Sony Columbia thought the same last year. Justin Fellini interrupted him sternly, his voice very serious. Interview with the Vampire vs. The Rock, The Shawshank Redemption vs. Independence Day, aren't these bloody lessons enough? We haven't yet promoted a release date. Everything can still be adjusted. If we were in the same situation as Paramount Pictures with Braveheart, having spent significant resources and nearly 6 months promoting the film for the May 26th release, I wouldn't suggest delaying Casper. Opponents fell silent, while others chose to remain quiet. In the past 3 summer seasons, especially last year, Duke Rosenberg and his films had proven the incredible power of this hot summer season. If it weren't for Braveheart, which was unable to change course, no one would want to confront him and his new work voluntarily. All eyes turned to Ron Meyer, as the ultimate decision rested with him. Sitting in his chair, Ron Meyer remained silent. As one of the 5 founders of CAA, he understood Martin Bob's capabilities very well. Duke Rosenberg's rapid rise despite Bob's suppression demonstrated something very important. Duke was more than just a successful director. From his past successes, it was clear that he was a director who understood how to leverage resources and share profits. When he was still relatively unknown during Speed, he relied on Lucasfilm and 20th Century Fox to take his first successful step. With The Rock, he used Warner to counter Fox and CAA, thus initially establishing his status in Hollywood. Then, with Independence Day, he set aside past grievances, brought Fox back into collaboration, and created unprecedented commercial success for science fiction films by utilizing the enormous platforms of News Corp and Time Warner. These events showcased his intelligence and wisdom. In the past, Hollywood had young directors who achieved remarkable success. But why did those directors fade into obscurity? It was because they didn't share profits like George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, or James Cameron. Instead, they were eager to establish their own paths and challenge Hollywood's existing order as soon as they had some capital. These foolish failures ended up forgotten in the annals of history. In contrast, Duke Rosenberg, although he established Duke Studios, was clearly using it as a shell company for tax evasion. He continuously accepted investments from large companies, creating profits for them, while simultaneously utilizing their power to safeguard his growth. If he broke away from the big companies and produced films independently, he wouldn't just risk being ostracized by Hollywood's traditional powers. Even Martin Bob's influence through CAA could force him into a corner. This should be Duke Rosenberg's smartest aspect. Ron Meyer sighed softly. Duke seemed completely devoid of the naivety of a young man at all. He was very aware of the cruelty of Hollywood competition. After hearing Justin Fellini's reminder, Ron Meyer immediately returned to the issue being discussed. This issue was not something he had to think about at all. Justin, Casper will be postponed, and we'll find a suitable release date in June. For Memorial Day, we'll just watch Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan compete. Casper was adapted from an animated series, so it did not require too many resources for promotion. There was no strategy of making a fuss about the release date, which made it easy for Universal Pictures to adjust. However, it was not easy to turn around Braveheart. Not only did Paramount mobilize a large amount of resources and invest millions of funds, it also announced the release date early in the early promotion and Super Bowl ads. It is said that overseas marketing is also making plans according to this North American release date. Adjustment means that all the preliminary work will have to be overturned and started over again. At the same time, in the meeting room of CAA in Century City, many people looked serious and nervous. Chapter 161, The Other Side of Competition. Chapter 161. Chapter 161, The Other Side of Competition. Why should we fear competition? Which successful summer blockbuster wasn't born out of fierce competition? Standing by the conference table, Mel Gibson leaned forward, hands on the table, as if to emphasize his point. Are we really going to change our release date just because Saving Private Ryan chose the same date? That would make us the biggest joke in Hollywood. No one has suggested changing it. Paramount Pictures CEO Sherry Lansing gently rubbed her forehead. But we must be cautious. Duke Rosenberg has every reason for us to be concerned about any competition. Paramount's entire marketing and distribution plan, both in North America and overseas, was built around the Memorial Day release. Changing the release date would be the most foolish choice. Actually, there's no need to worry so much. In contrast, Martin Bob's expression was much more relaxed. I have reliable information that Duke Rosenberg's film is not the pure action war film we thought it would be. He seems to want to gradually transition to something different, and we can see that from the existing trailers. The film lacks the exaggerated popcorn-style narratives of the past. He laughed. Think about it. Why have Duke Rosenberg's films been so popular during the summer? Before anyone could respond, Martin Bob answered his own question. Stunning action shots, rapid and fierce editing, explosive special effects. Exactly. That's the foundation of Duke Rosenberg's filmmaking style. Mel Gibson took the conversation forward. It's also the biggest selling point of his films. What if he wants to change that style? Martin Bob's smile grew wider. The word is that he wants to incorporate humanitarian concerns and a lot of anti-war themes into the film. Imagine a purely commercial director known for visual effects suddenly wanting to make a film with thought and depth. How terrifying would that be? Many, including Mel Gibson, laughed. How difficult is it for a commercial director to transition? Martin Bob continued. Even considering this year, Duke Rosenberg has only been in Hollywood for 4 years. I admit he's achieved commercial success most directors can only dream of, but to think he can successfully transition with just one film? Isn't that the most ridiculous joke? That's right, some commercial directors can succeed in transitioning. Sherry Lansing clearly agreed with Martin Bob. But even geniuses like Spielberg took nearly a decade and several films to gain recognition beyond commercial success. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably, and after some discussion, the topic returned to Saving Private Ryan. As the two films would be going head-to-head during the summer release, and competition wouldn't remain merely theoretical. We'll determine the film style as soon as possible, Martin Bob said, so we can formulate a targeted suppression strategy. The media under Viacom will coordinate with the film's marketing and promotion, Sherry Lansing added. If necessary, we will take extraordinary measures. After a moment of silence, Mel Gibson suddenly raised his head. Is there a possibility we could target Duke Rosenberg himself? He has caused us a lot of unnecessary losses. Every day the filming schedule was delayed meant a corresponding increase in expenses. Due to the explosion scenes, Mel Gibson's shoot took nearly 10 extra days to complete. The costs for horse rentals, stunt actors, and particularly the injury compensation for Sean Connery were significant figures, directly leading to a nearly $5 million increase in the production cost of Braveheart. That's difficult, Martin Bob sighed. Other than being a bit lecherous and tangled up with some beautiful actresses, there isn't much to attack Duke Rosenberg on. If he were a homosexual or had drug issues, they wouldn't have let it go. But tangled up with beautiful actresses? Almost every director in Hollywood did that, and tabloids had not hesitated to circulate Duke Rosenberg's romantic rumors, which were merely gossip. He had no wife and no girlfriend, making it impossible to use that as a weapon against him. Beautiful actresses? Mel Gibson lightly tapped the table, murmuring to himself. I think Sean mentioned he once pursued Sophie Marceau. Martin, we just need to find the right point of attack. The competition between Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan directly affected Paramount's profits. Sherry Lansing showed no hesitation. Paramount will strike back with full force. After the meeting, the specifics would naturally be handled by the professional staff. Mel Gibson, Martin Bob, and Sherry Lansing left the conference room and headed toward the elevator. Hi, Mr. Gibson. Hearing someone greet him ahead, Mel Gibson, who had been lost in thought, nodded. It was Lovett, who nearly became one of his co-managers. He had once been the most promising young agent at CAA, but had made a stupid mistake concerning Duke Rosenberg, just like the entire CAA, and then unfortunately took the blame. After Martin Bob took over, he lost his partnership status and was demoted back to the mailroom. Originally, Mel Gibson had no intention of acknowledging Lovett, but suddenly remembering he had once been Duke Rosenberg's agent, he called out to him. As they waited for the elevator, Lovett wore a pensive expression, seemingly trying hard to recall events from a few years ago. Duke didn't have anything particularly special before, His biggest strengths were focus and hard work. Although at the time it seemed he didn't have much talent, if there was a flaw, it was that he dumped his girlfriends too quickly. You knew his girlfriends from school? Mel Gibson asked. I can remember a few, Lovett said cautiously. Or maybe it's more accurate to say they were temporary companions. Mel Gibson nodded, and Lovett seemed to recall something. There's one thing, I don't know if you've heard. What is it? It's something that came from Madonna. Lovett lowered his voice. One of my friends has a good relationship with Madonna's personal assistant. She told me that during Madonna's fashion show for Victoria's Secret in London, she played a BDSM game with someone. Is that all? Mel Gibson showed an impatient expression. Does this kind of thing happening to Madonna really surprise anyone? This time is different, Lovett said mysteriously. It said that Madonna was the submissive in this case, and was beaten so hard she couldn't get out of bed for 2 whole days. Mel Gibson displayed an interested look. Who could make that crazy woman suffer like that? It was Duke Rosenberg. Lovett provided the final answer. That assistant said Duke used a belt and whipped Madonna for a full 5 minutes. He has that kind of hobby. At this point, a thoughtful light appeared in Mel Gibson's eyes, but then he shook his head. So much time had passed, and Madonna hadn't made any moves, indicating she likely didn't intend to pursue the matter. Moreover, no one knew if she enjoyed it. If they went after Madonna, who knows what might happen? Madonna wasn't someone easily controlled, and CAA had no advantage over her. The elevator doors opened, and as Mel Gibson stepped inside, he continued pondering the things Lovett had mentioned, considering whether any of these aspects could be leveraged. Beautiful, sexy actresses, any normal man would like them, and some might even have the urge to destroy beautiful things. Duke Rosenberg's films never hit his style of destruction, so could that style have extended into his actual life? Hi, Mel. When the elevator doors opened, Mel Gibson saw a beautiful French woman waiting outside. She greeted him warmly. Sophie, what brings you here? I came to negotiate some contract terms with CAA. She pointed to the elevator door. I'm going up. Remembering that Sophie Marceau was preparing to enter Hollywood and was negotiating specific contract terms with CAA, Mel Gibson took out his phone and dialed Martin Bob's number. Martin, I have some ideas. Regarding Sophie Marceau, can we temporarily hold off on negotiations with her? Good. Then let's wait until we've talked before proceeding. After hanging up, Mel Gibson hurriedly left Century City to visit Sean Connery in the hospital and confirm whether Duke Rosenberg had really pursued Sophie Marceau. As for Sophie Marceau, Duke had long forgotten about her. Far away in Ireland, he was finishing the last scenes of his film. More than 2 months had passed since filming began, and with the most challenging opening and closing battle scenes completed, the crew had found their best state and rhythm. Duke's biggest concern was controlling the emotional scenes. Initially, he encountered some difficulties with a few scenes purely focusing on personal emotions. However, he wasn't a rookie like during Speed. After a week of adjustment, he gradually found his rhythm, and since the actors' performances weren't as poor as those in action films, the lost progress was slowly being caught up. He couldn't say he was better than Spielberg, but at least he had nothing to do with the word bad. I have a feeling, Duke, Tom Hanks said while sitting on the set ruins, drinking coffee next to Duke. Once Saving Private Ryan is released, Hollywood and audiences across America will change their fixed perception of you. Yeah, from a successful commercial director, Sophia, standing behind Duke, filled both of their cups with coffee, teased, to a failed commercial director. Duke ignored her, turning to Hanks and said, to avoid being laughed at in the future, Tom, give it your all. Chapter 162. Chapter 162. Normandy Cemetery. Heavy rain poured down from the sky. 8 American soldiers, holding their weapons, cautiously sheltered behind a dilapidated house. The captain among them moved to the garden gate, peering through the crack to observe the enemy situation outside. Behind them, 3 photographers clad in special raincoats held handheld cameras, carefully capturing the genuine reactions of each soldier. In the rain-soaked perimeter, Duke stood on a pre-constructed observation platform, overlooking the entire battlefield while wearing a raincoat. The artificial raindrops continuously struck his face, yet he felt no cold. Instead, there was a warmth lingering on him. Although it was late February in Ireland, having passed through the coldest season, the temperature remained low. The crew couldn't use cold water for filming, so they manufactured warm artificial rain. Rain often brought many troubles, including rehearsals. This scene had already been shot 7 times over the past 3 days. Fortunately, according to Duke's observations, the actors were getting better. So far today, there had been no issues. This might be related to the approaching end of filming. Once this scene concluded, the crew could leave the dampness of Ireland for France and enjoy the warm sunshine. Another squad charged out from behind the door, with the captain, played by Tom Hanks, shouting, "Thunder!" A voice responded from the opposite side, "Lightning." From Duke's perspective, Tom Hanks was assigning tasks, his demeanor calm and steady like a seasoned officer. He and his men coordinated to cover one team while the other advanced, quickly meeting up with a small American unit. Meanwhile, German voices echoed from the other side. John Schwartzman followed closely behind with his camera, ensuring his lens stayed focused on Tom Hanks, as instructed by Duke. As Tom Hanks shifted positions, Schwartzman stepped back into a reserved shooting spot, while his assistant, Ben Watts, took over as the main cameraman, capturing the scene of the character played by DeMurpho complaining and picking through some rotten fruit for edible pieces. Gunfire, shouts, and cries of agony suddenly erupted. Even wrapped in a raincoat, Schwartzman was already drenched, and while sheltering from the warm water, he felt an icy chill. Cut. Finally, the familiar command to halt came from the high ground. "That'll be it for now." The tense American soldiers dispersed, heading towards the prepared washrooms. In this weather, neglecting oneself could easily lead to colds or fevers. Returning to the tent where Duke monitored the shots, he took the towel Sophia handed him, casually drying his face before sitting down to review the footage just filmed. The shots, captured from various angles, seemed scattered, but they resonated with Duke's mental image of the scene, leaving him generally satisfied. This was the best set of shots they had filmed over the past 3 days. "Notify the crew," Duke turned to an assistant director. "Let's move to location 14 as soon as possible." Location 14 had already been set up. The crew quickly transitioned there, allowing the actors, who had just endured the rain, some time to rest. Once the actors changed costumes and entered the filming area, Duke gathered both the American and German actors for final instructions. "This is an encounter battle." Duke stood by a wall that would easily fall over. "You're facing the enemy unexpectedly, and I want you to show your hysterical side. Shout loudly." Everyone nodded in agreement. Duke specifically called out John Spencer, who was playing Upham. "John, not you," he reminded. "Remember, even in this situation, you still refuse to pick up a weapon. I'll give you a close-up. Remember to speak in German." "I understand." The actor looked weak and young, but he was actually in his 30s, having struggled in Hollywood for many years. One of those typical actors with decent skills, but poor luck. Of course, such actors were abundant in Hollywood. 10 minutes later, with preparations complete, Duke signaled the assistant director to call for action. A squad of American soldiers moved through the ruins of the street. The officer leading them, believing the area was secure, sat down on the debris to empty the sand from his shoes. Unbeknownst to him, he accidentally knocked a wooden beam askew, causing it to crash against the wall behind him. The battle-worn wall could no longer support itself and collapsed, drawing the attention of several nearby. At the same time, those inside turned to look outside, and the American and German forces encountered each other at a very close distance, both sides simultaneously raising their weapons and screaming at each other to drop them. Ben Watts immediately positioned himself at a 60-degree angle, capturing a shot of Upham gripping his weapon and shouting in German. Gunfire erupted suddenly, and German soldiers in the ruins fell one by one, blood raining down like the water. Once the American soldiers finished checking the ruins, Duke called for a halt. He could clearly hear the collective sighs of relief from the crew. Even though they still had to move to France for a few more scenes, they could finally leave the cold dampness of Ireland. Moreover, there were only a few shots to film in France, and once they concluded, they could return to California and enjoy the bright sunshine and warm air once again. Sophia. While the crew packed up the set, Duke called Sofia Coppola over and asked, "Have Hudson Young and the other extras arrived?" Hudson Young was the actor hired to portray the older James Ryan. They arrived in Cannes, France, the day before yesterday. Sophia flipped through the work log. "We have a dedicated person there to receive them." What about the cemetery? Duke asked again. It's all been arranged. After a few exchanges, Tom Hanks came over, changed and ready. Time to say goodbye, Duke. Before Duke could react, he embraced him, smiling as he said, "It's been a pleasure working together, and I hope we can collaborate again." "Yeah, I hope so too." Duke meant it. Working with talented actors often made a director's job much easier, especially with someone like Tom Hanks. They shook hands, and Duke gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Tom, go for it. Get that Oscar for Best Actor. Thanks for the encouragement." After Tom Hanks left, several more actors came by to say goodbye. They understood that maintaining a good relationship with a director like Duke could only benefit them. "Are you interested in joining the party I'm hosting when we get back to Los Angeles?" Finally, Leonardo DiCaprio approached, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then lowered his voice to say to Duke, "Blonde, long legs, models, Leo." Duke chuckled, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Looks like we can find some common ground in that regard." Amid Sophia's rolling eyes, both of them laughed, sharing some similar tastes. That afternoon, most actors departed from the set, with many taking flights back to their respective cities. The next day, Duke left behind an executive producer and a few assistants to handle the crew's aftermath, while he led the main group straight to Caen, Normandy, France. The crew's destination was the Normandy American Cemetery, located on the heights above Omaha Beach, covering approximately 70 hectares and overlooking the Atlantic Ocean. The other side of the ocean is the homeland of the fallen soldiers, America. This area is a meticulously maintained green lawn, surrounded by towering pines, shrubs, and roses. The white marble crosses are arranged in intersecting patterns across the lawn, solemn and majestic, stretching endlessly, a resting place for nearly 10,000 souls. The cemetery's overall architectural design is divided into two rows, distinguished by letters, and there are two female statues on the west side, each holding a sword with a bald eagle and a Gallic rooster symbolizing the United States and France, respectively. In 1956, this cemetery was officially opened to the public, and in 1979, the French government permanently gifted it to the United States, making the Normandy American Cemetery a unique nation within a nation. Each cross in the cemetery bears the names, ranks, unit numbers, hometowns, and dates of the fallen soldiers. According to the information Duke collected, the character based on the soldiers saved by the 101st Airborne Division is buried here. However, the cemetery management has not marked their grave's location, as all the fallen soldiers receive equal treatment. Due to prior coordination with the management, when Duke brought the crew here, a section of the cemetery was temporarily closed for filming, which was sufficient for Duke, even with just half a day. The filming here posed little difficulty. After a few trial shots for adjustment, most scenes were completed in a few takes, bringing the filming quickly to the final segment. The elderly James Ryan stood before Captain John Miller's grave, looking at his wife. "Tell me my life wasn't in vain." "What?" his wife asked, puzzled. "Tell me I'm a good man." His wife, realizing something, glanced at the white cross and said earnestly, "You are James." She turned to walk away, and James Ryan stood tall, straightened up, and saluted the white cross with a proper American military salute. The camera circled around 180 degrees, and Duke removed the ear monitor he was using to listen to the live recording and called out, "Cut. That's a wrap." Everyone exhaled in relief, but there were no shouts of excitement or applause. They silently honored the basic etiquette of being in a cemetery. Without lingering, the crew quickly packed up their equipment and exited the American cemetery. That night, Duke and others flew to Los Angeles that night. After sealing 2 copies of the film in different bank vaults, they temporarily went on vacation. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Assistant and Public Relations. After parking the car, the brown-haired woman in the driver's seat first looked through the window at the 3-story building beside the road, then lowered her head to look at the card with the address written on it, confirming she hadn't gotten the wrong place. She opened the door and got out, walking towards the small building. This was a mixed-use building housing various companies or studios. From the hanging nameplates, she could tell that the businesses here were mostly related to the film and television industry, which was common in Burbank and the greater Los Angeles area. Many such companies were established daily, while others went bankrupt. Hollywood was not just a place for actors. It also attracted dreamers from other professions. Countless talents in screenwriting, cinematography, costume design, and makeup flocked here from all over, pursuing their dreams of success and the desires that fame brought. This place gathered the world's top talents in filmmaking. The brown-haired woman was acutely aware of this. She had come to Los Angeles from Chicago, seeking her own film dream. However, with several years of relevant experience, she understood that in the harsh reality of Hollywood, achieving dreams often meant starting from the very bottom. Climbing the stairs to the second floor, she arrived at the door of an office, glanced at the room number, and gently knocked on the door. The door was opened from the inside by a middle-aged Latina woman. The brown-haired woman's eyes glanced past her into the office, which appeared to contain a larger suite, decorated and furnished very simply, indistinguishable from those small film studios on the verge of closing down. "Who are you looking for?" the middle-aged woman asked. "I'm here for an interview, scheduled with Miss Coppola," she replied seriously. After hearing this, the middle-aged woman let her in and knocked on the door of the suite. A moment later, she walked out and said, "What's your name?" "Elizabeth Tina Fey," she answered earnestly. "Please go in." The middle-aged woman indicated toward the door. "Miss Coppola and Mr. Rosenberg are waiting for you inside." Nodding, she took a deep breath twice, holding the folder containing her resume, and walked over to gently knock on the door. After hearing a monotonous nasal voice from inside say, "Come in," she opened the door and stepped inside. The suite inside was as simple as the outside. Apart from a few filing cabinets, 2 desks, and a small sofa for visitors, the only decoration was 3 framed pictures hanging on the wall, which depicted a bus leaping out of flames, a small island engulfed in an explosion, and a spaceship hovering above the White House. Without needing to look a second time, Tina Fey already knew that these were the studio owner's released masterpieces. The first 2 had been hailed as classics by countless action fans, and the latter had created a worldwide impact, recently surpassing the $900 million mark at the global box office. And the person behind such remarkable achievements was sitting behind the desk, a young director of a similar age, who was the biggest reason she had come to apply at this studio. Everyone wanted to follow in the footsteps of successful figures to expedite their own progress. Sitting on the small sofa, she exchanged a few quiet words with Sofia Coppola, who had conducted her initial interview. Tina Fey's eyes unconsciously drifted to the other side, where Duke Rosenberg seemed to be engrossed in something, appearing unhurried. She patiently waited. Every opportunity in Hollywood was precious. Although this was merely an assistant position, it was the assistant to Duke Rosenberg, one of Hollywood's top commercial directors. She knew that over the past few days, there had been hundreds of applicants. Just like Kathleen Kennedy with Steven Spielberg, the assistant position next to a major director often served as a shortcut to success. Tina Fey was eager to secure this position and had even given up an opportunity to interview for a writer role at Saturday Night Live, as that was just an ordinary position among a large writing team, while this was the only assistant position beside a top director. Moreover, the person who previously held this position was Sofia Coppola. Before the interview, Tina Fey had thoroughly researched. After serving as Duke Rosenberg's personal assistant for 3 years, Sofia had become the co-director and executive producer of his new film, Saving Private Ryan. Surely, if the timing was right, she could launch her own work. Tina Fey didn't have such grand ambitions. She merely aspired to become an excellent screenwriter and producer in the future, which was enough. But all of this needed to start from the basics, progressing step by step. To speed things up, the best way was to leverage the strength of others. Closing the financial report, Duke lifted his head and looked at the woman on the sofa. She had medium short hair and a rugged Western woman's face, appearing to be around his age. This was the 6th and final assistant candidate he had interviewed since returning from France. Duke didn't say anything but nodded to Sofia. These were all candidates she had selected from the first round of interviews. After Sofia briefly summarized, Tina Fey began her self-introduction. "I'm from Pennsylvania, graduated from the University of Virginia with a degree in drama. Before coming to Los Angeles, I worked at the Second City Theater, involved in various roles including screenwriter, actor, stage manager, and production assistant." An hour later, the interview concluded. Tina Fey walked out of the Duke studio smiling. Although she hadn't received a definitive answer, she could tell that both Sofia Coppola and Duke Rosenberg were satisfied with her. It wouldn't be long before she received the job offer. This was a position that could officially launch her Hollywood dream. Tina Fey had never doubted this. Being beside a top director, what she could see and experience was beyond what an ordinary film company employee could imagine. Is it her? Inside the Duke studio, Sofia Coppola asked Duke, Elizabeth Tina Fey, do you have better candidates to recommend? Duke looked at her and asked. Those willing to take assistant positions were generally newcomers in the industry, and there weren't many experienced individuals like Tina Fey. Having gone through these 2 rounds, I don't think so. Sofia shook her head. I have a very good impression of her. She seems to be the most suitable one among all the candidates I interviewed. Make sure to notify her. Duke stood up and put on his coat. And don't forget to sign a confidentiality agreement. You guide her first, and if it works out, keep her. Understood, Sofia replied, tidying up her bag and walking out with Duke. It's scheduled for 6 p.m. tonight. You'll meet and discuss it in person. If both parties are satisfied, you'll sign the PR contract. If not, she rolled her eyes, feigning helplessness, and said, Anyway, I think she's the most suitable one. My dad and mom, as well as Nicholas, all use this PR team. In Hollywood, almost every day news related to films, directors, or actors would break, especially before and after a film's release. There were frequently interviews, red carpets, and the latest behind-the-scenes clips of certain movies. Even during key moments, news about a lead actor's romantic situation would emerge to attract attention. All this media exposure was actually orchestrated by a behind-the-scenes team, which included the often overlooked yet essential public relations (PR) team. The 6 major production companies in Hollywood have their own PR departments dedicated to managing the public relations of their produced or distributed films. Among them, the 2 most important positions are unit publicist and unit photographer, commonly referred to as PT and PR. The former's main job is to document the filming process during production, collecting any material that could be used for promotion, and preparing personal introductions for the main cast and other PR documents. Many of Duke's past promotional plans for films originated from them. The latter doesn't have fixed working hours. Typically, their investment in a film lasts about 7 to 16 weeks. They are primarily responsible for static photography, aimed at providing high-quality photos for film promotion. In other words, the so-called street photos or on-set images of the director and main cast published in the media during filming usually come from these individuals. Aside from the production company's PR departments, Hollywood also has many large and small PR firms and independent PR professionals. They assist actors, directors, films, programs, and brands in executing public relations strategic plans on an outsourced basis. In fact, the work of these individuals can be summarized very simply: dealing with the media, managing the employer's image, designing speeches, and arranging interviews, among other tasks. During dinner time, the person Duke met was an independent PR professional. Although labeled as independent, she actually had a team working to assist her. She was a white woman around 50 years old. After talking for a while, both were satisfied with each other. The other party was pleased because Duke was clearly a very high-quality client resource. Providing him service meant a significant commission every year. Duke was satisfied for 2 reasons. One was Sofia Coppola's recommendation, and the other was that he knew who Pawnee Callis was, including her past. In the past, Pawnee Callis had not only served the Coppola family, but had also been the public relations for Clint Eastwood, Jane Fonda, Al Pacino, and others. It was during her tenure that these individuals gradually ascended to Hollywood stardom, showcasing her capabilities. Due to the relatively recent time period, Duke still has a vague memory of one of Pawnee's most classic public relations campaigns. Her client was Robert Pattinson, and the opponent was Kristen Stewart along with her team working behind the scenes. Chapter 164. Chapter 164, Sophie's Choice. The content of this battle revolved around the infamous cheating scandal that once caused a media frenzy, leaving Kristen Stewart humiliated. In reality, people within the industry were well aware that the personal lives of male and female celebrities were often chaotic. Unfortunately for Kristen, she was caught as an example, becoming a public embarrassment. The media's intense coverage was no coincidence. It was the result of a series of behind-the-scenes maneuvers. From any perspective, Robert Pattinson came out on top during the affair scandal with his girlfriend, while Kristen Stewart wasn't as lucky. Not only was she overwhelmed by public criticism, but her public relations team was a complete failure, handling the situation poorly, which led to a flood of negative press. The harshest part was that Panettiere's side continually leaked information suggesting that Kristen Stewart cried daily, sending texts to Robert Pattinson asking for forgiveness, even if just to remain friends. This indirectly reiterated to the public that the infidelity had indeed occurred and that Robert Pattinson was the real victim. It was, without exaggeration, a highly sophisticated PR strategy, appearing sympathetic towards Kristen Stewart but actually stabbing her in the back. Yes, the entertainment world is like that. Former lovers can turn against each other, and even seemingly simple matters are often filled with intrigue and manipulation. Anyone who imagines Hollywood as a place of mutual love and support is thinking of a joke. This was one of the reasons Duke didn't hesitate to spend heavily on public relations. He wasn't an omniscient genius. His main focus had to remain on filmmaking, and other professional matters naturally needed to be handed over to experts. Even though the parties had reached some verbal agreement, Duke wouldn't sign the contract right away. Some signed. Investigations and understanding were still necessary. Like investing in films, such decisions couldn't be made on impulse. After returning from France, Duke gave himself 5 days of rest, mainly to take care of some personal matters. Having preliminarily decided on an assistant and public relations person, Duke went to Malibu the next day. After meeting up with Nancy Josephson, they went to the estate in the beachside mansion area. Nancy had been overseeing the renovation work, which was completed last month. Walking into the villa, stepping on the brand-new floor, Duke stood by the refreshed glass windows, gazing into the distance. The Pacific Ocean was a deep blue, quiet like a sleeping baby, occasionally stirring with small waves. "When do you plan to move in?" Nancy Josephson came over as well. "I still need to buy furniture." Looking back at the empty living room, Duke frowned. "And appliances. Oh God, it seems like there's still a lot of work to do." "That's because the house lacks a hostess." Nancy clearly said this on purpose. "Otherwise, you wouldn't need to worry about any of this." "A hostess?" Duke shook his head. He had no such thoughts at the moment. That would just be inviting trouble. Even if he found a temporary hostess, it wouldn't take long before everything he bought would become useless junk after she left. Although money was no longer much of an issue for him, his mother's influence taught him to be extravagant but never wasteful. Did the renovation company have any good recommendations? Stepping out of the living room, Duke climbed the stairs to the second floor, speaking to Nancy, who was following. "If they have suitable suggestions, let them handle it all as a package." Nancy nodded and jotted it down. "I'll have them send over some design renderings soon." After a walk around the entire estate, Duke raised quite a few suggestions for detailed adjustments, but overall, he was satisfied. Like his home in Santa Monica, the estate was hidden behind tall evergreens, luxurious yet understated. "Take care of the furniture as soon as possible." As they walked towards the outdoor parking lot, Duke said to Nancy, "Help me find a good party planning company. If I'm moving in, I'll need to throw a party. Leave it to me." Nancy had no objections. At this point, Duke was her biggest client, and Nancy had never felt so fortunate, grateful for gritting her teeth and signing the demanding and annoying young director in the first place. Oh, and just before getting into the car, Duke suddenly remembered something but then waved it off. "Never mind, I'll ask my mother for help." With such a large estate, temporary housekeeping staff wouldn't suffice. A proper management team was necessary, and for someone like him working in Hollywood, the staff had to be reliable. It was better to get his mother's recommendations. Driving out of the estate, Duke headed straight for the PricewaterhouseCoopers office in Los Angeles to meet his accountant, David. There were many financial matters waiting for his signature. After the new year, a large portion of Duke's earnings from Independence Day had started coming in. Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox, clearly eager to continue long-term cooperation with him, had paid part of the profit share early, even before the contract deadline. As the North American distributor of Independence Day, 20th Century Fox completed payment of Duke's director's profit share last month after the film was pulled from North American theaters. With a domestic box office gross of $362.55 million, Duke was entitled to 20% based on the tiered profit-sharing agreement. Excluding the $30 million already paid by Fox, the remaining $42.51 million was also settled. As for the overseas market, where the film had surpassed $500 million, the contract's 20% profit-sharing clause was automatically triggered. However, some overseas shares had not yet arrived, and others were temporarily withheld. Warner Brothers had only paid a share based on a $200 million box office total, giving Duke $40 million last month. Even by Hollywood's top director and actor standards, this was an astronomical sum. Of course, it was still nowhere near what Spielberg earned from Jurassic Park. Future payments would come from overseas earnings, but Duke would need to be patient. It would be a pleasant surprise if everything was settled by this time next year. The global box office for Independence Day had already passed the $900 million mark, reaching $901.13 million. Though the film had been pulled from most major markets, some remote overseas territories were just starting screenings. Whether it would surpass Jurassic Park to claim the top spot in box office history remained uncertain. After discussing with David, Duke contacted his stockbroker by phone. He planned to invest part of his earnings into the stock market, primarily in Apple and Microsoft. The latter's stock was hot, and it would be a matter of how much he could acquire, while the former's stock continued to plummet without any sign of recovery. However, with Toy Story confirmed for release during the Thanksgiving and Christmas seasons, Jobs was on the verge of making a comeback. Duke wasn't expecting short-term profits, but was aiming for value preservation and appreciation. Despite his stockbroker's strong opposition, he insisted on converting his cash into the corresponding stocks in the future. At the same time, he wouldn't blindly trust anyone, and proper oversight measures would be in place. It wasn't until evening that Duke was ready to leave the PricewaterhouseCoopers office. As he stepped out of David's office and entered the elevator lobby, he unexpectedly ran into someone. Sophie. Duke raised an eyebrow and walked over. "What are you doing here?" Sophie, dressed in a sharp suit, turned her head. Seeing Duke, she flashed a radiant yet formulaic smile. "I came to meet my accountant to take care of some things." "What I meant was, when did you arrive in Los Angeles?" Duke could sense her polite distance. The whole world adores Sophie, and now that she's in LA, how could I, a local, not invite you out? "My new movie is about to be released." Sophie seemed to be reminding him of something. "I'm here to help with the promotional work for the production." Duke seemed to miss the hint and directly invited her. "Do I have the honor of taking you to dinner?" "Tonight." Hesitating for a moment, Sophie slowly but firmly shook her head. "Sorry, Duke, I have something else tonight." At that moment, the elevator doors opened. The two stepped in, and Duke, glancing at the mature and alluring French beauty next to him, continued, "How about tomorrow? I can show you around LA. The harder something is to get, the more it entices people." Duke was no different from anyone else. "Sorry, Duke." Sophie looked at him seriously. "I'm married. It's just a friendly invitation." Duke smiled nonchalantly. Since she wasn't interested, he wouldn't push further. "We can do it whenever you're free." The elevator doors opened, and Duke nodded at Sophie before stepping out, heading towards his car. Watching him leave, Sophie didn't hesitate as she walked in the opposite direction, her footsteps quickening. At the same time, a contemplative look appeared in her dreamy eyes. Sophie knew all too well the importance of getting in good with a Hollywood director. Even if things went the way Duke expected, it wouldn't be a big deal for her. But she had decided to distance herself from the young director. The reason was simple. She was about to sign a contract with CAA, and her future agent would primarily be Martin Bob. Though she hadn't fully broken into Hollywood yet, Sophie knew that Duke had a terrible relationship with CAA, especially with Martin Bob and his people. Sophie was aware that, as a non-English-speaking foreign actress, establishing a foothold in Hollywood wouldn't be easy. Compared to Duke, who mainly directed male-centric films, CAA was more powerful and better suited to her future development. Sophie Marceau has thought very thoroughly about which option suits her needs. Now her biggest reliance in Hollywood is CAA, which she is about to sign. Chapter 165. Chapter 165. Not missing. As time moved into March, Duke handed off some of the smaller matters to Nancy Josephson and, together with editor Mike Dawson, regrouped at Warner Brothers Studios to begin the post-production of Saving Private Ryan. In addition to the essential post-production team, Duke also called back Zack Snyder and Sofia Coppola, both of whom had just finished short breaks. Both Zack and Sofia were happy to be involved in the film's post-production, as it gave them valuable experience for their future careers. Duke knew he couldn't keep Zack Snyder and Sofia Coppola around forever. Anyone who enters the industry with aspirations of becoming a director rarely wants to remain someone else's assistant long-term. Once the right opportunity comes along, they'll inevitably strike out on their own. Even filmmakers like James Cameron and Steven Spielberg couldn't avoid this reality, so Duke had Nancy start looking for suitable replacements. At the same time, Sofia also put out recruitment notices, knowing that although Zack Snyder and Sofia Coppola wouldn't have immediate opportunities, it was important to give newcomers time to train and adjust. Earlier this month, Duke also took care of another matter. After paying the necessary fees, he officially became a member of the Directors Guild. The reason it took so long wasn't anything significant. He had just forgotten. While it's true that some directors, like George Lucas, had left the guild in protest and never rejoined, Duke had no intention of following Lucas's path. The benefits of joining the Directors Guild far outweighed the restrictions, and just like he would never delve into cult films, Duke had no desire to distance himself from mainstream cinema. In the editing room, Duke gathered Mike Dawson, Sofia Coppola, Zack Snyder, and a few other assistants for a brief meeting. Duke reiterated the editing philosophy, which was different from anything they had done before. We're completely abandoning the fast, aggressive editing style. Use traditional techniques to cut the shots. The film will feature many long takes, and we used handheld cameras extensively during filming. I want that shaky, almost real feel of the camera movements. We need to treat this as if it were a documentary-style war film. If they had used the same editing style as in the previous 3 films, Saving Private Ryan would surely have been a disaster. With the involvement of Zack Snyder and Sofia Coppola, Duke found things a bit easier. Over the next 10 days, under Duke's direction, the team worked together to complete a 5.5-hour rough cut. They then moved on to the more tedious fine-tuning process. Meanwhile, the special effects work outsourced to Industrial Light and Magic had also begun. Since over 99% of the scenes were filmed on location, very few computer-generated effects were needed, which is why the ILM team joined in only at this point to handle the limited CGI work. For the score, Duke brought in John Williams. Initially, Williams wasn't interested in working with Duke, as his films didn't match the composer's taste. However, after reading the script and seeing the salary offered by the studio combined with the fact that his usual collaborators were busy with DreamWorks, John Williams agreed to sign a contract. With the editing approach decided, a highly cooperative team, and top-tier professionals handling the effects and score, the post-production of Saving Private Ryan was much smoother compared to Independence Day, which had dragged on for over 4 months. The relatively smooth progress also lightened the mood at the studio. During breaks, they could even sit together and chat about industry gossip. "Have you heard, Duke?" Zack Snyder asked, winking at him over afternoon tea. "Sophie Marceau has come to Los Angeles. Rumor has it she wants to focus her career on Hollywood." "I've met her once," Duke replied, putting down his teacup. "It was about 2 weeks ago." The others, including the new assistant Tina Fey, all turned their eyes to him, as if they were privy to some insider knowledge about Duke. "Don't look at me like that," Duke said, pouring himself another cup of tea, ignoring their gazes. "We just bumped into each other at PricewaterhouseCoopers and chatted briefly." "Really?" Sofia was skeptical. "I think it's possible," Zack Snyder said, unexpectedly defending Duke. "I've heard Sophie Marceau is about to sign with CAA, and her main agent will be Martin Bob." That explained it. Duke muttered quietly to himself. He had always wondered when Sophie Marceau, known for her boldness, had turned into a paragon of marital fidelity. Now he understood. It had everything to do with her agency. Duke's public tension with CAA was no secret in Hollywood, so it was only natural that Sophie Marceau, seeking CAA's help to advance her Hollywood career, wouldn't want to be seen getting too close to him. "I think that's her loss," Mike Dawson said jokingly. "Right, Duke? Everyone has the right to make their own choices, don't they?" Duke pointed at the others and didn't bother engaging with their teasing. He wasn't one to think in extremes. The idea that anyone who wasn't with him was automatically against him. Nor was he naive. It made perfect sense for Sophie Marceau to choose CAA for her future prospects in Hollywood. These actresses, especially those who had been in the industry for years and were already established, were anything but naive. While they might get involved with someone out of personal affection, when it came to protecting their careers, they would always make the most advantageous choice for themselves. Steering the conversation away from actresses, Duke guided the group to discuss the upcoming Oscars ceremony. Unfortunately, Mike Dawson said in a mock-serious tone, "I'm the only one here who's ever been nominated for an Oscar." "Whatever." Zack Snyder waved dismissively. "Don't forget, Zack." Mike held up 2 fingers and waved them in Zack's face. "I've been nominated twice for Best Editing." Everyone laughed. Mike was indeed the only one in the group who had ever been nominated for an Oscar. He'd received 2 Best Editing nominations for Speed and The Rock, though he didn't win either. As for the others, they hadn't even come close to an Oscar nomination. "If we do an excellent job on this film," Sophia said, her eyes lighting up, "couldn't we get a few Oscar nominations? Maybe even take home a few statuettes? This year marks the 50th anniversary of World War II's end. After all, if we want to appeal to the Academy, we'll need to make the film more in line with their tastes," Mike Dawson said, as if he had some insight. "That means fewer explosions and war scenes, and more emphasis on personal emotions and narrative. We should slow the pacing down as well." "No, we're not doing that." Duke immediately shook his head. "This is a war movie made for the summer box office. I don't care about award season. First and foremost, it has to appeal to the summer audience. My pacing is already slow enough. If we go any slower, it'll kill the viewing experience." "I agree with Duke." Zack Snyder shared Duke's viewpoint. "If our film doesn't make a strong impact at the box office, Hollywood will cast us aside quickly. But the Oscars are the most prestigious awards in the industry." Sophia raised her voice slightly. Duke shook his head and changed the subject. "Let's talk about which films you think will win this year." Mike Dawson quickly picked up on the shift. "I think Forrest Gump will be the big winner." "I'm rooting for Forrest Gump too," Sophia agreed. Forrest Gump looks set to sweep, Zack Snyder added. "But I also think Quentin Tarantino's Pulp Fiction has a chance." "What about you, Duke?" Forrest Gump Duke replied. This sentiment was shared by many both inside and outside the industry. Forrest Gump was the clear favorite. Even the most conservative prediction agencies expected the film to win 2 or 3 major awards. Why isn't anyone backing the Shawshank Redemption ? Tina Fey, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke up. It received 9 nominations, second only to Forrest Gump. Instead of answering, Duke looked at Sophia, who, coming from a film dynasty, explained the situation succinctly. "There could be an upset this year, but it won't come from the Shawshank Redemption. Even the gangster film Pulp Fiction has a better shot. Sure, Shawshank deals with the Academy's favorite themes of freedom and hope, but it tackles them in the least appealing way possible." Sophia took a sip of tea before continuing. The Shawshank Redemption has no advantages over Forrest Gump in the Academy's eyes. Just like Duke's Independence Day wouldn't have had a chance at an Oscar nod, Shawshank has no realistic shot either. Tina nodded in understanding, while Mike Dawson and Zack Snyder both chimed in, clearly agreeing with Sophia's assessment. Duke glanced at Tina from the corner of his eye. She was proving to be a clever woman, adept at gaining favor with the more seasoned professionals and actively integrating herself into the team. That was a good thing. Duke wouldn't be able to tolerate a clueless assistant. Glancing at his watch, Duke noted that their break was about over. Just before heading back into the editing room, he remembered something. "This Sunday afternoon, I'm having a party after I move into my new place. We won't miss it." Chapter 166. Apology. It was called Moving, but there wasn't much stuff, mainly books and documents. Duke easily got it done in just half a day on Saturday, with the help of Sophia and Tina Fey. Early Sunday morning, the party company that Nancy had arranged arrived at the estate, busy setting up the garden for the evening's event. According to Duke's initial plan, he only intended to invite members of his team and a few close friends. However, Nancy Josephson and his new publicist Penny Kellis both opposed this idea. "You know very well how important relationships are in Hollywood," Nancy Josephson had advised him at the time. You've been entirely focused on work and haven't held any formal social gatherings. This is your opportunity. Though publicists and agents often don't get along, Penny Kellis agreed with Nancy. Duke, you're not the same new director you once were. You're now a major figure in Hollywood. You have the power to speak on equal terms with most people. If you want to maintain long-term success like Spielberg, you must manage your network. Hollywood prioritizes interests, but personal connections within the rules can sometimes yield unexpected benefits. While Duke was aware that some directors could dominate the world solely through their films, he knew that he wasn't on that path. After all, there was only one James Cameron. Thus, what was originally intended to be a private party turned into a highly commercialized networking event. It wasn't just Duke's issue anymore. Penny Kellis and Nancy Josephson also brought their assistants to the estate. Since Independence Day, it had become a consensus in Hollywood that Duke was a box office goldmine. Both of them placed great importance on their lucrative client. To be frank, Duke didn't just bring them financial benefits. Having a superstar director under their wing, like Spielberg was to CAA, made it much easier to secure more business. Compared to Nancy Josephson, Penny Kellis was like a work machine. Not only did she stand by Duke's side, reminding him of the social etiquette he needed to follow, but she also didn't overlook his new assistant, Tina Fey. Penny Kellis handed Tina Fey a stack of documents almost half a foot thick, filled with photos and brief descriptions of Hollywood stars, celebrities, and influential figures. This one memorized their faces, names, and occupations. This one includes not just their looks and names, but also their hobbies, favorite topics of conversation, and what they dislike. Standing in front of Tina Fey, Penny Kellis resembled a strict teacher. Duke will focus mainly on filmmaking, and as his assistant, you must stay by his side, reminding him at all times who he's meeting and how to interact. This wasn't just preparation for today's party, but for the future as well. Earlier, Duke had flipped through the materials Penny Kellis had brought. Those listed as key people were mostly senior executives of film companies, editors and executives of major media outlets, and members at the core of the Academy. Duke, I've seen the guest list, Penny Kellis said as she approached Duke, who was sitting on the sofa after instructing Tina Fey. There isn't a single core member of the Academy on your list, which... Penny, take a break. Duke gestured for her to sit and signaled a maid to pour coffee. After the maid filled Penny Kellis' cup, he continued, I don't know them, nor do I have any common ground with them. Penny Kellis stared at Duke for a moment. You're not interested in chasing an Oscar. Who doesn't like the golden Oscar statue? Duke shrugged. If I said I didn't want to win Best Director, I'd be lying. But if going for the Oscars would require me to waste a lot of time and effort and make films tailored to their tastes, movies I'd personally hate to make, then I don't think the Best Director award is worth it. So chasing an Oscar isn't part of your plan right now? Penny Kellis asked. Duke nodded without hesitation. Penny, I've told you my plans. I'll change my style, but that's to meet market demand and avoid audience fatigue, not to win an Oscar. Of course, if the Academy gives me Best Director, I'll be grateful. But if they don't, it's no big deal. Given your age, experience, and how quickly you've risen, Penny Kellis said, sipping her coffee. If there's no public relations effort or behind-the-scenes work, do you really think you'll get that golden statue? That's why there's no need to take the Oscars too. Seriously, Duke replied, spreading his hands. I prefer to speak with box office numbers and commercial success. Penny Kellis nodded, understanding her employer's mindset. She stood up and walked away, thinking about how to proceed. She wouldn't give up on persuading Duke to pursue the Oscars, as award season was a major source of income for publicists. As the sun gradually set, the garden outside was completely transformed. In addition to the long dining tables set up in the center, oak tables and chairs were arranged around the perimeter. A variety of food and drinks had been prepared, and the party company's staff was already mingling among the early arriving guests. Initially, when planning the party, Duke had even asked the company to contact a few agencies that provided professional models. But since the event had turned into a high-end networking party, that was no longer necessary. Besides, like all major Hollywood directors or film executives, there would undoubtedly be plenty of women finding ways to get in. Those interested in hooking up wouldn't lack targets. As the sun sank lower, more people arrived at the estate. Though it wasn't comparable to a prestigious award ceremony, there was no shortage of Hollywood stars. Nicolas Cage and Christopher Lee, both of whom had become household names in America thanks to The Rock, arrived. The cast of Independence Day soon followed. Recently divorced Uma Thurman, accompanied by her new boyfriend, warmly greeted Duke. Even actors like Keanu Reeves and Johnny Depp, known for their rebellious pasts, showed up in high spirits. Duke, I've wanted to apologize to you for a long time, but never found the right opportunity. Standing near the garden entrance, Keanu Reeves seemed much more grounded and less rebellious than before. I was completely out of line during Speed. I said and did a lot of things I shouldn't have, and I ignored the fact that you were actually helping me. I sincerely apologize. Keanu Reeves now had more of the qualities Duke remembered about him. Of course, this was partly due to the significant difference in their status. Unless an actor was foolish, none would deliberately oppose a top director without good reason. This change was also influenced by the death of River Phoenix, Keanu's growing maturity, and the fact that his career hadn't progressed at all since Speed. In reality, Speed had been several years ago, and Keanu Reeves was still living off its success. Given the disparity in their positions, Duke wasn't about to bring up old grudges. He lightly patted Keanu's arm and said, "That's all in the past. Welcome to the party." "Hey, Duke." Johnny Depp greeted Duke after Keanu had moved on. "You've been back in LA for a while now. Why haven't you come by my place?" He leaned in slightly and added, "The Viper Bar is still a favorite spot for many actresses. When I get past this busy stretch," Duke said with a laugh, "I'll definitely drop by." After sending Keanu Reeves and Johnny Depp into the garden, Duke didn't wait long before Tom Hanks and his wife arrived, led by a servant. "This is your new place?" Tom Hanks asked after embracing Duke. "Not bad. I've always wanted to buy a house in Malibu, but I'm a bit tight on funds right now. If Saving Private Ryan does well, maybe we'll be neighbors." After greeting Rita Wilson, Duke joked, "I don't want to be your neighbor, Tom." "Why not?" Tom Hanks asked, puzzled. "You're about to become a two-time Oscar winner," Duke replied, pretending to ponder for a moment before continuing. "If I'm not mistaken, you'll be only the second actor in Hollywood history to achieve that. Just think about it, Tom. Your future will be surrounded by paparazzi, and I'd rather not get caught up in that." "It's still up in the air," Tom Hanks shrugged. "Anything can happen before the final results are out. By the way, Duke," he suddenly grew serious, "I've got reliable intel that many people are trying to make sure you get the Razzie Award." "Let them do whatever they want," Duke said, completely unconcerned. "I don't need their approval for my movies." "Don't underestimate the negative impact of the Razzies," Tom Hanks cautioned. "It can lower audience expectations for the winner's next work." "I understand," Duke nodded. "Thanks, Tom." As Tom Hanks and his wife walked away, Duke knew very well that given how fierce last summer's media battle had been and how he had come out on top, professional critics with significant influence during awards season wouldn't let him or Independence Day off the hook. The Razzie for Worst Director was practically his to lose. While he hadn't even come close to the prestigious Oscars, he was likely to pick up a Razzie first. Maybe he should attend the ceremony and accept the award in person? The thought amused Duke for a moment. Chapter 167, Lauder. Chapter 167. Chapter 167, Lauder. After the party started, Duke became the busiest person, constantly moving around the garden lawn, socializing with the arriving guests. Besides the actors and crew members, there were also representatives from several film companies. For instance, Robert Iger represented Walt Disney, Tim Fisher represented Fox, and Clark Muller represented Warner Brothers. There was also George Lucas, who had specially come from San Francisco. "Where's your mother, Duke?" Hearing George Lucas ask about his mother, Duke quickly ended his conversation with Sofia Coppola and said, "She brought some other guests. She just called and said she'll be a little late. It's been a while since I last saw Leah." Lucas gestured for Duke to walk with him to a quieter spot. Behind them, Tina Fey discreetly blocked people who wanted to come over to greet them. The two of them gradually walked to the edge of the lawn, and only after there was no one else around did George Lucas stop. "Uncle Lucas." "Call me George." George Lucas corrected him. Again, then looked at Duke with a sigh. "When I was your age, I was just a student dreaming of being a director, not knowing what the future held, with your mother and father. Let's not talk about that jerk." He gently patted Duke's shoulder. Duke, you're already standing among the top directors in Hollywood, achieving what most people can never do in a lifetime. There's never been a director like you in Hollywood before. I just got lucky, Duke said humbly. George Lucas smiled, but then his expression turned serious. Like Steven and me, every director who rises to the top will inevitably step on many people's toes. There will be countless people wanting to pull you down from your pedestal. In fact, many are already trying. George Lucas nodded at Duke's words. That's why you need to keep your vision clear and your goals firm. Don't stop. Keep moving forward. Even if the temptation is too great to resist, you must keep pushing ahead. I understand. Lucas suddenly smiled again, rubbing his chin. Are you interested in Star Wars? Star Wars. Duke didn't quite understand what Lucas was getting at. Fox and Lucasfilm are planning to restart the Star Wars series. I've already finished the first draft of the script. Lucas was staring at Duke like he was eyeing prey. In the next 2 to 3 years, it'll enter the pre-production phase. I'm getting older and starting to feel a bit worn out. George. Duke suppressed his surprise. You don't mean. You want me to direct it, do you? I think you're the right fit. George Lucas didn't deny it. Independence Day proved your ability to handle large-scale sci-fi productions. Honestly, Star Wars is still essentially popcorn entertainment, and isn't that what you're best at? As Lucas said this, Duke's mind automatically conjured up images of a Star Wars film directed by him. Fast-paced spaceship chases, Obi-Wan surviving explosion after explosion, and those soft, light battles in Star Wars that didn't match his taste at all. He would have to turn them into hard-hitting, intense combat sequences. But then, would that still be Star Wars? George, this is your film. Before he could finish, George Lucas interrupted him. Don't rush to reject it. Take some time to think it over, and then give me your answer. Duke could only nod, agreeing to think it over. At the same time, he couldn't help but reflect. Not long ago, he had been taking scripts around, offering to work for free, and no one would invest. Now, after a string of successes, even a series like Star Wars was being offered to him. Hollywood truly is a place where reality hits hard. It seems someone's coming to find you. After George Lucas pointed this out, he walked back toward the lawn, saying, I'll take my leave now. After a few polite words, Duke turned to see Tina Fey approaching him. She asked, Is something wrong? Leia has arrived, she said. There are other guests too, and Sophia asked you to come quickly. Returning to the party, Duke continued to chat with guests as he made his way to the rest area where his mother was. When he saw the familiar figures of his mother and Sophia, he also noticed another woman, who seemed to be the guest his mother had brought along. She was a woman who couldn't have been more than 25 years old. Her brown hair was neatly tied back, framing an oval face with distinct features, showing subtle signs of Jewish heritage. Her slightly upturned lips held a gentle and polite smile. Compared to Charlize Theron or Sophie Marceau, this woman wasn't extraordinarily beautiful, but the elegance with a touch of scholarly charm made her instantly likable. This aura, radiating naturally from within, appeared genuine and unpretentious. Her outfit, a pale blue silk taffeta gown embroidered with ivory flowers, paired with a white evening clutch, and accessorized with earrings and bracelets adorned with moonstones, platinum, gold, and diamonds, highlighted her elegance and stood out even more. If Hollywood actresses were fashion icons curated by publicists and stylists, this woman was fashion and elegance personified. She was completely different from the Hollywood actresses, standing out even with her light makeup. Mom. As he approached, the few people sitting at the table stood up. Mrs. Leah nodded and introduced both sides. This is Duke. Duke, this is Irene Lauder from the Estee Lauder Group. Even if Duke was somewhat out of touch with fashion, he had heard of Estee Lauder. Besides, Sophia had quite a bit of business dealings with them. Based on her name, she seemed to be a descendant of the Lauder family. Nice to meet you, Ms. Lauder. Nice to meet you, Director Rosenberg. They shook hands briefly, and Duke couldn't help but feel that Irene Lauder's hand was trembling slightly. Was she nervous or excited? Just call me Duke. As they sat around the oak table, Duke gestured to a waiter, who immediately brought over 4 glasses of champagne. Irene Lauder took one, maintaining her composed smile as she said, You can call me Irene. I've known Aunt Leah for a long time. While Irene Lauder chatted with his mother, Sophia leaned over and whispered in Duke's ear, She's the granddaughter of the Lauder. She only has one cousin above her and seems to be the focus of the family's third generation. Though Sophia had business connections with the Estee Lauder Group, Duke still found it odd that they would seek him out. Sitting across from him was none other than the notorious explosion fanatic and destroyer-in-chief, and Irene Lauder couldn't help but feel a bit excited. She was, after all, a fan of his, having followed his last 3 films closely. There was a bit of that fan meeting their idol energy, which made her hand tremble slightly when they shook hands earlier. But she quickly regained her composure. She was here for business, not as a fan meeting her favorite director. As a prominent figure in the third generation of the Lauder family, Irene knew what to say and do at any given time. Socializing had been part of her training since she was young. "You all go ahead." Mrs. Leah stood up and said to Duke, "Sophia and I will help you mingle with the other guests." Sophia tactfully followed Mrs. Leah, leaving Duke and Irene alone. Seeing this, Duke understood that his mother was signaling her non-interference in the business discussions that were about to take place. Looking at the always composed, elegant woman across from him, Duke got straight to the point. "May I ask the reason for your visit, Miss Lauder?" This was America, and they were about to discuss business, so being direct was the best way to save time. Would Director Rosenberg be interested in entering the advertising industry? Like Duke, Irene Lauder wasted no time. "The Lauder Group is interested in inviting you to direct a commercial for our new youth skincare line launching next year." "Why me?" Duke didn't commit to an answer. "Let me put it this way, Director Rosenberg. I've seen all 3 of your films, not just once." Irene Lauder said earnestly, "To me, they're visually stunning. You could almost say they're extended commercials. I don't mean that negatively. I really love this style of film, which is why I recommended you to the group." "Thank you." Duke raised his glass to her, taking a sip of champagne before saying, "In some sequences, I did use advertising techniques to create the scenes." This was a well-known fact in Hollywood, and Duke never considered it unprofessional. "So," Irene Lauder asked directly, "are you interested in our offer? You can talk to my agent." If the price was right, Duke would definitely be interested. Shooting luxury product commercials was a side gig often taken on by top directors. Seeing that Duke hadn't outright refused, Irene Lauder felt a sense of relief. She raised her glass and clinked it with Duke's. "Here's to our successful collaboration, and may your films continue to be hits." "Thank you," Duke replied politely. Having settled the business matter, Irene seemed a bit more relaxed. She glanced at Duke and asked tentatively, "Is Saving Private Ryan finished?" "It's still in post-production," Duke replied casually. "I mentioned this to Aunt Leah when I came here. She seemed a little disappointed. If possible, I really want to see your movie earlier." Duke couldn't help but be a little surprised. He originally thought that the other party was just being polite when he said he liked his movies, but now it seems to be true. The Lauder Group is an important client of Santa Fe, and Duke immediately made the most appropriate choice. "Irene, if you have time, can you come to Los Angeles to attend the premiere? Is it okay?" The woman, who had been smiling faintly, showed a flash of surprise. Duke nodded, "Of course." Chapter 168, The Worst Director. Chapter 168. Chapter 168, The Worst Director. When it came to movies, the two of them clearly found a common topic. Although they were from different coasts, both being Jewish created a natural bond. As they chatted, they grew more comfortable, and Duke occasionally shared some Hollywood gossip, making Irene smile more sincere. This woman, about the same age as Duke, was obviously quite interested in the film industry. Later, at her request, Duke led her into the party, introducing her to Tom Hanks and Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves isn't as cool as he seems in movies. He looks a bit disheveled, Irene whispered to Duke as they walked towards the edge of the lawn. Tom Hanks looks even nicer than he does on screen. "Every actor has many sides," Duke responded. Irene glanced at Duke. "And what about directors? My college roommate majored in film production at NYU. She's also in Hollywood now, and I've heard some stories about directors from her." Perhaps because their conversation had been so engaging, Irene spoke more freely, especially about the rumors involving directors. "Let me put it this way, Irene." Duke didn't answer directly. "In Hollywood, over 80% of the rumors you hear usually turn out to be true." As if to confirm Duke's words, a tall blonde woman walked up behind him, clearly heading straight for Duke. "Hi, Duke." Wearing a green dress, Charlize Theron approached directly. I hadn't seen you around. So here you are. Is this your friend? She asked, glancing at Irene before slipping her arm through Duke's. Aren't you going to introduce us? Duke called over a passing waiter, using the opportunity to discreetly remove Charlize's hand from his arm. At a formal party like this, only the hostess should link arms with him, and he wasn't foolish enough to let that happen. This is Irene from New York. Duke introduced her briefly. And this is Charlize, an actress represented by ICM, my agent's company. Charlize had switched to ICM last year after leaving her previous agent. Irene offered a polite, formal smile and nodded to Charlize before turning to Duke. I won't disturb you any further. I'll go find Aunt Leah. How did you get here? Duke asked Charlize. He hadn't invited her, or any other women for that matter. A casual fling was just that, and he wasn't foolish enough to invite her to his house for a formal party. My agent helped me, Charlize replied, her gaze drifting towards the distant ocean. When did you move? Why didn't you let me know? I'll give you a call when I have time, Duke said, giving her hand a pat as he turned to greet Warner Brothers executive Clark Mueller. Charlize watched Duke's tall figure as he walked away, throwing her glass onto the lawn in frustration. During their past encounters, she had repeatedly brought up the topic of dating, but Duke always deflected the conversation. Even if she were incredibly oblivious, she could see by now that he had no interest in a serious relationship. To him, she was nothing more than a temporary fling. She felt a sudden urge to flip over the nearby oak table, but after taking a few deep breaths, she suppressed the impulse. After all, she had signed with one of the top talent agencies in Hollywood and received professional acting training without having to give much in return. Through the agency, she could land small, but visible, roles. Everything she had gained was because of him. Just like in the modeling world she had once been part of, it was all a simple matter of mutual benefit. Meanwhile, Duke was engaged in conversation with Clark Mueller, an important assistant to Jeff Robinov at Warner Brothers. Jeff has said that working with you is the best decision he's made, Clark said with a smile. He's eager to keep this partnership going. I'd like that as well, Duke replied with an equally friendly smile. Warner Brothers has been a fantastic partner. Although both men said the right things, they both knew that in Hollywood, partnerships could break down at any moment. A single contentious negotiation over profit shares could send both parties in different directions. Clark had attended several recent high-level meetings at Warner Brothers, where they had discussed how to permanently secure Duke as one of their assets. They had even come up with some specific strategies. Have you ever thought about investing in Warner Brothers? Clark asked, noticing Duke's surprised expression before explaining. Further, around this time next year, Warner Brothers plans to expand through a stock offering. Jeff wanted to know if you were interested. Stock offering? Duke kept his face neutral and didn't give a clear answer. Still, the prospect of becoming a shareholder in one of the big six studios was tempting to anyone in Hollywood, Duke included. But was this something for next year? Warner was clearly dangling bait. There were plenty of others who could dangle bait, though. Warner seemed intent on keeping him interested. If Duke's next film succeeded, Warner would want to keep working with him. But if Saving Private Ryan failed, Warner could simply drop him. After all, who would uphold promises made in informal settings like this? Even with some capital behind him, Hollywood was still full of invisible traps. In this town, no one would sacrifice their own interests to help someone else. If you fell into one of those traps, there would be a few who watched quietly, but many more would throw stones at you while you were down. After Duke said he'd need some time to think about it, Clark Mueller left. Clearly, Warner wasn't as eager as they claimed to be. Shortly after, Duke ran into Tim Fisher from Fox, an old acquaintance. Fisher seemed worried, frequently probing Duke about his confidence in Saving Private Ryan, and repeatedly emphasizing the need for a quick return on investment. Fox was clearly having cash flow issues. Although Fisher didn't say it outright, Duke could guess what was going on. Not long ago, the media had reported that James Cameron was building a massive model ship in Baja California. Knowing Cameron's obsessive nature, he was probably pressuring Fox and Paramount for additional funding. And with so much already invested, both studios had no choice but to double down. Duke recalled hearing a Fox executive once say that James Cameron nearly drove them to sell their souls. Of course, they almost drove the so-called tyrant of the set to suicide in return. Cameron even pulled out a razor blade at a press conference, declaring that if the project failed, he'd use it on himself. The party didn't wind down until around 10 o'clock. After seeing off the guests and leaving the garden to the care of the butler and the event staff, Duke returned to the living room with a few remaining people. Pouring his mother a glass of water, Duke said, "Mom, you can stay here tonight." He had a room specifically prepared for her. Turning to the single sofa, he said, "I'll have someone take Irene back to her hotel." "All right, I've got something I'd like to talk to you about anyway." Lady Leah walked over and whispered a few words to Irene. Duke called the butler and asked him to arrange a car to take Irene back to her hotel in Beverly Hills. After another 10 minutes of organizing things, the living room was finally left with just Duke and his mother. The two sat in separate armchairs, sipping their glasses of water. "Mom, what is it?" Duke asked, putting down his glass. Lady Leah looked at her son across from her and sighed softly. She was so proud of him in many ways, but in others. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it. After all, Duke wasn't married and didn't have a girlfriend. A lot of people in this country had gone through a wild phase in their youth. "I'll be staying here whenever I visit LA in the future," she told Duke. "So don't let this place get too messy." Duke laughed sheepishly and asked, puzzled, "Visiting LA?" "Starting next month, Saint FIA is officially moving to New York," Lady Leah explained briefly. Santa FIA's business is now deeply tied to the fashion industry, and moving to New York makes everything more convenient. "I'm planning to settle there." "Mom," Duke frowned. "I'll still visit you often." Lady Leah shook her head, clearly not changing her mind. "And you can come see me when you have time. Next week, I'll have my things moved here from Santa Monica." With that, she stood up and walked towards the stairs. Duke followed, calling after her, "Mom." Lady Leah turned and smiled. "Dear, you're the pride of my life." "Mom." Duke walked over and hugged her. "You're my pride too." If older people didn't have goals or motivation, they aged especially fast. For the past 20 years, his mother's greatest drive had been her career. Duke knew he couldn't stop her, nor did he want to. Perhaps, like when she saw him succeed, his mother found her greatest joy in her own professional accomplishments. Life had to go on. After a brief weekend, Duke saw his mother and Irene off on a flight to New York before diving back into the post-production work on Saving Private Ryan. Due to the upcoming Academy Awards, all of Hollywood was on edge throughout March, especially after the results were announced. Tom Hanks had won his second consecutive Best Actor Oscar, becoming only the second person in history to achieve such a feat, as everyone had predicted. Forrest Gump swept the awards, while The Shawshank Redemption, with its 9 nominations, once again became the tragic background, arousing the sympathy of countless media and audiences, and was even named the best film in history. The production and distribution companies also took advantage of the situation to promote the film and pushed it into theaters again in an attempt to recoup their costs. However, what awaited them was still disastrous box office results. This film was destined to be unsuitable for theaters. Another thing that caused a stir in the media was that the director of Independence Day, last year's North American and global box office champion, and the second highest box office in film history, Duke, who was dubbed the Explosion Maniac and Duke of Destruction by the media and movie fans, unfortunately won the Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Director, and Independence Day also won last year's Worst Picture Award. Chapter 169, The Key to Success or Failure. Chapter 169. Chapter 169, The Key to Success or Failure. Director, can you share your thoughts on the Razzie Awards? Clearly prepared, a swarm of media reporters surrounded Duke as he stepped out of Warner Brothers Studios. They shouted one question after another at him. Independence Day only won an Oscar for Best Visual Effects, but swept 7 Razzies. What do you think of that? Is this a blow to your career? Will this affect your future work? A CBS reporter suddenly squeezed to the front and asked loudly, "Director, do you consider Independence Day a major failure?" "Failure?" Duke interrupted before the reporter could finish, staring at the one from CBS. "You think Independence Day failed? A global box office hit of $957 million is a failure? A movie watched by over 400 million people worldwide is a failure." Casting a cold glance at the troublemaking reporters, Duke, with the help of Warner Brothers security, escaped their pursuit and entered the studio. Not long ago, when Independence Day crossed $900 million worldwide, these same reporters couldn't praise him enough, hailing him as one of Hollywood's greatest commercial directors. But after the Razzies came out, the same people turned on him, painting Independence Day as his Waterloo and the downfall of his career. Even with Duke's typically calm mindset, he couldn't help but marvel at the media's lack of integrity. Describing them as shattered to pieces would be too kind. Of course, Warner Brothers, Fox, and Disney-backed media outlets stood firmly behind him due to shared interests. But Duke wasn't overly concerned. He wasn't some naive young director anymore. He understood, well, that media worldwide, from Europe to the Middle East to the Far East, always serve the interests of power groups. They will never stand on neutral ground, not even relatively neutral. Upon entering the D-Day studio, Duke headed straight to the meeting room, where actors like Tom Hanks, Leonardo DiCaprio, and crew leaders Robin and Charles were already gathered. The reporters outside Warner Brothers weren't just for him. They were mainly after Tom Hanks. Soon, the heads of marketing from Warner Brothers, 20th Century Fox, and Disney arrived one after the other. The post-production of Saving Private Ryan was in its final stages, so the focus of this meeting was on its promotion and release. As usual, Duke mostly listened, occasionally offering a suggestion or two. Marketing wasn't his field, and leaving professional matters to the professionals was the best approach. Fox's representatives repeatedly mentioned the competition, Paramount's Braveheart, packaged by CAA. Though Fox and Paramount collaborated on other projects, such as James Cameron's films, they weren't foolish enough to extend this cooperation to two directly competing films. Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan were rivals, plain and simple. Fox had crafted a targeted marketing strategy. Not only would they promote Saving Private Ryan, but they would also actively suppress Braveheart, attacking it through media, theaters, and promotional efforts. Warner Brothers and Disney, sharing common interests, would also join the campaign. Although Duke couldn't recall Braveheart's box office figures, he wasn't too concerned about the competition. The reason was simple. No matter how loudly William Wallace shouted freedom, the film was still about Scotland, touching on the sensitive nerves of Anglo-Saxon descendants regarding Scottish independence. Saving Private Ryan, on the other hand, was an authentic story about American history, perfectly aligned with mainstream American values. Don't underestimate the difference between foreign stories and homegrown ones. This often determines a film's success or failure. North America is a unique land where isolationism still thrives. Most Americans don't care about things unrelated to the U.S. America's media market is also the world's biggest insulator. Even 20 years later, no foreign shows would have aired during American primetime. Americans watch far fewer foreign films than you might think, and the foreign films that do succeed are usually classic literary adaptations or based on Western fairy tales and myths. As for William Wallace, the real-life Scottish trader, how many Americans even know who he is? Trying to succeed with a random story from France, Germany, or even distant Asia has about a 1% chance of success. Leo, Charles Rowan's words interrupted Duke's thoughts. The production manager was reminding Leonardo DiCaprio to cooperate with the promotional efforts. In the lead-up to the film's release, increase your public appearances with Claudia Schiffer. We'll arrange media coverage for both of you. Using actors' relationships to promote films was a common tactic. Unlike Duke's casual fling with Heidi Klum, Leonardo DiCaprio and Claudia Schiffer had actually developed into a couple. The model and movie star pairing would definitely attract a lot of attention. However, given Leo's personality, this relationship probably wouldn't last long. Perhaps, after the film's hype dies down a bit, Duke could encourage Leo to dump Claudia. Then, a public breakup and media drama could generate some extra box office revenue. Though the idea crossed his mind, Duke wouldn't handle it directly. Instead, he planned to have Nancy communicate with the crew later. Charles, I have a few suggestions. After the production manager finished speaking, Duke finally voiced his thoughts. Invite World War II veterans and historians specializing in World War II and the Normandy landings to the preview screenings. If we can secure their endorsement, Saving Private Ryan will appeal even more to audiences as a war epic. Promote their potential praise for the film to attract war film fans. Fox's representative quickly nodded in agreement. That's a great idea. Duke's job was to offer suggestions. The Professionals would handle the details. Charlie. Duke was more concerned with another aspect. How many theaters do you expect we can secure for the opening weekend? The exact number depends on the preview results. Charlie, one of Fox's distribution managers, didn't sugarcoat it. Duke, you should be prepared. Saving Private Ryan won't have as wide an opening as Independence Day. Duke nodded to show he understood. It made sense. Compared to Independence Day's sci-fi action genre, Saving Private Ryan was at a disadvantage in terms of subject matter. Moreover, when Independence Day was released last year, it faced no strong competition, easily securing 2,800 theaters. In contrast, Saving Private Ryan would be going head-to-head with the equally big-budget Braveheart. Paramount's power couldn't be underestimated, and the number of screens for both films would be impacted. If the previews went well and the feedback from audiences and theater representatives was positive, Duke estimated that Saving Private Ryan could open in around 2,500 theaters. While the distribution and marketing were the responsibility of others, Duke's immediate priority was to complete the post-production of Saving Private Ryan with quality. Over the next few weeks, they finished adding special effects, adjusting the score, refining sound editing, and fine-tuning the color grading. Duke also gathered the lead actors to record some additional dialogue. By the end of April, the film was almost finished, except for adding the opening and closing credits. Meanwhile, the promotional campaign was steadily advancing. Every so often, a major update would be released. One week, they'd drop a poster featuring Tom Hanks and the other main actors. The next, tabloids and entertainment magazines would be abuzz with stories about Leonardo DiCaprio and Claudia Schiffer's romance. By May, the crew released the first trailer, personally edited by Duke, which hit theaters and primetime slots on ABC, NBC, and Fox networks. Much like the Super Bowl halftime ads he had worked on, the trailer Duke cut featured explosive, realistic, and brutal war scenes. After years of experience, Duke knew exactly what summer audiences wanted. Anti-war sentiments and humanist messages weren't off limits, but they couldn't be the focus of the marketing. The goal was to make potential viewers eager to see the film. The promotional efforts didn't just push Saving Private Ryan, they also targeted Braveheart. Partnering with media outlets owned by the production companies, they began a sudden surge of interest in Scottish history, educating the American public on the basics. They particularly focused on William Wallace, a controversial figure, and in Warner Brothers, Fox, and Disney's narratives, Wallace was far from a hero. He was cast as a traitor, the most despised type in American culture. Paramount and CAA weren't idle either, launching their counterattacks. They criticized Saving Private Ryan for being overly violent, calling on parent-teacher associations to boycott the film, and urging all American teenagers to avoid such a blood-soaked, brutal movie. This was just a glimpse into Hollywood's fierce competition. Both sides weren't just trading barbs in the media. They also sent representatives to each other's preview screenings to gather first-hand intelligence and develop more targeted marketing strategies. Chapter 170. Watching the film from a different perspective. Chapter 170. Chapter 170. Watching the film from a different perspective. Tina, you stay here. Walking up to the second floor of the preview theater, Duke asked Tina Fey to wait outside a lounge. Don't let anyone else in. I understand, Tina Fey nodded. Although she had only been in Hollywood for 2 months, Tina Fey had already realized that she had oversimplified the place in her imagination. The fierce competition among actors, directors, agents, and major companies, along with their complex relationships, was nothing like the small circle she had been part of. These people could be working together today, turn into enemies tomorrow, and be back on the same side the day after. Robin Charles. Entering the lounge, Duke greeted the 2 production managers, sat down, and asked, "What's the situation? I'll have someone submit the full report to you tomorrow." Duke raised his hand, cutting off Robin Grande. "Just give me a brief summary." In order for a film to succeed, it was essential to stay informed about competitors. A few days ago, Braveheart had held a preview screening, and some journalists who attended had already reported back to Warner Brothers and Fox. In terms of audience feedback, 357 people attended the screening, and 83% gave it an A rating. Robin Grande ignored things like professional reviews, focusing on what truly influenced a film's market success. Major theater chains from the North American Cinema Alliance sent viewing teams, and the overall evaluation was also an A. They're definitely a strong competitor, Charles Roven said, his expression serious. Both the theaters and the audience will be affected. Competition was inevitable, especially during the summer blockbuster season. Duke continued asking, what about the content of the film? It's about William Wallace leading the Scots in their fight for independence against the English army. Upon hearing Charles Roven's reply, Duke tapped the armrest of his chair lightly. Since it's confirmed, we have more angles to work with. I remember there are quite a few Mayflower descendant organizations in North America. They probably won't be too happy with this kind of content. Duke thought aloud. And Fox and News Corp have close ties with 10 Downing Street, don't they? Yes. Charles Roven nodded, clearly understanding Duke's idea. You want to try and block or delay Braveheart's release in the UK and the entire Commonwealth to distract Paramount Pictures from the North American market, creating more opportunities for us. I imagine the England won't be thrilled about this film. After this comment, the three of them laughed. The UK was one of Hollywood's major overseas markets, and Paramount Pictures couldn't afford to give that up. And then there's Sean Connery. Although Connery had been in a scandal, Duke didn't mind dragging it out a bit more. We can remind the media that this guy is still entangled in a series of controversies. Mel Gibson isn't exactly a saint either, Charles Roven added without hesitation. We can dig up some dirt on him too. As long as the actions didn't directly break the law, the three of them were open to any method that could weaken the competition. In Hollywood, competition was never as simple as idle threats. Upstairs, while Duke and his team discussed ways to undermine their competitors before the screening began, downstairs, Mike Scott, a journalist sponsored by CAA and Paramount, had already found his seat in the theater, waiting for the film to start. A few days earlier, Mike Scott had accepted a sponsorship offer. The pay was decent, the job wasn't dangerous, and the work was minimal, so there was no reason to refuse. He was also aware that there were probably others in the theater who had received similar offers. Scanning the room, Mike Scott didn't see Duke Rosenberg, but did spot Tom Hanks, as well as Leonardo DiCaprio and Claudia Schiffer, who had been all over the tabloids recently, courtesy of News Corporation. And those men sitting in the front row, with medals on their chests, what were they doing here? It didn't take long for Mike Scott to figure it out. This was a film about the D-Day landings, so those men were likely World War II veterans. Quite a clever publicity stunt, Mike Scott had to admit. Leaning back in his chair, David Brown, who was over 70 but still robust, was a veteran of the Pennsylvania 2nd Assault Battalion, which had participated in the Omaha Beach landings. When he received an invitation from the organizers, he accepted without hesitation. It was a painful memory, a time of blood and fire that he would remember for the rest of his life. Upon arriving in Los Angeles at Fox's invitation, David Brown realized that many veterans had gathered there. Sitting beside him was a veteran of the 101st Airborne Division. Ahead of them, historian and author Stephen Ambrose, a leading expert on the Normandy landings, took out a notebook, ready to jot down his thoughts on the film. He wasn't a film critic, but after last year's experience, D-Day Studios hadn't spent big money inviting critics to this preview screening. Stephen Ambrose was a renowned historian, respected in both academic circles and across the United States for his authority on the D-Day landings. It wasn't until the film began that Duke, Robin Grand, and Charles Roven entered the theater and found their seats. Without drawing attention to himself, Duke glanced around. He had noticed on his way in that the studio had invited nearly 100 veterans. If the film could resonate with them like it had before, they would serve as excellent promotional material. Hi, Duke. A hand reached out from behind him, and Duke shook it briefly. Hello, Jasmine. It's good to see you. We have high hopes for this film. As a screening specialist for the Regal Cinemas chain, Jasmine didn't hide his anticipation for the film. Regal Entertainment loves your production style. Thank you. Duke responded politely. It wasn't just Jasmine. When Duke glanced behind him, he saw AMG's Lynch and United Artists Cinemas Carter, among others. This could only mean one thing. Cinema chains across America saw him as a money machine. The film began without any opening credits. The first image on screen was a waving American flag. From the moment the cemetery appeared on screen, David Brown's fists clenched. This was the American cemetery on the heights of Omaha Beach, where many of his old comrades were buried. However, The scenes that followed made his eyes widen. While the film's portrayal of war was far less brutal and bloody than what he had experienced at Omaha Beach, it was still the most realistic war film he had ever seen. From the very first scene, the film made it clear how grim war could be. In the film, helmets, faces, helmets, faces. Each soldier looked as if they had just woken from a nightmare, only to face another. Coupled with the dark sky, an overwhelming sense of suffocation filled the air. One soldier vomited, while the one next to him swallowed hard to keep it down. All this played out inside a landing craft. David Brown felt as if he had been transported back to those days, as long-buried memories surged to the surface. The success of the beach landings had been paid for with the blood of countless soldiers, just as the road to Berlin had been paved with their sacrifices. In Saving Private Ryan, blood became the most prominent feature of the battlefield. There were no invincible heroes who survived every explosion, no unrealistic last-minute turnarounds. Death came swiftly, suffocatingly so. As the casualties mounted, 1, 2, 3, countless more, the screen filled with scenes of utter carnage. The fragility of life and the brutality of war. This was David Brown's greatest takeaway from his experiences in the war. But with a different mindset and standing in a different place, Jasmine's perspective on the film was entirely different. He didn't see the cruelty of war, the human compassion, or the fragility of life. Nor did he see the paradox of sending 8 men to save 1. What he wanted to see, what he was searching for, were the film's selling points. Successful war films make the audience feel like they're being shot at. Over the years, countless examples had proven the truth of this statement by Sam Fuller. A war film that could achieve this would never fail at the box office, and in Jasmine's opinion, Duke Rosenberg's Saving Private Ryan perfectly embodied this sentiment. The opening battle sequence easily pulled him into the atmosphere of the battlefield, with its urgent and deadly pace that would undoubtedly grip the audience. A truly remarkable opening scene. Forget everything else. If I were just a regular viewer, the battle scene alone would make me feel like I got my money's worth. Jasmine nodded to himself. The opening battle was packed with selling points. But as for the rest, the emotional moments were well executed, showing Duke Rosenberg's growth in storytelling and emotional expression. The film's premise was compelling, too. While the deaths of the squad members might provoke some backlash from audiences, it would also draw in others. However, that soldier named Upham, audiences definitely wouldn't like him, and he stood out too much. Sure, he was a real, fleshed-out character, adding depth and thoughtfulness to the film, but a character that audiences disliked could easily make them turn against the film itself. Based on his years of experience in film selection, Jasmine judged that without the character of Upham, or with some adjustments, the film might resonate better with general audiences. Even so, the film was already worthy of Regal Cinema's attention. It was a rare gem. Unlike Jasmine, Mike Scott's main task was to document the film's flaws. The shaky camera makes people dizzy, and the bloody scenes are unbearable. Chapter 171, Anger of Gibson. Chapter 171. Chapter 171, Anger of Gibson. The screening had just ended, and Fox's staff were still collecting audience surveys. Some people were already in a hurry to leave. Mike Scott was among them. He needed to go back and quickly organize the relevant materials to submit to the sponsors. Getting paid to do a job was a basic rule in the industry. This was something unavoidable at every screening. Just like how Warner Brothers and Fox could get someone to provide information about the screening of Braveheart, the power of money knew no bounds. After the screening, no one really cared about it. Fox's marketing and PR personnel were already busy because a large press conference would take place shortly. The press conference was held in a grand ballroom of a hotel next to the theater. As Duke, Tom Hanks, and others stepped onto the stage, the room buzzed with excitement. The conversations in the crowd grew louder and more chaotic. Everything was arranged for promotional purposes. After Duke, Tom Hanks, and Leonardo sat down, each of their PR representatives stood nearby to remind their clients when necessary. After a long-winded introduction by the host, Charles briefly introduced the film's basic information, and then it was time for the most anticipated part, the media Q&A session. On stage, Tom Hanks naturally attracted the most attention. As expected, many of the questions from the reporters had been coordinated by the event's PR team. When the host called on a reporter, they stood up and asked, "Mr. Hanks, if I'm not mistaken, you received many offers last year. Why did you choose this film?" "I've always been fascinated by World War II history, and I've been searching for books and scripts that portray the war from a human or emotional perspective rather than just strategic actions." Tom Hanks emphasized the film's core, saying, "This movie masterfully captures that essence. It's not just an epic war story. It's a heart-wrenching exploration of human nature in war." "What was your biggest takeaway from filming?" another reporter asked. "I'd never experienced such an adrenaline rush before." Tom Hanks glanced at Duke, smiling before continuing. "During my collaboration with Rosenberg, I finally got a taste of it. Once filming started, the entire set was chaotic. People were constantly falling, and bombs were going off one after another near you. I could imagine soldiers dropping in the rain of bullets. Our eyes were filled with fear, even though we knew it wasn't real. But that's exactly why we were so scared." The room fell silent, with only Tom Hanks' voice resonating. "We shot the battle scenes at the beginning of the film, and that completely changed our approach to the following combat scenes. No one could have predicted how terrifying the landing scenes would be. You really feel the life and death trials the soldiers faced." Many reporters nodded. The opening battle was indeed incredibly realistic and shocking. After Tom Hanks, reporters asked Leonardo a few questions. Some from Fox TV specifically inquired about his rumored relationship with a model. Movie promotions came in all forms as long as they caught the audience's attention. Finally, the reporters turned their attention to Duke. "Director, how do you feel about working with Tom on this project?" The reporter's question was still focused on Tom Hanks. Of course, this was a prearranged question. Tom Hanks was the most marketable name in the cast. "I'm thrilled to have worked with Tom. I've admired him for a long time. He's one of my favorite actors, and I consider him my idol." Since the promotion aimed to highlight Tom Hanks, Duke didn't forget to praise him. "I've always wanted to work with Tom, and Saving Private Ryan made that dream come true. This experience deepened my admiration for both his character and his acting skills." Tom frequently offered valuable suggestions, and when I explained my vision for the characters, he was always open to listening. Later, with some guidance from the host, the conversation shifted to the film's realistic battle scenes. Several veterans and historians were also interviewed. David, one of the veterans, didn't hide his praise for the film when facing the reporters. His words were brief but powerful. "In my opinion, this is the most realistic and impactful World War II film ever made." Other veterans echoed his sentiments. "The film does its best to recreate the battlefield. I never thought I'd see such a realistic portrayal of war. It felt like being back on that beach." As a renowned historian and expert on the Normandy landings, Stephen also sang the film's praises. "Saving Private Ryan authentically recreates the events of the battle. Without a doubt, it's the most realistic and accurate depiction of the brutal nature of war that I've ever seen. Whether it's the combat strategies, the soldiers' expressions, their conversations, their arguments, or their respect and love for one another, it all mirrors the soldiers of that time." All of this was designed for publicity to attract as much attention as possible. The screening and promotional event lasted until the evening. As Duke drove home to Malibu, Tina Fey, seated in the passenger seat, received a call from Fox. The screening's statistical results had been released. Fox collected 363 questionnaires. The A-grade approval rating is 92%. In Tina's view, this was an excellent audience response. Although some films, like The Shawshank Redemption, had great reviews but poor box office performance, her employer's previous 3 films had shown a terrifying conversion rate from audience feedback to box office success. Based on past performance, Saving Private Ryan was very likely to become another box office hit. "What about the theaters?" Duke asked. "The North American Theater Alliance sent 37 experts to the screening," Tina summarized. 23 gave it an A+, 12 gave it an A, and the remaining 2 gave it a B. "The theater schedule shouldn't be an issue," Duke sighed in relief. "Without enough theaters and screenings, even the best films couldn't perform well at the box office." He said, "Inform Zach, John, Mike, and Sophia about the results." Tina nodded lightly and took out her phone to start making calls. While Duke was driving home and Tina was notifying the team, The same results were being reviewed in an office at CAA in Century City. Mel Gibson and Martin Bob sat across from each other, reviewing the materials related to Saving Private Ryan. The film's graphic violence is even more intense than we expected, Mel said as he flipped through the papers. We could work with the Parent-Teacher Association, urging them to encourage students not to watch it. Although the film is rated R, no parent would want to take their child to see such a bloody film. Mel, did you notice another detail? Martin tossed the papers on the desk. Two reporters mentioned that the American soldiers in the film include white men and Jewish men, but no other minorities. When the film is officially released, Mel Gibson caught on quickly, we can push this issue a bit. Minority groups will definitely be dissatisfied, and they might even protest the film. They're denying the contributions of people of color in World War II. Martin smiled faintly. Protests by some organizations might not seem like much, but once the media sensationalized the issue, it would certainly create problems for the film. It could even alienate many minority viewers. Martin, Mel Gibson recalled something else. Do you remember the suggestion I made about Sophie? Let's not act on it just yet. Martin shook his head. These actresses won't strip unless they see enough benefit, and if Duke gets involved in any scandal during the film's release, it could actually draw more attention and boost ticket sales. Are we just going to let this slide? Mel Gibson wasn't ready to forget the trouble Duke had caused during filming. He caused us unnecessary losses. Of course not. Martin looked at Mel, warning him seriously. Mel, you're still thinking like an actor. Directors are different from actors. The public is more concerned with their work than with scandals, unless it's something like Roman Polanski's case. Otherwise, it won't be a fatal blow to him. Roman, Mel muttered to himself. It's always those people. Mel. Seeing Mel Gibson's casual attitude, Martin knocked on the desk forcefully. This was an important client, so he reminded him again. Don't forget, Sophie isn't an unknown actress. She won't be easily manipulated, not even by CAA. Mel nodded, though he didn't fully agree. Whether someone could be manipulated depended on how enticing the bait was. For now, however, his focus remained on Saving Private Ryan. Duke wasn't leaving Hollywood anytime soon. The anger Mel had accumulated in Ireland would have its outlet eventually. Chapter 172. Conflicts Go Public. Chapter 172. Chapter 172. Conflicts Go Public. Freedom. On the television screen, William Wallace, looking like a wild man, let out a shout that resonated powerfully. This word, one of the most ingrained slogans in North America, did not evoke any response from the young people watching. Two of them even curled their lips disdainfully. Everyone knows how important freedom is. He's certainly shouting loud enough, said a young man named Christensen, dismissive of the trailer playing on TV. A traitor and informant shouting about freedom. Could anything be more ridiculous? Exactly. I read the media reports and even went to the library to check the facts. Evans, the bespectacled man, added with more weight in his tone. Numerous historical records show William Wallace was a dishonorable figure, a traitor. I hate traitors the most, someone chimed in. As Hollywood movies often portray, informants, no matter the reason, never meet a good end. In the mainstream culture of this land, traitors and informants are deeply despised. The group switched to ABC, where, instead of a movie trailer, a history documentary was being shown. The focus was a period of medieval Scottish history, with a particular emphasis on William Wallace, who was clearly not depicted as a hero in this context. The program had even invited an expert. See that? This is Professor Smith from Yale University, a recognized authority on British history, Evans said knowingly. Did you hear what he said? William Wallace was a traitor. Who cares who William Wallace is? Atkinson, who had been silent until now, turned off the television and declared nonchalantly, what does the history of those Europeans have to do with us? To hell with William Wallace. Yeah, exactly, Christensen agreed. It's not like we were planning to watch some movie about Europeans anyway. Not far from them, a family was gathered in front of their television, watching a show on CBS, owned by Viacom. Although Saving Private Ryan has been rated R by the MPAA, the National Parent-Teacher Association is urging parents across the country not to take their underage children to see the film due to its graphic and violent content. As the program continued, the father, Tyrese, turned to his wife and said, "Honey, this movie isn't suitable for us to watch together as a family." Before his wife could reply, their 17-year-old son, Tyrese Jr., protested, "Dad, this is a Duke Rosenberg film. It's guaranteed to be amazing. Just think about last year's Independence Day." "Sorry," Tyrese shook his head, "but based on the media reports, this film isn't appropriate for you. The media can shape public opinion and influence many people. Even in the age of the internet explosion, this remains true, especially during the heyday of traditional media." With the summer blockbuster season already underway, promotional efforts were reaching their final stages. As with all competitive releases, both Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan not only promoted their own films, but also worked to undermine their competitor, vying for the attention of potential viewers. One undeniable fact was that low-to-middle-income audiences were the backbone of Hollywood's box office. Even though movies were a relatively inexpensive form of entertainment, in a country where credit was overextended, even the middle class had limited budgets for fun. Many people who watched one movie during the same period might not see another. Every ticket sold to a competitor's film represented lost revenue. The competition wasn't just limited to advertising. As the chief screening expert for ICM, Lynch had been fielding calls from several companies since attending the test screenings for both Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan. Paramount Pictures wanted to secure more theaters for Braveheart while squeezing Saving Private Ryan out of theaters. Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox were doing the same, though their target was Braveheart. "Lynch, where do you think we should allocate our resources?" Across from Lynch sat Paul, the head of AMG's distribution department, who had significant sway over theater allocations. "Both sides are pressuring us. Paul, let's not talk about the themes or the star power." When it came to matters directly affecting his future earnings, Lynch showed no hesitation. "Let's focus on the directors. What has Duke Rosenberg achieved in the past 3 summer seasons? And what about Mel Gibson? You know better than I do how crucial a director is to a film's success." Paul thought for a moment and nodded slightly. The theater's resources were also limited, and with 2 major films being released simultaneously, they would need to prioritize. The audience feedback and theater scores for both films were relatively close, but the previous track records of the directors made for a useful guide. Duke Rosenberg's Independence Day from last year had been a huge success for theaters. Even though Paul had recently attended a CAA-hosted party, when it came to work and his performance, he could only apologize. After all, ICM, where Duke Rosenberg was represented, had also held a reception, so no one could really say anything. CAA had some very attractive models and actresses at their party, but not enough to make Paul risk losing his job. In fact, Paul was well aware that if he lost his job due to poor performance, he'd have to say goodbye to all those fancy events. Beautiful women were everywhere, and none of them were Sophie Marceau. Speaking of which, seeing Sophie Marceau at the party, she was truly stunning. No wonder she was called the love of French men by the European media. If only. Shaking off his thoughts, Paul dismissed the idea. Famous actresses weren't easily swayed, and without tangible benefits, it was too difficult to get close to them. In Hollywood, the last studio still located on its original lot, Paramount Pictures, was finalizing preparations for the release of Braveheart. "The copies have arrived. CAA has promised to fully support our post-release publicity plans." In the meeting room, one positive report after another was relayed to CEO Sherry Lansing. However, what the distribution head said next cast a shadow over the room. Braveheart will only be shown in 2,203 theaters in its opening weekend. The theater chains are refusing to allocate more resources. Sherry Lansing's face darkened as she asked in a steady tone, "And Saving Private Ryan?" 2,542 theaters. The atmosphere grew even heavier. Braveheart was already at a disadvantage before it even opened. Also, the distribution head continued. "Despite our negotiations, the British side is firm. They won't allow Braveheart to be released in the UK anytime soon. They're interfering with free trade," someone angrily exclaimed. The distribution head shot him a cold look before explaining. "The UK isn't refusing to release the film. They're just delaying it, which doesn't violate the trade agreements between the US and UK. Also, rumor has it that 10 Downing Street is behind this." That person promptly shut his mouth. Even though both nations were capitalist, no one could ignore the power of 10 Downing Street. Moreover, the film's subject matter likely irritated some key figures in the British government. We'll continue lobbying the UK. We can't afford to lose that important market, Sherry Lansing said, frowning deeply. In North America, we'll ramp up our promotional efforts. As long as the film performs well at the box office, additional theaters won't be a problem. And Saving Private Ryan? We'll keep pushing back against it. I'll seek help from the parent company to mobilize more resources. After a brief moment of thought, Sherry Lansing addressed the heads of the publicity and PR departments. CAA has developed a post-release PR strategy targeting Saving Private Ryan. We'll support and cooperate with them. Anything that could dent Saving Private Ryan's box office was fair game. Likewise, Saving Private Ryan would need to suppress other films released at the same time to achieve box office success, and 20th Century Fox's PR department wasn't sitting idle either. They were contacting the media and theaters, stirring up sensitive issues for some people, and using News Corporation's channels to work behind the scenes with the British, weakening Paramount's resources in North America. Braveheart was being held back in terms of theaters in North America, not just due to its theme, cast, or director, but also because Paramount's efforts were being diluted by the UK situation. This pervasive competition was a testament to the cutthroat nature of North America's most important movie season, the summer box office. The battles didn't stop there. In the days leading up to the premieres, both films engaged in open and covert skirmishes, from securing premiere venues to inviting high-profile guests. At first, it was announced that Saving Private Ryan would have its premiere at the Shrine Auditorium, but Paramount swooped in and snatched the venue for Braveheart on the same day. Next came the issue of premiere guests. Stars represented by ICM and CAA were, of course, the top choices to invite. However, CAA was facing internal conflicts. Tom Hanks and another actor had managed to invite several of CAA's top stars to support a rival studio. CAA's internal strife was becoming more apparent, and the competition between the two films had now become completely public. Saving Private Ryan eventually settled on hosting its premiere at Grauman's Chinese Theater. The two major summer releases were now poised for direct confrontation. The entire North American film industry, from fans to critics, from the media to Hollywood insiders, was watching this fierce competition closely. Chapter 173, No One's Hands Are Clean. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, No One's Hands Are Clean. Hey, Duke. Just as Duke walked into the VIP lounge at the Hollywood Chinese Theater, someone came over to greet him. Standing behind Duke, Tina Fey glanced at the newcomer and immediately stepped closer. That's Andy Hill, the deputy director of the distribution department at 20th Century Fox, she whispered. Those close to him just call him Andy. Thanks to his assistant's tip, Duke warmly extended his hand and shook Andy's as he reached out. It's been a while, Andy. Yes, the last time we met was at the screening, Andy said warmly, unaware of anything amiss. That was an amazing film. This is going to be another successful collaboration between us. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Fox executive, Duke moved on. Whether due to the massive success of Independence Day or the positive reception from the film's screenings, many people came over to greet him, many of whom he didn't even know. Thankfully, Tina Fey, having been trained by Penny Kellis, was always ready with timely reminders. The VIP lounge was glittering with stars. Tom Hanks and Eno Martin stood in the corner, their eyes constantly following Duke's movements. Tom, you saw the film at the screening. Eno Martin smiled and asked Hanks, are you at ease now? Except for the box office, Tom Hanks replied with his characteristic good-natured smile. Eno Martin shook his head. I think the box office is the one thing you never need to worry about with Duke's films. That's true. Hanks clearly agreed with his agent. His reasons for participating in this film went beyond just liking the script and the role. Duke Rosenberg's commercial success was also a big factor. To truly solidify his position in Hollywood, 2 Oscars weren't enough. He also needed strong box office appeal. Collaborating with a successful commercial director was undoubtedly a good choice. The film won't achieve the same astronomical box office as Independence Day, Tom Hanks said softly. But the reviews shouldn't be a problem. A lot of people were worried Duke would turn it into a World War II version of Independence Day. The content will surely surprise them. A director known for making popcorn movies suddenly creates a film with deep intellectual substance, Martin said, still watching Duke. And does it so well. I wonder how the critics will react. How will they react? Tom Hanks said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Criticize it harshly? Let's not forget that this year marks the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II, and the film is releasing near Memorial Day. If they attack the film's theme, Hanks scoffed coldly and shook his head. If someone were foolish enough to criticize the film's theme or the ideas it presents, they'd be bringing trouble upon themselves. The critics might not let Duke off the hook. Martin picked up the conversation. They'll probably focus on technical aspects or any errors in the film. The smartest move would be to stay silent. As Irene walked into the VIP lounge, she was surrounded by familiar faces, many of whom were big names in Hollywood. Unfortunately, being an outsider, Irene knew them, but they didn't know her. She had no intention of mingling with the stars anyway. She was here to introduce her friend to the young director. Anna, over here. Scanning the lounge, Irene spotted the person who had invited her to the premiere. She grabbed her friend's hand and walked over. Miss Irene is here, Tina Fey whispered, prompting Duke to turn around just in time to see Irene and another blonde woman walking toward him. He raised his hand in greeting. Duke, this is my friend, Anna Prince. She's an assistant director at a production company in Hollywood, Irene introduced. Anna, this is Duke, the director of Saving Private Ryan. After shaking hands with the young director, Anna discreetly observed him as he chatted with Irene. Having been in Hollywood for some time, though this was her first time meeting him in person, she'd heard many stories about this rising director. With the massive success of Independence Day, Duke Rosenberg had shot to fame like a comet over the past few years, becoming something of a Hollywood legend. He was a role model for aspiring directors like Anna, someone who dreamed of making it big. Success might not be replicable, but examples can still be followed. While Duke continued his socializing, at the entrance to the theater, many were queuing to enter. Film critics Kenneth Turan of the Los Angeles Times and Todd McCarthy of The Hollywood Reporter, longtime friends, arrived together. Though the organizers provided no free services, they had found ways to secure tickets to the premiere. They wanted to see Duke Rosenberg's latest work as soon as possible and prepare for their reviews. Walking into the theater and sitting side by side, the two chatted while they waited. I'm hoping for a pure popcorn movie like Independence Day, Todd McCarthy said. A typical Duke-style film would be ideal. You're not a big fan of that kind of film? Kenneth Turan asked, puzzled. Why? Because Independence Day was too successful. That kind of success can't be replicated, nor can it last. Kenneth Turan nodded. True. Duke achieved the pinnacle of sensory spectacle with Independence Day. There's no way to surpass that. So, if Saving Private Ryan is just another popcorn movie, Todd McCarthy said, narrowing his eyes, and it still relies on explosions, people will compare it to Independence Day. Then, audiences will experience fatigue, Kenneth Turan chimed in, and the box office might fall short, maybe even flop. Todd McCarthy chuckled. Haven't we all been waiting to see him fail? Not me, not entirely. Kenneth Turan quickly distanced himself. I've always liked his films. If he hadn't gone too far last time, I wouldn't have joined the Kenneth. Criticizing Duke Rosenberg is a consensus among film critics. After his friend's comment, Kenneth Turan fell silent and waited for the film to begin. He had heard that Duke Rosenberg had made some stylistic changes in this film. The young director was smart enough to understand the potential problems he faced after Independence Day. Independence Day's commercial success had been overwhelming. Even now, it was still playing in some overseas markets, and its global box office had nearly reached $910 million, inching closer to Jurassic Park's record. To Kenneth Turan, Duke had reached the peak of commercial filmmaking, with a record that might remain unbroken for decades, if not longer. For a director, this was both an honor and a constraint. Without a timely change in style, Duke's achievements might be limited to this alone. A few rows back, regular moviegoers continued to arrive. Now working adults, Allen, Jones, and Kunitz had reunited for the premiere. Same rule, no drinks, no popcorn. Kunitz muttered as he sat down. Even though Duke's movies are the definition of popcorn films, they're the least suitable for eating popcorn during. Allen and Jones ignored him, whispering to each other, but a nearby student-looking audience member curiously asked, "Why? Haven't you seen any of Duke's movies before?" Kunitz asked, turning to the student, who shook his head. "I saw Independence Day." "Then didn't you miss any cool scenes while looking down to eat or drink?" Yeah, I guess. Let me introduce myself. I'm Kunitz, a diehard fan of Duke Rosenberg's films. I'm Owen. I really liked Independence Day." More and more people filled the seats at the Hollywood Chinese Theater, eagerly awaiting the film's start. Meanwhile, across town at the Shrine Auditorium, another crowd was gathering for a similar event. They too were awaiting the film's release. Two massive premieres happening simultaneously highlighted both Hollywood's glamour and its underlying competition. Having slipped away from the media, Mel Gibson entered the theater and found his agent, Martin Bob. The two quietly moved to a secluded corner. "All set?" Gibson asked. "With Paramount and Viacom's help, it was easy," Martin Bob replied in a low voice. "We got those people tickets to Saving Private Ryan's premiere. They're already seated in the other theater." With their theater disadvantage, they had to find other ways to compete. Gibson had no qualms about going up against the young director who had caused him so much trouble. After all, Duke hadn't hesitated to play dirty behind Braveheart, either. As Mel Gibson settled in, the screening was about to begin. Back at the Hollywood Chinese Theater, the lights dimmed row by row. Seated toward the back, Luther stared at the screen, seemingly intent on finding flaws in the film. He was a black man, representing a black rights organization. Today, he would watch the movie with a critical eye, scrutinizing the work of those white directors. Meanwhile, a few rows ahead, Rodriguez had similar thoughts. Latinos had made great sacrifices during World War II. How could mainstream society ignore that? The iconic music began, and the 20th Century Fox logo appeared, followed by the Warner Brothers and Walt Disney logos. Then, an old American flag waved in the wind. Chapter 174. A New Perspective. Chapter 174. Chapter 174. A New Perspective. The film began, and the audience in the theater fell silent. All eyes were glued to the large screen, ears catching the resonating soundtrack. At first, the sound of a snare drum rang out steadily, as if marching from the distant smoke of war. The military bugle, with its distinct metallic tone, replaced the classical trumpet typically used in orchestral compositions. Accompanied by a low humming voice, filled with reverence and remembrance, it was like the first light of dawn breaking through the fog, quietly yet gradually stirring emotions. The music swelled into grandeur and then softly faded again. In the dim light, an old and tattered flag fluttered in the breeze, the sound of the brass instruments drifting through the air. In this steady shot, the film slowly revealed its opening scene. An elderly man walked briskly toward the camera. As he reached the cemetery, the camera zoomed in on his eyes, and the memories long buried in his heart began to unfold, as though the windows of his soul gradually brightened. "Where's the big battle at the start?" Kunitz frowned and muttered under his breath. "Wasn't there supposed to be a beach landing scene right at the beginning? This isn't Duke's style at all." "Yeah, that's what we thought too," Allen and Jones agreed. However, the next sequence proved that the film didn't disappoint them. As the sound of massive waves filled the speakers, countless Allied landing crafts raced toward the beach. Some soldiers leaned over the sides, vomiting, and the shaky camera made Kunitz feel dizzy, as though he himself were on one of those turbulent boats. The camera shifted to the interior of a landing craft, showing the trembling hands of an officer, revealing the immense psychological pressure of the moment. The soldiers did not appear fearless. Some were indifferent, some terrified, and others prayed. None of them knew if they would survive to set foot on the beach. When the ramp of the landing craft dropped, the battle erupted without warning. There was no build-up, no shouting, just the merciless rain of bullets and soldiers falling one after another. The war was brutal and bloody, revealing the frailty of human life. Bullets pierced helmets and tore through bodies. Soldiers on the beach searched for their own severed limbs. After an explosion, Captain Miller dragged a wounded soldier, only to find he was pulling just half of his body. The realism of the war scenes was almost unparalleled. This is too cruel." Kunitz heard a voice beside him. He turned and saw Owen, the man he had spoken with earlier, covering his mouth. "Is this what a real battlefield looks like? No indestructible Rambos?" There are no invincible heroes in war. Though he said this, Kunitz couldn't help but be amazed at how terrifyingly brutal this war scene was. Sitting in the front row, Tom, who had already seen the film several times, focused more on Duke's filmmaking techniques, especially since he had been involved in much of the shooting. With his experience in the industry, he could make some insightful analyses. It's clear Duke used a completely different editing style in post-production. Tom was certain of this. In the opening battle, Duke had clearly employed a series of continuous shots to capture the combat, using a variety of camera angles, mid-shots, close-ups, to portray the chaos of war. To highlight the soldiers' struggles and the bloodshed, Duke painstakingly used close-up shots to create a visceral experience. For example, when soldiers charged forward on the beach and in the water, one soldier was struck by bullets as he fought to advance. The close-up shot vividly captured the moment, with blood pouring from his body, turning the water around him red, before he collapsed and was swallowed by the sea. The camera then pulled back, switching to a wide shot that revealed the blood-soaked and tragic scene on the beach. War was cruel and unforgiving, and life appeared small and fragile, easily snuffed out in the face of violence. Even the least perceptive audience members could sense this from the opening battle. As a seasoned film critic, Todd certainly wasn't an exception. His expression darkened. Although only the beginning of the film had unfolded, he could already tell that this was a Duke film unlike any before it. Recalling how critics had mocked the film during its promotion, calling it a sci-fi take on World War II, claiming there would be nothing but explosions, his face grew even darker. Indeed, there were many explosions, and they occurred repeatedly, but these explosions were not gratuitous. In a large-scale beach landing like this, it would have been laughable if there weren't explosions. Most importantly, these explosions abandoned the exaggerated style of films like Independence Day and The Rock, retaining a level of visual impact while appearing far more realistic. Next to him, Kenneth, a fellow critic, appeared less biased, able to assess the scene more fairly. In this war sequence, Duke Rosenberg clearly abandoned his usual shooting and production style. For the first time, he adopted a documentary-style approach to portray the war, using handheld cameras to capture the landing, waist-high tracking shots, shaky frames, personal close-ups, slow and fast motion, and overlapping montage cuts that seamlessly strung together fragmented, impromptu shots. All of these techniques combined to create a terrifying battlefield and contributed to the unique visual language of the film. The extensive use of handheld camera work placed the audience's perspective almost parallel to the action on screen or at a 45-degree angle to the subjects, creating a more authentic and believable visual experience. As a film production graduate from NYU and a former assistant director in Hollywood, Anna felt the same way. With the soldier's eye perspective, viewers, like Anna and Irene, found themselves immersed in the chaos of the Omaha beachhead, feeling the shock of bullets flying and experiencing the brutal reality of war. This doesn't feel like a Duke movie at all. Even though Irene had somewhat prepared herself after seeing the trailer, she couldn't help but be surprised. There were no sweeping wide-angle shots, no massive set pieces, no dazzling motion shots, no sharp edits, and no over-the-top special effects. If she didn't know for sure that Duke Rosenberg was the director, Irene would have thought someone else made this film. But she wasn't disappointed. The film was just as thrilling as ever, even if the bloodshed was a bit nauseating. Irene, you should be happy for him. Her friend Anna spoke in a low voice. For whom? Irene asked, confused. For Duke Rosenberg, Anna replied softly. Aren't you two friends? From what I can see, his shift in style is off to a great start. This could become his defining work. This was Anna's genuine opinion. Just from the opening battle, the film had established an epic tone. As long as the narrative didn't collapse later, this film would likely become a classic war movie, perhaps even the most iconic one. While Anna and Irene whispered during a brief lull in the war scenes, Kenneth continued his analysis. This was clearly not Duke Rosenberg's usual film. The shift in style was obvious. Duke Rosenberg seemed to believe that wide shots couldn't effectively convey the terror of war. So, he used few wide-angle shots to depict the entire battlefield. Strictly speaking, he only included one panoramic shot at the end of the battle, where the camera panned from the soldiers securing the beach to the vehicles, boats, and bodies scattered across the shore, eventually focusing on a backpack with the name Ryan on it. Aside from this, the film predominantly relied on mid-shots, close-ups, and extreme close-ups, like Captain Miller's trembling hands or the soldiers' anxious, fearful faces. Duke placed these intimate shots directly in front of the audience, forcing them to confront the stark reality of war, the suddenness of death, its swiftness. There were no miraculous survivals, no over-the-top last stands, just the brutal immediacy of soldiers falling without fanfare. By magnifying these death scenes, the film conveyed the fragility of life and the horrifying nature of war, capturing the despair, tragedy, and erosion of humanity. Using the brutality of war to express an anti-war message may not have been a new approach, but Duke Rosenberg executed it with exceptional skill. Even Todd, sitting nearby, had to admit that Duke had made significant changes. Judging by the opening scene alone, it seemed like a successful evolution. Most notably, the length of the shots was different. Todd clearly remembered that in Duke's previous 3 films, the average shot length was less than 2.5 seconds, with long takes being extremely rare. In this sequence, however, he used many long takes with a documentary-like realism. Todd estimated that the average shot length was over 7 seconds. While this may have sacrificed some of the sharpness that came with rapid cutting, it allowed for a continuous portrayal of the battle, immersing the audience in the unfolding events. Another difference Todd noticed was the editing. Duke had clearly moved away from his previous, often chaotic, editing style and returned to a more logical approach. The film's editing no longer seemed forced to maintain a certain shot length. Instead, it followed a rational progression, cutting to the next scene only when necessary, or when introducing another crucial event. Despite his personal bias, Todd couldn't deny that the flow of the editing felt natural and seamless. Even though his opinion of Duke Rosenberg was at an all-time low, Todd had to acknowledge that the young director had made significant strides in his craft. His filmmaking skills had reached a new level, and particularly in the upcoming scenes, his emotional depth and subtle techniques were nothing short of impressive. Chapter 175, Hope and Expectations. Chapter 175, Hope and Expectations. In vast fields of wheat, a small house stood peacefully in the distance, with a winding path connecting it to the horizon. A military vehicle entered the scene from the foreground, kicking up dust as it broke the pastoral tranquility. This scene, as the film's most beautiful moment, marked a change from the previous cold, gray tones, with warm, dark yellows dominating, giving a slight feeling of warmth. However, the clouds lingering in the sky kept the tone cool, subtly suggesting that the emotions in the film had not yet shifted away from the brutality of the Omaha beach landings. Todd McCarthy understood well that this was Duke Rosenberg's expertise in emotional manipulation. Everything was set up as a prelude for the emotional scenes to come. However, compared to the blunt emotional moments in The Rock or the president's speech in Independence Day, this scene was more subtle and touching, making even a critic like Todd, who disliked Duke, find it hard to be upset. In this segment, the young director used close-up shots to lead the audience to Ryan's mother, showing her tranquility shattered by war and her immense pain. Even without a single line of dialogue, just seeing her collapse to the ground was enough to make viewers feel the sorrow and grief in her heart. At the same time, the use of deep focus shots connected the general, representing the U.S. military, with Ryan's mother, representing millions of American families. It made viewers realize that war destroys not just individuals, but countless ordinary families. How could an aging mother bear the heartbreaking news of losing her sons? The film portrayed the beauty of peace and the warmth of home, implying that the United States is protected by countless families like this one, and in return, the country should protect the completeness and happiness of these families. Duke Rosenberg didn't just depict the horrors of the battlefield. He also brought to life the pain on the home front through the silent portrayal of an aging mother, leaving a profound impact on the audience. He's changed so much, and it's such a successful transformation. Todd heard Kenneth murmur to himself, "I used to think he was just a talented commercial director, and even if he could evolve, it would take him over a decade, like Spielberg. But he's grown so fast. It's hard to believe." With these words came the sound of sniffles. It seemed many audience members were moved by this exceptionally subtle emotional manipulation, empathizing with the mother on screen who had lost 3 sons. "I'm reminded of my own mother," someone suddenly said. "She loves me so much, but I haven't visited her in a long time." Mothers, the greatest existence in this world. "The military isn't just saving Ryan's mother," Irene said, somewhat emotionally. "They're saving the hopes of all American mothers." "Yes." With this scene as the foundation, Anna replied from a cinematic perspective, "The later rescue doesn't seem as abrupt or controversial." Duke's storytelling was clearly more refined and mature now. His growth was astounding, Anna thought to herself. Because of the heavy price you paid for freedom, with respect. On the screen, General Marshall finished reading a letter from Rains' family and firmly declared, "That boy is still alive. We'll send someone to find him and bring him back from the battlefield." The film's theme was made clear. Though it came a bit later than typical Hollywood films, the audience didn't mind. Applause erupted unexpectedly. At first, scattered applause came from the back rows, but it quickly spread around the theater, gradually growing chaotic. The disorder lasted less than 2 seconds before becoming a tidal wave of applause, loud and overwhelming. Someone stood up first, and more people followed. The entire audience rose to their feet, clapping and clapping again. Irene and Anna had long since stood up, clapping their white hands for this film, for the director who created such a masterpiece. Alan, Jones, Kunitz, and Owen all stood up, clapping their hands even though it hurt. The opening battle had shocked them, and the emotional drama that followed had saddened them. The film had completely captured their emotions. Tom Hanks and Eno Martin also stood up. They knew they had made the right decision by accepting Duke Rosenberg's casting invitation. Kenneth also stood up, applauding that young director. Duke's progress had exceeded even his highest expectations. Even Todd McCarthy slowly rose to his feet. Though Duke had touched on his own professional interests and he would surely criticize the film later, in this moment, he couldn't help but applaud this spectacular masterpiece. As a representative of a certain organization, Luther had seemingly forgotten his mission 5 minutes into the film. He was fully absorbed in the plot and atmosphere, even shedding a tear for the mother earlier. Now, like he hadn't noticed the lack of representation, he was clapping just as enthusiastically. "This is the best war movie." It wasn't just Luther. Rodriguez felt the same way, though his mind was sharper than that of the others. He knew that while he could like the film and applaud it, once the screening ended, the business side of things, including financial matters, wouldn't change. Liking a film couldn't replace real life or the green bills that ran the world. Captain Miller, along with 7 elite soldiers and 1 frail interpreter, had formed a squad to save Ryan. Was it worth risking the lives of these men for 1 soldier? The audience, now seated, didn't want to think about such heavy questions. Instead, they followed the film's pace, experiencing emotional impact after impact. "Are they all going to die?" Owen asked Kenneth, who shook his head. Based on Duke's previous films, Captain Miller could fight through an entire battlefield alone, maybe even reach Berlin and take out the enemy. But this film? It's hard to say. People are definitely going to die. Jones joined the conversation as the squad marched along. "The film's theme is heavy, and I think a lot of people will die. Did you see that guy, Urban? Clumsy and inexperienced. A rookie like him usually gets his comrades killed." Sure enough, shortly after they spoke, gunfire rang out. Caparzo, the strong soldier who looked like a modern warrior, fell into a pool of blood. On a real battlefield, no one was invincible. When Jackson took down the enemy sniper and medic Wade rushed over, Caparzo had already died. Before they even found Ryan, 1 soldier had fallen. 8 men risked their lives to go deep into enemy territory to save 1 soldier for the sake of a single family. Was it worth it? The film didn't give a clear answer. Soldiers had their duties. Captain Miller led his squad forward, even if they didn't fully understand the mission. Yet another soldier fell. Kenneth watched intently. The opening sequence was indeed epic and classic, but he didn't forget that Duke Rosenberg had a reputation for explosions and over-the-top destruction. While his style had evolved significantly, the film still featured plenty of action and emotion, Duke's strong suits. The relatively calm narrative following the explosive opening was a key test of the director's abilities. A filmmaker who relied solely on spectacle and sentiment could never become a master. The slow pace used to establish the squad members' backgrounds and personalities enriches the characters and story while interspersing action peaks to keep the audience engaged. Kenneth muttered to himself and nodded. It was a clever technique, and it worked well. In the first major action sequence, Private Caparzo was shot by a sniper and died tragically. Just 2 minutes later, the squad unexpectedly encountered German troops, leading to a close-quarters confrontation that ended with the enemy's death. The action sequences were tightly packed, hinting that there would be no rest on this battlefield. In war, it was impossible to relax. However, emphasizing constant danger could strain the audience's nerves and lead to fatigue. So, a new element was introduced, Ryan's humorous doppelganger. Though initially disappointed, the audience now felt hope and anticipation. The third action sequence came, transitioning through the scene of counting dog tags. Another squad member, Medic Wade, died while attacking a radar station. Soon after, Urban's decision to release a German prisoner sparked a fourth, less action-heavy but more crucial sequence. Private Reiben's declaration that he would leave, with Sergeant Horvath pulling a gun to stop him. This sequence marked a shift in the group's dynamics. It wasn't just about rank and hierarchy anymore. It was about disagreements among the squad members, and the ultimate question, was this mission really worth it? Duke Rosenberg was incredibly smart, avoiding a direct answer and leaving it to the audience to ponder. Yes, the question itself is worth thinking about. Anna told Irene. She wasn't fresh out of college anymore. After spending years in Hollywood, she had a sense of how most directors and producers thought. But everyone has a different perspective. This kind of question can easily lead to debates, and debates stir controversy. Controversy creates buzz and gives the media a reason to hype the film. It draws more people into the theaters. Exactly, Irene agreed. I've only met Duke twice, but I've heard a lot about him from Aunt Leah. Duke is heavily influenced by her commercial-first mentality. An explosion ended their conversation. With the film more than halfway through, the lead character finally appeared. It seemed the audience had waited too long, or perhaps the atmosphere had built up enough. The theater erupted in applause once again, as they welcomed the arrival of James Ryan, both in the film and in reality. Chapter 176, Thunderous Applause. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Thunderous Applause. When the real James Ryan finally appeared, the film was more than halfway through. Based on Kenneth Turan's prediction, following the typical Hollywood production rules and Duke Rosenberg's usual style, there would inevitably be another grand battle to achieve the final redemption. However, he clearly sensed that Ryan himself wasn't important. Duke Rosenberg's message was obvious. Who was being saved didn't matter. What was important was the act of saving itself. As a seasoned film critic and media professional, Kenneth Turan keenly observed that once this film was released, it would inevitably spark a wave of discussions, even though it so perfectly aligned with American values. It seemed Duke Rosenberg never overlooked the market. Kenneth Turan had a helpless smile on his lips. Controversy and buzz could either kill or explode a film's success. What about Saving Private Ryan? As the climactic battle was about to begin, the applause in the theater had already died down. Cunithus stared at the screen, wide-eyed. His companions, and even all the surrounding audience members, were equally captivated. Many of the attendees at this premiere had come because of the director. Knowing Duke's tendencies, they were aware that if the opening battle was so brutally intense that it shook them to their core, what kind of cinematic experience would the final climax bring? There's a moment of calm before the storm, Irene whispered. Anna laughed and leaned over to whisper back. Director Rosenberg is using beautiful memories to showcase the brilliance of humanity. In Anna's view, what Duke achieved in this film was a significant progression, revealing human emotions through the lens of war. To portray the perfection of humanity and the horrors of war, he deliberately inserted a moment of calm before the second battle, allowing the audience to feel both the light of humanity and the devastation war inflicts. During this scene, the camera returned to a medium shot of Captain Miller's trembling hands and upper body. Anna could see the squad's leader, worried and despairing about their fate just before the great battle. When he sat down and talked with Ryan about his family, he instructed Ryan to recall specific events with his family, not just their faces and voices. Here, Duke cleverly employed a series of reverse-shot close-ups, focusing almost entirely on the two characters' facial expressions. From their expressions, Anna saw resignation and sorrow. The young director seemed to be using Ryan's words to convey the life of countless ordinary American soldiers before the war, a life that war had taken away. In this fleeting moment of tranquility, there was no arguing or doubt. Though they didn't know what fate held for them, they faced the upcoming battle together with fond memories of the past. By just opposing this calm with the inevitable upcoming battle, the director clearly aimed to highlight the value of peace and the brutality of war, affirming the value of life. On the other side, Kenneth Turan had a different reaction. In his eyes, a truly just and responsible director wouldn't be obsessed with the bloodshed and excitement of war. Instead, they should focus on the human emotions and spirit that emerge during war, allowing people to realize the evil of war and the value of peace, so that every viewer cherishes peace from the depths of their heart and distances themselves from war. Duke Rosenberg had finally reined in his inner urge for destruction, using the devastation of war to express a profound theme. But what was needed next to further deepen this theme and ensure it resonated with the audience? Sacrifice. There was no more fitting way than that. There was no need to overthink it. Kenneth Turan could easily guess that most of the squad would inevitably fall on this bridgehead. Before the war, everyone had beautiful lives, and each had something to mourn when they were struck down. In America, that might be the memory of family. In other places, it might be something else. But it would always be something precious yet distant. The role of war here was simply to destroy everything it could. The soldiers fought to reclaim whatever they could. To save Ryan, the embodiment of goodness, sacrifice was inevitable. One by one, the squad members fell, until Captain Miller. Captain Miller, after being shot, sat weakly by the bridge, firing his small pistol powerlessly at a Tiger tank. Finally, rescue arrived as P-51 planes destroyed the tank. Hope had not been extinguished. The goodness that the squad had sacrificed their lives to save would carry on, living bravely with their memories and dreams. "Don't let them down," Miller said before he died. "Ryan, live well." The sound of sobbing echoed in the theater. Though the sound wasn't loud, there were too many people crying. Irene pinched her nose to stifle her tears. "I know this is meant to be emotional manipulation, so why do I still want to cry?" Because the director spent the entire film building up to this moment of sacrifice and emotion, Anna said, more composed. "Captain Miller is a hero." Indeed, Captain Miller was a hero, a typical American everyman hero. Such a hero's sacrifice had the greatest impact. Kunitz gently wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, and beside him, Allen and Jones did the same. On the other side, Owen's eyes gleamed with tears, slowly streaming down his face. He seemed still immersed in the film, not even attempting to wipe them away. "My dear Mrs. Ryan, it is with great pleasure that I inform you that your son, James Ryan, is unharmed and is currently on his way home from the European front. Reports from the front lines indicate that James heroically and resolutely fulfilled his duties, even after learning of his family's misfortune in this great war against tyranny and oppression. I, along with the Secretary of War, the entire military, and the American people, wish you good health and happiness with your son James. Only his safe return can ease your heartache." As Captain Miller died, General Marshall's voice was heard as a voiceover, reading the letter to Ryan's mother. On the battlefield, where the smoke had not yet cleared, the camera slowly panned over the collapsed bell tower, the sunken craters, the broken bridge, and the bodies. The expressions of the survivors were serene and calm. They were still alive, listening to the military's praise for Ryan, words so beautiful. But those words also praised all the soldiers, those still alive like Upham, and those who had died bravely. When war and life are placed on opposite sides of the scale, the weight of destruction becomes all the heavier, Kenneth Turan heard Todd McCarthy say, as if reviewing the film. A true war film never shies away from the scars humanity leaves behind. And behind the shadow of war, there is always a glimpse of humanity's brilliance. Todd McCarthy turned to Kenneth Turan. "The film was brilliant. Duke Rosenberg surpassed our expectations. He's outdone himself. I can praise him here, but only here." Seeing his old friend smile wryly, Todd McCarthy turned back without saying more. The film was so right. so perfectly right, that criticizing Duke Rosenberg would require great caution. To criticize the film's theme would only bring trouble. Criticizing other aspects would be inconsequential. Todd McCarthy suddenly found himself at a loss. After only a few seconds of thought, he found the best solution. Ignore Duke Rosenberg's new film altogether, as if it had never existed. Was the rescue worth it? It seemed the director hadn't given a very clear answer until the film returned to the elderly James Ryan, where everything finally came full circle. Ryan had been saved and returned home, living a peaceful life. Now, as an old man, he stood before the graves of his comrades, weeping as he asked his wife, "Was I a good man?" His wife held his face, reassuring him that he was. Only then did the old man seem somewhat relieved. "I lived well. Was I a good man?" The film gave its answer quickly. His wife replied, "You were a good man." The elderly Ryan saluted Captain Miller's grave, and the stars and stripes once again fluttered in the air as the film drew to a close. The credits began to roll, and the theater fell into silence. Tina Fey, sitting next to Duke, couldn't help but glance behind her. Based on the applause during the film, this reaction was unexpected. Could it be that the audience didn't approve of the film? Her eyes then fell on her employer, who remained calm, seated steadily. His dark eyes seemed filled with nothing but confidence. If she were to judge, this was undoubtedly a good film, even a classic war film. The young director had seamlessly combined his signature visual effects with newfound intellectual depth. Even though the film had plenty of emotional manipulation, it still felt natural and unforced. The theater remained silent for about 5 seconds, and then the applause erupted like a summer thunderstorm. Starting from the back row with the regular audience members, everyone stood up. They weren't standing to leave, nor to relax, but to congratulate the director and the film, expressing their respect and releasing the emotions the film had stirred. He always succeeds. Tom Hanks stood up, walking over without waiting for Duke to extend his hand, and gave him a solid hug. "Duke, I'm honored to have worked with you. You've given me a classic role in a classic film." More and more people approached, offering their congratulations. The thunderous applause showed no sign of stopping. The audience remained standing, applauding, as if this was the only way to express their love for the film and the young director. The premiere was over. Whether the film style would be accepted would now depend on the market's response. Chapter 177, So-Called Freedom. Chapter 177. Chapter 177, So-Called Freedom. Mr. Gibson, don't you think it's a bit excessive to portray William Wallace, a figure acknowledged as a traitor by Britain, as a hero? As soon as Mel Gibson stepped out of the premiere theater, he was surrounded by dozens of reporters. These people seemed to have been waiting for him specifically, with questions that were clearly well prepared. "Do you happen to have a particular fondness for traitors and informants? Mr. Director, shouldn't you have checked the historical records before making the film? A film should at least align with basic historical facts, right?" Naturally rebellious, Mel Gibson glared at the reporter who asked the question and coldly replied, "History is written by the victors." Before he could finish, his publicist tugged at him. Comments like that should not be made in public. The reporters became even more excited. A journalist from The Sun loudly asked, "Mel, are you implying that all of Britain's recorded history is fake? Do you think Scotland should be independent? Isn't it a bit much to publicly interfere in Britain's domestic affairs? If history is written by the victors, does that mean American and British history never happened? That World War II never existed?" The reporters seized the opportunity, bombarding Mel Gibson with leading questions. They were practically calling him a traitor and an informant. Gibson clamped his mouth shut, refusing to answer any more of these sensitive questions. He only relaxed once he got into the car that had arrived to pick him up. Most of those reporters are from Warner, Disney, News Corporation, and some from Fleet Street. His publicist reminded him once the car door was closed. "Mel, the subject matter of your film is already quite sensitive. Although you're trying to generate buzz through controversy, you really shouldn't respond to questions like that." Having spent many years battling it out in Hollywood, Gibson calmed down, realizing that the reporters had been trying to trap him in a public relations nightmare. Sometimes, these media traps had to be avoided. Damn bastards. His eyes stared through the car window in the direction of Hollywood. He was convinced that this situation had something to do with another production team. "Kyle, Have you received feedback on Saving Private Ryan's premiere? Gibson asked his assistant in the front seat. What are people saying? The film is still screening, but the audience has given 2 standing ovations so far. Through the rearview mirror, the assistant could see that Gibson's face didn't look too good, and the applause lasted quite a while both times. That doesn't mean anything. As an industry insider, Gibson knew very well that some productions planted people in the audience to lead applause and cheers at special moments in the film. He had even done it for his own movie. When William Wallace shouted "Freedom," it was the plants who started the applause. While such shouts would surely win over the Academy voters, their actual impact on the general audience was limited. Anything else? He asked again. At the end of Saving Private Ryan, the applause lasted over 10 minutes. The assistant avoided looking at Gibson and relayed the truth. Duke Rosenberg and Tom Hanks led the cast in taking 4 bows, but the audience still wouldn't leave. What? Gibson's face grew serious. Applause lasting that long and multiple bows couldn't be orchestrated by plants. There was only one explanation. The film had struck a deep emotional chord with the vast majority of the audience. Could it be that the film was even better and more powerful than they had anticipated? Later, lying in bed at home, Gibson was still pondering this possibility. Meanwhile, in distant Chicago, Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel, who had just left the theater, had already come to the same conclusion. Having attended the test screening of Braveheart, they opted for the midnight screening of Saving Private Ryan. After watching it, they walked silently into the theater lobby, their faces tense. Is this really a Duke Rosenberg film? Siskel couldn't help but break the silence first. No car chases, no over-the-top explosions, no sharp editing. It doesn't look anything like his previous 3 films. But it is his film. Ebert blinked, as if still recalling parts of the movie. You must have noticed, Gene. There are a lot of explosion scenes in the film, some of which are entirely unnecessary. Who else but Duke Rosenberg would cram so many pointless explosions into a movie? Michael Bay. Siskel seemed to be trying to lighten the mood with a joke. Didn't someone say that the director of Bad Boys, which premiered last month, was just copying Duke Rosenberg? Let's focus on this film. Ebert nodded to the occasional fan who waved at him, speaking softly. He's definitely grown as a filmmaker. We've all been laughing at him, but the reality is, Duke Rosenberg didn't shy away from the bloodshed and violence of war, nor did he depict it from a strategic perspective. He focused on the most direct participants in war, the common soldiers. He reflected on war from their viewpoint, using the simplest and most straightforward approach to portray the realities of the battlefield. Since this was a private conversation, Siskel didn't hold back his true thoughts. No movie has ever depicted the brutality of war so directly. The bullets, the bloodshed, the screams, the realism of the scenes makes it hard to watch. Nodding in agreement with his old friend, Ebert added, the film's reflection on war is greatly elevated through its stark portrayal. The notions of justice and injustice seem incredibly fragile in the face of death. Duke Rosenberg also delves deep into human nature. The soldiers in the film are brave, cowardly, decisive, hesitant. War reveals all aspects of human nature. The film's profound impact and resonance will stay with audiences for a long time. Roger, how are we supposed to review this? Siskel asked, clearly frustrated. If we criticize it, don't criticize it. That'll only cause trouble for us. Ebert shook his head. Don't forget, this year marks the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II. There are commemorative events happening worldwide, including in North America. The film's political stance and values are so correct that criticizing it would be a losing battle. He looked at Siskel. Ignore it. Neither praise nor criticize it. Pretend the film never existed. We really don't have any other choice. As they got into the same car, Siskel changed the subject. Mel Gibson is going to have a rough time during awards season. They had both attended the test screening of Braveheart and had spoken with Gibson, knowing that the ambitious Australian had his sights set not just on the summer box office, but also on next year's awards season. From what I can tell, despite the anger in his eyes directed at a certain director, Ebert's words were surprisingly calm. If Duke Rosenberg were 10 years older, with the timing of this film and its subject matter, not to mention his ethnic background, next year's Oscar for Best Director would definitely be his. But unfortunately, His tone turned harsh. We can stay silent now, but the awards season won't be silent. Should we go all out to sabotage him then? Hearing Siskel's question, Ebert nodded slowly but firmly. The black car drove through the streets of Chicago, heading toward the suburbs. On the way, they passed by an independent theater, which was still brightly lit. The midnight screenings were still drawing a large crowd. Criswell, the owner of the theater, had to put in extra effort to run an independent cinema, especially on weekends when major productions were released. Often, he stayed until the early hours of the morning. Tonight was no exception. Even though Saving Private Ryan had finished screening, he wasn't ready to leave yet. Instead, he asked his staff to get feedback from the audience who had seen the two newly released films. He had no other choice. As an independent theater owner, he couldn't afford to hire a professional survey company. If he wanted to adjust the screening schedule for the next day, he had to figure things out himself. Standing near the exit of the theater, he listened to the audience's reactions. Great storyline, excellent actors, perfect visuals, and sound. Saving Private Ryan is by far the best war movie. The first ones to leave were the audience from Saving Private Ryan. Many looked exhausted, their eyes red, as if they had been crying. Damn, Duke Rosenberg, he made such an emotional movie. It made me cry. I want to curse him too. He made such a war movie. How are we supposed to watch other war movies after this? And Tom Hanks, the look in Captain Miller's eyes when he died. It still hurts my heart. An older viewer, calmer than the younger crowd, said, a lot of movies claim to be powerhouses of collaboration, but they usually end up disappointing. This time, Duke Rosenberg and Tom Hanks delivered a true powerhouse collaboration. As he listened to the audience's genuine reactions, Criswell nodded repeatedly. Duke Rosenberg was clearly a box office guarantee for the summer season. A few minutes later, the audience from Braveheart began to leave. The film was okay, but it's a story about Scots. It doesn't really have much to do with us Americans. One viewer shook his head and left, while another remarked, Mel's performance was impressive, but his directing seemed average. The pacing was too slow and dragged on. Finally, a man in his 30s commented, the film's way of stirring emotions felt too forceful. We all know how important freedom is, but there was no need to shout it out like that. The freedom shout felt so fake. It makes me want to vomit. In this land, I think the monkeys in the zoo are more real and free than the freedom shouted out exaggeratedly by William Wallace. After returning to his office, Criswell immediately called the sales manager in and said, for next day's daytime screenings, the screening rate of Braveheart will be reduced by 10 percentage points compared to the original plan, and Saving Private Ryan will be increased by 10 percentage points. Chapter 178, Striking at Competitors. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Striking at Competitors. In the early hours of the morning, Los Angeles was finally a bit quieter. The spacious mansion was pitch black except for the light in the study, indicating that its owner was still awake. Sitting at the desk, Townsend Rossman, who had been busy all night, showed no signs of sleepiness. 20th Century Fox was the North American distributor of Saving Private Ryan, and the film's performance would directly affect Fox's quarterly earnings. Judging by the revenue of Independence Day, Duke Rosenberg's new film might even have a significant impact on the annual results. Looking at the clock, the midnight screenings of Saving Private Ryan on the West Coast should be wrapping up, and the North American midnight box office statistics would soon be available and sent to him. There was a soft knock on the study door, and a middle-aged woman walked in. Still awake, she approached and made a cup of coffee for herself and her husband. The numbers haven't come in yet, have they? Not yet. Seeing his wife sit across from him, Townsend Rossman expressed his concern. It's late. You should go back to bed. His wife shook her head. I'll keep you company for a little while. Time seemed to crawl, and Townsend Rossman's brow remained slightly furrowed until the phone finally rang. After speaking for a few moments, his expression brightened. The midnight box office numbers? His wife asked. They've come in. Townsend Rossman nodded but didn't say more. Instead, he turned and took a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from the cabinet behind him, pouring a glass for both of them. Looks like it's good news. Clinking her glass lightly with Townsend Rossman's, the middle-aged woman smiled. You only drink this wine when you're really happy. $6.23 million. Setting down the wine glass, Townsend Rossman chuckled. 96% of the midnight audience gave the film an A-grade rating. Though the midnight box office wasn't as high as Independence Day, the film's subject matter naturally posed some challenges. More importantly, due to the strong competition from Braveheart, Saving Private Ryan opened in a few hundred fewer theaters than Independence Day. Given these conditions, such a strong midnight box office performance was enough to prove the power of Saving Private Ryan. Is that young director really that talented? The middle-aged woman asked thoughtfully. Even more talented than you think. Townsend Rossman was absolutely certain. Though this was only the midnight box office, he had full confidence in the film. After all, it was a Duke Rosenberg production. That name alone was a guarantee of success and a surefire bet for the summer box office. A few minutes later, Townsend Rossman and his wife went to bed. For this Fox CEO, it was a night of exceptional peace of mind. In a luxury suite at the Beverly Hills Hilton, Irene Land had just woken up and immediately called to have the day's newspapers delivered. So eager. Anna teased. After tipping and closing the door, Irene sat down on the sofa with the papers in hand. I really love this movie. As she flipped through the newspapers, nearly every entertainment section featured reports on Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart. Irene wasn't interested in non-American history or anything related to Australia's wild men, so she skipped the news about the latter and focused entirely on reports about Saving Private Ryan. Living in Los Angeles, the first paper she looked at was the Los Angeles Times. Saving Private Ryan is a great war film. Its realistic battle scenes, grand sound effects, and soul-stirring plot, along with its unique narrative style, all deserve the highest praise. Setting the paper aside, Irene picked up the New York Times. This is the most realistic war film ever made. The realism comes from the use of documentary-style shots and smooth editing. In the immersive atmosphere created by Duke Rosenberg, we experience the same reality, the same brutality. Beyond that, Saving Private Ryan leaves the audience with deep reflections. Though the film hadn't yet been reviewed in critics' columns, there were many news reports and entertainment reviews, and most were highly positive. It's worth mentioning the film's opening battle sequence. Director Duke Rosenberg demonstrates his directorial talents perfectly in this scene. The meticulous coordination of sound and visuals not only realistically depicts the bloodshed and violence of war, but also brilliantly conveys the character's psychology on the battlefield, delivering a powerful impact. It's not an exaggeration to call this the greatest war sequence ever filmed. Anna sat down beside Irene, picking up a newspaper Irene had discarded. Why are all the critics talking about Braveheart? Irene mused, resting her chin on her hand. They're collectively ignoring Saving Private Ryan. That's normal. Anna didn't even look up. The critics have never liked Duke. That's no secret. But attacking a film like Saving Private Ryan would be difficult for them. If I were a critic, I'd ignore it, too. Well, there's still some criticism. Irene found another newspaper and said to Anna, "Some are attacking the film." Oh, Anna's interest was piqued. The criticism wasn't about the film's theme or its underlying message, but seemed like targeted complaints from certain groups. A representative of the National Teachers and Parents Association, who had attended the premiere, publicly criticized the film for its excessive violence and gore, arguing that an R rating was insufficient to prevent psychologically immature minors from seeing it. The representative accused director Duke Rosenberg of deliberately promoting violence. Additionally, a group in the greater Los Angeles area representing African Americans claimed the film intentionally ignored the contributions of minorities during World War II, accusing it of racial discrimination. Racial discrimination? In the D-Day studio, Duke was a little taken aback when he heard the news. Are those people out of their minds? Or do they genuinely have less brain capacity than the average person? Duke, Sofia Coppola nudged him, softly reminding him, "Watch what you say." Besides Sofia, Nancy Josephson and Panny Callis were also present. Duke knew race was a sensitive topic, so even though he hadn't said anything particularly offensive, he decided to stay quiet. However, neither Duke nor the seasoned publicist Panny Callis took the African-American protest seriously. First, this was simply the basic rule of the game in Hollywood. White people controlled everything. Second, the film was historically accurate. At that time, African Americans hadn't yet seen a significant improvement in their status, and most black soldiers were assigned to segregated units during World War II. Compared to that, the protest from the National Teachers and Parents Association representative posed a slightly bigger issue. Even though it wasn't the official stance of the entire organization, it could still cause some negative fallout. Leave it to me. Penny Callis took the initiative. I'll need your authorization, Duke. I'll organize a press conference as soon as possible to address this. Go ahead. Duke nodded, then turned to Charles Roven. Is Paramount and CAA behind this? Very likely. This kind of competitive tactic was all too common, and Charles Roven remained calm throughout. We don't need to investigate. We can assume that anything that hurts Saving Private Ryan is their doing. All right, Charles, Duke said without hesitation. You handle coordination with Warner, Disney, and Fox's PR departments. Push them to accelerate the post-release promotional campaigns and make sure enough resources are allocated. He thought for a moment. Remember when I suggested that Fox dig up some dirt on Mel Gibson? They found quite a bit. Let them decide when to release it. Standing up and clapping his hands, Duke addressed the group in a loud voice. Ladies and gentlemen, whether we win this competition depends on the actions we take in the next few days. Based on media reactions, it was clear that Paramount Pictures and CAA were making moves. In response, Duke and the D-Day studio, along with their co-producers, were also taking action. These efforts weren't just aimed at promoting their own film. They were also focused on undermining their competitors. At the Los Angeles Times editorial office, Sarah quickly walked in, having just finished watching Saving Private Ryan after missing the premiere due to work. Her boss had allowed her to watch it during work hours because she was tasked with writing a report on the film. The question of whether Saving Private Ryan was worth all the buzz was already being discussed in some media outlets. As one of the top 3 newspapers in the U.S., if the Los Angeles Times made this a focal point in its coverage, it would likely spark a national debate and draw even more attention to the film. As she sat down at her typewriter, Sarah realized she was once again siding with Duke Rosenberg. Aligning with a successful person felt pretty good. Having watched the film and determined its quality, coupled with the convincing track record of Duke Rosenberg, Sarah didn't need to think twice. She was certain this movie would be a massive hit. Meanwhile, 17-year-old Tyrese had just returned home, only to be met with a stern glare from his father, Tyrese Sr. that afternoon. Despite his father's warnings, Tyrese had gone to see Saving Private Ryan. Dad, I swear, the film doesn't promote violence at all. Tyrese Jr. swore to his father. It's a deeply moving war movie and the best war movie I've ever seen. Those who say it's too violent are clearly biased. I swear on the honor of the Tyrese family that this is a film worth watching over and over again. Seeing that his father seemed to be hesitating, little Tyrese continued. Dad, the Braveheart you suggested to watch is actually about a traitor and an informer, and it is about a Scottish man who has nothing to do with us. After a brief argument, as happened among many families and friends that afternoon, the Tyrese family changed their movie choice and, like most viewers this weekend, decided to go see Saving Private Ryan. A dozen miles away from Tyrese's home, a dozen black people gathered together. Chapter 179, First Day Box Office. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, First Day Box Office. This is blatant disregard for all black people. In a spacious living room, Luther stood in the center, speaking with force. This is Hollywood ignoring the contributions our ancestors made to this country. They've always overlooked us, and we must raise our voices. Luther's right. Another black man, who had attended the premiere of Saving Private Ryan, stood up. In the Omaha Beach scene, it was all white soldiers. Hollywood has once again one-sidedly denied the contributions of black people to World War II. So what should we do? No one knew the status of black people in this country better than they did. Tell us, what should we do? Gather as many people as possible. Luther thought for a moment before saying, starting tomorrow, we'll split into 2 groups. One group will go to the City Hall Cinema in Los Angeles, and the other to the Fox Building in Century City. Isn't that a bit risky? Someone asked, worried. Might it provoke a sensitive reaction from the California government? It's only been a short time since the events of '92. Thinking about the brutal suppression of the black riots, some showed signs of hesitation. We're only staging a sit-in protest. Luther wasn't stupid. We're just protesting Saving Private Ryan, calling on all black people to boycott the movie, without doing anything too extreme. The group of black people left one after another, going off to use their influence to call for more participants in the protest about the dignity of black people and their ancestors. Meanwhile, Luther and a few others stayed behind, happily counting the figures on their checks. Not far away, in a Latin community, Rodriguez was doing the same. As night fell, a group of nearly 10 young people walked into a theater in the suburbs of Chicago. Upon entering the lobby, they noticed for the first time this year that there was a long line at the ticket counter, which was usually easy to navigate. Ken, is Saving Private Ryan really as good as you say? While waiting in line, the group leader shrugged helplessly when he heard a friend's skeptical remark. This is my second time seeing it today. If it wasn't good, would I watch it twice? I'm on my second time too, another friend chimed in. If Ken is a fool, deceived by the movie, are the two of us fools as well? I just went to the front to check. One person, who had walked up ahead, came back. Most of the people in line are buying tickets for Saving Private Ryan. It's over half of them. So, when you don't know which movie to choose, just follow the majority. Behind the ticket counter, Criswell saw the group of nearly 10 people purchase tickets for Saving Private Ryan. A rare smile crossed his face. He wasn't happy for the film itself, but for the theater's ticket sales. Since the afternoon, there had been a surge in moviegoers, with nearly two-thirds coming specifically for Duke Rosenberg's new film, Saving Private Ryan. This reminded Criswell of last year's Independence Day. That young director was certainly the best friend and partner to theater chains. In fact, if there were a Duke-style film released every week, no, every month, the theater's revenue wouldn't be a concern. With that thought, Criswell picked up the day's sales report and returned to his office. Today, his theater sold a total of $25,075 worth of tickets, with Saving Private Ryan accounting for $16,756 of that. Meanwhile, the film that was expected to compete with it, Braveheart, was utterly defeated, with only $3,231 in sales. That figure not only paled in comparison to Saving Private Ryan, but even last week's Die Hard 3, which had $4,214 in sales, easily outperformed it. Braveheart was truly a high-expectation, low-performance film. Reflecting on it, Criswell suddenly recalled the reactions from many moviegoers and thought it made sense. After all, a Scottish story and a lead actor who had been hyped by the media as a traitor didn't have any advantage over a film about American heroes. Plus, the time period chosen by 20th Century Fox for the release was highly strategic. With Memorial Day just around the corner, there were ongoing commemorative events across the U.S., many of which were closely linked to the largest war in history. Putting the report down, a determined look flashed in Criswell's eyes. It was time to make a decision. He picked up the phone to the sales manager and said in an authoritative tone, "Starting tomorrow, increase Saving Private Ryan's screening rate to 75%. Keep just one auditorium for Braveheart. Any spare auditoriums, apart from one evening screening for Die Hard 3, should be used for Saving Private Ryan." The audience loved the movie, and it brought in significant revenue for the theater. Criswell was merely making what he believed to be a very wise choice. "Sweetheart." Demi Moore walked into the room and kissed Bruce Willis on the cheek. "John's here, and it seems important." After getting dressed, the Willis couple greeted the middle-aged man who had arrived. He was the public relations head for Die Hard 3. "Is there good news, John?" Bruce asked, suspecting it was something related to the film, as John wouldn't come over this late without a reason. "Is it about the movie?" "There is indeed good news." John wasn't one to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "We just received the news that Die Hard 3 beat Braveheart at the box office today." "Oh, that's great news." Demi Moore asked cautiously, "What about asterisk Saving Private Ryan asterisk?" "You're too greedy, Demi." John shook his head. "There's no comparison. We can't compete with Duke Rosenberg." Bruce Willis seemed well aware of their position. "It's already good that we beat Braveheart in its first week. There's more good news." John continued, "I got confirmation from the North American Theater Alliance that chains like AMC, Regal Entertainment, and the National Cinema Alliance have decided to reduce Braveheart's screening rate starting tomorrow. If its per-theater box office doesn't improve, for Monday next week, its screenings will be significantly reduced." "Bruce, what do you think?" John valued Bruce's opinion as he was one of the major investors in the film. Competing with a Duke Rosenberg film in the summer was a very foolish mistake. It only took Bruce Willis a couple of seconds to make a decision. Get in touch with Duke's agent, D-Day Studios, and 20th Century Fox. We should partner with them to suppress and divide Braveheart's theater slots. I'll get on it right away. With that, John turned and left the living room. The invisible competition was like smoke, shrouding the battleground known as Hollywood. The silence of night wouldn't disperse the smoke, and the rising sun would only make it burn hotter. Dressed in a short sports outfit, Duke jogged through the garden, entered the side door of the villa, went upstairs to take a shower, changed into formal attire, and walked downstairs. When he entered the dining room, Tina Fey was already there. "Good morning, Duke," the assistant greeted him. "Morning, Tina." Duke nodded, sat down at the table, and gestured for Tina Fey to sit casually. He was ready to enjoy his breakfast. Tina accepted the coffee offered by the servant, said thank you, and opened the folder she was holding. "Yesterday's numbers are in." "Go ahead," Duke said as he cut his eggs. "Relax here. I'm not one for many rules." "Okay." Tina Fey nodded, looking at the report in her hand. Internally, she sighed, thinking that some media outlets weren't wrong in calling Duke the King of Summer. Across 2,543 theaters in North America, Saving Private Ryan grossed $20.54 million on its first day. "That's certainly great news." Duke raised his cup of oatmeal porridge toward Tina. "We should definitely celebrate with a drink." "We absolutely should." Tina Fey smiled, took a sip of her coffee, then returned to work mode. Knowing what else Duke was concerned about, she added, Braveheart*, after grossing only $1.22 million from midnight screenings, far below expectations, it brought in just $2.75 million on its first day. Paramount Pictures is going to be upset. I wonder if Sherry Lansing will lose her job because of this. Muttering quietly, Duke swallowed a bite of his eggs and asked, "Second place for the day?" "No." Tina Fey shook her head lightly. Bruce Willis's Die Hard 3, in its second week, grossed $6.21 million yesterday. It looks like Braveheart is headed for a major flop. Though Duke didn't know the final box office numbers, he was sure that with the combined pressure from Saving Private Ryan and Die Hard 3, Mel Gibson's days wouldn't be easy. After all, factors influencing box office success aren't just about quality and marketing. The performance of films in the same release window is equally crucial. And the reviews, Saving Private Ryan S audience approval rating dropped slightly to 93%, maintaining a normal, healthy decline, while Braveheart's rating plummeted to 69%. Given this situation, Braveheart had no chance of surviving the combined assault of Die Hard 3 and Saving Private Ryan. Last night, Duke received a notification from Nancy and Penny Kellis that Bruce Willis wanted to collaborate with him to suppress Braveheart. Duke and Fox had no reason to decline this opportunity to quickly carve up Braveheart's theater presence. After breakfast, Duke and Tina Fey headed to the Fox building in Century City for a press conference addressing concerns about the film's excessive violence and brutality. Chapter 180, Why Save Private Ryan? Chapter 180, Why Save Private Ryan? Director Rosenberg has no intention of promoting violence. Standing in the Fox press room, Penny Kellis, Duke's spokesperson, responded to the media's criticism of the film's excessive bloodshed and violence. Duke detests any portrayal that makes violence seem fun or depicts it as a game. Everything he presents is meant to objectively reflect the violence of war. The press conference was not only held to counter these criticisms, but also to stir up conversation. Although the opposition's attacks were a nuisance, they also helped generate publicity. Thanks to the Fox staff's efforts, the order in the press room remained excellent. Encouraged by the outstanding first-day box office results, Fox CEO Tom Rothman even made a personal appearance and said a few words. Saving Private Ryan is a war film shot in a documentary style, with battle scenes occupying about a third of its runtime. While there are many gory and brutal moments, it is by no means a film that glorifies violence. Tom Rothman's voice rang out clearly. If anyone has seen this film, they'll understand that there isn't a single instance of violence without purpose. After watching the film, people will recognize it as the most realistic war movie ever made. It will stand as the most accurate depiction of war in cinematic history. Although his words were somewhat boastful, Duke, watching from the back of the press room, knew that with Fox's support and the power of the other two studios, public opinion would soon shift. This would not be much of a threat. If the opposition thought they could bring down Saving Private Ryan and revive Braveheart with these tactics alone, they were far too naive. Leaving the press conference behind, Duke walked to the window, gazing at the clear blue sky. Yesterday's box office numbers had already confirmed that, even if Saving Private Ryan was under attack, Braveheart would not catch fire. While freedom was indeed the most deeply ingrained slogan in American society, Mel Gibson's exaggerated way of shouting it might appeal to the Oscar voters, but it didn't necessarily resonate with the general public. If a film could gross hundreds of millions just by shouting freedom in a few well-timed scenes, it would be an insult to the Hollywood industrial model that had taken decades to perfect. Studios would no longer need to bother with complex pre-production evaluations or market research, and directors and writers could all just shout freedom together. Pulling his gaze back, Duke looked down at the small plaza in front of Fox's main entrance. A sparse crowd was gathering from all directions, slowly forming a dense group. Some of them were holding signs or placards, though he couldn't make out what was written from this distance. However, this scene raised Duke's vigilance, as he had long learned to approach this industry with the most cynical mindset possible. Moreover, the crowd gathering below consisted of black people. Immediately, he remembered the protests from several black organizations over Saving Private Ryan. "Tina, go to the press room." Duke turned and glanced at Tina Fey, who was also looking down below. "Call for Thompson and Penny." In the bright sunlight, the black skin of nearly 500 African Americans was particularly striking as they gathered in front of the Fox building. Fox's security staff quickly notified management and called the police since, in this country, most people viewed large groups of black men as a potential threat. After all, the 1992 Los Angeles riots were still fresh in everyone's memory. The protesters were not stupid, though. They didn't engage in any violent actions. Instead, under the leadership of a man named Luther, they raised their placards and banners and occasionally shouted slogans, seemingly conducting a peaceful nonviolent protest. Those sent to protest at the City Hall Theater have already arrived. Someone approached Luther to inform him, and he nodded before raising his voice. "Lift our signs and banners." At that moment, another group of people arrived, roughly the same size. Judging by their appearance, they were Latino. This new group stopped some distance from the African American protesters and also raised similar signs and banners. "Protest Hollywood's racial discrimination. Saving Private Ryan discriminates against minorities. Duke Rosenberg ignores the contributions of minorities in World War II. Call on African Americans to boycott Saving Private Ryan." Their target was clear, Saving Private Ryan star. As if it had all been coordinated, both groups raised their protest signs and chanted their slogans just as CBS, a Viacom subsidiary, arrived with their broadcast trucks. Several large cameras turned toward the crowd, and reporters moved in to conduct interviews. There were only white soldiers in the Omaha Beach landing scene. Luther confidently spoke into the microphone. Saving Private Ryan denies the contributions of black soldiers in World War II. This is unfair to the entire African American community. Black people should boycott this film. Meanwhile, inside another broadcast truck, an editor was shouting, "Tell Riley to interview more people and shoot more footage." The editor-in-chief said this needs to be in prime-time news. Soon after, the Los Angeles police arrived, while some of the media attending the Fox press conference rushed out to take pictures of the protest. In his office upstairs, Duke hung up the phone, coldly watching the chaos unfold outside Fox's headquarters, his expression calm. It had been confirmed. This protest, made up of African Americans and Latinos, was aimed at Saving Private Ryan. "We've all made a mistake." Standing by the window, Penny Kellis frowned deeply. "We ignored yesterday's protests in the media. So did Fox. Despite the mainstream society's loud calls for ending racial discrimination from other industries to Hollywood, there was still a deliberate effort to overlook the voices of black people." Thompson Rothman frowned as well. With CBS arriving so quickly, It's clear this has Viacom and Paramount Pictures written all over it. We need to focus on how to fix this mistake, Duke said. Calmly, no one is omniscient. Even he had overlooked the voices of the African American organizations yesterday. Now that the issue had arisen, solving it was the priority. The office fell into brief silence for nearly a minute before Penny, who had extensive public relations experience, spoke up. I have a suggestion, she said after a pause. We can find authoritative World War II historians across the United States and make sure their voices reach the media to restore the historical accuracy of the Omaha Beach landing. Thompson Rothman nodded in agreement. After all, anyone with common sense knew that no black soldiers were directly involved in the combat units depicted in the film. It'd be best if we find black experts, Duke added. That would give our response credibility and help offset the negative impact of the protests. There was no shortage of black experts to call upon, particularly those who had integrated into mainstream American society. The trouble from the Latino side shouldn't be too difficult, Penny Kellis remarked. Their community is much more complex. Even with a black authority figure, we'll likely still lose some African American viewers. Be prepared for that. Every protest from the black community tends to have ripple effects, large or small. Having lived in this country for over 2 decades, Duke was well aware of this fact. I was hoping Saving Private Ryan could break Independence Day's box office record for the opening week. Shaking his head, Thompson Rothman expressed some regret. If some African Americans really do boycott the film, that won't be possible. He turned to Penny. Fox will cooperate with you. At this point, the common interests of both sides far outweighed any differences, so they naturally stood together. Thompson, we can't just respond passively, Duke said, never one to shy away from taking action. We need to create some negative buzz for Braveheart as well. At the very least, we can divert some of CAA, Paramount, and Mel Gibson's attention. Didn't you get some information about Mel Gibson's father? Leak it to the tabloids and stir it up. I'll contact the parent company immediately. The news that Saving Private Ryan had allegedly ignored the contributions of black soldiers during World War II, thanks to CBS and other media outlets, spread rapidly, affecting the ticket choices of some African American moviegoers. Fortunately, the 3 production companies and major mainstream newspapers largely ignored the voices of black communities, focusing instead on praising and celebrating the film. This included the growing debate over whether it was worth saving one man at the cost of 8 lives, which became a hot social topic. Although the response to minority groups was mishandled, the film's overall public relations campaign was still quite successful. The Los Angeles Times even placed the moral dilemma of Saving Private Ryan on its front page. Why save Private Ryan? That was the headline of the article, which reflected mainstream American values. 8 sons for one, 8 lives for one. At first glance, it seems like a losing deal. But on closer inspection, was it just one life they were exchanging? In fact, they were defending an American tradition. Families protect the nation, and the nation protects families. Many people may share the sentiment of the soldiers in the film. Why risk our lives to save someone else? Don't we have mothers, brothers, and sisters? Aren't we fighting for our lives too? Why does he get special treatment? Director Duke Rosenberg surely understands the questions his audience will have, which is why his intent is not to debate the value of this particular case. Instead, he aims to showcase this historical rescue mission to convey an eternal moral truth: value life and help others. The rescue team members learned about the warmth of family and the value of life by helping Ryan, and Ryan realized that he should use his life to protect and care for more people who need to be saved and helped because of Captain Miller and the rescue team. The outbreak of war is not something that anyone can choose or influence, but helping others is something that one can choose and decide. Chapter 181, Unbeatable. Chapter 181. Chapter 181, Unbeatable. I don't think it's worth it. Terry was still arguing with one of his companions as they entered the cinema. War is about achieving the greatest. Victory at the lowest cost. Losing 6 men to save 1. Without even considering other factors, from a purely strategic standpoint, it doesn't make any sense. You can't look at it that way. Another man named Bridge countered as they reached the ticket window. Think about it. Today, we might feel that 8 lives aren't worth saving 1, and we sacrifice a mother's only son. Tomorrow, for the same reason, another mother buries her child. Over time, solid traditional beliefs will turn into empty promises. Who would still trust sending their loved ones to defend this country? Not far from the ticket window, Huntington, an investigator from the app, smiled slightly. He had been here all afternoon and had heard countless similar arguments. This topic had clearly become a social hotspot, and just like these people who had already seen the movie, the arguments often ended with buying tickets and heading back into the theater. It was obvious that Saving Private Ryan had an extremely successful marketing campaign. Armed with concrete survey data, Huntington was sure of this. However, compared to yesterday, Saving Private Ryan was also experiencing some negative backlash. Since yesterday, there had been media hype about African American protests against the film, and today, the news still hadn't subsided. Although some African American historians had come forward to defend the film, Huntington's observation of this particular cinema showed a noticeable drop in the number of African American viewers compared to the opening day. From this small observation, one could infer that public opinion had influenced the choices of some African American viewers. Still, compared to its competitor Braveheart, Saving Private Ryan was performing at a level far above. Take this cinema, for example. Only one theater was still screening Braveheart. While internal studio competition and market pressures may have played a role, the movie's poor box office performance was likely the main reason for its reduced showtimes. From the morning until the afternoon, by Huntington's count, Braveheart had sold fewer than 40 tickets. This wasn't some independent theater in a remote area, but a famous chain located in the bustling heart of Manhattan. Huntington had also been in contact with colleagues stationed in other theaters around New York. Based on the information he gathered, it was clear that Braveheart's first-week box office would fall far short of Paramount Pictures' expected $25 million. To Paramount, $25 million was nothing more than an unattainable dream. And Braveheart's poor box office performance today wasn't just due to the film's own quality or the stark difference between Mel Gibson's commercial filmmaking skills and Duke Rosenberg's. The tabloid frenzy that broke out today also played a part. Numerous tabloids under News Corp suddenly reported that Mel Gibson's father was a Nazi sympathizer who had publicly denied the Holocaust, and that Mel Gibson himself supported an extremist political party in Australia. Although the tabloids didn't explicitly state that Mel Gibson was a Nazi supporter, they strongly implied it between the lines. Think about it. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II. Tomorrow is Memorial Day, and the entire nation is commemorating the war in various ways. To have such a story break at this time, suggesting that Mel Gibson might be a Nazi supporter, was bound to have a significant impact on his film. During his day at the theater, Huntington overheard many moviegoers discussing Mel Gibson's situation, and a considerable number of them had decided to boycott, or even condemn, his films because of it. It truly was a fiercely competitive day. Both Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan were relentlessly trying to undermine each other, employing various tactics that could easily form the plot of a complex movie. In fact, Huntington thought that if the victorious Duke Rosenberg and the defeated Mel Gibson were to meet here, they might very well come to blows. Would the on-screen tough guy Mel Gibson win? Or would former quarterback Duke Rosenberg prove to be more skilled? Huntington thought this was a topic worth investigating. Perhaps Huntington's thoughts were a bit subjective and one-sided, but at that moment, Mel Gibson truly did want to punch Duke. His black Lexus was heading toward Paramount Pictures, and in the back seat, Gibson's face was darker than the night sky over Los Angeles. Even an idiot could see that he was in a foul mood. Those damn Jewish pigs. The thought kept echoing in Gibson's mind. Those bastards were suppressing his movie, and they had gone so far as to dig up dirt on him from Australia. Mel, the publicist sitting next to him, barely got a word out before Gibson shot him a glare. I've said it before, neither my father nor I have ever made those comments. This is slander and defamation. Although he had a strong dislike for Jewish people, Mel Gibson wasn't stupid. He knew the influence the Jewish community held in Hollywood. Seeing that Gibson had calmed down a bit, the publicist patiently said, Mel, no matter what, you must adamantly deny these accusations to any journalist or paparazzi that ask. I want to sue them. With his film underperforming at the box office and now this scandal erupting, Gibson was furious. I'm going to sue those media outlets for defamation. Calm down. The publicist raised his voice slightly. Those tabloids would love nothing more than for you to do that. Do tabloids care about being sued for defamation? They thrive on celebrities suing them, as it only brings them more attention and visibility. Mel Gibson had some idea of the character of the tabloids owned by News Corp, and with clenched teeth, he muttered, "Send them a lawyer's letter." And also, he pictured the young director behind it all, Duke Rosenberg, and his face twisted with anger. Find a way, anyway, to make Duke Rosenberg suffer. Gibson couldn't take on Warner or Fox, who were tied to Rosenberg through mutual interests, but Rosenberg himself was still relatively new to the industry and known for being a womanizer. Surely, there had to be a way to bring him down. The car pulled up in front of Paramount's office building. While Gibson waited for the elevator, Sherry Lansing, the CEO, was sitting in her office, looking gravely at her phone. "Mandy, it's me, Sherry." After a bit of small talk, she got to the point. "Will Emperor Entertainment maintain the number of theaters showing Braveheart? We're not asking for an increase, just to maintain today's showtimes and scale." Her request lacked any confidence, given how abysmal Braveheart's Friday and Saturday box office numbers were. Sure enough, Emperor Entertainment CEO Mandy quickly declined. "Sherry, I'm sorry, but no." "Mandy, maybe you could reconsider." "Mr. Redstone." "Sorry, Sherry. This isn't something I can decide alone," Mandy said, offering a perfectly legitimate reason. Braveheart made $2.75 million on Friday, $2.33 million on Saturday, and only $1.56 million so far today. Both the per-theater average and attendance rates are far below the threshold for theaters. Sherry Lansing wanted to say more, but Mandy had already hung up. There was a contract between them, but the North American Theater Alliance wasn't stupid either. The contracts were flexible. If a film underperformed, theaters could activate clauses to reduce the number of screenings or even force the film out altogether. After calling AMG and receiving a similar response, Lansing felt a bitter smile tugging at her lips. Paramount had been ambitious in wanting to pit Braveheart against Saving Private Ryan, but the result was turning out to be as tragic as last year's The Shawshank Redemption. Thinking about the weekend box office numbers for Saving Private Ryan, Sherry Lansing even felt a sense of powerlessness. Friday, $20.54 million. Saturday, $21.14 million. And despite Sunday's numbers dropping due to the protests, the film had still grossed $15.26 million by 7:30 p.m. Pacific Time. It was an absolute phenomenon. Despite the behind-the-scenes maneuvering from CAA, Paramount, and Mel Gibson's PR team, none of it had been enough to stop the momentum of Saving Private Ryan. It was as if Duke Rosenberg really was the king of the summer box office. Had it not been for the intense competition, how much more could Saving Private Ryan have made? Sherry Lansing couldn't say for sure, but she estimated at least 15% more. After all, many African American and Latino viewers were boycotting the film. Even with these challenges, Paramount and Braveheart had still suffered a crushing defeat. Is Duke Rosenberg and his films truly unbeatable during the summer? Even someone as strong-willed and experienced as Sherry Lansing, the CEO of a major Hollywood studio, couldn't help but entertain the thought. The office door knocked, and Gibson entered after being let in by the secretary, who then poured him a cup of coffee before leaving. "Sherry." Gibson sounded anxious, his voice particularly loud. "I heard Paramount is pulling resources from Braveheart." "That's right. In this industry, results spoke for themselves." Sherry Lansing looked at Gibson coldly. "Not only is the film underperforming at the box office, but audience ratings have dropped to 66%. It's simply not worth Paramount's continued investment." Gibson opened his mouth, but said nothing. He wasn't a newcomer to Hollywood. He understood the rules of the game. However, he would not give in. He was silent for only a few seconds, and then said, "The film can still be saved, surely. Have you seen the performance of The Shawshank Redemption in the video market? As long as we can win a few Oscars, we will completely able to reverse the loss situation. What if Saving Private Ryan also signed up for the Olympics? Will the producers of that film let Oscar go?" Shirley Lansing wouldn't believe anything she said, with undisguised sarcasm in her words. "In this special time of year, do you think Braveheart can beat Saving Private Ryan? CAA will fully support us in our bid for awards." Mel Gibson seemed extremely confident. What if the director of Saving Private Ryan gets a scandal? Chapter 182. Explosive box office. Chapter 182. Chapter 182. Explosive box office. As the sun rose over the eastern sky, a convoy carrying the main cast and crew of Saving Private Ryan departed from the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C. The convoy traveled along the wide roads, passing by the Lincoln Memorial, crossing the Arlington Memorial Bridge over the Potomac River, and headed toward Arlington National Cemetery, centered on Arlington Hill. Since today was Memorial Day, Arlington Cemetery was hosting a special event organized by the federal government, and the roads were particularly crowded. During one of the traffic jams, Tom Hanks switched to Duke's car. "I've been flying around these past few days and haven't had a chance to congratulate you." His honest face showed genuine sincerity as Tom Hanks smiled and said, "Congratulations, Duke. Saving Private Ryan has set the best opening weekend box office record of the year." "Thank you." Duke smiled lightly. "You deserve some credit for it, too, Tom." Tom Hanks, ever polite, chatted casually with Duke, observing his reactions. Duke remained calm and indifferent, as if the box office success of Saving Private Ryan was just another routine accomplishment. Such results didn't seem to excite or make him proud. He certainly has reason to be calm, Tom Hanks thought to himself. This morning, when he saw the freshly released opening weekend box office figures, even he couldn't resist pumping his fist in excitement. $20.54 million on Friday, $21.14 million on Saturday, and $17.56 million on Sunday, for a total of $59.24 million in its first 3 days. This was the best opening weekend since last year's Independence Day. Even looking at box office history, $59.24 million ranked second for an opening weekend, with the top spot also belonging to a film directed by the young man sitting beside him. According to many prediction agencies, Saving Private Ryan was likely to surpass $250 million or even $300 million in North American box office earnings, another monumental success for Duke Rosenberg. Aside from admiration and respect, Tom Hanks felt fortunate. He was very glad he hadn't turned down the initial audition offer. He had already won 2 consecutive Oscars for Best Actor, and last year's Forrest Gump grossed over $300 million in North America. If Saving Private Ryan also crossed $300 million, he would set an unprecedented record, starring in 2 back-to-back films that grossed over $300 million domestically. In that case, when people looked back on the 1990s, Tom Hanks would undoubtedly be the first Hollywood actor that came to mind. And all of this stemmed from this collaboration. Tom Hanks knew full well that without Duke Rosenberg, there would be no iconic character of Captain John Miller, nor would there be Saving Private Ryan. His rise to becoming Hollywood's top actor would have been significantly slower. As they continued to chat, Tom Hanks glanced at Duke again and made a mental note to maintain a good relationship with him. Duke wasn't just a successful director. Compared to the initially overlooked Speed, Duke Rosenberg's next 3 films had all triumphed in fierce competition. Tom had heard of some of Duke's behind-the-scenes strategies and plans. It seemed Duke was a natural fit for Hollywood's cutthroat environment, always finding ways to stand out from the crowd. His methods were even more seasoned than Spielberg's in some respects. Especially this time, his anticipated rival Braveheart didn't even get a chance to shine in the competition against Saving Private Ryan. Reflecting on the box office, Tom Hanks realized he might have overestimated Braveheart. In terms of acting, Mel Gibson could outshine Duke by a mile, but when it came to directing, especially in making commercial films, Mel Gibson was a whole Pacific Ocean away from Duke. Tom Hanks knew that if the media made such claims, Mel Gibson's fans would surely disagree. But in Hollywood, the numbers speak the loudest. How much did Braveheart make in its opening weekend? About $2.75 million on Friday, $2.33 million on Saturday, and $1.78 million on Sunday, totaling just $6.86 million. Forget competing with Saving Private Ryan. Even the 2-week-old Die Hard with a Vengeance easily crushed it with $17 million. As a director, what did Mel Gibson have to compete with Duke Rosenberg? Perhaps there would still be an Oscar race next year? Tom Hanks had heard whispers that Braveheart would be aiming for the Oscars, and the collaborative production by Warner Brothers, Disney, and Fox certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity on the 50th anniversary of World War II's victory. The 2 films would inevitably clash again in the future, and Braveheart's biggest advantage in the Oscar race over Saving Private Ryan might just be its significantly lower box office. The convoy stopped outside the cemetery, and Duke, along with other crew members, got out and walked toward Arlington Cemetery. The Fox News cameras, already prepared, immediately followed them, and the surrounding journalists took notice. As they focused their attention on the group, the sounds of camera shutters filled the air. In that moment, it seemed as though the crew had even overshadowed President Clinton, who was there to lay a wreath. Duke's presence wasn't due to any particular interest in honoring fallen soldiers. The crew was there to steal the spotlight, make headlines, and attract attention to promote the film. Dressed in a black suit and wearing dark sunglasses, Duke walked to the prearranged location and, alongside Tom Hanks, struck a solemn pose, allowing the media to capture as many photos as they wanted. As for the memorial events themselves, they were just formalities for him. Just like the promotion for Independence Day, Duke had no problem personally handling the PR to ensure the film's box office success and his own financial gain. If the benefits were significant enough, Duke might even consider staging a fake romance with a starlet for publicity. Although the crew's presence at this solemn event did attract attention, aligning well with the theme of Saving Private Ryan, the focus of the memorial was still on Clinton. When he approached the monument to lay the wreath, all eyes naturally shifted toward him. Duke remained standing there, his face serious, like the most devout worshiper. Any inappropriate behavior in such a setting would surely be harshly criticized by the media. What Duke didn't expect was that after the event, as they headed to the parking lot to leave, they ran into Clinton. The president glanced over and surprisingly came over to greet them. "Director Rosenberg, I really enjoyed your film." Surrounded by journalists, Bill Clinton shook Duke's hand, especially the humanity and compassion reflected in Saving Private Ryan. "Those are values I've always advocated for." "Thank you, Mr. President." Duke flashed a perfectly rehearsed, brilliant smile. In recent days, Saving Private Ryan had been universally praised by mainstream media. Clinton's compliment in such a setting wasn't entirely without ulterior motive. Politicians were even more adept than Hollywood bigwigs at seizing every available opportunity. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Clinton finally said, "I hope to see you at next year's White House dinner." "I would be honored," Duke replied politely. Under the flash of cameras, Duke concluded his first close encounter with the leader of a nation. In the past, he would have been too excited to sleep afterward. But with decades of experience, he had learned to see through many things. As Clinton's entourage left, Duke continued to gaze in their direction, as if searching for something. "It's time to go." Tina Fey approached to remind him. Noticing Duke's lingering gaze, she curiously asked, "Duke, what are you looking at?" "Nothing. Let's go." Shaking his head, Duke turned and walked to the car. After getting in, he glanced once more through the car window at the distant presidential motorcade before quickly turning his attention away. Didn't spot that certain White House intern? Compared to everything else, that was Duke's biggest disappointment. But before his mischievous thoughts could go any further, Tina, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned halfway around and brought up some work matters. "We've got the latest report from the theater chains." Hearing this, Duke nodded, indicating for her to continue. "Starting today, the North American theater chains have drastically reduced the screenings of Braveheart. Its number of theaters has dropped to 1,225. Tina was a bit taken aback by this number. The poor box office performance of Braveheart had led to its theaters being cut by half. "Our number of theaters has increased, with the latest count at 2,895. And Die Hard with a Vengeance has also seen a slight rebound in theaters." A smile appeared on Duke's face. The result of his collaboration with three powerful companies was evident. In the past, due to DreamWorks' involvement, Saving Private Ryan had struggled to quickly expand its number of theaters during its hottest phase, limiting its box office potential. But Duke wasn't DreamWorks or Spielberg. Despite facing opposition from CAA and Paramount, he had the backing of equally powerful companies. With its theaters cut in half, poor per-screen earnings, and rapidly declining word of mouth, Braveheart would no longer pose a real threat to Saving Private Ryan. The focus would now need to shift to a new competitor. "Tina, inform Nancy." Duke wasted no time in giving instructions. "Have her contact our partners and discuss how we can suppress Die Hard with a Vengeance next." The early decline of Braveheart means that it has essentially withdrawn from the competition. In the period before the weekend when new films are released, Saving Private Ryan and Die Hard 3 will be the most direct competitors. Memorial Day is about to pass, and Duke, together with the main actors of the crew, has started a North American promotional tour. As a legal holiday and the first day after the expanded release, Memorial Day will also reveal the future trend of the film. Chapter 183, The Beginning of the End. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, The Beginning of the End. Bill Clinton praised Saving Private Ryan, saying that the film reflected the American spirit. Like the news coverage of Duke and others attending the memorial event, the next day's media was filled with stories about Clinton and Saving Private Ryan. Hollywood was no stranger to using the president for film promotion. Fox employed a very orthodox promotional strategy, but if necessary, they wouldn't hesitate to stir things up with humorous anecdotes about Bill Clinton and the film. In the media's portrayal, the person in the White House was never revered but often the butt of jokes and scapegoating. With the content of the film and the backing of 3 major companies and their media partners, Saving Private Ryan had sparked a nationwide sensation. Even though some African Americans were still protesting outside the Fox building, mainstream media ignored them entirely. Instead, the praise for Saving Private Ryan grew louder. Influential publications like the New York Times and the Los Angeles Times rushed to declare it the best war movie ever and a milestone in the history of war films immediately after Memorial Day. Even Sidney Coleman, the acting president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, said in an interview, "War films can now be divided into those made before Saving Private Ryan and those made after." In this wave of praise, one group was conspicuously silent: the professional film critics. This group, usually so eager to offer opinions on the film industry, seemed to be blind to the phenomenon of Saving Private Ryan. In their world, it was as if the film didn't exist. They were utterly silent. Yesterday, on Memorial Day, Gene Siskel, sitting at a small round table in the garden, looked across at Roger Ebert, who was slowly sipping tea, and said, Saving Private Ryan S box office rebounded, grossing $19.25 million in a single day. Its total North American box office has reached $78.49 million. In another 2 or 3 days, it'll cross $100 million. Roger Ebert, putting down his teacup, seemed lost in thought. Is he going to succeed again? Given the current trend, it should hit $100 million in another 2 days. Gene Siskel wore a deeply reluctant expression. Independence Day, hit $100 million in North America in 6 days. Could it be? It won't. Saving Private Ryan won't become Independence Day. Roger Ebert shook his head. Its box office success is partly due to the film itself and partly to the timing. After Memorial Day and the anniversary of the Normandy landing, its box office will plummet. Gene Siskel didn't respond. While Roger Ebert's predictions about the Academy Awards were authoritative, his box office forecasts were about as reliable as those of other professional critics, which was to say, not very. After a while, Gene took a sip of his tea and said thoughtfully, "Luckily, most critics took your advice and didn't confront Duke Rosenberg directly on this film. If they had attacked Saving Private Ryan the way they had Independence Day last year, they might have been drowned out by the chorus of praise from the mainstream media. They could even end up like those protesters outside the Fox building, completely ignored by mainstream society." Roger, I've received reliable information, Siskel continued. Saving Private Ryan S producers have decided to go for next year's award season. Duke Rosenberg won't win an award. Roger Ebert's eyes flashed sharply. Duke Rosenberg definitely won't win. While critics might not be able to stand up to Warner Brothers, 20th Century Fox, and Walt Disney, they could still block someone from winning at the Academy Awards, which held the most influence. Duke had already been notified that Saving Private Ryan would compete in the awards season, which was only natural. A film like this was bound to maximize its benefits, and if it won a few Oscars or similar awards, its VHS and television rights would rise dramatically. After leaving Washington, Duke and other key members of the cast went on a promotional tour of major cities across North America. Although Tom Hanks was the most popular member of the cast, Duke, as the director, was no longer a stranger to audiences, and he even met a few dedicated fans. As Memorial Day weekend came to an end, Saving Private Ryan's box office took a sharp dip. However, it still managed to pull in $11.57 million on Tuesday and $11.05 million on Wednesday, firmly pushing its North American box office past the $100 million mark within 6 days, an impressive $101.11 million. Meanwhile, its closest competitor, Braveheart, grossed only $8.79 million in the same period, falling short of the $10 million threshold. With Braveheart underperforming and Die Hard 3 past its peak, Saving Private Ryan was dominating the North American box office heading into the weekend. Its biggest competition for the coming weekend would be The Bridges of Madison County, directed by veteran cowboy Clint Eastwood and starring Meryl Streep. On Friday, the cast arrived in Nashville, Tennessee, the music capital of the nation. After finishing the routine promotional rounds, Duke tried calling a number he hadn't dialed much since he got it. "Hello, this is Twain. Who's calling?" The voice on the other end was still sweet and charming, though it sounded much more distant. Duke replied coolly, "Hello, Shania." Duke. 10 minutes later, Duke was in a hotel-provided car, leaving downtown Nashville and heading to the address Shania Twain had given him. Since they had parted ways in San Francisco, they hadn't seen each other again. The car pulled up in the western suburbs of Nashville, past a white house with columns, stopping at the back door. The driver honked a few times, and the door opened from the inside. Duke, wearing a hat and sunglasses, quickly got out of the car and went inside. Shania Twain stood at the door, dressed in a light blue sheer short skirt and a sleeveless white t-shirt. Her long auburn hair fell naturally down her back, and her beautiful face was lightly made up. "It's been a while, Shania." Duke handed her a bouquet of flowers. "You're as stunning as ever." "Thank you." Gesturing for him to follow, Shania led Duke inside. "You don't look much different yourself." They entered the living room, and after Duke sat down, Shania put the flowers in a vase. Turning back, she asked, "Would you like something to drink? Tea or coffee would be fine." Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other in a long time, or maybe because they'd never been that close in the first place, but there was a clear distance between them. Shania made 2 cups of coffee, brought them over, and sat across from him. Duke could distinctly feel the unfamiliarity and detachment. "Your new album just came out recently, right?" Duke did some preparation before coming, and took the initiative to break the awkward silence. "Didn't you go out to run announcements?" "The promotion is over for now." Shania Twain put down her coffee cup and responded with a smile. "The company is preparing for a U.S. tour, and I'm doing some preparatory work." "Congratulations, Shania." Duke thought of the conversation they had had. This was a woman who had always been chasing her dreams. She was one of the few women who could catch up with her dreams. "You have realized your dream and are now a famous singer in the United States." Shania Twain's first album received only average response, but the second album released earlier this year produced many #1 singles, and the sales of the entire album continued to rise and soon became a gold record. "Thanks." Perhaps thinking of her current fame, Shania Twain smiled brilliantly. "Duke, my success is nothing in front of you." She looked at Duke across from her. The ordinary director had already stood at the top of the Hollywood director ranks. If Shania Twain shook her head, not to mention that the possibility was slim. Even if it was possible, she didn't want to be just a vassal of a man, and being a film director wouldn't bring much help to her career. After finishing a small pot of coffee, Duke and Shania Twain left the living room tacitly and walked into the bedroom on the second floor. They were no longer young men and women full of romantic feelings. Duke's purpose in calling Shania Twain was very clear, and Shania Twain agreed to his visit, and she was obviously prepared for something to happen. The two of them had no psychological burden. They helped each other take off their clothes as quickly as possible and quickly overlapped each other. During this time, Shania Twain turned over and sat on Duke, shaking her waist while pressing him down hard. "Remember what you did to me in San Francisco? I said, one day I will get it back." "How do you ask for it?" Duke asked curiously, preparing to stand up. "I want you to do it again." Letting go of Duke, Shania turned over and lay on the thick mattress. As if issuing a warm invitation, she slapped her beautiful and firm buttocks with her backhand, making an alluring crisp sound. Duke naturally would not refuse such an invitation. His long and broad palms slowly stroked up along Shania's legs, then lifted it up and dropped it. Nearly an hour later, silence returned to the bedroom. Shania Twain lay on Duke's chest and took several deep breaths. She seemed to have recovered. Her blurry eyes gradually became bright. She tried to glance behind her, then propped herself up and moved away from where Duke was lying. Turning his head, Duke looked at Shania Twain, vaguely guessing that this strong and intelligent woman must have made some decision that seemed to be related to him. Duke. Shania pulled the blanket over her sexy body. From now on, we will just be ordinary friends. Duke knew exactly what this meant. He reached out and gently stroked Shania's pretty face, pinched her tall nose, and said nothing. The two started out as sex buddies and will certainly end up as sex buddies. Before the night came, Duke rejected Shania Twain's dinner invitation and hurried back to the hotel because his publicist, Penny Kellis, came to Nashville and wanted to discuss Oscar matters with him. Chapter 184, Kellis Oscar Strategy. Chapter 184. Chapter 184, Kellis Oscar Strategy. In the living room of the suite, Penny Kellis paced back and forth, her gaze occasionally drifting over Duke. Duke sat on the couch, sipping coffee at a leisurely pace, showing little interest in the Oscar-related topic she had brought up. "Duke, do you want to win an Oscar?" she finally couldn't help but ask. "Of course I do." Duke set down his coffee cup and said seriously, "How many people in Hollywood don't want an Oscar?" The strategy to push Saving Private Ryan for the Oscars was already a given by the production company, and this year's timing was particularly favorable. There was no way that would change, and Duke fully supported it. The reason was simple. If they could win a few major awards, the film's revenue would significantly increase, and so would his own income. What about Best Director? Penny sat down across from Duke after Tina Fey poured her a cup of coffee and continued, "Are you really not interested in individual awards?" Duke pointed to himself. "Penny, I'm only 25 this year. Not to mention other factors. Do you really think the Academy would give Best Director to someone so young? Let's be serious. Even though he's Jewish, winning Best Director before the age of 30 was out of the question. The chances of winning are slim." Penny shook her head, then added, "But getting a nomination is possible." "A nomination means nothing to me." Duke switched to his usual indifferent expression. "Having the nomination won't raise my salary. Not having it won't reduce the number of studios willing to invest in my movies either. You can't avoid the Oscars forever, can you?" Penny wasn't dumb. She could tell that Duke wasn't disinterested in the Oscars, just that his interest was lukewarm. Every nomination adds to your credentials and increases the likelihood of winning in the future. "Can I really get a nomination?" Duke was well aware of his situation. "Don't forget about the critics. Some things you only know if you try," Penny said confidently, passionate about it since awards season meant big bucks in PR income. "Some problems can be solved through PR." Duke agreed with her last point. Unlike the European film festivals, which are judged by small juries of only a dozen people, the Oscars are voted on by nearly 6,000 members of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, each of whom has years of industry experience. The system had been in place for years and was constantly refined, making the Oscars one of the fairest awards in the world. However, no matter how fair the system appeared, there was always room for manipulation. Every year, Hollywood produced many great actors and movies, but there was only one Oscar statuette per category. So who would get it? That depended on their tactics. George Lucas once famously cursed the Oscars as a political game. Directors like Spike Lee publicly criticized the Oscars, claiming it rewarded those with strong social connections or deep pockets more than true talent. Those opinions might be a bit biased, but they did reveal some truths. For example, many Academy insiders felt that Saving Private Ryan lost unfairly. PR wasn't the only issue. There was another major factor. Private Ryan was made for the masses, while Shakespeare in Love was made for a niche audience. In 90% of cases, the Oscars favored films made for a niche audience. In Duke's view, if it weren't for the timing of Private Ryan's release and its aggressive yet non-dominating box office performance, the film's Oscar prospects would have been hindered. Add to that his troubled relationship with critics, and another debacle could very well happen. One should never underestimate the Academy's willingness to side with the underdog. "Duke, have you heard of Annie Wilson?" Penny asked. When Duke shook his head, Penny explained in detail. She's a member of the Academy and an Oscar voter, also a member of the Producers Guild. Though she hasn't produced any noteworthy films, she's excellent at networking. She's well connected with many of the Academy's core members and can influence their votes. If you can win her over, you could get support from a significant portion of both the Directors Guild and the Producers Guild, thus offsetting some of the negative influence from critics. And the cost. His mother had already taught him that there was no such thing as a free lunch. She has a hobby. Penny glanced at Duke, hesitated briefly, but continued. She likes well-known men in the industry, especially those who look good. She has a stamp collecting habit. Penny bluntly stated. Duke coldly looked in her direction. Penny sighed and said, "All right, we can drop that option." Penny. Duke interrupted her and asked. "Instead, tell me what specific work needs to be done if I want the nomination. If the time and effort didn't justify the reward, even a Best Director nomination wasn't worth it to him." Yes, some people were willing to go all out for an Oscar, like Martin Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio. They were rational about it. Others, though, bordered on the extreme. Take Judi Dench, for instance. To curry favor with certain people during her Oscar campaign, she once got Harvey Weinstein's name tattooed on her backside. She even claimed that, if he asked, she would show it off on the red carpet just to get attention. This was just one of the many bizarre stories surrounding the Oscars. Although Duke was a practical and self-serving person, he definitely couldn't stoop to such levels. Penny thought for a moment, eliminating ideas she knew Duke would reject, then said, "First, you need to organize private screenings. After the film's promotional phase and before award season, there will be a long gap. You should work with the production company to hold at least 5 screenings, inviting Academy members while impressing the critics to praise the film. There will also be various publicity campaigns, PR parties, and banquets," Penny explained as simply as she could. In short, you need to stay in the media spotlight and in the sights of the critics and Oscar voters. By this point, Duke was already rubbing his temples. He knew that the reality was far more complicated than Penny made it sound. And it wasn't over yet. Penny continued, "PR isn't just for the Oscars. You'll also need to focus on the precursor awards before award season. These can significantly boost your chances of a nomination or even a win." "Which ones?" Duke asked, a little curious. "I'll just mention the major ones." Even Penny took out a document from her bag and glanced at it. The Independent Spirit Awards, the New York Film Critics Circle Awards, the Gotham Independent Film Awards, the National Board of Review Awards, the Washington, D.C. Area Film Critics Association Awards, the Los Angeles Film Critics Association Awards, the Chicago Film Critics Association Awards, the Boston Society of Film Critics Awards, the American Film Institute Awards, the Producers Guild Awards, and the Directors Guild Awards. Duke felt his head spinning. He knew the Oscars were complicated, but it was even worse than he'd imagined. The Critics Awards and Guild Awards are the key ones. After rattling off the long list, Penny took a big gulp of coffee. If you can get nominations from the 3 major critics associations and the guilds, combined with some necessary PR efforts, you'll have over a 90% chance of getting a Best Director nomination, even at your age. Duke took a sip of coffee and sat quietly for a while, as if weighing the pros and cons, before asking, "So for the next few months, I won't be able to do anything else. All my time and energy will be spent on the Oscars." "If you want to secure a nomination, that's the safest approach," Penny advised. "Once you're back in Los Angeles, you shouldn't leave. You should fully cooperate." "Wait," Duke interrupted her. "Penny, I never agreed to this." Seeing Penny's puzzled look, Duke didn't hold back. "My time and energy are extremely valuable. I'm not going to waste them on this kind of game. After the promotional phase, I'm going on vacation." Duke said this confidently, as if a vacation were more important than the Oscars. "I also have a commercial deal with the Laurel Group. $3 million to shoot a commercial." Of course, he couldn't turn that down. "Although the new film is pushed to next year, I still need to do some prep work." Duke spread his hands. "I'm on a tight schedule. I can't afford to waste time." Doing all this just for an uncertain Best Director nomination was absolutely not worth it in Duke's eyes. Besides, he never underestimated the influence of critics on the Academy's awards. Given Duke's current success and status, not even a seasoned PR pro like Penny could make strong demands. She could only helplessly ask, So what's your plan? We'll cooperate with the production company, Duke said nonchalantly. We'll follow their lead in PR. If we get the nomination, great. If not, no big deal. Though the production company's PR would primarily focus on Best Picture, they would also submit for Best Director. Allocating some resources to this made sense because the more major nominations and awards a film received, the greater its future earnings potential. According to your director's contract with the studio, Penny reminded him, you're required to attend the key PR events and parties. I know. Duke nodded. Compared to the long list Penny had mentioned, there weren't too many of those events. Kellis came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Her Oscar strategy was mostly rejected by Duke before she could even implement it. She could only leave with regret. Afterwards, Duke put the Oscar issue behind him and worked hard with Tom Hanks to promote the film in order to suppress the new film, The Bridges of Madison County, by old cowboy Clint Eastwood, and strive to continue to dominate the box office for the second week. Chapter 185, A Darkness. Chapter 185, A Darkness. Every weekend during the summer release schedule is fiercely competitive. Each film facing off against another is eager for a fight to the top. This is the case with The Bridges of Madison County and Saving Private Ryan. Despite the former's strong debut, featuring two powerhouse actors, and the latter already being in its second weekend, no one had faith in The Bridges of Madison County. Without even considering the films themselves, the directors and actors speak volumes. Clint Eastwood's films have never been known for their commercial success. Meryl Streep, though widely recognized for her acting skills, lacks significant box office pull. There is no real suspense in the box office battle between the two films. Over the weekend, The Bridges of Madison County grossed $10.51 million across 1,805 theaters in North America, surpassing Braveheart's $2.68 million and Die Hard 3's $8.25 million, placing it second in the box office rankings. But standing at the top, untouchable by these films, is Saving Private Ryan. Duke's film, shown in 2,865 theaters, grossed $38.95 million, clinching the top spot at the box office for the second weekend in a row. Including Thursday's earnings of $9.87 million, the film's cumulative North American box office is already at $149.93 million. Reaching the $150 million milestone is now just a matter of time. Tell me, a voice full of anger echoed from a luxurious hospital room in Los Angeles. An elderly man, clearly frustrated, shouted, "What's the total box office for my new movie?" "Sean, calm down." His publicist and friend, Jack, reminded the man on the hospital bed. "This isn't good for your recovery." Hearing this, a flash of resentment crossed Sean's eyes. He gritted his teeth and forced out the words, "Tell me, Jack." After hesitating for a moment, Jack finally spoke. Braveheart's cumulative North American box office is at $13.57 million. $13.97 million? $149.93 million? The gap between the two figures is vast. Could it be that the project he had hoped would be his comeback was already a failure? Sean Connery took several deep breaths to suppress the rising anger within him. The collaboration between him and Mel Gibson now seemed unlikely to even recoup its costs. From a market perspective, Braveheart had already failed. It was all because of that bastard Duke. In an instant, Sean Connery linked the failure of his film to his competitor. If not for Duke, would their release dates have clashed? If not for Duke, would the filming schedule have been delayed? If not for Duke, would the production costs have ballooned to $60 million? If not for Duke, his leg. Looking at his right leg, wrapped in bandages and completely immobile, Sean's anger vanished. According to several doctors, given his age, even in the most optimistic scenario, his leg wouldn't fully recover. He would never be able to walk normally again, let alone endure long periods of movement. This meant, essentially, that his acting career was over, his time in Hollywood finished. Even with his usual arrogance, he now had to admit something. Without the carefully crafted gentleman image that SAG had built for him, he was nothing. Even if he were to persist in acting, how many productions in Hollywood would be willing to risk hiring an aging actor with an injury? Retirement was his only option. A cold realization settled in Sean Connery's heart. not just from the blow of this failure, but also from the attitude of his agency. After an initial visit from Martin and Bob, no one from CAA had come to see him again. They had completely forgotten about him, a person who no longer held value. The worst part was when CAA's spokesperson, during an interview with the media, had the audacity to say that Sean's office at CAA would always remain reserved for him. What a bunch of hypocrites. Even when he no longer held much value, they still used him for publicity. At this moment, Sean found CAA's betrayal even more detestable than Duke. Everything was over. Sean Connery felt a darkness descending, unsure of where his future path lay. After wrapping up the promotion in New York, the cast and crew took a short break. Once they regrouped, they would head to Europe to begin the film's European promotional tour. Saving Private Ryan was about to launch across Europe. Before that, the cast would visit Normandy to participate in the D-Day memorial event, alongside leaders and royalty from various European nations. Is this our new home? Following his mother to her newly purchased house in the Upper East Side, Duke curiously looked around the two-story villa. It looks pretty nice. Go take a look yourself. Your room is upstairs, his mother said, already busy with her own matters. Duke walked upstairs, explored the second floor, and then opened a glass door that led to a small garden terrace. Standing by the railing, he gazed into the distance, vaguely able to make out the skyline of Manhattan. After taking in the sight of the tallest buildings, he returned to his room. The room's decor closely resembled his room in Santa Monica. As expected, when he opened the closet, it was already filled with clothes. Duke found some casual wear, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then changed into his new outfit before heading downstairs. His mother had already prepared a simple dinner, but the atmosphere of eating at home was incomparable to any other place. Have you finalized your contract with the Lauder Group? His mother asked with concern. Duke nodded, swallowing a mouthful of pasta. Nancy finished the negotiations last month. I've already signed the contract. Now, I'm just considering the right storyline for the commercial. We'll start filming in September. Don't use your wild ideas from filmmaking to plan the commercial, his mother reminded him. In advertising, you must consider mass appeal. If you come up with some unconventional, non-mainstream concepts like you did when you were a kid, the commercial will undoubtedly fail. I understand, Mom. At his mother's words, Duke naturally thought of some of the foolish things he had done in the past. He once showed his mother what he called future advertising ideas, but none of them passed the review at Santa Fe because they simply didn't fit the mainstream aesthetic at the time. For the commercial for Lauder Group's Youth Do, Duke certainly wasn't foolish enough to apply examples from the future. The years before and after 2000 were entirely different eras. After spending just one day in New York, Duke rejoined the film crew and flew to France. During this time, he also received another message from a certain country on the distant Pacific coast. The country's film authority was interested in importing his films. Warner Brothers first recommended the globally popular Independence Day, which was still playing in some remote areas, but it was rejected due to ideological concerns. Instead, they were interested in The Rock and were also keen on Saving Private Ryan. When the news came, Duke couldn't help but recall some old rumors. Was it true that some high-ranking officials over there were fans of Nicolas Cage? Of course, Duke didn't dwell on these thoughts. While that market was indeed vast, even 10 years later, it wouldn't be worth focusing on. Expanding into such markets was something Hollywood's Big Six studios would naturally handle. A director like Duke had no need to worry about it. On June 6th, the small town of Ouistreham in northern France became the focus of global attention. With the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II, world leaders and celebrities gathered on Sword Beach to attend the memorial event. That's the French president, the British Prime Minister, the German Chancellor. Tina whispered to Duke, identifying the leaders not far away. It wasn't just these heads of state. Also present were European royals such as Queen Elizabeth II of England, Queen Margrethe II of Denmark, and King Carl XVI Gustav of Sweden. These figures were the main focus of the event, drawing most of the media's attention. The Saving Private Ryan crew's presence was, as before, purely for promotional purposes. Although few media outlets paid attention, reporters from Warner Media and News Corporation's European networks kept their cameras trained on the crew. For a film and crew like this to appear at a D-Day event was newsworthy enough to capture the interest of many European viewers. Moreover, the film's box office success in North America gave both companies confidence in its potential profitability. They demonstrated their substantial resources and influence, even across political and business spheres, by not only hosting Saving Private Ryan's European premiere in Wistrium that night, but also inviting European royals and dignitaries to attend. The film's subject matter was another draw for these attendees. Supporting such a movie was, in its own way, a politically correct move. The screening was held in a small local theater, attended by political figures, European royalty, and numerous World War II veterans invited by the production team. In short, the goal was clear: to attract as much public attention as possible during this special time, and the production team was doing everything they could to achieve that. The premiere, needless to say, garnered significant media coverage. After the film screening and the following press conference, the crew followed the political tradition by hosting a formal banquet at a nearby hotel. The one who attracted the most attention among the crew was Tom Hanks. As a two-time Oscar-winning actor, he was a key figure for many celebrities, particularly members of the royal families. In a way, today's European royals are not much different from Hollywood stars. Since the 1950s and 1960s, the two worlds have been in contact, sharing a common ground for conversation. There were also quite a few people paying attention to Duke. Although these individuals carried prominent titles such as prince, princess, or other noble ranks, in Duke's eyes, their significance paled in comparison to that of Tom Hanks. This allowed Duke to interact with them with ease and a calm demeanor. After entertaining several royals, Duke sought out a quieter spot to rest for a moment. A girl nearby seemed to notice him. After confirming she wasn't mistaken, she approached him directly. "Are you Director Rosenberg?" she asked in English that was not entirely fluent. Duke nodded, realizing she was one of the guests invited by the crew, and smiled politely. "You can call me Duke. You can call me Victoria," she said, clearly an outgoing personality. Or better yet, Vicky or Alice. Chapter 186, The Crown Princess. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, The Crown Princess. She was a typical Scandinavian woman, with beautiful golden brown long hair. Wearing high heels, she stood almost as tall as Duke. Her blue eyes were as bright as gemstones, and her sharp chin accentuated the strong lines of her face. Her broad shoulders supported a rose-colored gown that fit her perfectly. If not for her face, her body was somewhat reminiscent of Charlize Theron, with the same tall, broad-shouldered build. Such women tend to mature early. From her appearance alone, Duke couldn't determine her exact age, estimating somewhere between 16 and 22 years old. Unlike the dazzling Hollywood actresses, she wasn't particularly beautiful, or rather, her makeup clearly wasn't aiming for a glamorous look. The earth-toned makeup highlighted a steady and dignified aura. Subtle nose contouring and orange blush made her features more defined, while coral-colored lipstick matched the tones of her overall makeup, complementing her personality and giving her a stylish yet elegant appearance. It took Duke about 10 seconds to recall who she was, as they had exchanged greetings earlier. "Should I address you as Your Highness? Or perhaps Your Grace?" Duke asked politely. Victoria chuckled softly. "Do Americans care about such things?" From Duke's perspective, she smiled with 8 perfectly aligned teeth, obviously the result of systematic training. He returned a similar smile. "Not all Americans are uncouth country folk. That's just the British opinion." As she said this, Victoria glanced towards the crowd, where a British royal with a Duke's title held his chin so high it nearly touched his forehead. "You can call me Vicky or Alice. And you can call me Duke." The Swedish crown princess appeared more down-to-earth and lacked the overly formal attitude expected. After chatting briefly about the movie she had just watched, she added, "I'm very curious about America. I've always wanted to study there after finishing high school in France. Vicky, I'd recommend you choose either New York University's Film School or USC School of Cinematic Arts." Since she wasn't putting on the airs of a princess, Duke felt comfortable tossing in a few light-hearted jokes. "You seem to have a great understanding of films. Who knows, you might accomplish something unique in this field." Of course, this was simply to make the high school princess happy. Even a fool would know that a Swedish crown princess wouldn't become a movie director. However, considering Duke's status, having such words come from a top Hollywood director with a serious tone was still quite flattering. It's been a pleasure talking to you. No matter how poised and dignified she appeared, she was still a young girl. Princess Victoria's smile became more genuine and natural, unlike the trained expression she wore earlier. I've met a few French film directors, and they always talk about art. After a few words, they lose my interest. Talking to you has been my pleasure, Duke added with a playful tone. Beautiful princess, though not completely sheltered in terms of knowledge, especially in areas like film and the entertainment industry, topics that interest young girls. Princess Victoria was far behind Duke. Perhaps she didn't often find people with whom she could discuss these subjects. Their conversation flowed smoothly, and Duke even subtly managed to inquire about her age. Compared to the average high schooler, Princess Victoria was undoubtedly more intelligent and experienced. But in front of Duke, she was simply a somewhat clever, socially aware girl under 18. As they walked towards a quieter terrace, her attendants kept a close but respectful distance. Duke paid them no mind, continuing to talk about topics that interested the princess. Being an actor is tough, especially for someone like Tom, who's widely recognized for his acting skills. In an earlier conversation, Duke had learned that she admired Tom Hanks, so he didn't hesitate to use Tom as a focal point. Standing by the terrace railing, Duke looked at her and asked, "Do you remember the scene in the film where Captain Miller cries silently?" "I do." Princess Victoria nodded quickly. Mr. Hanks' acting was incredible. To nail that scene, Duke lowered his voice and leaned in slightly, speaking conspiratorially near her ear. Tom put a lot of effort into it. I heard from Colin that Tom's eldest son said his dad spent his Christmas vacation practicing that scene by crying alone in the corner. And during the actual shoot, even after the director called cut, Tom's tears kept flowing for a full 5 minutes. My goodness, he really worked hard. Princess Victoria stepped back slightly, perhaps in deference to proper etiquette, creating a respectful distance between them. After sharing this secret, Duke immediately took a step back himself, making it seem as though he had merely shared a casual confidence with a friend. "If I ever get the chance," Princess Victoria said, a hint of longing in her voice, "I'd love to visit Hollywood." Duke responded at the right moment. "I can introduce you to Hollywood." Of course, he knew this was just a friendly remark. A crown princess's status was far above that of someone like the Princess of Wales, and she would likely act with more caution. Still, if he could somehow connect Sweden's crown princess to Hollywood, the media on both sides of the Atlantic would surely be grateful. "It's been a pleasure talking with you." As her attendants approached to remind her of the time, Princess Victoria extended her hand toward Duke. "It's getting late, and I have to return to school in Paris, so I must bid you farewell." "Paris?" Duke gently shook her hand. "The crew will be in Paris next week for promotion. I wonder." Princess Victoria understood Duke's implication. Leaning closer, she whispered a series of numbers, then said, "I could show you around the Seine." After the Normandy D-Day anniversary, Saving Private Ryan was officially released in Europe's major markets. From England to Ireland, France to Germany, and Sweden to Italy, the film occupied nearly 60% of the mainstream theaters. The extensive promotional campaign also sparked a wave of movie-watching enthusiasm across Europe. Much like in North America, World War II veterans were a major focus of the European promotion. Many veterans from Britain and France praised the film, and when the crew arrived in London, led by Tom Hanks, they frequently made public appearances and participated in various promotional events to build momentum for the European release. Several Fleet Street tabloids, heavily influenced by News Corporation, quickly shifted their coverage to the cast and crew, constantly uncovering gossip and scandals to attract the attention of what could be considered the most gossip-hungry nation in the world. As the film completed its first weekend in Europe, it also caught the attention of many European directors. The media can't wait to sing Duke Rosenberg's praises, calling his film a landmark in war cinema. Jean-Pierre Jeunet placed his coffee cup down with a thud, his expression full of disdain. No matter how touching the humanistic message or how realistic the war scenes, it doesn't change the fact that it's a purely commercial film. Duke Rosenberg is just another cog in Hollywood's vulgar production line. Saving Private Ryan is merely an extension of his destructive tendencies and commercial strategies. Genes. Absolutely right. Several French directors gathered in the CAF, and one chimed in. Duke Rosenberg and Hollywood have no understanding of what art truly is. Don't forget, Hollywood films now hold over 90% of the European market share. The heavy-set man sitting in the corner was none other than Luc Besson, who had long been ostracized by the European film community. I just received the latest numbers for Saving Private Ryan. Its third weekend in North America brought in $16.65 million, with a cumulative domestic total of $191.12 million. In the UK, its first week made $7.89 million, France $6.87 million, Germany $8.52 million, Spain $4.21 million, and Australia $4.11 million. The overseas box office surpassed $60 million in its first week. A brief silence followed in the CAF. Luc Besson scanned the faces of his companions, then continued, Duke Rosenberg is only 25 years old, yet his film is sweeping the globe. Doesn't that tell us something? Can't European cinema learn anything from him? Are we just going to hand over the European market to Hollywood? A few people seemed to agree with Besson, but most shook their heads, clearly dismissing his views. Learn from Duke Rosenberg and Hollywood? Finally, the eldest of the group, Jean-Pierre Jeunet, broke the silence with a sneer. You mean sully the art of cinema with commerce and money? Luke, you spent some time in Hollywood. As Jeunet launched into a lengthy discourse on the sanctity of art, Besson couldn't be bothered to respond further. To him, the so-called art these directors clung to was nothing more than endless nudity. Their disdain for Hollywood films? Was it truly sincere? For example, the same Jean-Pierre Jeunet who was so quick to criticize Duke Rosenberg had just accepted an invitation to direct Alien, Resurrection in Hollywood. Was that for the sake of art? Did he plan to turn Alien into an art house film? Or maybe he wanted the alien to have a romantic subplot with the female lead. Shaking his head, Luc Besson stood up and walked out of the CAF without looking back. In his view, as long as these directors continued to hold sway in Europe, the continent's film industry would only continue to weaken, inching ever closer to its demise. As Saving Private Ryan completed its first weekend in the overseas market, Duke led the crew to Paris. Chapter 187. The Invitation. Chapter 187. Chapter 187. The Invitation. The Seine River at night has its own charm, appearing especially magnificent under the illumination of the lights. Duke walked briskly along the riverbank and arrived at a CAF by the river that offered a view of the Louvre. The CAF wasn't large, consisting of two sections, one indoors and one outdoors, with the outdoor area facing the Seine River. The CAF was cozy and casual, with no bright neon lights or loud music, only the soft melodies of a piano playing in the background. Duke's eyes scanned the dozen or so tables outside, and, across from a television, he saw the familiar figure of Victoria. He walked directly toward her. "A latte, please," Duke said in halting French to the waiter. He pulled out a chair and sat across from the girl, who was smiling softly. "I'm sorry for being late." "It's no problem." Victoria glanced at her watch. "I came early. There are still 10 minutes before the agreed time. Making a beautiful princess wait is quite rude." Duke raised the coffee the waiter had brought him, took a sip, and smiled. "Can you forgive my rudeness, Your Highness?" "Of course." Victoria took a sip of her own coffee and, suppressing a smile, said in a very serious tone, "I forgive you." She then burst into laughter, and Duke responded with a bright smile of his own. As they drank their coffee, they chatted casually, often breaking into hearty laughter. This princess, who was about to turn 18, hadn't yet fully shed her youthful innocence. Under Duke's gentle guidance, she became increasingly relaxed, starting to see Duke as a friend with whom she shared many common interests. "I have a younger brother and sister." Before they knew it, Princess Victoria was sharing details about her family. "My brother loves your movies The Rock and Saving Private Ryan. Unfortunately, he's studying in England right now. There will be opportunities to meet." Although Duke said this, he wasn't particularly interested in royalty compared to the young princess. "Duke, look over here." Victoria motioned toward the television beside them. "They're talking about your movie." Duke turned to look at the screen. From the images and brief clips, it was clear they were discussing Saving Private Ryan, and it seemed they were conducting a live survey. Unfortunately, Duke couldn't understand the rapid French commentary. "You don't speak French?" Victoria asked, having likely picked up on this. "I can translate for you." "Thank you very much." The two of them pulled their chairs closer together. Although Victoria didn't really need to translate, Duke could generally guess the gist. It was similar to the movie recommendation shows in North America, where fan interviews were used to promote the film and attract more viewers. Nevertheless, Duke and Princess Victoria huddled together, with one earnestly translating and the other listening just as intently, looking for all the world like a couple in love along the Seine River. Especially when compliments from fans were being translated by a princess, even someone like Duke couldn't help but feel a bit proud. "There's nothing more to say. This is my favorite war film. I've watched it many times and love it. Each viewing feels just as thrilling as the first." A young French fan was being interviewed in front of the camera, and from Victoria's translation, Duke gathered that the fan had watched the film numerous times. More comments from French fans were translated by Princess Victoria. "Stunning, just stunning. Duke. Rosenberg's unique style shines through. Saving Private Ryan is the pinnacle of realism and deserves high praise. A classic war film. War isn't the focus. The director highlights human nature. In the face of death, everyone is insignificant. We must cherish our lives. I've never liked war films, but my friend dragged me to watch Saving Private Ryan, and I'm glad I went. The war scenes are brutal, yet there's warmth, care, and intelligence woven throughout. What kind of director has the courage to make such a film? Why can't Europe produce movies as captivating as this? I think this young director has limitless potential. Although I don't understand why they had to save Ryan, it doesn't stop me from seeing Duke Rosenberg in a new light. He's not just a simple, explosive director. The film's staging is superb, the camera work is spot on, and the dramatic tension is intense. After finishing their coffee, Duke suggested they leave the CAF, and the two of them strolled slowly along the riverbank, enjoying the splendid nighttime views of both sides of the Seine and soaking in the romantic atmosphere of Paris. Along the riverside, couples could often be seen, obliviously kissing in the typically romantic French manner, and sometimes older couples would quietly sit on benches by the river, hand in hand. Since Princess Victoria was studying in France, she had naturally absorbed some of the country's artistic spirit. Duke, being a director with formal training, wasn't lacking in this area either. The two of them walked along the Seine, talking about the Louvre, sculptures, and paintings, about Notre Dame, Esmeralda, and Quasimodo, and about the Eiffel Tower, Versailles, and the Arc de Triomphe. They continued chatting until it was very late. Noticing that Victoria was checking her watch, Duke asked cautiously, "Where are you staying? Would you like me to take you back?" "I don't think that's necessary." She glanced behind her, where Duke had already noticed someone following them, likely an attendant or bodyguard. After a moment's hesitation, Victoria asked, "When are you leaving Paris?" "My flight is tomorrow afternoon. I'm going back to Los Angeles." Duke discreetly glanced at her face and, in a joking tone, said, "Are you planning to see me off at the airport? I didn't know I was so lucky." "Sorry." Princess Victoria seemed a little disappointed. "I have to go back to Stockholm early tomorrow morning." "That's a real shame." Duke immediately put on a dejected expression. "Vicky, it's rare to meet someone like you who shares so many interests." Perhaps his acting had improved after spending so much time with Tom Hanks. Turning toward the shimmering waters of the Seine, the young princess was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. "Can I know when you'll be coming back to Europe?" She turned to face Duke, staring at him intently with her bright blue eyes full of curiosity. Duke's heart skipped a beat, but he reacted quickly. "I'm planning a vacation in July. Maybe coming to Europe would be a good choice." Though it sounded like he was talking to himself, his voice was loud enough for the girl to hear. When Victoria blinked rapidly, Duke added at just the right moment, "That's around summer vacation, right, Vicky?" Princess Victoria nodded quickly. "Would you consider joining me for a vacation on the island of Ibiza in Spain in July?" Duke's tone was full of sincerity. "Would I be so lucky?" We'll need to think about it." Princess Victoria gave a reserved but radiant smile, using a temporary excuse. "I'll also need to get my parents' permission." "I think they'll agree." Duke gently squeezed the girl's hand as it hung by her side. Don't you think so, Vicky? That will depend on how sincere your invitation is. With that, Princess Victoria walked away toward her attendant, turning back to wave at Duke. Goodbye, this was a wonderful evening. Watching his target slip away, Duke felt no disappointment. After all, she wasn't like the wild Hollywood actresses. Winning her over would take more than just a couple of meetings. If this princess were as wanton as those actresses, he wouldn't have bothered investing so much time and energy in her. As for the vacation in July, which he had just decided on, Duke now had something to look forward to. The next day, before Victoria boarded the Swedish royal family's private plane, Duke made a timely call to check in on her. Though she didn't give a definitive answer about their vacation together, her tone suggested she was leaning toward it. That afternoon, Duke boarded his flight, leaving the production team behind in Paris. His promotional tour was over, and he returned to Los Angeles to take care of other work. After nearly a year of screenings, Independence Day had finally been pulled from all regular markets worldwide, with its global box office total reaching $912.13 million. It had just missed surpassing Jurassic Park's $914.7 million and ended up in second place in the all-time box office rankings. In truth, Independence Day had outperformed Jurassic Park at the North American box office, but its international box office was noticeably weaker. After all, the patriotic American themes of the former had alienated some viewers, so its international box office trailing behind was to be expected. Even so, Duke had cemented his place in history, becoming the second member of the $900 million club. With only him and Spielberg achieving this feat, these accomplishments were more than enough to make him a legend. At the same time, Warner, Fox, and Disney's media outlets were promoting Saving Private Ryan while hyping up Independence Day's final box office performance. This was an effective promotional tactic, especially for fans of Duke's past work who didn't usually enjoy war films. Driven by this news, many of them bought tickets and headed to theaters, giving Saving Private Ryan's slowing box office a small but much-needed boost. After its fourth weekend in North America, Saving Private Ryan had officially crossed the $200 million mark, reaching a total of $217.71 million. In terms of overseas box office, the film continued its popularity in Europe and was released in many markets such as the Far East and Latin America, with the cumulative overseas box office exceeding $120 million. As a competitor of Saving Private Ryan, in the same period, Braveheart not only performed poorly in North American box office, but also encountered many problems in other aspects. Chapter 188. The Role of the DV Camera. Chapter 188. Chapter 188. The Role of the DV Camera. As the end of June approached, California's radiant and scorching sunlight couldn't dispel the cold in Mel Gibson's heart. The box office performance of Braveheart was undoubtedly a severe blow to him. If he had been narrowly defeated by his main competitor Saving Private Ryan, he might have felt some frustration, but the current situation was far worse. 5 weeks after both films' release, Saving Private Ryan had grossed an impressive $235.78 million in North America, while Braveheart had a meager $21.57 million, not even a fraction of the former's earnings. The two films were not even comparable. Even someone as headstrong as Mel Gibson had to admit now that, in this competition against Duke Rosenberg, he had lost miserably. Sitting across from him, Martin Bob's face was full of uncertainty. The Braveheart project had fallen far short of expectations, and he was under enormous pressure. Even within CAA, there were whispers that the failure of the projects he had led reflected poorly on his abilities. These slanders from competitors had stoked Martin Bob's recent anger. He couldn't understand why his projects, when pitted against Duke Rosenberg, always collapsed so miserably. Was it really impossible to defeat Duke Rosenberg in the summer box office season? Hollywood's most promising commercial director. Why wasn't he a part of CAA? As these thoughts simmered, Martin Bob felt his temper rising again. Loosening his tie, he sighed inwardly. If only he had taken Duke Rosenberg a bit more seriously from the beginning, maybe things wouldn't be so embarrassing now, and the projects of the past few years might have been one success after another. Martin, we haven't lost yet. Breaking the silence in the office, Mel Gibson suddenly spoke up. The film hasn't been widely released overseas. Overseas? Mel. Martin Bob raised his hand to cut him off. Do you really think a film that performed poorly in North America will be a huge success overseas? Don't forget that, aside from Scotland, the major markets in Europe have all refused to screen it anytime soon. Mel Gibson opened his mouth, but then reluctantly closed it. He was well aware of the challenges the film faced overseas. Aside from Scotland, Braveheart had not been released in any major Western markets. England, New Zealand, and Australia, all members of the Commonwealth, had delayed the film's release to the quieter months of September and October. Even France had jumped in, accusing the film of defaming Princess Isabel, pushing the release date back as well. Moreover, due to the film's dismal box office performance in North America, distributors in Germany, Spain, and Italy had refused to release it during the highly lucrative summer season. In terms of release dates, Braveheart was already a tragedy overseas. CAA and Paramount Pictures were indeed powerful, but in the summer season, where commercial performance speaks volumes, the box office results of Braveheart couldn't convince any distributors or cinema chains. Let's not even mention others. Mel Gibson knew that Paramount Pictures had largely abandoned the extensive promotion of Braveheart after the second week. After all, the numbers were clear, and any additional marketing investments would be a sunk cost. Was there still hope for the film? This was the question Mel Gibson was grappling with. Was there any way to salvage it? This was the thought spinning in Martin Bob's mind. The failure not only brought financial recovery issues, but also a series of cascading effects on reputation, CAA's standing, and personal credibility. It could even affect Mel Gibson's fledgling directing career and the packaging projects led by Martin Bob. The two men remained silent for a few minutes before, as if with mutual understanding, they looked at each other and arrived at the same answer. Oscars. Yes, if Braveheart could secure several Oscar nominations, it might just save the film. The recent success of The Shawshank Redemption, which flopped during its initial release but later became a hit in the home video market, was a prime example. As industry veterans, they both knew why production and distribution companies were willing to spend a hefty sum on Oscar campaigns. Was it really for the sake of art? Don't be ridiculous. It was to garner more attention for the film, which would bring in more revenue. Martin, Braveheart could be pulled from theaters any day now, Mel Gibson said candidly. I need you to work with Paramount to pressure the theaters, especially the independent cinemas in the greater Los Angeles area, to keep the film playing, preferably until the awards season. That would require a substantial budget. Martin Bob knew how important this strategy was for an Oscar campaign. I doubt Paramount will be willing to invest much more in the film. After a moment's thought, Mel Gibson made a decisive offer. If Paramount fully supports me in my bid for Best Director, I'm willing to forego the remaining third of my directing fee that Paramount hasn't paid yet. He was aware that Fox and other parties were already preparing Oscar campaigns for Saving Private Ryan, including nominating Duke Rosenberg for Best Director. Although Duke's age was his biggest disadvantage, his Jewish background was a powerful factor. No one could predict whether Hollywood's Jewish elite would crown a young Jewish director. Having lost to Duke Rosenberg commercially, Mel Gibson intended to win back some ground through the awards to best his younger rival in that arena. More importantly, if Braveheart could sweep the Academy Awards, it would vindicate him. Poor box office returns would be seen as a result of the audience's lack of artistic taste, rather than a reflection of his directorial skills. Meanwhile, not far away, in another office, Eno Martin was also discussing Oscar-related matters with Tom Hanks. Tom, it's highly unlikely you'll win Best Actor 3 years in a row, Eno said seriously, looking at the man across from him. But getting a nomination for playing Captain Miller is possible, though not easy. It's not a solo performance like Forrest Gump. I understand. Tom Hanks, always affable, wore a shrewd smile. Besides the necessary promotional work, I'll spend the next 6 months in LA, attending all the right events. After seeing Tom Hanks off, Eno Martin picked up his custom-made phone and dialed a number. Hey Duke, it seems I owe you a thank you. In his Malibu mansion, Duke held the phone, waved to Tina Fey and Nancy Josephson, and walked past the floor-to-ceiling windows to the ocean-facing terrace. Martin, no need for thanks. Let's talk about something more practical. I've heard a rumor, but I can't guarantee its accuracy. The voice on the other end sounded mysterious. Mel Gibson is planning something against you. I don't know the details, but it seems to be related to the Oscars. The Oscars? Hearing this, Duke was largely unconcerned. I don't have any specific plans for the Oscars. Mel Gibson's competition should be with the co-producers. After hanging up, Duke returned to the living room and sat down on a single sofa, signaling for Nancy Josephson to continue. This is Sony's new DV camera, the DCR VX1000, which will officially launch next month. Nancy took out a small, well-packaged gift box and pulled out a compact camera, pushing it toward Duke. This is a high-end version Sony Electronics has customized for Hollywood directors and stars. It uses tape for recording. Are they trying to use Hollywood for promotion? Duke fiddled with the device, noting its small size, though it paled in comparison to future models. Or did they know Hollywood stars love to take selfies and prepared this as a special gift? This thing was practically a must-have for Professor Chun. He wondered if he could use it to record something. Decades later, it would be fascinating to look back. That thought quickly dissipated. Duke wasn't interested in secretly recording anything. After all, his relationships with those actresses were merely for mutual pleasure, not with the intention of fighting them as enemies. Of course, if they were enemies, there'd be no need for courtesy. But who would sleep with their enemy? Duke handed the DV camera to Tina Fey, instructing her to put it aside, then returned to the main topic with Nancy Josephson. Nancy, the script for Chicago is complete. As Duke spoke, Tina Fey handed the finished script to Nancy. I need an outstanding choreographer. Does ICM have anyone signed who fits that profile? If not, you'll need to look to Broadway or somewhere else to find one for me. Nancy nodded immediately. I'll take care of it as soon as possible. And Duke gestured toward the script. There's a list at the back. I need you to get the script to these people. Remember the British actress I mentioned? Don't forget to notify her. Oh, and Naomi Watts. There was also Tom Cruise, but Duke didn't mention him, planning to discuss things with him in person later. Naomi's been preparing for your film. Nancy, who represented Naomi Watts, spoke up for her. She's made tremendous progress in both dancing and acting. We'll see during the auditions. Duke gave no guarantees. You can tell her she has 6 months left to prepare. Jotting down everything Duke had instructed in her notebook, Nancy couldn't help but ask, are you dumping all the work on me again? Planning a vacation? It's been almost a year since my last break. Duke turned to Tina Fey. Book a ticket to Spain and reserve the best suite on Ibiza. With a female companion? Nancy was a little surprised. She knew that Duke and those female celebrities were just playing around. A beautiful princess, Duke replied with a pun. Chapter 189, Romantic Storm. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, Romantic Storm. Ibiza Island is a place full of sensuality and bohemian style, filled with clubs, topless beaches, and scenes of hedonism. It seamlessly combines nature and luxury, known for its wild nightlife and parties. At the same time, it is also a magical place for relaxation and recharging. Ibiza can offer you everything you want, said Victoria, standing in the living room of the seaside villa. Having just dragged 2 large suitcases inside, Duke replied, including a romantic private holiday. This is Johnny Depp's villa, he added, pulling the suitcases into Victoria's room. I originally tried to book a presidential suite at a hotel, but everything was full, so I had to borrow this villa. Are you satisfied? He asked, turning to look at Victoria, who followed him inside. I've only lived a modest life in Paris, Victoria replied, walking over to take the suitcase from Duke's hand and placing it in an empty corner. We're not the luxurious British royal family. She opened one of the suitcases and glanced at Duke. Can you leave me some privacy? I need to change. I'll wait outside, Duke said, stepping out of the villa. Standing on the steps, he looked out at the beach in the distance. Although it wasn't a nudist beach, it was famous for being a topless one. Men and women wandered across the sand, most wearing only swimsuits. What are you looking at? Victoria's voice came from behind him. Are there pretty girls over there? Turning around, Duke looked at the princess as she walked over. The prettiest girl is right here next to me. Why would I look elsewhere? My dear, he said with a perfectly timed compliment, you look stunning. The princess, who was about to turn 18, was dressed in tight denim shorts and a plaid sleeveless crop top, exuding youthful vitality. Like most Nordic women, she had extraordinarily long legs. Though not as perfectly straight as a model's, they carried a natural beauty. Her fair skin glowed with a faint blush under the sunlight. "Let's take a walk on the beach," Duke suggested, holding out his hand. Victoria naturally placed her hand in his, and he led her toward the beach ahead. "Are we going into the water?" she asked, looking at the sea with anticipation. "You're not wearing a swimsuit," Duke pointed out. "Just like you," Victoria replied, gesturing at the swimsuit faintly visible under her shirt. "It's hidden underneath." They entered the beach and found a less crowded spot. Duke rented 2 lounge chairs and bought a few cans of cold beer. Tossing one to Victoria, he sat on a chair and removed his shirt, revealing his toned upper body. "I haven't swum in the sea for a long time," Victoria said, placing her beer aside. She removed her shirt and shorts, revealing a light blue swimsuit underneath. Looking at the topless women around her, she hesitated briefly but ultimately decided against removing her bikini top. The sun gradually moved west, nearing the horizon. Duke grabbed Victoria's hand, and they ran toward the water, plunging straight into the sea. Victoria broke free from his hand and swam vigorously ahead. "Duke, you're too slow," she shouted, turning back to look at him. "Are you challenging me?" Duke called back. "I've had military training and am still ahead of you," Victoria said, flipping her wet hair. "You don't stand a chance." "We'll see about that," Duke replied, increasing his speed. Victoria's natural youthful energy made her surprisingly fast. She had previously mentioned that as the Swedish king holds the country's highest military rank, heirs to the throne must undergo basic military training. However, she was still a young woman. After swimming about 50 feet, Duke caught up with her. "Let's head over there," Duke suggested, pointing toward a white boulder about 50 feet ahead, a well-known spot on the beach for watching the sunset. Once on the rock, Duke turned to pull Victoria up. Hand in hand, they avoided the nearby couples and found a smooth, west-facing area where they sat close together. "Victoria, it looks like you lost to me just now," Duke teased, looking at her like he was ready to collect a debt. Victoria blinked but avoided responding. Instead, she pointed to the western sky and said, "What? A beautiful sunset." In the distance, the sky blended red and yellow, eventually merging with the blue water, creating a stunning palette over the ocean. The light slowly climbed onto the white boulders and illuminated Duke and Victoria, casting layers of radiance on their fair skin. Seemingly enchanted by the scene, Victoria raised her arms, palms upward, and slowly closed her eyes as if trying to cradle the beauty in her hands. Duke turned his gaze to her. With no makeup on her face, she wasn't as striking as a heavily adorned Hollywood starlet, yet she radiated a natural, refreshing beauty that no amount of makeup could replicate. Perhaps it was the romantic atmosphere of the scene, or maybe it was the influence of the couples kissing around them, but Duke felt an unusual stirring in his heart for the girl beside him. "I have to kiss you now," he whispered into Victoria's ear. Victoria opened her eyes and looked into his dark ones. "Oh, you're in the middle of a romantic storm," Duke said, his fingers brushing lightly over her lips, still carrying a hint of the ocean's saltiness. "You can't escape a kiss." Looking at him intently, Victoria closed her eyes again and raised her face. A moment later, she felt his fingers graze her lips, followed by the warmth of a kiss that replaced the salty bitterness with sweetness. She parted her lips slightly, responding to his deepening kiss. Though inexperienced, Victoria quickly yielded to Duke's lead. As the kiss deepened, his hands settled on her waist, one moving downward, the other upward to rest on her softest places. Victoria placed her hands on his, stopping him but not pushing them away. Duke understood the importance of patience and chose to proceed gradually. The kiss lasted several minutes. When they finally parted, Victoria gasped for breath, her flushed face close to his. "Don't you think we're moving too fast?" she asked, her tone slightly firm. "Is that so?" Duke raised an eyebrow. Perhaps due to her upbringing and royal background, Victoria was slightly conservative, at least by the standards of Nordic society, known for its openness. "I'm certain," she said firmly. Hearing her words, Duke lifted her chin with his hand and kissed her again. Victoria closed her eyes once more, losing herself in the sweetness of the moment. This island was made for revelry, especially after nightfall. Ibiza, located 50 miles off the Spanish mainland, has long been a favorite destination for the wealthy. Every summer, its beaches are frequented by celebrities and elites. You might pass rock stars like Mick Jagger or Paul David surrounded by women, or see European royals flaunting their bodies, or lack thereof. Among them, you might even spot Arabian princes enjoying both alcohol and women. In this crowd, neither Duke nor Victoria stood out. People like them were too common here. As night deepened and the hour approached midnight, the beach's party atmosphere reached its peak. The scene resembled an oversized version of Studio 54, with raves and bohemian nightlife just beginning. Amid the deafening music, Duke and Victoria, like everyone else, danced with abandon. Steps and rhythm didn't matter. Letting loose and having fun were the only priorities. Though a few women seemed interested in Duke's tall, muscular frame, he kept his attention solely on Victoria. As they danced closer and closer, their earlier kiss seemed to have broken down the last barrier between them. Victoria no longer shied away from Duke's advances, even leaning into him. Their bodies eventually pressed together as their chaotic movements evolved into a close dance. They held each other tightly, feeling the warmth radiating between them. Victoria, when the music softened slightly, Duke leaned into her ear and said, "Shall we head back to the villa?" Victoria knew exactly what that suggestion entailed. Though Duke was undoubtedly talented and attractive in many ways, she wasn't ready to let him get his way so soon. "There's a competition coming up," she said, pecking him lightly on the lips. "I want to participate." "All right," Duke replied, smiling knowingly. "I'll keep you company." On the central stage, the heavy metal music faded. A DJ stepped up and spoke into the microphone. The crowd erupted in cheers, clearly anticipating what was to come. "What did he say?" Duke asked, not understanding Spanish. "The competition is about to start," Victoria exclaimed excitedly, her voice rising with the crowd. "It's a freestyle rap battle. Chapter 190, I want to go to Los Angeles. Chapter 190, Chapter 190, I want to go to Los Angeles." On the open-air stage, Victoria, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, had already let her hair down, covering her energetic face to avoid the paparazzi and other annoying onlookers. After all, the song she was about to sing wasn't something a Swedish princess should be performing. Can it even be called rap if the lyrics don't include curse words? A crisp voice echoed from the beach, filled with profanities. Perhaps because Victoria was usually so concerned about her image, it seemed like she was using this performance as a way to vent. Her wild dancing and passionate singing were things Duke had never seen in their previous meetings. Of course, compared to what followed, Victoria's performance was nothing. After her, a rather unremarkable woman walked onto the stage, wearing a necklace of purplish marijuana buds. She repeatedly sang lyrics like, "I just brought back some new stuff from Zimbabwe. Want to try some? Do you want to go up there and perform?" Returning to Duke's side, Victoria affectionately wrapped her arm around his, urging him, "This is the best way to release your passion." Duke shook his head immediately, pointing at the stage. "I think there are better ways to release passion than that." Victoria quickly understood his meaning, snorted softly, and playfully bumped her forehead against his chest. "You seem like a completely different person on stage." Duke smoothly changed the subject, leading her away from the crowd to avoid the loud music and what could only be described as noise disturbing their conversation. "I always thought you were a proper princess, but now you see I can curse too?" Victoria clung tightly to Duke's right arm. "Everyone has two sides, even a princess. I have a lot of stress, and I need ways to relax and relieve that stress." "I completely agree with that." Duke, fully understanding, said, "My profession also requires me to live under a lot of pressure." "Oh." Victoria's blue eyes sparkled as she leaned in closer, curious. "How do you like to relieve stress?" "Through some rather special methods." Duke had no intention of telling the truth. He couldn't exactly explain to this still somewhat naive and starry-eyed princess that he had several friends with benefits for just that purpose. Could he? "Special methods?" The girl showed her curious side. "Can't you tell me?" "It's a secret." Duke deliberately adopted a mysterious tone. "A secret only I can know." Victoria unhappily kicked at the sand, letting go of Duke's arm. "You sound like one of those annoying British con artists right now." Looking at the dim stars, Duke took her hand and started walking toward the rented villa. "It's getting late. We should head back and rest." "Rest?" Victoria glanced at him, a hint of wariness in her eyes, but Duke ignored it and simply continued leading her toward the villa. After a brief hesitation, Victoria bit her lip, recalling the sweet kiss they had shared earlier, and followed him obediently. It's so dark. Entering the villa, Victoria instinctively gripped Duke's hand tightly, urging him, "Turn on the lights quickly. I think the hallway light is broken." After flipping the switch several times without success, Duke had no choice but to guide Victoria into the living room, where he finally found the light switch and pressed it. Bright light filled the room immediately, but Duke didn't stop there. As planned, he twisted the switch again, and the lights dimmed, casting a soft, romantic glow, as if whispering sweetly to lovers. At the same time, Duke turned around and looked at Victoria, standing just inches away. The princess, almost 18, was in the prime of her youth, one of the most beautiful stages of life. What might be taboo in North America seemed incredibly tempting here in Spain. Given the current country, her status, and her age, Duke could let his guard down. There was no need to worry about being set up or manipulated, and there was certainly no fear that this future Queen of Sweden would be exploited by others. His dark eyes were burning with intensity. In the dim light, Victoria could see the heat in Duke's gaze. Ever since Paris, she had known that one of the world's most successful directors had a strong interest in her. This man was a top figure in his field, one of the elite directors. His tall frame, rugged looks, outstanding talent, and mature, reserved demeanor had also stirred strong feelings within her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to this trip to Ibiza. She was still clear-headed, though. Back at the beach, she had sensed his desire. Now, reason told her that retreating to her room and locking the door would be the wisest choice, yet her legs wouldn't move. Maybe a passionate romance with him wouldn't be so bad. In that brief moment of hesitation, Duke gently pulled her into his arms, his hands skillfully settling on her waist. "Vicky." He looked into her face, and Victoria slowly closed her eyes, lifting her delicate chin. Duke wasted no time, pressing his lips to hers. His hands, as if by instinct, quickly found the fastenings of her shorts and t-shirt, undoing them with ease. Feeling Duke's hands move over sensitive areas, Victoria resisted slightly, but when he pulled her tongue into his mouth, her hands, which had been pushing him away, instead found their way around his neck. "Aren't we going too fast?" Finally breaking free from his kiss, Victoria panted heavily, whispering, "Isn't this happening too quickly?" At this point, words were far less convincing than actions. Duke's arms tightened as he shifted her position, scooping her up and carrying her straight into the bedroom. Together, they fell onto the thick mattress. Any token resistance melted away as the princess's passion exploded. Not only did she eagerly discard the few remaining pieces of clothing, but she also responded to him with fervent kisses. A night full of passion ensued. Perhaps even Duke hadn't expected that a princess, Sweden's future queen, would end up on his list of casual lovers. No matter how long the night, dawn would eventually come. As the moon and stars disappeared and the beach slowly regained its tranquility, a ray of sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, falling on the two unclothed figures lying on the wide bed. Duke was the first to wake up, shielding his eyes with his hand until he adjusted to the bright light. The princess, curled up beside him, with her golden hair spread out messily, looked like an oversized, unclothed Barbie doll, oddly adorable. Stretching to relieve the stiffness in his back, Duke knew that despite her delicate appearance, Victoria had proven to be just as strong and enduring as the Nordic women she resembled. Long lashes fluttered as Victoria opened her eyes. She brushed her golden hair aside, gave Duke a sweet smile, and snuggled closer. Duke kissed her smooth forehead, his hand gently caressing her back and hips. "Aren't you going to sleep a bit more?" "No." Victoria shook her head. "I want to talk with you." Duke looked down at her, puzzled. Victoria thought for a moment before meeting his eyes and saying, "After I finish high school, I want to apply to a university in California." "A university in California?" Seeing the seriousness on her face, Duke realized she wasn't joking and asked, "Which one?" "Stanford." As soon as she said it, Victoria shook her head. "That's too far from Los Angeles." At this point, Duke fully understood her intent, and the corner of his eye twitched slightly. Was she serious? He had no intention of getting into a relationship with her. Hollywood's top commercial director dating the crown princess of Sweden? If word got out, the global media would go crazy, and he'd never have a peaceful life again. I've decided. Victoria propped herself up and gave him a peck on the lips. I'll apply to USC or UCLA. It seemed she had made up her mind. Duke gave her a light smack on her firm backside and pinched her high-bridged nose before getting up and moving to the edge of the bed. What would you like to eat? I'll make breakfast. Anything's fine, Victoria said lazily, her tone soft. She lay there like a contented golden cat. As long as you make it, I'll like it. Slipping into his casual clothes, Duke left the bedroom, heading to the living room to find his phone and order breakfast. As for Victoria's earlier words, Duke didn't dwell on them too much. After all, a young girl's thoughts could change quickly. It was quite possible that within days of their vacation ending, she'd forget all about him. Besides, the choice of university for a crown princess wasn't something she could decide on her own. And even if she did end up going to Los Angeles, it wouldn't be a big deal. Time flew by in their carefree and relaxed life. After becoming more intimate, Duke and Victoria moved into the same room. Over the next 10 days, their time together was filled with passion. When the vacation came to an end, Duke rented a private jet to send the princess to London. In London, Duke met another member of the Swedish royal family, the once famous Princess Madeline, though she was still just a little girl at the time, barely over 10 years old. After seeing off the two princesses, Duke didn't linger in the UK and returned to Los Angeles. A big shot at Disney, who had recently joined the company, had reached out to him through Nancy to set up a meeting. Chapter 191, The Successful One. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, The Successful One. In a private club on the outskirts of Burbank, Tom Cruise and his wife booked a VIP room. They didn't wait long before their agent, Pat Kingsley, walked in with Michael Ovitz, the former head of CAA and once ranked as the most powerful person in Hollywood. After exchanging brief pleasantries, they sat down. Nicole Kidman took the coffee pot from the server, temporarily acting as a waitress. How's everything going, Tom? Even though Michael Ovitz's situation at Disney wasn't ideal, he still maintained the assertiveness he had during his time at CAA. Is the script finished? Although Tom Cruise harbored some dissatisfaction toward Ovitz, he suppressed it and replied, I've had the Mission Impossible script for a while now, and it'll be ready soon. Despite sensing Tom's polite facade, Ovitz pretended not to notice. His position at Disney was delicate. He had hoped to make a big splash as CEO, but soon discovered that the film industry was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Moreover, Chairman Michael Eisner's dominance exceeded his expectations, leaving him more of a puppet than a decision-maker. As a former kingpin of CAA and the entertainment industry, Ovitz was unwilling to be a mere figurehead. To avoid being reduced to a puppet, he needed achievements, and film projects were his strong suit. Thus, he quickly reconnected with Tom Cruise, who happened to have a project based on a TV series. The lead role fit Tom's signature cool and charismatic style perfectly. Ovitz wasn't bothered by the contempt Tom concealed. He had played the fool and danced on tables to get what he wanted in the past. If the stakes were high enough, Tom Cruise's attitude was insignificant. Moreover, Hollywood was all about power and influence. This had always been Tom's way, and if one couldn't tolerate it, they might as well retire. They sipped their coffee, seemingly tasting it, but both were waiting for another key figure to arrive, all while thinking through their strategies. After setting the coffee pot down, Nicole Kidman sat quietly beside Tom, not saying a word. Her eyes occasionally flicked over to her husband, fully aware that Tom was unhappy with Ovitz's suggested director. However, due to the young director's impressive track record, Tom had reluctantly agreed. Suddenly, she saw Tom frown and had a hunch about what was on his mind. She gently tugged his sleeve, but Tom ignored her subtle warning and spoke up. Michael, why does it have to be Duke Rosenberg? You know I don't particularly like him. Nicole sighed inwardly. Since they had agreed to meet, it was clear Tom had already accepted the director in his heart. Raising such concerns now would only offend Michael Ovitz for no reason. Even if Ovitz wasn't doing well at Disney, who could ignore his influence in Hollywood? Her husband, though talented, could be quite dense when it came to social nuances. They both had similar career paths, so why did it seem like the gap between him and Duke Rosenberg was so wide? Why? Ovitz's expression hardened. Tom, don't tell me you don't know why. His tone grew increasingly sarcastic. Forget about his earlier films. Let's just talk about his latest one. Saving Private Ryan has been out for 2 months now. Do you know its North American box office figures? Before the now irritable Tom Cruise could respond, Ovitz answered, $243.27 million. That's just North America. Do you know the global total? $421.17 million. Ovitz sneered. If we don't choose a director like that, are you suggesting Mel Gibson? Do you think his Braveheart, which grossed $24.32 million, would pass a Disney greenlight? I would reject it outright. The room fell into silence. Even though Tom Cruise was upset, he couldn't argue. The TV series turned film project would likely cost over $50 million to produce. If they didn't hire a director with the right credentials, how could they convince Disney or another studio to invest? Tom thought of Gibson and his Braveheart and felt a strong disdain. He would never work with a failure. He had, in fact, followed the competition between Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan. While the former hadn't been pulled from theaters yet, it was essentially on its way out, screening only in a handful of independent theaters in New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, clearly for awards season rather than box office. Suggesting Mel Gibson as the director for this new project would be insane. The word successful echoed in Tom's mind. Everyone wanted to work with successful people. Looking at both the past and the future, Duke Rosenberg wasn't just a success. He was among the most successful of the successful. By now, even the dullest of minds could see that Saving Private Ryan was on track to make $500 million worldwide. Warner Brothers, Fox, and Disney were all pushing hard for the film during award season. This movie was about much more than just box office success. Holding his coffee cup, Tom fell into deep thought. Should he set aside his differences and work with Duke Rosenberg? It was something worth considering. Michael Ovitz, meanwhile, was thinking about how to persuade Duke Rosenberg to sign the contract. If Duke joined the project, Disney would greenlight it almost instantly. And if it turned out to be even half as successful as The Rock, he, as the project leader, would undoubtedly gain more influence at Disney. As for Duke's conflict with CAA, Ovitz didn't even bother thinking about it. Sitting in the CEO seat at Disney made him a natural enemy of CAA. Where you sit often determines how you think. A black Bentley slowly pulled into the club's parking lot. Nancy Josephson saw the car, walked over, and knocked on the window. Once the door opened, she slipped into the back seat. I've spoken to Pat Kingsley, Nancy said, glancing at Duke beside her. Tom Cruise and Michael Ovitz want you to direct the film adaptation of Mission Impossible. What's your take, Duke? You know my plans. Duke shook his head. I'm not changing them for this. Mission Impossible wasn't that enticing. Why didn't you just let me turn them down? Nancy furrowed her brow slightly. This meeting seems unnecessary. There's no point in seeing Ovitz, Duke agreed. I'm only here to meet Tom Cruise. Nancy was puzzled. She knew Duke didn't particularly like Tom. Why meet with Cruise? I want him for my next movie, Duke said as he opened the door. Of course, if he's willing to lower his fee, our past disagreements won't matter. A musical like Chicago came with inherent challenges. No director could fully resolve the genre's weaknesses, but a collaboration between a star and a famous director would undoubtedly create a strong buzz. Imagine the headlines. Tom Cruise and Duke Rosenberg making a movie together. It would draw immense attention. More importantly, Duke wanted to set a trap. He was curious whether he could push Tom Cruise away from the Mission Impossible series that had cemented his future and onto a different path entirely. He had considered acquiring the rights to the series, but by the time his feud with Tom had escalated, the rights were firmly in Tom's hands. Duke, being only human, couldn't foresee everything. The idea of the Mission Impossible rights only came to him because of Tom. There were many other films and franchises whose rights had long been sold, like The Lord of the Rings. It wasn't uncommon in Hollywood for a script to sit in limbo for over a decade before finally being made into a film. For instance, Duke remembered seeing the script for the 2010 film Dallas Buyers Club filed with the Writers Guild when he was there, forcing him to abandon several planned projects to avoid potential overlap. As Nancy heard Duke's footsteps behind her, she already had a good sense of what was on her employer's mind. Duke's words didn't surprise her. In her view, As long as the stakes were high enough, Duke would work with anyone, even his known enemies, like Martin Bob or Sean Connery. Hearing Nancy's footsteps approach from behind, Duke strode towards the club, contemplating how to persuade Tom Cruise to lower his fee for the role. Chapter 192, The Pit. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, The Pit. Michael, I believe we will have opportunities to collaborate in the future. In the meeting room, Duke shook hands with Michael Ovitz. Disney is a great partner. Michael Ovitz forced a smile and turned to leave. As a former agent, reading people's expressions was a basic skill. He could see that Duke cared about Disney, not him as the CEO. There was no need to continue the conversation. Seeing Duke sit down again, Tom Cruise's face stiffened a bit. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, he could hear from Duke's tone that he wasn't interested in the project, even though the conditions offered were generous. Why does he always oppose me? Thinking of this, Tom Cruise also stood up, ready to leave. Tom. Duke glanced at Pat Kingsley and then at Nicole Kidman, finally fixing his gaze on Cruise. Could we talk privately? Tom Cruise thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Nancy Josephson handed Duke his briefcase and was the first to leave the room. Nicole Kidman whispered a few words into Cruise's ear and left with Pat Kingsley. Please, have a seat. Duke gestured to a seat nearby. After Tom Cruise sat down, Duke opened his briefcase, took out the script for Chicago, and handed it over. Tom, I want to invite you to star in my new movie. A new movie? A little taken aback, Tom Cruise opened the script. A musical? Even without reading the specifics, once he saw that it was adapted from a Broadway stage production, he immediately recognized the genre. After all, this musical had once enjoyed immense success. Are you inviting me to play Billy? He asked tentatively. That's right, Tom. Although Duke appeared sincere, he was lying through his teeth. I've wanted to work with you for years, but due to fees or other reasons, it's been delayed until now. I believe this is the opportunity. Duke didn't notice that Tom Cruise's mouth was twitching slightly, and his eyes held a look of disbelief. From the moment he saw the script, it felt like 1,000 lightning bolts were crashing down on him. It seemed like the world had gone mad. The director known for his explosive films was making a musical and inviting him to play the lead? How crazy was this? Could he succeed? Tom Cruise instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he opened his mouth, no words came out. Sitting there, Duke didn't do much for the time being. If Tom Cruise outright rejected him, there was no point in continuing. Quickly flipping through the script, Tom Cruise remained silent. Even though he was surprised, he had no intention of expressing it out loud. As the script pages turned, his eyes scanned the lines. Gradually, his initial shock faded. After all, Duke wasn't the first Hollywood director to attempt a genre shift. Spielberg and others had successfully done so in the past. Moreover, Duke's consistent success gave the impression that he could keep succeeding. From film companies to various departments in Hollywood, everyone chased after the trail of success. Would Duke succeed? This was what mattered most to Tom Cruise. Why do top stars like to work with major directors? Because their projects often guarantee success. Flashes of past memories appeared in Cruise's mind. Starting from The Rock, there had been opportunities for him and Duke to work together. However, due to various reasons, they never materialized. As a result, The Rock succeeded, Independence Day succeeded, and Saving Private Ryan succeeded. Even someone like him, who didn't particularly like Duke, had to admit that none of these successes were by chance. Each was hard-fought amidst competition from CAA and other rivals in the summer box office battles. If Nicolas Cage or Tom Hanks had been replaced by him, his current status and value would undoubtedly be higher. To this day, not one of his films had surpassed $200 million in North American box office. Closing the script, Tom Cruise turned to look at Duke sitting beside him. Just like in the past, Duke was calm and composed, as if he knew Cruise wouldn't reject him outright. Duke simply didn't care. In his view, including himself, no one in Hollywood was indispensable. What's the budget for the film? Tom Cruise broke the silence, handing back the script. When do you plan to start shooting? Shooting will begin next year. Taking the script back, Duke thought for a moment before saying, the production budget will be around $15 million. Hearing that number, Tom Cruise immediately frowned. That amount didn't even cover his standard fee. Duke understood that now was the time to say something. Tom, this is a low-budget musical. To be precise, it will be an independent film funded by me personally. He knew Cruise's mentality. Besides enhancing his own status, Cruise also wanted to be recognized for his acting skills. Duke laid out an enticing scenario. I plan to release the film before next year's awards season. The Academy has always been nostalgic. They yearn for Hollywood's golden era, and musicals are one of their favorite genres. If we do well. He didn't need to finish the sentence. He could already see a glimmer in Cruise's eyes. What you're saying makes sense. For once, Tom Cruise agreed with Duke. Nostalgia is indeed a good way to win awards. Just like before, Duke wasn't particularly concerned about awards. He was only using this angle to lure Cruise. Seeing that Cruise was somewhat intrigued, Duke continued with more grand promises. Tom, people call you an actor of commercial films, and I'm labeled a director of commercial films. We've both proven ourselves in the market. Now it's time to win some major Academy Awards. To prove that our success isn't just based on luck or looks, but real talent. To attract this major star at a reduced fee, Duke had completely set aside his past grudges. After all, if this succeeded, Cruise could bring him enormous profits. Unfortunately, Cruise didn't have an inherent love for independent films. Otherwise, Duke might have convinced him to join for no pay. Tom Cruise was still considering it. Matters involving both money and prestige, even for someone as impulsive as Cruise, wouldn't be decided on a whim. By now, Duke was fairly certain there was at least a 50% chance that Cruise would accept the offer. If Cruise agreed, it could impact his commitment to the Mission Impossible franchise. To shine in Chicago, he would need to appear in the musical numbers himself, which would require months of practice and rehearsal. Duke wasn't too worried about Cruise's acting ability. Richard Gere's portrayal of Billy in the original Chicago was downright awful, with terrible acting and even worse singing and dancing. While Cruise might not be much better in those areas, he certainly outclassed Gere in terms of market appeal and charisma. From his memory, Duke knew that Cruise had a deep desire for an Oscar. If he could be lured by the prospect of winning one and dive into the world of independent and artistic films. Only Duke knew how little the Academy actually liked Tom Cruise. Even Leonardo DiCaprio struggled to win against Cruise. As Tom Cruise continued to ponder, countless thoughts also raced through Duke's mind. He even envisioned that once the film was released, he could covertly fund critics to praise Cruise's performance. Ideally, Cruise would receive an Oscar nomination, narrowly miss out on the win, and then feel like the next time, he would surely succeed. Hollywood had seen its fair share of actors and directors led down a dark path by critics and the Oscars. If Cruise transformed into an Oscar chaser or an art house actor, his career could start to decline. Chicago might become his swan song at the box office. Of course, all of this depended on whether Duke could successfully make Chicago and if things would unfold as he imagined. After that, Duke and Tom Cruise discussed the film's production and future prospects for a while. Duke could clearly sense Cruise's hunger for Academy recognition and kept nudging him toward that artistic and Oscar-centric direction. Tom Cruise wasn't a fool. Even by the time he left, he didn't give Duke a definitive answer, only saying he would need time to think it over. Big-name stars joining any film often involved many considerations. Publicists' and agents' opinions were especially important. Duke had already heard from Nancy that Pat Kingsley had long advised Cruise to work with him, so this likely wouldn't be a major obstacle. Besides, no matter how smart Pat Kingsley was, she wouldn't be as informed as Duke about the slim chances of Cruise ever winning an Oscar. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worked so hard to help him campaign for awards in the past. In fact, she might even push him further down this path, thinking an Oscar would elevate her standing in the agent world as well. How did the meeting go? As they left the club, Nancy got into Duke's car and asked, "Did Cruise show any interest?" "It's hard to say right now." Duke shook his head, watching as Pat Kingsley's car pulled away. "Keep in touch with Cruise's agent." There was still much work to be done to convince Tom Cruise to lower his fee. After discussing the movie for a few more minutes, Nancy changed the topic. "I just got a call from New York. ICM has lined up a dance coach for you on Broadway. Just send me their contact info." Duke nodded. "I'll be heading to New York next week. We'll set up a meeting then." Chapter 193. The Person Who Knows Me Best. Chapter 193. Chapter 193. The Person Who Knows Me Best. Irene wants to introduce a friend of hers for the assistant director role. A black sedan was weaving through the crowded streets of Manhattan as Mrs. Leah spoke to Duke, who sat beside her. Her friend has spent some time on Broadway and in Hollywood. Of course, it's just Irene's suggestion. As long as they meet my basic requirements. Duke didn't outright refuse. Sometimes, favors within the bounds of the rules are unavoidable. Mom, my team is still on vacation, so I'll have to use the crew from Randall. No problem, Mrs. Leah nodded. Apart from directing, other aspects of the commercial were originally handled by Randall Group. After a few more words with his mother, Duke turned to his assistant in the front passenger seat. Tina, make sure to contact Lily Fred from Broadway. Set up a meeting as soon as possible. Lily Fred and her team were the choreographers ICM had arranged for Duke. The car soon stopped in front of the Randall Group's office building. Duke had flown from Los Angeles to New York not only to visit his mother, but also to fulfill the contract he had signed with Randall Group as the commercial director. Upon entering the building, guided by his mother, Duke and the others went straight to the brand promotion department on the 7th floor. They were greeted by Irene Randall and the department head, both of whom Duke had met before. Also present were the leads for the commercial. Duke had already sent the commercial script to Randall Group last month. According to the script, the commercial required both male and female leads. The female lead would be portrayed by Randall's spokesperson, Elizabeth Hurley, and the male lead was Leonardo DiCaprio, recruited by Randall. Didn't expect us to be working together again so soon. Hearing Leonardo's words, Duke gave him a light pat on the shoulder. DiCaprio had benefited greatly from Saving Private Ryan, not only gaining a box office hit, but also with his PR team and agent in talks with the production and distribution companies to secure a Best Supporting Actor nomination. Duke nodded to Irene Randall, who smiled at him, and then asked DiCaprio in a low voice, Leo, I heard you're negotiating with James Cameron for a new project? I've already signed a preliminary agreement. Leonardo, now much more polished in his interactions, didn't hide anything. If all goes well, I'll be the lead in Cameron's next film. Duke, half joking, said, I'd recommend you take out a hefty insurance policy before joining his set. That's exactly what I'm planning to do, Leonardo chuckled. After True Lies, James Cameron's reputation as a tyrant on set spread throughout Hollywood. He wasn't just tough on his actors. He was equally demanding of himself. One widely circulated story involved the Miami Causeway scene. Cameron reportedly insisted that actress Jamie Lee Curtis perform a stunt hanging from a helicopter. When the furious actress asked what he was thinking, Cameron coolly replied that he'd be strapped to the outside of the helicopter himself to capture the shot. And in the end, that's exactly what they did. There's no denying that success in directing isn't a matter of luck. To achieve unparalleled results, one often has to put in efforts unimaginable to others. People from other departments at Randall Group gradually joined the meeting, marking the start of the commercial's planning phase. After Randall's side briefly outlined the budget and schedule, Duke began to discuss some of his requirements. For the shoot, I need to use Times Square and a building overlooking Manhattan's central area, Duke said, shifting his gaze to Elizabeth Hurley. The female lead's wardrobe, accessories, and overall look must align with my vision. The shoot won't take more than 3 days, so I expect Randall Group to be fully prepared in advance. Looking away from Elizabeth Hurley, Duke wasn't particularly satisfied with Randall's spokesperson. She had plenty of sex appeal, but lacked sophistication. However, since she was Randall Group's ambassador, there was no way they'd replace her. And one more thing. Duke glanced at both leads. Leo, Miss Hurley, please rehearse your scenes before the shoot to get into character as soon as possible. The planning meeting lasted until the end of the workday. Just after it wrapped up and Duke was about to meet up with his mother, Irene Randall approached him. Thanks again for your hospitality in Los Angeles. She was holding a folder as she stood across from Duke. Now that you're in New York, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? It was just an ordinary business dinner, and Duke had no reason to refuse. The honor is mine. Irene Randall glanced at her watch. How about we meet at Madia Restaurant on the first floor in 15 minutes? After shaking hands with Irene, Duke called over Tina Fey, phoned his mother, and then went down to the first floor. He freshened up in the restroom, tidied his clothes, and sat in the lobby for a few minutes before walking through the side door to Madia Restaurant. Choosing a seat by the window, Duke waited less than 2 minutes before Irene Randall arrived, her heels clicking as she walked over. Wearing a professional skirt suit, she had a radiant, businesslike smile on her face. Duke stood to pull out her chair, and she sat across from him. "That'll be all." Duke closed the menu and handed it to the server. "Thank you." They both ordered light meals. Although neither was an actor or model, as a fashionista from a luxury family business, Irene Randall was also on a diet, choosing only 2 vegetable and fruit-based dishes. "In the past, whenever I went to the theater to watch your films, I'd come here afterward for a big meal." Irene Randall had long since outgrown her almost obsessive love for movies. "But once I started working for the company, I noticed my clothing sizes had changed. My size 2 became a size 4, and 0 turned into 2. The figure I was once proud of had become synonymous with fat. So I had no choice but to diet and work out." "I think your figure is perfect." Duke set down his teacup, not holding back his praise. "You're on par with many Hollywood actresses." Glancing at Irene with admiration, Duke added, "You're about 5'8", right? If you got too thin, it might ruin your overall look." Out of Duke's sight, Irene subtly pursed her lips. Asterisk, this explosive director knows how to appreciate beauty? More like destroy it. Asterisk. Unaware of what was going through her mind, Duke continued. "Personally, I think the current trend of extreme thinness in the fashion world is a form of unhealthy beauty. It destroys the natural beauty that was given to us, and is bad for one's health." "I don't agree." Irene Randall clearly had a different view. "As the saying goes, there are no ugly women, only lazy ones. Much of beauty is achieved through artificial means, like the products my company makes." "Duke, if everyone pursued the natural beauty you're talking about, brands like Randall and Chanel wouldn't even need to exist." At that moment, the server arrived with their food. Irene gave a tip, looked at Duke, and said with a slight smile, "You dislike it because it doesn't fit your aesthetic." "Aesthetic?" Duke asked with surprise, picking up his utensils. "You know my aesthetic?" "Of course." Irene Randall laughed, as though she were a beautiful brown-haired fox. "Have you forgotten? I'm one of your biggest fans. You can see a director's tastes in women through their films." "Did you ask my mother about this?" Duke looked at her cautiously, aware of the good relationship between her and his mother. "I just got a little insight from Aunt Leah." Irene Randall put on a more serious expression, perhaps worried that Duke might misunderstand. "I love your films and was just curious about what kind of person could make them. Besides, your mom didn't reveal much. So, what's your assessment of my taste in women?" After thinking for a moment, Irene Randall answered, "Blonde, tall, sexy, like one of those Victoria's Secret angels." "I'm just realizing now," Duke said with mock seriousness. "Irene, you're the one who knows me best." "Hey." Genuine smile appeared on Irene Randall's face. "Isn't there a saying? Fans are the ones who know their idols the best. You once told me you only liked my movies," Duke chuckled. "Besides, fans are often the ones who can't see their idols clearly." As time passed, the initial awkwardness between them from not having seen each other in a while began to fade. Their conversation became more relaxed, touching on mutual interests, and they shared the occasional laugh like old friends. "The assistant director I'm recommending is Anna." When the conversation shifted to the upcoming commercial shoot, Irene brought up the assistant director. "Do you remember her? I introduced you at the premiere of Saving Private Ryan." Duke nodded. "As long as her work is up to standard. If her professional ability was above par, Duke would return the favor. But if she wasn't competent, he wouldn't use her, even if she was recommended by Irene Randall." "You know, Duke," Irene said as she set down her fork and wiped her mouth, "there were initially some objections to you directing the commercial. But after reading your script, especially the tagline, everyone dropped their opposition." "Do I really have that much charm?" Duke raised an eyebrow. "It's the last line that's really compelling." After a brief recollection, Irene Randall said in a low, magnetic voice, "This is not a journey. A journey always has an end, but we will continue. The world is turning, and we are changing with it. When plans disappear and dreams become the master, no matter where I go, you are there. My luck, my destiny, Randall Youth Do, is irreplaceable." After dinner, Duke sent Irene Randall home and returned to his mother's apartment to prepare for the next commercial. Chapter 194, the vapid advertising concept. Chapter 194. Chapter 194. The vapid advertising concept. Over the next half-month, aside from handling preparations for the advertisement, Duke met with Lily Fred, who was introduced by ICM, several times. They discussed the choreography for Chicago in detail, and Duke even visited her theater to see her work firsthand. After a comprehensive evaluation, Duke decided to hire her as the choreographer for the new project. The details were left to Nancy Josephson, who would handle negotiations with Lily and her agent. With all the preparatory work complete, Duke shifted his focus back to the ad shoot. By the time September rolled around, the massive ad for the Lauder Group had commenced shooting in the bustling Times Square. Although the ad would depict a nighttime setting, filming took place in the relatively less crowded morning hours. Changing the background later was a simple post-production task for Duke. In front of the AMG Theater in Times Square, journalists and photographers were gathered, and a long red carpet stretched far into the distance, lined by fans on both sides. This wasn't a media event, but rather the set for the commercial, with Elizabeth Hurley portraying a movie star in the ad. Leaving the director's camera, Duke walked across the set one more time. After several adjustments, the set's layout was vivid and vibrant, with a strong visual impact even without the camera lens. Crossing the red carpet, Duke arrived at the makeup trailer, where Elizabeth Hurley was adjusting her black velvet evening gown with the help of the costume designer. The gown's tight-fitting, backless design accentuated her sensuality. Duke had never been particularly satisfied with Lauder's spokesperson. Perhaps it was her acting, or maybe her upbringing, but her attempts at elegance always came off as contrived. Fortunately, this was just a commercial, and no one would care about acting issues. Standing at the trailer door, Duke crossed his arms, his hand resting on his chin as he scrutinized Elizabeth Hurley from head to toe. Since the ad would feature numerous close-ups, even the smallest flaw would be magnified. Elizabeth Hurley, experienced in commercial shoots, understood this and stood calmly, allowing Duke to examine her. "Lisa, turn around." Duke motioned for Elizabeth Hurley to show her back. She turned, revealing the smooth skin of her back, but Duke frowned, feeling something was missing. After a moment's thought, he told the stylist, "Reverse the necklace and let it hang down her back." The stylist found the necklace and immediately put it on Elizabeth Hurley. Satisfied, Duke nodded as he noticed the pendant, with the stylized EL logo of Estee Lauder's Pleasures fragrance, hanging elegantly down her back. "You've got 10 minutes, he said, turning and heading back to the camera. Back at the camera, Duke gestured to the assistant director Anna Prince and photographer Ben Watts, whom he had specifically called in for the shoot. "Anna, you're in charge of managing the extras and keeping order on either side of the red carpet." Seeing the female director, recommended by Irene Lauder, nod seriously, Duke then turned to Ben Watts, with whom he had worked many times before. "Ben, focus on the close-ups, Elizabeth Hurley's back, her glance over her shoulder, her expression. And don't forget, she's wearing the Lauder logo necklace. Make sure you get a close-up of that." "I got it." Ben nodded confidently. Waving them off, Duke noticed Elizabeth Hurley walking onto the red carpet and rushed over for some final instructions. "Lisa." Duke's voice brooked no argument. "A brief but intense romance is left behind. You need to look deeply emotional, filled with longing. We're on a tight schedule." Without waiting for her response, Duke returned to the camera and told Tina Fey, who had been following him, "Notify all departments to finish preparations. We'll start the first take in 5 minutes." Other than Ben Watts, Duke was working with an unfamiliar crew. Even though he had directed for consecutive films, it was impossible to have instant synergy with everyone. The moment the first take began, Duke had to call for a stop. "Lighting." Duke shouted to the lighting technician, "Why is the artificial lighting dimming? Keep the lighting intense throughout, no more mistakes." With any new team, there are always issues. In the following 2 test takes, Duke solved minor problems with lighting and sound, but Elizabeth Hurley became the next source of trouble. The train of her vintage gown was too long, and at one point, she nearly tripped, possibly having stepped on the gown's lining. Over half an hour passed as Duke worked tirelessly to coordinate the crew and find the right rhythm. Despite his vast experience, it still took 7 consecutive NGs before they finally captured Elizabeth Hurley ascending the stairs in her gown. The next part of the shoot was the most critical. Though Elizabeth Hurley wasn't known for her acting, she managed to handle the commercial with few issues. Duke had to pause the shoot several times due to her mannerisms, but after some coaching, the fifth take was good enough to call it a wrap. Afterward, Irene Lauder, responsible for external coordination, communicated with representatives from the New York City government, allowing the crew to move to the center of Times Square. As Duke busily directed the setup, he instructed Tina Fey to ensure that Elizabeth Hurley changed costumes. Shooting in such a public location inevitably attracted crowds of onlookers, something Duke had prepared for. Most of the footage would be processed in post-production using montage techniques, creating the commercial from a series of ultra-short clips. This is, after all, a defining feature of all advertisements. With the limited runtime, ads need to convey as much information as possible in a short period. Strong visual impact and ultra-short clips are essential. Moreover, advertisements are designed for the masses and must appeal to mainstream tastes. Many cinematic techniques and creative ideas don't work for commercials. Concepts that are too avant-garde or unconventional often lead to failure. Take, for instance, the ad Duke was preparing. Despite being a grand, luxury production for the Lauder Group, it was, in reality, based on a rather kitsch theme. Elizabeth Hurley played a sought-after movie star, while Leonardo DiCaprio portrayed an ordinary, poor young man. As for the storyline, it followed a formulaic but widely popular plot. A movie star enters Times Square to attend an event but, overwhelmed by the media, hops into a taxi and meets an ordinary yet charming man. She follows him to a modest apartment on the top floor of a building, and as they sit atop the EL logo on the terrace, they are drawn to each other, and a brief but intense romance unfolds. After several Roman holiday-esque scenes, the movie star realizes the world is searching for her. She ultimately decides to return to her life, and as she walks the red carpet in Times Square, she looks back with deep emotion at the EL on the building. It seems only the fragrance will forever remember their brief but unforgettable love, a love as enduring as pleasures itself. The story of a poor boy and a rich girl, or a prince and Cinderella, has always been a timeless theme and remains the safest bet. Originally, Duke had two ideas, one involving family, but the Lauder Group chose this more conventional concept without hesitation. Of course, the ad wouldn't end with the couple's separation. The final lines, read by Irene Lauder, would appear at the end, leaving hope for tomorrow. It's not just a commercial. The Pleasures ad series will evolve from here. For example, the scene where Elizabeth Hurley is relentlessly pursued by the media is meant to imply that wearing Pleasure's fragrance will make any woman the object of everyone's desire. The still image from the red carpet scene will be the key for the Lauder Group's print ad campaign. Elizabeth Hurley in a black velvet gown, her sensual back adorned with the diamond-studded EL necklace, perfectly capturing the essence of Pleasures. It took a full day to finish the outdoor scenes. The next day, the crew moved to an indoor set, temporarily built in a Long Island gym, to film Leonardo's solo scenes and his interactions with Elizabeth Hurley. This pace was in line with Duke's plan. Working with a relatively unfamiliar team, they had managed to achieve a decent level of efficiency, and the ad shoot was nearing completion, leaving little time for further collaboration. Having worked with Duke before, Leonardo understood many of his habits, making the shoot smoother. Leonardo was the perfect model for the ad. Sitting on the L of the EL logo, with the wind blowing through his golden brown hair and light shining on his chiseled face, many on the set, especially the women, couldn't help but admire him. He's so handsome, absolutely gorgeous. I want to invite him home tonight. But as soon as the camera started rolling, all the chatter ceased. Even though it was a temporary crew, they worked hard to accommodate Duke's direction. No one showed any visible resistance. This is the difference between a famous director and an ordinary one. Without even trying, Duke commanded the respect of everyone, including Elizabeth Hurley and Leonardo DiCaprio. The second day's shoot went much smoother, and the atmosphere on set was more relaxed. By mid-afternoon, after capturing the scene of Elizabeth Hurley and Leonardo DiCaprio sharing a passionate kiss, the commercial shoot was officially wrapped. While the pre-production phase had taken more than 2 weeks, the actual shooting lasted just 2 days. Duke had no plans to rest. He instructed Irene Lauder to inform the post-production studio to prepare to start the next day. Elizabeth Hurley and Leonardo DiCaprio still needed to record voiceovers and couldn't leave New York just yet. Chapter 195, Irreplaceable. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Irreplaceable. Since there was little use of special effects and not many shots, Duke took only 3 days to edit the 2-minute-long commercial. After properly adjusting the colors, lighting, and adding the background music, the commercial was mostly complete. The only thing left was to bring the 2 leading actors back for voiceovers. Compared to the post-production of several films, Duke felt quite relaxed, and his mood had been good in recent days. Sitting at a break table in the studio, sipping coffee and chatting with Tina Fey about some work in Los Angeles, Duke leisurely waited for the 2 lead actors to come in and finish the last piece of work. However, before Elizabeth Hurley and Leonardo DiCaprio arrived, the door opened, and in walked a visibly upset Irene Lauder, who sat down next to him. What happened? Lately, Irene had been staying on set as a liaison officer, and the 2 had grown quite familiar with each other. Duke poured her a cup of coffee. You don't seem very happy. Hugh Grant's been caught soliciting in the U.S., and the media's all over it. Irene seemed angry. How could I be happy? Duke opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He could see that Irene was a woman becoming more mature and sharp, and it was hard to believe she could tolerate such a thing. You're mistaken. Seeing his surprised expression, Irene guessed what Duke was thinking and explained. Hugh Grant is not my boyfriend. He has nothing to do with me. His girlfriend is Elizabeth Hurley. Now, this scandal has spread all over the U.S., and soon it will spread worldwide. Elizabeth Hurley has become the focus of media attention, with many people even mocking her. She's the spokesperson for Lauder. This could affect our commercial and even the image of Estee Lauder. Sorry, Irene, I was overthinking. Duke lightly patted her hand. Irene shook her head. It's fine. I didn't explain clearly. Through this period of interaction, Duke had gradually come to see Irene as a friend. She was a woman who was easy to like, rational yet innocent, sharp but not too worldly. Most importantly, she had a relatively mild temperament and was very discreet, which made her easier to get along with than someone like Sofia Coppola, whose personality was prickly. What's Elizabeth Hurley's reaction? Duke didn't usually follow gossip and had been buried in work in the studio these past few days, so he didn't know much about the situation. She didn't speak to the media, did she? She did give an interview. Irene tapped her forehead with her finger, looking troubled. She said she's experiencing the feeling of death. She's not that dumb. Duke frowned. I remember you've also faced public scrutiny. Irene, seeing Duke deep in thought, didn't hesitate to say, you have more PR experience than I do. Do you have any good suggestions? Suggestions? Duke looked at her, puzzled. Irene didn't hold back, explaining directly, I was appointed vice president of brand image promotion by the board just 2 days ago, so this falls under my responsibility. Congratulations. In a moment like this, Duke only said that to try and get her to relax, knowing that staying tense wouldn't help. Irene understood his intent and playfully nudged him. There's nothing to congratulate. I might lose my job as soon as I start. If you're willing to pay a consultancy fee, Duke joked, I could give you a few suggestions. You're just leaving me to fend for myself, Irene grumbled before adding. Is this how you help friends in trouble? Sometimes bad things can be turned into good things. Duke could tell Irene lacked experience handling scandals of this sort and reminded her. Don't forget, Irene, Elizabeth Hurley wasn't the one caught soliciting. She was just dragged into it by Hugh Grant. Duke didn't intend to keep her guessing, so he continued. You should contact Elizabeth Hurley's agent and work together on a PR campaign to turn the negatives into positives. From what you've told me, Elizabeth Hurley is now the media's focus, with tons of cameras and flashes on her. So, the topic surrounding her must be very hot and explosive. At this time, you must ensure she doesn't crumble, but instead stays strong and resilient. Kick that British idiot to the curb? Irene asked. And smear him as much as possible. No. Duke shook his head. Doing that would only benefit Elizabeth Hurley, not us. Irene wasn't slow to understand. She just lacked the experience. Slowly, she started to catch on. You mean? Exactly. Duke dropped his playful tone and adopted a more serious work attitude. Not only should you encourage Elizabeth Hurley not to break up with Hugh Grant, but you should also have her forgive him, showing how magnanimous and loyal she is. As Duke spoke, Irene pondered for a moment before nodding. We can partner with the media to hype Elizabeth Hurley as a forgiving woman, gaining the public's admiration for her loyalty and creating a wholesome, positive image. Then, using Hugh Grant's scandal, we can make her even more famous and successful. Afterward, we can find a perfect moment to release the commercial. And what about when she breaks up with Hugh Grant later? Before Duke could answer, Irene's eyes lit up. We'll have her sign an agreement stating she won't break up with Hugh Grant while fulfilling her contract with Lauder. Darling, you should be in Hollywood. Duke laughed. Not working here. If you're willing to pay me $1 million a year, Irene joked back, clearly more at ease. I could begrudgingly be your PR manager. After finishing her coffee, Irene stood up, more serious now. Thanks, Duke. I'm heading out to notify Elizabeth Hurley to come to the Lauder building. She probably won't be coming here today. The next afternoon, Elizabeth Hurley finally arrived at the studio. She smiled as she greeted Duke and Leonardo, looking in good spirits. As the two lead actors headed to the recording booth, Irene leaned close to Duke's ear. It's settled, she whispered. She'll dump Hugh Grant after finishing her contract with Lauder. That outcome didn't surprise Duke. Though Estee Lauder wasn't a top luxury brand, it was one of the most famous cosmetic brands in the world and offered its spokespersons a generous paycheck. For a star like Elizabeth Hurley, who had been navigating the world of fame for over a decade, making the right choice wasn't difficult. Just like Elizabeth Hurley and Hugh Grant would eventually part ways, Hollywood star couples were often full of unimaginable stories. Nodding to Irene, Duke entered the recording booth to start the voiceover work. Since the music used in the commercial was an existing track, all that was left was the final voiceover work. The lines weren't difficult, and for Elizabeth Hurley and Leonardo DiCaprio, it was no challenge at all. I don't care about tomorrow. Seemingly unaffected by her boyfriend's scandal, Elizabeth Hurley delivered her lines with passion, perfectly matching the tone of the commercial. No one can ruin our dream. No one. Goodbye. Leonardo did just as well, speaking with deep emotion. She's gone, but unless she forgets, I think. I won't. I won't forget her kiss, her smile, and her perfume. As Elizabeth Hurley, in a black velvet gown, walked down the red carpet, a solemn monologue played. This isn't a journey. Journeys have destinations, but we will continue. Wherever I go. There you are. My luck, my destiny, Estee Lauder Youth Dew, irreplaceable. Although the first recording was nearly flawless, Duke had both actors repeat it 3 times, allowing the sound engineer to pick the best takes to incorporate into the commercial. With the commercial finished, Duke temporarily set aside work and returned to his mother's house to take a few days off while waiting for the results of Nancy Josephson's negotiations with Lily Fred. Duke knew himself well. He didn't have the professional skills to choreograph a musical. To make Chicago, a skilled choreographer was essential. After the commercial was completed, Lauder Group paid Duke $2.2 million out of the $3 million agreed-upon director's fee. The rest would be paid once the commercial aired. Duke, after your birthday next year, the Victoria's Secret Trust will take effect. During dinner, Mrs. Leah reminded Duke of something he had almost forgotten, while also cautioning him. Just because I don't mention some things doesn't mean I don't know about them. Mom. Duke spread his hands helplessly. Am I really the kind of person who likes to fool around? He was well aware of when to do what, and besides, with so many Victoria's Secret angels, if he spent all his time with them, he wouldn't have any time left to work. Of course, if he happened to meet a few of the ones he was interested in at the right time and place, he wouldn't mind giving it a try. After spending 3 days with his mother in New York, Nancy Josephson and Lily Fred's team reached an agreement, finally settling on a price of $1 million. Duke, representing Duke Studio, signed a preliminary contract with her. If all went well, this experienced Broadway musical expert would serve as the choreographer for Chicago. Meanwhile, rumors had begun circulating within the industry that Duke's next film would be a musical, causing quite a stir. Chapter 196, Support or Retreat. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Support or Retreat. Director Rosenberg, there are rumors circulating that you plan to adapt the Broadway classic Chicago for the big screen. Is this true? As Duke just walked out of the Los Angeles International Airport, a large group of reporters surrounded him, bombarding him with various questions related to Chicago. Duke, Doesn't Chicago differ greatly from your past style? What are your thoughts on this? Why choose a musical that has already fallen out of fashion? Are you going to make an explosive and gun-filled version of Chicago? Are you planning to have the two female leads shoot at each other with Chicago typewriters? The scale of the reporters blocking him and their specific presence here indicated the significant impact this news had on the industry. After all, an explosive filmmaker wanting to direct a musical seemed unbelievable, and others might think Hollywood had gone crazy, but the source of the information was reliable. Duke Rosenberg was indeed going to make a sophisticated musical film. When the journalists received the news, they felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. Of course, Duke wouldn't tell the media and reporters that the news had actually been released by Penny Kellis to promote and publicize his new film, now confirmed to be called Chicago. The chaotic scene caught the attention of airport security, and soon someone came over to maintain order. However, the reporters remained encircled around Duke, insisting he wouldn't leave until he gave them a clear response. Duke raised a hand, and the reporters quieted down, eager for a response. My next film is indeed a musical based on a Broadway play. As soon as he said this, the paparazzi surged like sharks sensing blood, unable to stay quiet any longer. Questions flew at him from all directions, and the tumultuous atmosphere no longer allowed Duke to say much. With the help of security personnel, he finally managed to break free from the reporters' encirclement and dove into the waiting car. In the passenger seat, Penny Kellis gestured for Tina Fey to start the car quickly. Turning to Duke, she said, "Looks like it worked pretty well." "Doing this occasionally is fine," Duke replied, straightening his disheveled clothes. "If it happens too often, I'll go crazy." Hollywood, and indeed the entire North American film industry, has gone crazy. Penny Kellis remarked meaningfully, "I feel this world is very mad. Is it really that exaggerated?" Duke had anticipated some strong reactions, but hadn't expected it to be this crazy, especially since there were other directors transforming in Hollywood. He thought of Spielberg, who, while directing a series of commercial films, also created Empire of the Sun. Because no director in Hollywood has such a distinctive style and has been this successful, Penny Kellis turned to look at Duke. "If I hadn't been continuously hypnotizing myself to believe in you, I might have." She shook her head, not finishing her thought. Duke understood that such a drastic style change was indeed significant. No wonder the people around him found it hard to understand. But he didn't feel the need to explain anything. If the future film failed, any explanations now would just be jokes. If it succeeded, what would those words matter? It wasn't just Penny Kellis who found Duke's approach crazy. Many in Hollywood felt the same. In Century City, at the Fox building, distribution head Charlie Adam hurried past the secretary's desk, greeted the CEO's secretary, and walked to an office door. He knocked lightly twice, pushed the door open, and sat down across from Thomas Rothman's desk. "I just received exact news from a reporter at Fox Television." Without any small talk, he immediately brought up the hot topic of the past 2 days. Duke Rosenberg has confirmed at the airport that his next film is Chicago. Thomas Rothman seemed unable to believe it, asking, "Is that certain?" "Certain," Charlie Adam said helplessly. "What is Duke Rosenberg thinking? Perhaps only he knows." Thomas Rothman frowned. For the past 3 years, Duke Rosenberg's projects had been cash cows for collaborators. Now this cash cow was going to produce a more artistic film, which had significant implications for future performance. How could he be happy about that? Charlie Adam wore a grim expression as if the absence of Duke's commercial projects would mean bankruptcy for 20th Century Fox. "Should we invest?" he asked tentatively. Thomas Rothman didn't respond directly. Instead, he asked about other matters to bolster his confidence. "What's the box office for Saving Private Ryan so far?" There are still 897 theaters in North America, with a cumulative box office of $275.82 million. These numbers related to Duke seemed deeply engraved in Charlie Adams' mind. Without thinking, he recited, "Globally, the total box office adds up to $541.77 million. Based on Wall Street and our own research, the film's total worldwide box office might exceed $600 million. Clearly, he has demonstrated absolute skill in the action, war, and sci-fi genres." Thomas Rothman's voice carried a tone of resentment and reluctance. Why would he want to tackle a musical that has little market value and is completely outdated. Perhaps continuous success has inflated his confidence, Charlie Adams suggested cautiously, making him think he can achieve what others cannot. He sighed. If that's the case, his situation isn't good. When a director develops such thoughts, it often signals the beginning of failure. Hollywood has seen too many examples of this. Do you think we should give up investing in his new film? Upon hearing Thomas Rothman's question, Charlie Adam nodded slightly. The risks are too high. Curling his fingers, he lightly tapped the table twice, as if talking to himself. James Cameron has requested additional investment again. Our liquidity is already tied up in his ship, leaving us no strength to consider anything else. Fox won't participate in Duke Rosenberg's new project. Based on realistic interests, Thomas Rothman made his final decision. Not only were Thomas Rothman and 20th Century Fox hesitant. After receiving the concrete news, the management at Walt Disney was also in doubt. The glory of Saving Private Ryan made them feel Duke would continue to succeed, but the radically different style of the new film left them concerned. I believe we should continue to deepen our cooperation with Duke Rosenberg. Having just taken over the live-action film production department, Robert Iger also had some say. He told the executives, live-action film production has always been Disney's weakness. We have only recently established a cooperative relationship with Duke through Saving Private Ryan. Many who doubt his new film will exist, and if Disney supports him at this time, it will undoubtedly. Bob, have you thought about this? CEO Michael Ovitz directly interrupted Robert Iger, completely ignoring the displeasure that flashed in his eyes. This is a musical, an outdated musical. There's a high possibility this could become a failed investment. Michael, before you say that, Robert Iger retorted without backing down. Please first acknowledge the success of Duke's last 3 films. Do I need to remind you of the specifics? I recall there were even projects CAA was pessimistic about. Those projects you didn't believe in. Duke made a success. Michael Ovitz's eyes widened. If this were at CAA, the meeting room would surely have turned into an ice house. But Robert Iger was not intimidated. He countered directly. With 2 high-ranking executives opposing each other, Disney's real decision-maker, Chairman Michael Eisner, had to step in. He looked at his childhood friend Michael Ovitz and directly asked, "Is your decision to abandon continued cooperation with Duke Rosenberg?" In his anger, Michael Ovitz completely missed the trap in the question. "I decide to abandon Duke's new project." Michael Eisner nodded without saying anything, and CEO Ovitz's decision became Disney's final decision. After the meeting, as Ovitz exited the conference room, the anger sparked by Robert Iger gradually subsided. He immediately recognized the trap in Eisner's wording. If Duke Rosenberg's project failed, that would be one thing, but if it succeeded, he, as CEO, would bear the responsibility for the decision error. Could that explosive madman really succeed? He was eager to see the other party's transformation become a joke. Not far from Walt Disney headquarters, another building loomed at the front of a wide film set. This was Warner's West Coast headquarters and the office of Warner Brothers. Forever Batman hasn't been as successful as expected. As CEO, Jeff Robinov was exchanging opinions with several executives. In recent years, our most profitable film projects have not been from the Batman series, but from our collaboration with Duke. Warner Brothers' growth is inextricably linked to his films. I understand Duke's importance to Warner, Robert Solomon frowned but still said. But if we know a project might lose money and still participate, we can't explain that to the group. Perhaps you don't know something. Jeff Robinov was not in a hurry to refute. His eyes scanned over the executives present. Before Speed, Duke came to Warner Brothers with a script. I met him, and at that time, I had the same thought. To reject. No, we didn't even pay attention to him, and then I missed what would become a lifelong regret. I don't want to have that regret a second time. The continuous success of that young director was Jeff Robinov's greatest source of confidence. We need to keep close contact with Nancy Josephson. Chapter 197, Ambition. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Ambition. The craziest event in the film industry this century, the most improbable incident in Hollywood has become a reality. Duke Rosenberg is going to shoot a small-budget art film. We all know that Duke Rosenberg made a name for himself in Hollywood thanks to his astonishing explosive skills and dazzling cinematography. Because of his talent for explosions, he has been rumored to be the man born when a comet struck the Earth. Now, this famous director, known as the Duke of Destruction, has officially announced that his new project will be adapted from the Broadway musical Chicago. In the reception room of a mansion, Tom Cruise flipped through several newspapers, including the 3 major newspapers, all of which were filled with reports about Duke Rosenberg and his new film, dominating most of the entertainment sections. Penny Kellis and Duke Rosenberg are still as brilliant as ever. Pat Kinsley, who had been talking with Nicole Kidman, turned to Cruise and said, "They have cleverly leveraged the industry and public's preconceived notions, easily igniting a media frenzy. Regardless of the future, Chicago will be remembered by quite a few people." Putting down the newspapers, Cruise raised his head. "Pat, what's the reaction within the industry?" Duke's 2 collaborators from Saving Private Ryan, Fox and Disney, have made it clear they will not participate in this project. Kinsley pondered for a moment before continuing. Warner Brothers is still in contact with Nancy Josephson. As expected, Jeff Robinov will likely support Duke. She looked at Cruise. "Tom, it's time to make a decision. Can he succeed?" Cruise asked, frowning. "No one can guarantee a film's success." Kinsley shook her head, offering some insights. For the past 4 years, Duke has been producing 1 film a year, and Chicago won't even start shooting until after next year's Oscars, or even later. This is clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He wants to prepare thoroughly. Cruise nodded. Sufficient pre-production preparation is the most basic condition for a film's success. Kinsley continued, "We've all worked with him multiple times and even had subtle confrontations. Is he the kind of person whose overwhelming confidence turns into arrogance?" While Cruise was still pondering, Nicole Kidman shook her head. "Duke Rosenberg is well prepared." Cruise glanced at Kidman's pale cheeks, and a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. This is a gamble. This was one of the reasons why Cruise hadn't made up his mind yet. The subject matter certainly appeals to the Academy, but, Tom, don't forget that this is just a small-budget art film. Kinsley hoped to have an Oscar-level client under her name. Even if it fails, it won't significantly harm your commercial appeal. What if it succeeds like Saving Private Ryan? Kinsley bluntly said, "Tom, you have top-notch commercial appeal, but your acting has always been criticized. If you want to be the top star in Hollywood, to surpass Hanks and become the representative of male actors, it's not enough to just have commercial success. He has 2 Oscars. What about you?" These words seemed to strike a nerve with Cruise, his brow furrowing, his hands slowly clenching into a fist. Nowadays, when people talk about the most representative male actors in Hollywood, the top-paid stars, or even just the name Tom, most would first think of Tom Hanks, not Tom Cruise. Hanks' status is largely due to his collaboration with Duke Rosenberg on Saving Private Ryan, which had a significant impact. As Kinsley's most important client, she naturally wanted to push Cruise to a higher position. "Tom, I've told you before that I want you to become the best male actor in Hollywood, to be the #1 actor. If you still want to catch up and surpass Hanks, you must achieve something at the Oscars." Her eyes sparkled. "In my view, Duke Rosenberg chose such an obscure subject matter because he aims to make a splash at the Oscars. But from what I know of him, he won't stop at small-budget films. He will definitely return to the commercial mainstream in the future. If you can build a good relationship with him." Meeting Cruise's gaze, Kinsley spoke in a serious tone she had never used before. "Don't tell me you're unaware of Duke's commercial capabilities." Cruise remained silent, deep in thought, while Nicole Kidman's light blue eyes kept moving. She had seen the script that Nancy Josephson sent over. Most importantly, she had some dance and singing. Background. What's their offer? Cruise's question interrupted Kidman's thoughts, and then he heard Kinsley's reply. $3 million. For such a small-budget film, it was impossible to offer a salary that matched the actor's market value. Kidman wasn't surprised. Big stars who appeared in art films usually took pay cuts, with some even performing for free. "My bottom line is $5 million. Upon hearing this, Kinsley nodded. As long as Cruise was willing to negotiate, they could discuss the salary. What she feared most was that Cruise would miss the opportunity because of past conflicts, working with someone he disliked in Hollywood, which would be a huge loss. After discussing some related details, Kinsley took her leave, and Kidman voluntarily walked her out. Pat. Once outside the villa, Kidman finally couldn't hold back. I've read the script. I'll talk to them. Seeing Kinsley nod, Kidman breathed a sigh of relief. After being in Hollywood for so many years, she was still just a vase dependent on crews, understanding how crucial every opportunity was. On the outskirts of Beverly Hills, in a small villa, Naomi Watts was warming up her voice in the garden. This was an essential part of her daily routine. The young director, who had gradually become distant due to that fire, had only promised her a lead role if she excelled. But given the other's personality, if she didn't perform outstandingly, she would surely be dropped. Recently, the media buzz around Chicago had been intense. Naomi Watts had received confirmation from her agent, Nancy Josephson, that the film was about to enter official preparation. The auditions would take place before all other preparations, as Duke had scheduled 4 to 5 months of singing and dancing rehearsals for all the actors. Would she be able to secure this role? On Roxy, she had a natural advantage over others, but Naomi Watts knew very well that securing such a significant role was not just about past connections with the director. She needed to put in more effort in both singing and acting. Having been in Hollywood for so long, she understood very clearly that if she didn't have the necessary conditions, she wouldn't be able to land weighty roles in films just by taking off her clothes and sleeping with someone. In a theater in London's West End, Catherine Zeta-Jones walked out of her manager's office and returned to the makeup room, ignoring the various gazes around her, silently packing her belongings. She was no longer an actress in this play. Last week, after receiving an audition invitation from Los Angeles, she made a bold decision to quit her current job, determined to venture into Hollywood again, refusing to return to London unless she succeeded. It's just an audition. Hollywood is fiercely competitive. You might not get the role. Catherine Zeta-Jones caught the voices of others discussing her. The speaker was Rachel, with whom she had had a falling out since last year. Even though this woman feigned calmness, she could see from Rachel's face that it was filled with envy, resentment, and jealousy. As if noticing Zeta-Jones' gaze, Rachel unabashedly looked over and met her eyes, sneering, "Am I wrong? Even if you climb into Duke Rosenberg's bed, you might not pass the audition." Zeta-Jones suddenly laughed, mimicking Rachel's tone. "Too bad you won't even have the chance to climb into his bed, Miss Rachel Wise." After saying this, she ignored the twisted minds of the failed actresses in the makeup room, picked up a cardboard box, and strode out, stopping only when she reached the theater's back door to get into a waiting car. Did it go well? The driver was a woman who was not much older than Zeta-Jones. Seeing her nod, she started the car toward Kensington. "Kate, are you ready? I've been preparing for this for half a year." This was her new agent from America. Zeta-Jones looked straight ahead, speaking with unwavering determination. "Since the day Duke Rosenberg found me, I've been preparing for this audition. I will get the role of Velma. I must succeed. I want to become a star in Hollywood, a star that the whole world pays attention to." "I have a few suggestions," the agent said at the right moment. "Do you want to hear them?" "Go ahead, Vivian." Many people are skeptical about Duke Rosenberg's new film, including myself. Vivian turned to Zeta-Jones. "I know you have your doubts too, but Kate, for any actor who hasn't become a big star yet, working with Duke Rosenberg is a huge opportunity." Zeta-Jones kept her eyes on Vivian, knowing the agent still had more to say. "I can't say Duke Rosenberg is on par with Spielberg, but no one would argue that he is at the forefront of Hollywood directors. Even if he occasionally misses the mark, it won't affect his status in the industry. This is not the genre he is good at. As long as he returns to the commercial mainstream, there will be countless production companies who want to pay for his movies." The car stopped at a red light, and the female agent turned to stare at Zeta-Jones. "Kate, do you know what this means to you?" Without waiting for her answer, Vivian said, "As long as you can establish a good relationship with Duke Rosenberg and please him, you will have countless opportunities in the future. I know what to do." Compared to getting a certain role, it seems to be more beneficial to her if she can conquer a big Hollywood director. Chapter 198, The First Actor. Chapter 198. Chapter 198, The First Actor. After returning to Los Angeles from New York, Duke did not say much more to the media and began focusing on preparing for Chicago. The hype surrounding it had completely achieved the intended promotional purpose, and now, there was still a long way to go before the film's release, let alone the start of filming. Shortly after returning to Los Angeles, Duke's studio relocated near the Warner Brothers studio. In Burbank, he rented a 2-story small building, and aside from a middle-aged Latino woman who originally handled phone calls, he also hired several other staff members. Since the previous 2 screenwriters had formally left to become independent screenwriters, Duke and Sophia hired 4 new screenwriters, forming the studio's only department with real functions, the script department. In addition, Duke's accountant, David, would send an assistant to the studio twice a week to handle financial matters. Compared to a real film production company, Duke's studio, which had slightly expanded its scale, was still a standard shell company. As October approached, Saving Private Ryan surpassed $285 million at the North American box office, while its global earnings officially broke $600 million, reaching $600.1 million, becoming the highest-grossing R-rated film of all time. With more than half of 1995 gone, anyone could see that, following last year's Independence Day, Duke was about to claim the title of North America and the global box office champion again. The global box office exceeding $600 million also meant that the 20% box office share clause in his director's contract was automatically activated. Duke's lawyer and accountant began taking action, frequently communicating with Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox to urge them to expedite the payment of his share. Not only was Duke awaiting the share from Saving Private Ryan, but Warner Brothers had also not completed the payment for Independence Day. They had only distributed $200 million of the overseas box office to Duke, which meant they had paid him $40 million by mid-October. Warner Brothers again used a $200 million amount as the basis for sharing, paying Duke $40 million. Warner Brothers did not want to deliberately delay the remaining overseas share, as they had already decided to maintain a long-term partnership with Duke. However, the overseas distributors had yet to consolidate the share into Warner Brothers accounts, and based on various information gathered, it was determined that this portion of money would not arrive this year. Duke wasn't short on cash at the moment. His stockbroker was still buying shares of Apple and Microsoft for him. The studio's daily operational expenses were minimal, and the investment in Chicago wouldn't be very high, so he wasn't in a hurry for the remaining share. After discussing with Jeff Robinoff, CEO of Warner Brothers and an executive vice president of Time Warner, Duke decided to invest the remaining share into Warner Brothers, financing, and stock expansion. In exchange for relevant shares, he would become a shareholder of one of Hollywood's 6 major companies. This arrangement aligned with Warner Brothers' needs and served his interests, significantly increasing his influence in Hollywood and film production and distribution. As for the box office share from Saving Private Ryan, the 2 sides were still negotiating. In the near future, the North American share would be settled, while the peripheral income share would take some time. Aside from television, videotape, and VCD rights, which had little influence in North America, there weren't many sources of peripheral income, which would only generate substantial revenue once the film left North American theaters. Similar to Braveheart, which was still screening in a few independent theaters, Saving Private Ryan would not leave North American theaters before the Oscar voting. Even if it were forcibly removed from commercial chain theaters, it would continue to screen in independent theaters in major cities, especially in the Los Angeles area. The co-producers had a clear goal for the awards season, aiming for major awards such as Best Screenplay, Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Picture, particularly Best Picture. With the 50th anniversary of World War II, their publicity and PR strategies were effective, and they almost regarded it as a sure thing. According to the directing contract Duke signed, he would need to attend several key promotional events if the film aimed for the Oscars. However, since there was still some time until the Oscars, public relations efforts temporarily did not require his involvement. Duke's main focus remained on preparing for Chicago. As the musical film was about to be officially established, key members of Duke's team were ending their vacations. In recent years, including Zack Snyder, John Schwartzman, and Hannah Selina, they had all become some of the highest-paid and top talents in their respective fields. Duke was acutely aware that in a commercial society, a team maintained through friendship and personal charm was the least reliable. The reason these individuals followed him was that following successful figures made success easier, and they could gain tangible benefits. Even so, Zack Snyder and Sofia Coppola had both mentioned to him that they would seek opportunities to direct films independently at the right time. Therefore, after completing a commercial for Estee Lauder and being satisfied with Anna's overall performance, Duke brought Irene Lauder's friend to Los Angeles to serve as one of the assistant directors for the film. Aside from temporarily adding a musical directing team from Broadway and an art director, the future Chicago crew would not undergo many changes. Duke would still focus on assembling the crew around his core team, with Robin Grand serving as the production manager, while he and Sofia Coppola would act as executive producers. The specific coordination affairs would be handled by Robin Grand, and his first task was to negotiate with Tom Cruise. After a brief audition and costume fitting, Cruise signed a contract for $5 million, officially becoming the first confirmed actor in the crew. At the same time, Nancy concluded her discussions with Warner Brothers, Fox, and Disney. The latter two showed little interest in Chicago, but Warner Brothers signed a distribution agreement with Duke Studio. According to the agreement, they would not directly invest in the film, but would become the North American and overseas distributor for Duke Studio's next 3 films, including Chicago. Moreover, if Duke Studio accepted outside investments for the subsequent 2 films, Warner Brothers would have the right of first investment. This resolved Duke's biggest concern regarding film distribution. According to Duke's preliminary plan, the film would not have any exterior shots and would be entirely filmed on set. He had considered going to Fox Studios in Sydney, given the tax incentives there. However, due to the lengthy preparation time required for the film, combined with the uncertainty of securing the limited slots available, he ultimately chose Warner Brothers Studios in Burbank. By late October, Chicago was officially established, with an investment of $20 million. Due to the film's genre, according to Hollywood's practices, the salaries of everyone from Duke as the director to Tom Cruise as the leading actor were reduced to varying degrees compared to Saving Private Ryan. Preliminary preparations, such as script development, set design, and choreography, were progressing in an orderly manner, but casting the actors remained the top priority. The 3 lead actors would undergo systematic singing and dancing rehearsals in the coming months. Besides notifying Naomi Watts, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Charlize Theron to come for auditions, Duke did not issue any targeted audition invitations. Nevertheless, many actors' agents sought out Duke Studio to promote their star actors, competing for the leading roles, while also introducing their newcomers to vie for other notable dance roles. Many in Hollywood believed Duke had gone mad for making such a drastic stylistic shift, yet this did not deter many from wanting to join. The reason was simple. Duke was one of Hollywood's top commercial directors. Even if they ultimately did not appear in the cast, merely being associated with his new film would guarantee media coverage, and who knew, they might even land headlines someday. No one could ignore the allure of a continuously successful director for aspiring actors. Duke left most agents to Robin Grand to handle, but some managed to reach him through various connections to recommend their actors. Go ahead, Riley, what's on your mind? Sitting in Duke's new office at the studio, Duke looked at the formally dressed middle-aged man across from him. Anyone who could enter his office was certainly not a stranger. This was an agent from ICM. Can I come by to see an old friend? Upon hearing this, Duke said nothing, only watching him. They had only seen each other a few times at parties organized by ICM, and there was no friendship to speak of. Here's the thing. The agent named Riley took a sip of his coffee. I have an important client who is very interested in the role of Roxy. She has encountered some troubles in recent years, and her fame and works have greatly diminished. ICM wants to help her make a comeback with a significant project. She can come for an audition. Although Duke didn't like it when agencies meddled too much in his projects, he understood the importance of relationships. As long as the other party did not overstep boundaries, he could accommodate them to a degree. Tell me her name, and I will have someone get in touch with the casting director. Thank you on behalf of Julia. Riley smiled, sounding genuinely grateful. Before I came here, Ms. Roberts specifically asked me to convey that if you have time, she would love to have dinner with you. Upon hearing this, and recalling Julia Roberts' usual conduct during auditions, Duke immediately understood this was a very obvious hint. Unfortunately, That big-mouthed Julia neither fit his requirements for the role nor aligned with his aesthetic preferences, so he could only apologize. "I've been very busy lately," Duke politely declined. "If I have time, I will contact Julie." He will give Julia Roberts an audition. After all, this is a topic that can be hyped, but he will not let her appear in the film. Chapter 199, I Persist. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, I Persist. On the last weekend of October, Duke's studio became the focus of paparazzi and entertainment reporters as numerous top female stars, including Demi Moore, Julia Roberts, and even Madonna, were seen arriving. All of them were linked to Chicago, making it hard to avoid attracting the attention of well-informed journalists. Although Duke did not participate in the initial auditions, he insisted that the crew maintain stricter standards than ever before. Both acting skills and musical abilities were essential for the roles of Velma and Roxy. Any candidate failing to meet the criteria would be eliminated from consideration. Actresses with a background in theater had a natural advantage in this regard. For example, a pop star like Madonna was quickly eliminated after just one audition, despite having personally approached Duke. Due to a heavy-handed incident in London, Duke guided Madonna towards opportunities in Argentina, effectively settling their grievances and cutting ties thereafter. "Duke, you have a phone call." As he approached the studio, his assistant Tina Fey handed him a phone. "It seems to be a call from the UK." Nodding, Duke took the phone and placed it to his ear. "Hello, this is Duke Rosenberg. Guess who I am?" The voice on the other end spoke with a London accent. Duke, busy with his work, had no interest in playing guessing games. He instinctively considered hanging up, but hesitated since this was his personal phone, and few knew the number. "Miss Zeta Jones?" he ventured cautiously. "Zeta Jones? Who is that?" The voice sounded displeased. "I called you last week. Don't you remember me?" "Vicky," Duke immediately recalled. "What's up?" After a holiday in Spain, the two had maintained limited contact by phone for a while. However, the initially weak bond between them had dwindled under the pressures of time and distance. Nothing much. As an open-minded Scandinavian, Victoria didn't mind the fading relationship. "I just wanted to chat. I'm planning to visit the US soon." She seemed intrigued. "I heard you're preparing a new movie. Can I come to the set? I'd love to see how Hollywood films are made." Of course, Duke didn't mind hosting her if she visited. After a few more exchanges, they hung up. Duke returned the phone to Tina Fey, shook his head, and headed into the studio. While Victoria didn't have the looks of a Hollywood A-lister, she was refreshingly open-minded. Unlike many starlets, she wasn't promiscuous, and their 10 days together on Ibiza had left a good impression. Their time was relaxed and enjoyable, making it one of Duke's most pleasant temporary relationships since entering Hollywood. For some reason, a faint pang of bittersweetness rose in Duke's heart, but it vanished quickly. He would eventually have a steady partner, possibly marry and start a family, but not now. Right now, he wanted to focus on his career, just like everyone else in this industry, enjoying the glitz and glamour of Hollywood. Duke glanced at the afternoon sun and decided not to dwell on these thoughts. He turned back and walked into the spacious studio, asking his assistant beside him, "Tina, is there anything else?" "Today, Ms. Johnson called to ask if you have time to pick her up. She wants to have dinner with you." Checking the work log, Tina continued, "I've already declined for you. You promised Nancy you'd have dinner with Ms. Kingsley and Mrs. Cruz tonight." Since his mother moved to New York, Duke rarely saw Scarlett Johnson. Girls of that age could be troublesome, and he didn't want to play babysitter. Entering the studio, Duke passed several set areas. The huge studio was primarily divided into 4 parts. One for a theater from the last century in Chicago, an old prison from Illinois, a vintage courtroom, and a space for the actors to rehearse. Along with a mid-sized studio across the way, these formed the shooting location for Chicago. The set construction had just begun and was progressing slowly. Duke took a brief look before heading to the rehearsal area, where some actors were already practicing, even though the selection of the main cast was not yet complete. A group of professional dancers from Broadway was being led by Lily, Fred's assistant, familiarizing themselves with several basic dance moves. Duke watched from a distance for a while. When the dancers took a break, Tom Cruise, who had been sitting nearby, stepped up to practice the most crucial tap dance routine for his role under the guidance of professionals. At that moment, Tom Cruise seemed entirely different from his usual self, He appeared humble and hardworking, embodying a striving actor. If Duke hadn't been there, no one else in the studio would have been on par with Tom Cruise. His pride didn't need to show in front of these people. It would have been pointless, and even someone as arrogant as Tom Cruise understood a simple truth. Every success in Hollywood comes with great effort, and improving one's status requires constant hard work. How could a director or actor, who mingled with women daily and assumed others would manage their work, ever achieve success? After watching for a while, seeing Tom Cruise's practice conclude, Duke walked over. "Hey, Tom." Duke waved at Tom, who was wiping sweat off his forehead, and stood beside him. "You danced well. I believe you'll become a tap dance expert by the time filming starts." "I certainly will." Tom subtly raised his chin as he headed towards the break area, casually saying to Duke, "Make yourself comfortable." Even though Duke didn't particularly like Tom Cruise, he didn't mind such minor details. Having achieved fame young and enjoyed years of success, Tom naturally had developed many bad habits, often being careless with his words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have faced such backlash when things went wrong. Just as Duke sat down, he heard Tom say, "I heard the first round of auditions has concluded?" "Yeah," Duke nodded. "The crew will choose the cast soon. Can I participate in the second round of auditions?" The tone suggested that Tom believed it was a given. "I can provide some suggestions for the crew." "No, thanks." Duke certainly wouldn't agree to such an overstepping behavior. The crew has enough personnel. Tom Cruise's smile gradually faded, his handsome face tightening slightly. "Duke, the audition was for my partner. I believe I should have a say in this matter." Was he truly so arrogant and foolish that he didn't even have PR, agents, or Nicole Kidman reminding him? Turning to face Cruise, Duke said sternly, "Not necessary. I insist." Tom Cruise showed no intention of giving up. Duke stood up, unwilling to engage with someone who had always had it easy, and simply remarked, "I'll have someone talk to Ms. Kingsley." Was choosing to employ this guy a mistake for commercial interests? As he got into the car heading to a nearby restaurant, Duke suddenly had this thought. However, he didn't plan to replace Tom for now, as Pat Kingsley was unlike Tom Cruise, who was always in a one-way street. As long as the profits were high enough, Duke dared to collaborate with the devil, even risking a headline like in Independence Day. How could he not manage someone like Tom Cruise? At 6 p.m., Duke arrived punctually at an Italian restaurant, where Nancy Josephson, Pat Kingsley, and Nicole Kidman were already waiting. Duke sat beside Nancy, casually ordering a few dishes, then turned his gaze to the two across the table. Their connection with Nancy likely extended beyond simply treating him to Italian food. "Hello, Duke." Nicole Kidman, with her red gold curls, neatly tied back, revealed her pale, smooth forehead and smiled. "Long time no see." "Hello, Mary." "Hello, Pat." After greeting the two, Duke fell silent, guessing that this dinner was likely related to Chicago. If he recalled correctly, Nicole Kidman had a decent background in musical theater. Nicole Kidman seemed in no hurry. Until the dishes arrived, she hadn't mentioned the movie or roles, but rather discussed the rising box office numbers of Saving Private Ryan and the dismal earnings of Braveheart in North America and overseas, subtly elevating Duke and diminishing Mel Gibson in her remarks. This was the simplest social tactic. Making Duke happy would make the conversation flow more smoothly. Both sides ate little, just sampling the dishes. Nicole Kidman kept observing Duke's reactions, her face adorned with a polite smile throughout. Nicole Kidman exchanged a glance with Pat, who quickly understood. She leaned over to Duke, whispering, then stood up with Nicole to leave. "Duke." Nicole Kidman wasted no time and said directly, "I participated in the audition for Velma." "I know." She was a very smart woman, likely sensing Duke had made some promises or deals with Naomi Watts, avoiding competition for Roxy. Looking at Nicole Kidman's smooth, pale face, Duke couldn't help but recall Tom Cruise's demeanor earlier that afternoon, suddenly wondering if he should intervene between them. Chapter 200, Reluctance. Chapter 200, Reluctance. "I've seen several films you starred in." After a brief pause, Duke said, "Mary, your acting still has room for improvement, and there's potential that can be tapped. You shouldn't limit yourself to being just a pretty face." If this had come from an ordinary person, Nicole Kidman would have dismissed it. However, since it was spoken by a director who had long proven his capabilities, She acknowledged Duke's words from deep within her heart. No actress wants to be just a pretty face, especially when she has many dreams and ambitions to fulfill. I've heard about that. Duke subtly raised her expectations. You have excellent singing and dancing skills, right? Yes. Nicole Kidman smiled, sensing that the young director seemed to appreciate her. Seeing Nicole's cold, elegant face break into an increasingly radiant smile, Duke suddenly changed the subject. To be honest, Mary, you're outstanding, but I believe you're not suitable for appearing in Chicago. Her smile instantly froze, turning into ice on her beautiful face. Nicole looked at Duke, remaining silent for a long time before suddenly asking, "What do you want, Duke?" "No, Mary, you misunderstood." Duke quickly waved his hand, explaining, "I meant no offense. I just think you shouldn't appear in the same film as Cruise." What? At that moment, Nicole Kidman was like a chameleon, her icy demeanor transforming into confusion. "Have you not noticed, Mary?" Duke gradually took control of the conversation. "Aside from your film Days of Thunder, where you and Tom have not officially established a relationship, none of the films you've collaborated on have truly succeeded commercially." After recalling this, Nicole nodded. "That's true." Duke picked up his cup and took a sip of water. "Hollywood may not have tallied it yet, but it's not just you. In fact, all couples or married actor duos appearing together in films tend to lead to failure." Nicole was still pondering this, so Duke continued. "You know I pay a lot of attention to the market. My company has conducted a survey, and most viewers dislike seeing actors with close real-life relationships interacting too much on screen. They feel it's easy to break immersion and only think about the actor's real-life relationships, making it hard to connect with the characters. So, I'm already out of the running without even attending the second audition?" Nicole raised her eyebrows. "I don't want to deceive you, Mary," Duke directly admitted. "You won't pass the second audition." What he had just said was one reason. It wouldn't take long for all of Hollywood to reach a consensus that having couples on screen was commercially detrimental. On another note, Nicole Kidman had never won the favor of North American audiences, both in the past and present. This was a chronic issue that was hard to pinpoint. In her previous life, aside from the few years immediately after her divorce from Tom Cruise, during which she had some success, due to the audience's sympathy, she had more films that were box office failures than successes. Some might think she had poor taste in selecting scripts, and that was partly true. However, her agent had always been the renowned Pat Kingsley, known for her keen insight. With Kingsley's support, Nicole still faced numerous flops, which indicated that it was not merely a matter of choice. Throughout Hollywood history, Nicole Kidman could be considered one of the top actresses with the most disproportionate salary to box office returns. Eventually, she was forced to take on villain roles in films and frequently mentioned Tom Cruise in interviews to maintain her exposure. Isn't there any other way? Nicole's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Duke slowly shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, he is Tom Cruise. And you, Mary? Am I just Mrs. Cruise?" Nicole interrupted Duke, her tone filled with self-deprecation. "Just a byproduct relying on Tom Cruise to stand in Hollywood." "I didn't mean that." Seeing she completely misunderstood him, Duke had to clarify. "What I mean is, you don't need to be in the same movie or similar situations with Tom. That would only harm you." Nicole appeared to contemplate this before slowly nodding her head. A few minutes later, Pat Kingsley and Nancy Josephson returned to the restaurant, shook hands with Duke, and exchanged a few words with Pat. Nicole Kidman was the first to excuse herself and leave. As she drove her red sports car toward Beverly Hills, her conversation with Duke kept replaying in her mind. Coupled with her ongoing conflicts with Tom Cruise and her recent career setbacks, her growing dissatisfaction had been ignited. Upon returning to her luxurious home in Beverly Hills, Nicole parked her car and hurried into the villa. Her already pale face now resembled the ice of Antarctica, giving off an air of coldness just from being seen. Soon, the villa echoed with the sounds of a heated discussion between Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman regarding Scientology, an Australian hotel, and Mel Gibson, which escalated to a fierce argument. "What did you talk to Nicole Kidman about?" In a car heading towards Malibu, Nancy Josephson curiously asked Duke. She looked unwell when she left. "I just advised her to give up on the audition." Seeing Nancy's skeptical expression, Duke shrugged and turned the steering wheel as they turned onto Pacific Coast Highway. When did you buy a house in Malibu? I think I should live closer to my most important client, Nancy replied half-jokingly. To enhance our relationship. Don't worry, generally speaking, I won't change agents. Since signing the agency contract, Duke had been quite satisfied with Nancy Josephson overall. Without you, who would shield me from CAA's arrows? Nancy smiled and playfully tapped Duke's arm. She suddenly asked, was there any obstruction from Martin Bob when Tom Cruise signed on for your movie? As far as I know, Pat. Kingsley seems to be getting closer to Eno Martin. As they exited the Malibu City area, Duke slightly increased his speed and continued the previous topic. If they join forces, they should have the power to oppose Martin Bob. Tom Cruise's main agent is Kingsley, and Hank's main agent is Eno Martin. Spielberg has also maintained some distance from Martin Bob since Ovitz exited the talent agency business. Nancy shared some insights on their competitors. The biggest stars and directors at CAA are staying away from Martin Bob, so times are tough for him. Glancing back at the car following them, Nancy added, Martin Bob's most prominent client now is Mel Gibson, who has been severely suppressed by you. I've heard he's planning to poach Will Smith. Will Smith? Upon hearing Duke's question, Nancy explained, Will Smith has maintained the performance style from Independence Day, and he just collaborated with Michael Bay, who's been dubbed Duke 2, on Bad Boys. Although that film's box office can't compare to Independence Day, it's relatively successful. Despite his poor acting, he's gained recognition in the industry for his contributions to black comedy. Duke pondered for a moment and asked, aren't you and ICM considering recruiting him? You guessed it. Nancy adjusted her seatbelt. Right now, Will Smith is in high demand, and CAA is at a weaker point. It's not just me and ICM. William Morris has joined the competition as well. She turned to Duke. Do you have any projects suitable for him? If he could work with you, I believe he would join ICM. Fearing that Duke might not care, Nancy added, this is a good opportunity to strike at CAA and Martin Bob. Duke frowned. His film schedule was already booked until 2003, and he didn't have a prominent role suitable for Will Smith. He could only shake his head. Really none. Nancy wasn't ready to give up. You've seen my scripts and character outlines, Duke said helplessly. If Smith doesn't mind playing a half-orc or a strong beast man, I can find a suitable role for him. He had no intention of going down the comedy route, and his upcoming films required strong performances. Having someone like Will Smith, who had a hip-hop style, would be a total disaster. The car stopped in front of a villa in a coastal community. Nancy unbuckled her seatbelt and, just before getting out, said, Duke, with the second audition coming up, please prioritize ICM's actors if possible. I will definitely prioritize ICM's actors, as long as their quality isn't too far off. Duke understood the underlying message in Nancy's words. I know you value Naomi Watts, and I owe her a favor. I've heard she's been working hard. I trust she won't let me down. Then I can rest easy. Nancy got out of the car, and Tina Fey, who had parked behind her, approached and got into the passenger seat. The black Bentley drove toward the nearby luxury villa area. Now, Tina Fey had completely become Duke's personal assistant. Since Duke often worked late into the night writing scripts and handling other matters, he would usually stay at the coastal estate he named Duke. In the villa, he had a suite that included an office. Duke's current focus was on the upcoming auditions for the two female leads. Chapter 201-201 Different. Chapter 201. Chapter 201 Different. Zeta-Jones took off her shoes and walked barefoot to the high-heeled dance shoes prepared by the costume designer. However, she didn't put them on immediately. Instead, she picked them up and inspected them thoroughly inside and out. She wasn't a newcomer to the industry and was well aware of the potential tricks that could happen during auditions. She knew how to protect herself. After confirming that the dance shoes were in good condition, Catherine Zeta-Jones slipped them on. A knock on the door sounded, and a female assistant entered. Ms. Jones, please head to the audition room in 5 minutes. Without waiting for Zeta-Jones to respond, the assistant turned and left. Kate, since you came to Los Angeles, have you been in touch with Duke? Vivian asked, glancing at her watch as she walked over. I've called him twice. Now that she had put on the dance shoes, Zeta-Jones stood in front of the dressing mirror, checking herself again before replying. The people who answered the phone were all his assistants. I tried to arrange a meeting with him, but he seems quite busy, so I wasn't successful. Keep trying. Vivian looked at the stunning and sexy Zeta-Jones in the mirror. Kate, you know that under similar audition circumstances, some external factors and personal connections can sometimes play an unexpected role. She pondered for a moment before continuing. The audition for Roxy has already concluded. Although the results haven't come out yet, most people are aware that Naomi Watts will likely get the role. Aren't there big stars like Julia Roberts and Demi Moore in the mix? Seeing Zeta-Jones' confusion, Vivian shook her head. Do you know why? A few years ago, Naomi Watts had some rumors with Duke. Their relationship is not as simple as it seems on the surface, and most of the gossip in this industry is, in fact, true. I understand what I need to do. Pulling open the dressing room door, Zeta-Jones strode toward the audition room. Inside the audition room, Duke, Zack Snyder, Sofia Coppola, and Lily Fred were discussing the just-concluded audition. Beautiful, sexy, tall. Zack Snyder was sharing his opinions. She has the innate passion and wildness of a Spanish woman, and her appearance basically meets the character's requirements. According to the data, she came to North America last year. Sofia flipped through the documents and said, Penelope Cruz, while not a newcomer, is only 21, which is a bit young. Moreover, her English has a noticeable accent, and with just a few months before shooting, even if she takes accent correction classes, it won't be enough time. What do you think, Lily? Duke asked. As the dance director, Lily Fred's opinion was crucial. Her Latin dance foundation is decent, but her performance during the dance. She shook her head. Compared to the last time with Salma Hayek, she has an advantage in singing and dancing, but her acting is too immature. On the other side, the casting director remained silent, knowing full well that he had no say in such a heavyweight role. Several people had suggestions, but the real decision-maker was Duke. He was not only the director and producer, but also the sole investor of the film. Sofia, notify Ms. Cruz's agent tomorrow. Seeing Duke shake his head, Sofia Coppola jotted something down in her notebook and then instructed the casting director to bring in the next auditionee. This wasn't Zeta-Jones' first audition in Hollywood, but she didn't want to return to England again as a failure. After a simple self-introduction, she looked at the people behind the camera, those who could determine her future. Some were familiar, some were not. Zeta-Jones' gaze discreetly shifted over them, eventually landing on Duke. With a charming smile she had rehearsed in front of the mirror countless times, Catherine Zeta-Jones lightly nodded to Duke. When his dark eyes turned to her, she stepped forward to begin her first dance step. Zeta-Jones was clearly well prepared. While showcasing her dance skills, she sang a classic piece, All In. The spacious audition room, only Catherine Zeta-Jones' voice echoed. Duke rested his chin on one hand, seriously watching her performance. Compared to her previous works, Zeta-Jones' acting felt somewhat immature and lacked maturity, likely due to her background in stage performances. However, her singing and dancing were explosive, and she radiated vitality. After a brief few minutes of singing and dancing, Zeta-Jones slightly panted as her eyes once again scanned the faces in the room. She could feel their recognition of her talent. Ms. Jones, Sophia said, making notes as she spoke. We will notify your agent as soon as possible. Thank you. She flashed a sweet smile and turned to leave the audition room. Lily, what are your thoughts? Duke asked, after conversing quietly with Zack Snyder and Sofia Coppola. Confirming that her appearance and acting were not issues, the remaining professional qualities were left to the experts. What do you think of her singing, dancing, and overall presence? Sexy, beautiful, charming. Ms. Jones is far prettier than the lead in the new Broadway show. With a sigh of appreciation, Lily Fred got to the main point. She truly portrayed the character's boldness and wildness exceptionally well. It's quite rare. In terms of dance, Ms. Jones is the most solid performer I've seen during auditions. While her singing may not compare to that of a black singer, her vocal power and clarity in articulation are commendable. She concluded. I leaned towards choosing her for Velma. Let's not rush. Duke glanced at the audition list. There's one more candidate. We'll decide after seeing them. Perhaps influenced by Catherine Zeta-Jones' outstanding singing and dancing audition, the following actresses drew little attention from Duke and the others. The next audition concluded in less than half an hour. After reviewing Zeta-Jones' audition tape again, Duke lightly tapped the table to catch everyone's attention and said, Roxy will go to Naomi Watts, and Velma will go to Catherine Zeta-Jones. What do you all think? I agree. Sofia Coppola was the first to respond. Agree. Agree. The choice of actors received unanimous approval. Duke looked at his watch. He still had to attend a party related to the awards season that evening. He turned to Sophia and said, "Remember to notify Zeta-Jones' agent and let Robin negotiate with them as soon as possible. The lower the salary, the better." After giving his instructions, Duke left the audition room. He returned to his office, took his phone, and walked into the small reception area of the Duke studio. As he entered, a young woman with long black hair stood up from the sofa that served as a reception area and walked toward him. Hearing the sound of high heels clicking, Duke turned to look, and it was none other than Catherine Zeta-Jones, who had just finished her audition. "Hi, Duke." She greeted him with a smile as she approached. Duke nodded at Zeta-Jones. "It's been a while, Kate. I've called you a few times since I came to Los Angeles." Catherine Zeta-Jones tucked her long black hair behind her ear, a hint of playful complaint on her exquisite face. "It seems really hard to get a hold of you." "Sorry, I've been busy with work." Seemingly ignoring the expression on her face, Duke deliberately checked his watch. Catherine Zeta-Jones quickly understood his implication and tentatively said, "If you're busy, we can talk next time. I have a party to attend." Turning back, Duke waved his hand to her. "We can chat next time." With that, he walked toward the exit of the studio, but the sound of high heels followed him. Zeta-Jones quickly caught up, and before Duke could ask, she hurriedly explained, "I'm leaving too. Are you heading to the parking lot?" Seeing Duke nod, she smiled and said, "Let's go together." She walked closely beside Duke, slightly lagging half a step behind, her face maintaining a faint smile. Anyone unaware of the situation would think they were close friends. Catherine Zeta-Jones was a very clever woman, saying nothing unnecessary throughout the walk. When they reached the parking lot, she modestly shook hands with Duke to say goodbye, leaving a sexy silhouette behind as she was the first to drive away from Duke's studio. As soon as she left the parking lot, Zeta-Jones received a call from her agent. After listening for a few moments, she slammed the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road, throwing her phone with her right hand and covering her rapidly rising chest with her left, her face showing clear excitement. Things turned out completely differently than she expected. Just based on her outstanding audition, she secured the role of Velma. A black Bentley passed by, and in a fleeting glance, Catherine Zeta-Jones seemed to catch a familiar figure, a smile appearing on her lips. Wasn't he an extraordinary director? Chapter 202, Gibson and Cruz. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, Gibson and Cruz. From quite a distance away, Duke could see the lights illuminating the sky, shining through a canyon in the Santa Monica Mountains. He parked the black Bentley in the parking lot of a luxurious club and stepped out, walking toward the entrance. As soon as he appeared at the club's entrance, someone came over to lead him toward the outdoor garden where the party was being held. This was an anniversary celebration hosted by the Directors Guild, and as one of Hollywood's top commercial directors, Duke was naturally invited. It was also part of his obligation under his directing contract. The party was scheduled at the end of October, a time very close to award season. Among the attendees were directors, famous actors, and seasoned producers. Some of these people were core members of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, including the current rotating chairman, Levi Rossman, who was a veteran of the Directors Guild. Every year, this anniversary party became a major networking event for actors, directors, and production companies hoping to make waves during the awards season. The Directors Guild probably scheduled the party at this time for precisely this reason. "Look who it is," a voice called out as Duke approached the party's edge. Thompson Rossman, who was waiting for him, turned to Robert Iger and said, "Our $2 billion director has arrived." $2 billion director? Duke asked, looking at the two men in confusion. "Have you calculated your total box office earnings?" Robert Iger quickly did some math for Duke. Speed made over $340 million. The Rock brought in nearly $410 million. Independence Day surpassed $900 million. And Saving Private Ryan has already grossed over $600 million. Your cumulative box office has exceeded $2 billion. You'll surpass me in no time. Another voice chimed in from nearby. "Duke, Leah should be proud of you." Duke quickly turned around and extended his hand. "You flatter me, Mr. Spielberg." Even though his mother had some old conflicts with and Spielberg when they were younger, there was no animosity between her and Steven Spielberg, thanks to George Lucas. In fact, there was some friendly rapport between Duke's mother and Spielberg. "Just call me Steven," Spielberg said, not shaking Duke's hand, but instead giving him a strong pat on the arm. "I know how hard you've worked. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to let you into the hook." Production team. "Initially, I thought you'd take a few more years to hone your skills, but you've risen so fast. It's truly astonishing." Spielberg's friendliness was apparent, but Duke wasn't naive enough to take it all at face value. With a hint of humility, he replied, "In a way, I consider you my teacher. I've always been amazed by your filming speed, but I can't seem to learn it myself. You're both known as Hollywood's fastest directors, aren't you?" Thompson Rossman chimed in at just the right moment. Directing one movie per year was an impressive feat in Hollywood. While some directors might be faster than Spielberg, none could match his ability to consistently produce high-quality films that also performed well at the box office. "Calling me a Hollywood assembly line machine might be more accurate," Duke said with some self-deprecation. "Many media outlets mock me for not creating art, but for producing films on an assembly line." "Don't pay attention to those voices," Spielberg, clearly empathetic, adjusted his glasses. "There will always be people who are jealous of constant success. Even if you try to please them, they'll still mock you." As he said this, Spielberg's gaze briefly shifted to the side before quickly returning. Others didn't notice, but Duke caught it and followed his glance. A group of people who had mocked Spielberg's style of production stood nearby, the most prominent among them being a short, overweight man with glasses. Anyone even slightly familiar with the film industry would recognize him: Roger Ebert, the renowned critic. At a party so intertwined with the Academy Awards, it was only natural to find professional film critics present. Duke looked away, not sparing them another glance. He knew they didn't care for him, so why bother acknowledging them? "Duke, what are your plans after Chicago?" Spielberg asked in a lowered voice after Thompson Rossman and Robert Iger went to mingle with others. "I've heard you've registered a science fiction script. Would you be interested in collaborating with DreamWorks? We can invest in your film and also serve as the distributor for Duke Studios." Off the set, Spielberg was a standard businessman. DreamWorks can reduce the distribution fee to 7%. This was a very tempting offer compared to Warner Brothers' 10%, but Duke had no interest in Spielberg's proposal. Collaborating with DreamWorks would mean positioning himself against the Big Six studios, which would jeopardize the distribution and ancillary sales of his future films, significantly reducing potential profits. Would the major studios just sit back and watch as DreamWorks distributed his films and they became blockbusters? This was Hollywood. Even with the same genre and budget, a film distributed by DreamWorks would inevitably be shown in hundreds fewer theaters than one distributed by the major studios. Moreover, some of the tactics he had previously employed in collaboration with Warner Brothers and Fox would likely be used against him and his films in the future. He couldn't expect Warner Brothers, Fox, or Disney to make an exception for him based on their past collaborations. In the face of profit, capital knows no exceptions. Politely, Duke turned down Spielberg's offer with the usual platitudes about future collaboration opportunities. Then, with Thompson Rossman and Robert Iger's introductions, he continued greeting and mingling with the other guests at the party. When he encountered major figures like Spielberg, he would stop to chat briefly. Of course, they deliberately avoided the group of professional critics. There was no need to start any conflicts with them in such a setting, was there? Although Duke wasn't particularly interested in Oscar campaigning, he did share in the profits from his films, so he had to fulfill some of the obligations outlined in his director contract. He wasn't some rebellious youth who only knew how to act out. He understood the importance of networking and treated it as part of his job, much like making a film. Building connections, exchanging pleasantries, and gently reminding those with voting power to watch his films. That was the extent of what Duke could do. The rest would be handled by professional publicists. Fox was campaigning for his film, and so was Paramount Pictures. As Duke made his way around the garden, he inevitably ran into some people he didn't get along with. "Hey, Martin," Duke greeted. Martin Bob and Mel Gibson as if they were old friends, smiling as he extended his hand. "It's been a while." "Yes, it has," Martin Bob responded, forcing a warm smile despite his true feelings. "Congratulations on another box office hit." Too bad high box office numbers usually lose out at the Oscars. Mel Gibson, standing next to him, sneered, his rebellious face almost contorted. You'll lose the awards season, Gibson declared. Not necessarily, Duke shot back without hesitation, his smile fading. Remember last year's Forrest Gump and The Shawshank Redemption? And if I'm not mistaken, Braveheart was also a commercial film. It just had such low box office numbers that it gave the illusion of being a more artistic piece. Gibson glared at him, his face hardening, before finally managing to say, "You won't win Best Director." "True. You have an age advantage." Duke leaned in slightly and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "But don't forget, I'm Jewish. I won't have to do much. Some things will naturally come my way." Gibson's face darkened, but he didn't respond. He wasn't going to fall into the trap Duke had set for him. "We're leaving," Gibson said, and he led the way out. Watching the situation not unfold according to his plan, Duke sighed internally, but quickly realized why. Gibson hadn't been drinking. Without the influence of alcohol, after an hour of mingling, Duke finally had a chance to take a break. He grabbed a soda, walked toward the edge of the party, and found a seat by a palm tree, where he could quietly observe his surroundings. Most people were still networking, and the rest area was relatively empty. Taking a large sip of soda, Duke's eyes suddenly stopped scanning the crowd. About 50 feet away, he spotted something interesting. Mel Gibson and Tom Cruise were sitting at a table, and their faces looked extremely tense. Based on their expressions and body language, they were clearly in a heated argument. The two seemed to remember where they were, keeping their voices down, but Duke could tell they were both agitated. In a different setting, these two stars, who often played tough heroes on screen, might have ended up brawling. A wild man versus a medieval vampire? It could have been an interesting live-action fight. Of course, things didn't play out as Duke's idle thoughts imagined. After a few more words from Gibson, Tom Cruise's face turned even darker. He threw out a few cold words, stood up, and walked away, heading toward Duke's direction. When Cruise passed by, Duke waved at him from about 10 feet away. "Tom, over here." Cruise hesitated for a moment before turning and walking toward Duke. "Have a seat, Tom," Duke said, gesturing to the chair across from him. Once Cruise sat down, Duke pointed to where Gibson had been and asked curiously, "Did that wild man do something crude again?" "I just got provoked by him myself." Chapter 203, The Enemy of My Enemy. Chapter 203. Chapter 203, The Enemy of My Enemy. "Mel Gibson accused me of working with you. Who does he think he is?" Tom Cruise's eyes were full of anger, revealing the tension when two egotistical personalities clashed. "I have the freedom to work with any actor, any director, any producer, and any film company. It doesn't matter if he's Mel Gibson or even if his agent, Martin Bob, tries to stop me." "You do have that right." Duke lifted his wine glass toward him. Tom Cruise took a big sip of champagne, still fuming. "Does Mel Gibson think that just because his agent controls, say, he can dictate my choices?" "Tom, there's no need to get so worked up over this, is there?" Although it sounded like Duke was trying to calm him down, his words only fueled Tom's anger further. Tom finished the rest of his champagne. "It's not just that. He also said I shouldn't be working with a Jewish pig." He quickly apologized. "Sorry, Duke." That was his exact quote. "It's fine." Duke smiled nonchalantly. "We're partners, and we're friends, Duke." Tom Cruise seemed quite loyal, though how much of that was believable was something only Mel Gibson knew. "I got into an argument with him over this." Duke was sure things were more complicated than Tom let on. "Sure enough," Tom continued, that uncouth Australian savage, even said I only sell my looks on screen, that I have no real acting ability, that I've succeeded only because of my appearance." These words had clearly hit a sore spot for Tom Cruise, and his face turned so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. "Who does he think he is?" "Duke, he's just someone you beat. Just a pathetic loser." Tom, seemingly imagining the champagne glass was Mel Gibson, slammed it down on the small table in front of him, producing a crisp sound. Propping his chin on his hand, Duke looked straight at Tom Cruise with an unusually sincere expression. "Tom, the person I admire most in this world is my mother." Tom Cruise looked confused, not understanding why Duke was bringing up his mother. Duke smiled again, adding, She always told me that words are the weakest form of retaliation. Show your best in Chicago, and I'm confident we will succeed. When you win that Oscar, will he still be able to laugh? When you walk up to Gibson with that golden statue in your hand, you can enjoy the moment fully. Tom nodded at first, then frowned. But Braveheart is in the running for awards. What if he wins? Action is the best revenge, Duke said calmly. We'll wait for the right moment. Tom Cruise stood up. The insult Gibson hurled at me, I'll return it tenfold. As Duke watched Tom walk away, he felt that attending this party tonight was definitely worth it. He had just gained an enemy's enemy. How to make use of Tom Cruise and Mel Gibson's deteriorating relationship. That was something Duke would have to think about carefully. Tom Cruise didn't look any happier as he left. The conflict with Mel Gibson wasn't just about being mocked for his looks and acting ability. He had heard rumors from elsewhere. A year ago, when Nicole Kidman returned to Sydney, she and Mel Gibson had been seen at the same hotel, staying together for over 3 hours. That had been one of the triggers for his argument with Nicole Kidman that night. Meanwhile, walking with Mel Gibson into a palm grove in the garden, Martin Bob's face also looked grim. CAA had first seen Tom Hanks collaborate with Duke, and now Tom Cruise had joined forces with Duke as well. This not only highlighted internal conflicts within CAA, but also signaled to all of Hollywood that Martin didn't have full control of the agency. This would definitely affect his standing and reputation within CAA. He knew very well that behind this was Eno Martin, his most powerful rival, constantly plotting to take his place. If others, like partner Pat Kingsley, aligned with Eno, Martin would be in serious trouble. In recent years, criticisms of him had only increased, largely due to the failure of package projects under his leadership. For instance, no matter how he tried to spin it, the box office failure of Braveheart couldn't be denied. The film's North American box office hadn't even reached $25 million, and the global box office was barely over $73 million. There was no profit, and the studio was far from recouping its costs. The film's last hope for redemption was the Oscars. If it could win Best Actor, Best Director, or Best Picture, it might, like The Shawshank Redemption last year, make a comeback in the video and television rights markets. The Oscars were Braveheart's last chance. Even if it couldn't succeed in later markets, winning major awards would still count as a victory for CAA. Under the bright lights, Martin Bob and Mel Gibson walked in silence, slowly moving forward. Perhaps it was the late hour, but the sea breeze rustling through the palm trees seemed louder now. A few actresses approached, attempting to strike up a conversation, but the two men weren't in the mood and veered off onto a quiet path, eventually sitting on a bench, pondering what special methods they might still use to curry favor with the Academy voters. It would be easier if those old folks were interested in Mel Gibson. Martin glanced at the Australian beside him. He was sure Mel Gibson would bend over backward if it meant winning. Footsteps approached from a distance, stopping about a few dozen feet away. Large palm trees blocked the view, so Martin and Mel couldn't see who it was, but they could hear the conversation. Levy. It was an elderly voice. Of the films already released, who do you lean towards? Old friend, have you forgotten our rules? At these words, Martin and Mel Gibson's ears perked up. They had seen the speaker earlier in the evening. It was Academy President Levy Lossman. We've known each other for over 50 years, a second voice responded. Levy, this is just a private conversation. It doesn't break any rules. Martin and Mel exchanged glances, focusing intently on the conversation, knowing it was likely related to the Oscars. Levy Lossman spoke again. If no standout film emerges in the coming season, I believe Saving Private Ryan and Duke are the most fitting choices. Don't you think he's a bit young? Plus, his reputation with critics isn't great. I'm aware of that. Levy's tone remained calm. But we're always criticized for lacking the courage to change. Sooner or later, we'll have to do something real. The record for youngest best director will be broken someday. His voice suddenly turned serious. And why shouldn't it be by a Jewish filmmaker? You have a point. Duke is one of our own, after all. The discussion continued, but Martin and Mel's expressions turned sour. They knew how powerful the Jewish community was in Hollywood. Damn Jewish pigs, Mel Gibson muttered under his breath. Why hadn't the Nazis wiped them all out? Minutes later, the voices faded, footsteps echoed, and the wind was all that remained. Is this the result of Warner and Fox's lobbying? Mel Gibson asked. Martin nodded. It's possible. He added, Duke's ethnic advantage could introduce unpredictable elements. Mel Gibson couldn't deny that. He drummed his left hand against his right, deep in thought. After half a minute, he suddenly said, Martin, remember Sophie Marceau? Sophie Marceau. Martin hesitated. We need to be careful about this. The Oscars are Braveheart's last chance. Duke and his film are our biggest competitors. That name seemed like a curse in Mel Gibson's mind. The trouble Duke had caused and the losses in their competition haunted him. And now, winning the top award seemed within reach. Martin, though there's no concrete evidence, CIA must have used some underhanded tactics in past Oscar races, right? Martin's silence seemed like confirmation. Have you forgotten the damage Duke's caused to your projects? Mel Gibson, reminiscent of his battle cry as William Wallace, shouted. Or have you lost your ambition? I'm just considering specific strategies. Martin's eyes gleamed. Thinking about how to win over Sophie Marceau. Have you figured it out? Mel asked. Jodie Foster spent the night with a producer to land her role in The Accused. Julia Roberts slept with every producer involved in Pretty Woman. Demi Moore partied with producers to secure her role in Ghost. As long as the rewards are big enough, these fame-chasing actresses will strip down and walk the red carpet. Martin stood up. I've made up my mind. Let's go see Sophie Marceau. Chapter 204, Greed and Choices. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, Greed and Choices. White light spilled over her shoulders, and in her dreamy eyes, a sharp gleam flickered. Sophie Marceau sat cross-legged on the wide sofa, her gaze fixed intently on Mel Gibson, who was standing in front of the wine cabinet. Her beautiful face remained expressionless, like a marble statue carved into the likeness of a stone goddess. Mel Gibson picked up a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, walked over to place them on the coffee table in front of Sophie Marceau, poured each of them a drink, and then sat down across from the French actress. He had already said what needed to be said and knew he had to give the other party some time to think it over. Sophie Marceau lifted her glass and took a slow sip of wine, her eyes still fixed on the man across from her. It was obvious that what Mel Gibson had said wasn't just his personal opinion. It likely represented the views of CAA as well. And now, with only the 2 of them in the room, Sophie knew that once she walked out of that door, Gibson would certainly deny ever having said those words. The Oscars had always prided themselves on fairness, but the competition behind the scenes was far more complex and darker than she had imagined. No cleaner than France's SAR Awards or the Cannes Film Festival. Wherever people gather, there will be conflict, and this fame and fortune-driven industry is no exception. Sophie Marceau had seen it all in her more than 10 years in the business. But why was CA asking so much of her? Just because she was signed with them? She let out a cold, quiet snort from her elegant nose. Although it wasn't overt, it was clear she was expressing her dissatisfaction. Yes, she was very dissatisfied with CA. Since signing the contract with them, things hadn't developed at all as Sophie Marceau had imagined. It had been over half a year now, and she still only had one genuine Hollywood film, and Braveheart had fallen far short of expectations. It was unlikely to carry her dream and ambition of breaking into the global film scene. To North America, she was still an unfamiliar actress. If that were all, she might have been able to accept it. After all, there are too many factors that determine the success or failure of a film. This only meant she had poor judgment, choosing a failed project led by the washed-up Mel Gibson. But the real problem was that, for reasons she couldn't fathom, say it didn't seem to value her. Sophie Marceau could feel how coldly she had been treated at CAA. The few audition opportunities she had over the past months hadn't even come from CAA's efforts or recommendations. Without sufficient support, the challenges she faced as a non-English-speaking actress were evident. If she hadn't felt so isolated and still harbored some hope for CAA, Sophie Marceau might have considered switching agencies. At times, she even fantasized. If she hadn't firmly rejected that director, who was 100 times more successful than Mel Gibson, would she have had a role in Chicago, the film making waves right now? CAA. A mocking smile tugged at Sophie Marceau's lips. Mel Gibson had the audacity to make such outrageous demands. Did he really think of her as a plaything? Or had CAA truly come to believe they owned their stars? Sophie, have you made your decision? Hearing Mel Gibson's question at that moment, the mockery on Sophie Marceau's face deepened. Don't you think this is too much? I'd be giving up a lot, and I'd have to endure a lot. Her face tightened as she asked the one question that was most on her mind. What do I get out of this? Sophie Marceau was not someone who would make sacrifices without a reward. It seemed that Mel Gibson had been waiting for her to ask this question. He picked up his wine glass and, in a manner uncharacteristic of him, took a slow sip before speaking calmly. Bernard Rose is preparing a new film, and say, I will recommend you for the lead role. What the French deny you, CAA can help you gain recognition for. Martin will personally secure you a nomination for Best Supporting Actress at the Oscars. If you perform well in Bernard Rose's new film, he'll push for a nomination for Best Actress. Additionally, CAA will plan your career according to the standards of an A-list star. As her tense expression gradually relaxed, the mockery on Sophie Marceau's face was replaced by thoughtful consideration. Sophie, I know what you're worried about. Mel Gibson stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow over Sophie Marceau. At that time, you'll be the victim. Duke Rosenberg's reputation in this area has always been poor. You'll garner widespread sympathy. With the right guidance of public opinion, you'll present a highly positive image across North America. Don't forget, CAA has the power to influence the direction of entertainment media. When you reach the pinnacle of Hollywood as one of its top actresses, like Elizabeth Taylor, Audrey Hepburn, or Katharine Hepburn before you, everyone will only envy and admire you. Who will care about your past? The sense of control that Mel Gibson had long lost, ever since Duke Rosenberg forcibly interrupted the filming of Braveheart, finally returned. Don't underestimate the power of sympathy. If it happens during award season, it could very well determine the outcome of major awards. Sophie Marceau seemed to be analyzing Mel Gibson's words, remaining silent for a full 5 minutes before speaking again. I need time to think. Of course, Mel Gibson smiled. These actresses were all masters of saying one thing and meaning another. Clearly already enticed by fame and fortune, they still felt the need to put on a saintly front. Without lingering any longer, Sophie Marceau left the private club, stepping into the afternoon sunlight as she entered the parking lot and got into her car. However, she didn't start the engine right away. Instead, she sat quietly in the driver's seat, deep in thought. The things Mel Gibson had mentioned wouldn't be considered a big deal in European cinema or to a French woman like her. She'd even dared to pull off her top on the Cannes red carpet to attract attention. The real question was, how trustworthy were CAA and Mel Gibson? Sophie Marceau, though bold and uninhibited, was no fool. When she first signed with CAA, they had promised her a series of favorable terms. But how many of those promises had been fulfilled? She was still the unknown Sophie Marceau in North America. No matter how good the promises sounded, they didn't compare to the tangible benefits. There was another thing. When she was still in Europe, she had heard many rumors about how powerful CAA was in Hollywood. But what about reality? They had been beaten by a mere 25-year-old director and had no real way to handle him, resorting to underhanded tactics instead. CAA, it wasn't nearly as powerful as she'd been led to believe. Of course, Sophie Marceau wasn't going to ignore the fact that CAA was still Hollywood's top talent agency. If they could truly deliver on the promises Mel Gibson had made, the benefits of this deal would far outweigh the risks. Caught between greed and caution, the renowned European actress weighed her options, trying to find a way to have it both ways. Maybe. Sophie Marceau's eyes narrowed into thin slits. Perhaps she could test CAA's sincerity while also getting something out of Duke Rosenberg? No one was truly foolish in this business. At a time like this, Sophie Marceau's first thought was how to ensure her own best interests. The afternoon sun cast its rays onto the sea, filtering through the gaps between the palm leaves and creating speckled patterns of light in the garden. Sitting at a small table under one of the palms, Duke slammed his hand down on the table. He'd used a bit too much force, and the laptop in front of him wobbled slightly. He quickly reached out to steady it. Damn you, Win 95. Frustrated, Duke pushed the laptop aside and turned to the assistant sitting across from him. Tina, just get me a typewriter. I've had enough of Microsoft and Bill Gates. I'll go get it. From the swing in the garden, a girl just over 5 feet tall jumped down. She flipped her blonde ponytail behind her head and ran over quickly. She took the typewriter from Tina Fey and carefully placed it in front of Duke on the table. Duke. The girl blinked and leaned in close. Scarlett. Duke tapped her on the forehead and scolded sternly. I'm working. Don't be mischievous. Fine. I'll go play by myself then. Due to her age and the long time since they had last seen each other, Scarlett Johansson had grown distant from Duke. She walked away on her own and retrieved the Sony DV camera from the tripod, fiddling with it for a while before filming the empty garden. The novelty of the new toy completely captured her attention, and she ran around excitedly. However, DV cameras were still quite heavy in those days, and she soon put it back on the tripod and began playing with it in front of the lens instead. The DV camera Nancy had sent over was something Duke had played with a few times too. Of course, it wasn't to film anything like a videotape, but just out of curiosity. Though he wasn't particularly fond of a certain island nation, he couldn't deny that most of the cameras used in the film industry were manufactured by companies from there. Sony and Nikon were among the best, especially the former. It is said that they are cooperating with James Cameron to develop a set of high-speed capture and deep-sea pressure-resistant shooting equipment specifically for him. Looking at Scarlett playing, it may be because she is getting older. She is obviously quieter than before. Moreover, after her mother moved to New York, she seems to have lost her backer and no longer makes undue demands. Lowering his head and looking back at the typewriter, Duke quickly lowered his fingers and sorted out the script that had been filtered in his mind several times. Tolkien's masterpiece is too long, and the length of the movie is relatively limited. The choices when adapting are extremely important. He will complete the main plot of the script himself. Fortunately, the preliminary preparations for Chicago are very long. The focus at this stage is the choreography rehearsal. All he can do in this regard is to check. Getting involved in the specific work will only add chaos. He has relatively more free time, especially like this on weekends. If I don't go out, I have a lot of time to write scripts. Duke and Tina Fey split up to work, and Scarlett Johansson played alone until sunset. After dinner, Duke found a driver and prepared to take Scarlett Johansson home. The little girl clasped her hands behind her back, not wanting to leave. Duke, can I stay here? Your mother just called Tina. Duke shook his head. You have to go home. Scarlett Johansson looked at Duke, who didn't focus on her at all, bit her lower lip hard, and followed Tina Fey out of the villa. After packing up the DV camera, Duke carried it upstairs and went directly to the bedroom. He placed the camera in the cupboard between the door and the bathroom, preparing to go to bed early. He had to rush to Warner Studios early tomorrow morning. Chapter 205. Movies are not stage plays. Chapter 205. Chapter 205. Movies are not stage plays. Stepping into the specially constructed dance rehearsal room within the studio, Duke stood at the entrance, watching the actresses warm up. Lily Fred and her assistants were scattered around Naomi Watts, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and several other main actresses, explaining the most basic movements and precautions. Although not completely ignorant, Duke lacked professional expertise in song and dance, so he mostly just observed, rarely giving any opinions. Lily Fred was not only a seasoned Broadway professional, but had also been nominated for several Tony Awards. The sequences she had choreographed had already received Duke's approval. Duke, I have something I want to discuss with you. Seeing Duke, Lily Fred approached directly and said, I have some different opinions on the setup for the musical scenes. Go ahead. As a professional, Duke was not the kind of director who refused to listen to others. Shall we head to the set? After Duke nodded in agreement, Lily Fred and Duke left the dance rehearsal room and walked into the adjacent set, arriving at a section constructed for a prison scene. The setup here was relatively simple, with a row of sliding prop prison doors already installed. Having worked together for some time, Lily Fred understood Duke's attitude toward his work, so she didn't beat around the bush. Standing in front of the iron doors, she said, I believe 6 chairs as props are enough for this musical scene. Duke looked at her and made a gesture for her to continue. Lily Fred explained in detail, this is the darkest and most oppressive musical number in the entire film. In my vision, the props only need 6 chairs. Each woman takes turns stepping forward to plead her case for killing her husband. Then they all shout their deepest emotions together. Simple and powerful. She pointed to the iron doors. I saw your vision. Besides these, you also included a duet, group dance, and chorus, and even added a section of red silk in the performer's hands. Such a complex and colorful stage backdrop would detract from the power of the actress's performances. It might even overshadow them. The simplest props, solo dance, solo singing. Using the actors' performances to set the mood, Duke walked over, touching the plastic-made iron door. "Lily, is that what you're thinking?" "Exactly," Lily Fred immediately responded. "I believe this is the most appropriate artistic expression. Your idea isn't wrong, and your suggestion is very fair." Duke pointed around the set. "But you're overlooking one thing. We're making a movie, not a stage play. These are two forms of expression with vast differences. Movies are not just about the actors' performances." Duke walked past the iron door. "I need more props, more dancing, and singing to support this scene, to make it more visually impactful. Using moving iron doors, red silk to symbolize blood and death, and having group dances and a chorus, while they might dilute the actors' performances, they will make the scene fuller and more visually attractive. When an audience watches a stage play, they can focus entirely on the performers. But movies are different. If the actors are just performing monologues, even if it's Meryl Streep and Tom Hanks combined, it still wouldn't hold the attention of most viewers. From the day Duke chose to make this film, he had decided that Chicago was a musical, but also a commercial film. Perhaps the way Lily Fred suggested would be more artistically inclined, something that would be appreciated by some professionals, and if the actors performed well, it might even win awards. But Duke wouldn't adopt it. As the investor in this film, methods that don't align with the rules of commercial filmmaking had to be set aside. After resolving this small issue, Duke and Lily Fred visited other sets under construction, discussing various props and set designs. Both, as the director and the choreographer, knew that communication between them was extremely important. In the end, all sorts of preparatory work would have to be reported to Duke and Robin Grant. After a busy morning, Duke finally felt a bit relieved by lunchtime. "A croissant, beef stew with potatoes, and a glass of juice, please." In Warner Brothers' studio cafeteria, Duke ordered lunch, took his tray, and walked toward the dining area. Since film crews frequently worked at the studio, many big-name stars and directors were regulars at what appeared to be an ordinary cafeteria. Sitting at a pristine white table, Duke had just taken a sip of juice when someone across from him spoke. "May I sit here?" Looking up, Duke glanced at Catherine Zeta-Jones, who was holding a tray, and said, "Feel free." "Thank you." Catherine Zeta-Jones sat down across from him, set down her tray, and first tied back her slightly damp hair. Noticing her loose sweater, Duke guessed that she had just taken a shower after practice. "I haven't had a chance to say thank you." Seeing that Duke was just quietly eating and didn't seem inclined to speak, Catherine Zeta-Jones took the initiative to break the silence. "Thank you for giving me the role of Velma." "No need to thank me." Duke smiled at her. "You earned it with your excellent performance." If her audition hadn't gone well, Duke definitely wouldn't have chosen her, even though she was Catherine Zeta-Jones. No matter what she might offer, he wouldn't gamble with his investment. To him, career always came before any of these actresses. Like many actresses, Catherine Zeta-Jones ate only a small portion of her meal before shifting her attention to Duke. "I originally wanted to invite you to dinner last weekend to express my thanks, but my mother came from Wales." Not far from Duke, Catherine Zeta-Jones batted her charming eyes. "Are you free this weekend?" "Sorry." After considering his schedule, Duke shook his head slowly. "I'll be going to New York to visit my mother. It's been planned for a while." The momentary disappointment quickly disappeared, and Zeta-Jones immediately changed the subject. "It sounds like you have a close relationship with your mother." "I only have my mom as a family member." Putting down his knife and fork, Duke accepted a clean, scented napkin Catherine Zeta-Jones handed him. Wiping the grease from his lips, he said, "Mom taught me a lot. Without her, I wouldn't be where I am today." His mother was proud of him, just as he was proud to have a mother like her. From the conversation, Catherine Zeta-Jones swiftly found a suitable topic. "A great mother can help us a lot." Duke completely agreed. "That's true. I'll never forget my mother." Catherine Zeta-Jones seemed lost in thought, her eyes slightly reddening. "My original dream was to become a singer, but when I was 16, I fell seriously ill, and my vocal cords were damaged, making it impossible to handle frequent singing. At that time, I felt like my whole world had collapsed." Her voice carried a faint sadness, full of emotion. It was my mother who kept encouraging me, helping me get back on my feet. With her support, I went to London for professional dance training, and that's how I achieved even this little bit of success today. Of course, I also have to thank you for your help. Catherine Zeta-Jones said sincerely. Duke, you gave me the chance to prove myself again in Hollywood. So, the film has to be a success, Duke shrugged. Do you think it might fail? I've never thought that. No one can guarantee a film's success. Without hesitation, Catherine Zeta-Jones retorted, I believe you're the guarantee of success. How many directors in the world have made for consecutive blockbusters? Duke could only laugh. You have more confidence than I do. I'm just stating the basic facts. Pleased with how the conversation was going, Catherine Zeta-Jones' smile appeared even more charming. I've been following Saving Private Ryan. Your style has clearly changed in that film, and the transformation was so successful. She took a sip of her juice and continued. I checked the box office stats yesterday. $298.75 million in North America and $612.14 million worldwide, making it the highest-grossing R-rated film of all time. There will soon be an even more successful R-rated film. Glancing at his watch, Duke stood up, ready to leave. It's about time to get back to work. In addition to preparing Chicago, Duke had been keeping an eye on the performance of Saving Private Ryan, which, due to its rating and other factors, lacked the staying power of Independence Day. By late November, the film had already been pulled from major chains like AMC, Empress Entertainment, and National Artists, with only a few independent theaters in New York and Los Angeles still showing it. 20th Century Fox, the distributor, had a clear strategy, targeting the Oscars. As December approached, Hollywood's traditional awards season officially began. Actors, directors, and film companies with Oscar hopes, along with their publicists and agents, were entering their busiest season of the year. Even someone like Duke, who wasn't too concerned with the Oscars, had to attend several publicity events as per his director's contract. During this era, the Oscars could significantly boost a film's commercial success. While Duke knew his chances of winning Best Director were slim, supporting the film in its bid for Best Picture was still a possibility. The Oscars had a tradition. If a film's director and producer showed no interest in the awards, the film generally wouldn't win any major ones. To ensure the profit sharing that mattered to him, Duke, before Christmas, hosted a party at his home at the request of Warner Brothers and Fox. Chapter 206. Everyone has their own plans. Chapter 206. Chapter 206. Everyone has their own plans. Duke, I have high hopes for you and Saving Private Ryan. Hearing this from an obviously Jewish, senior Academy member, Duke quickly replied, Thank you for your support, Mr. Hoffman. No need to be too polite. Although some critics constantly speak ill of you in front of me, if we don't support our own people. The man raised his glass toward Duke and said before taking a sip, then Hollywood wouldn't be Hollywood. After exchanging a few more words, Duke moved aside and took a deep breath. This was a party he was hosting at his home, specifically aimed at the award season. Being in this industry, there were some things he couldn't completely avoid, even if he didn't particularly like them. Besides, if the film could actually win Best Picture, he stood to benefit directly. This was the first time Duke was using the banquet hall at his estate. The hall, spanning several thousand square feet, was packed with guests, including Nancy Josephson and Penny Kellis, who were mingling among the crowd to garner support for him, as well as cast members like Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio, and representatives from the production company like Jeff Robinoff. Just like Duke earlier, they were socializing with the invited members from the Directors Guild, Actors Guild, and Producers Guild, tirelessly promoting their roles in the film, seeking support. This scene was perhaps the most common during awards season. The Academy didn't prohibit networking. Instead, it saw it as a reflection of free market competition. During this special time of year, parties like this one were held almost daily in the City of Angels. It wasn't just the party. Like others, Duke had prepared gifts for the attendees, including champagne, souvenirs, and VHS tapes and VCDs of Saving Private Ryan. Giving gifts to the judges that were exquisite but not overly expensive was an open secret of the Oscars. Additionally, like all top-tier Hollywood parties, Duke didn't prohibit aspiring actors or models from attending. After all, Many Academy members with voting rights had a fondness for attractive young men and women, and some had special preferences. As long as both parties were willing, no one would stand in their way. "Hey, Duke." Amid the crowd not far away, Jeff Robinov emerged, his formal smile fading as he approached the relatively quieter spot where Duke stood. In a low voice, he said, "Many people have expressed their support for us. Don't forget this is a special time of year." In Duke's view, as long as Warner Brothers and Fox's promotional teams did their job well, Saving Private Ryan had at least a 70% chance of winning Best Picture. As for Best Director, Duke thought he might have a chance at a nomination but doubted he'd win. According to the scattered memories he had, Mel Gibson had won Best Director in the past, not just because of his film, but also because there wasn't strong competition. Usually, the Academy gave Best Director and Best Picture to the same film, but this year might be different. The Academy could split the two awards, playing a balancing act, something they occasionally did. Thinking about the possibility of Mel Gibson winning Best Director made Duke frown. He was never the type to forgive and forget. He had no interest in turning the other cheek. Shaking his head slightly, Duke stopped thinking about it and asked, "Jeff, why did Warner and Fox insist I host the party at my home?" "This is because you need to show the public that you take the Oscars seriously." Having worked together so many times, Jeff Robinov understood Duke's mindset and simply explained, "If you don't take the Oscars seriously or show a positive attitude toward winning the awards, the Academy will overlook you. They're not going to give the golden statue to someone who doesn't care about the awards." Hearing Warner's CEO, Duke immediately thought of David Fincher, the famous director known for his rebellious nature. Fincher rarely cared about the Oscars, didn't like PR, and rarely attended public events before the award ceremonies. As a result, despite being a frontrunner multiple times, he always went home empty-handed. According to Jeff Robinov, Fincher's losses weren't surprises at all. They were the most normal outcome. Would Duke end up like Fincher, leaving empty-handed time and again? It seemed very possible, especially considering his disadvantage of being younger. Duke never thought the Oscars were everything, and he certainly wasn't an awards-chasing maniac. Expertly weaving through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries, and politely turning down some suggestive advances, Catherine Zeta-Jones maintained a charming smile on her face throughout the party. She thrived in such settings. Despite encountering many admirers throughout the evening, none piqued her interest. Her captivating eyes constantly sought out the host of the event. Though this was a party hosted in a personal capacity, it was one of Hollywood's top-tier gatherings. After making just half a round, Zeta-Jones had already seen countless faces she once envied and set as her goals. Her leading role in Chicago had earned her an invitation, but she wondered what the quickest way to truly become a part of this circle would be. Her amber eyes once again sought out that tall figure. Saving Private Ryan was such a huge success. How much is Duke Rosenberg making from it? A hushed conversation reached Zeta-Jones' ears. Turning her head, she saw Hollywood's renowned female producers, Kathleen Kennedy and Heard. Kennedy was saying, "Obviously, Duke signed a tiered profit-sharing agreement. With the box office surpassing $600 million, his share will reach 20%. And Heard agreed, "Exactly. It's one of Hollywood's top director deals." Also, although the exact percentage isn't clear, he's definitely earning a share from the film's merchandise. How much was the merchandise share? Zeta-Jones didn't know, but 20% of the box office? She could easily calculate that. He wasn't just a successful director. It seemed he was a billionaire, too. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zeta-Jones overheard Kennedy saying, "I heard Duke earned even more from the box office of Independence Day. I have solid intel. His share from that movie is at least as much as Saving Private Ryan. It must be no less than $150 million. Heard added, $150 million? Zeta-Jones felt a bit dizzy. Hollywood's so-called successful directors were racking their brains just to push their films past the $100 million mark at the box office. When they succeeded, they often lost themselves in excitement. Meanwhile, this 25-year-old director was making $150 million from a single film? And the most important thing was, despite such success and wealth, he continued to work hard. Having worked in the same film crew, Zeta-Jones knew how diligent Duke was. He worked as if he were a nobody desperately striving for success, even ignoring her hints on multiple occasions. Was success and career really that appealing? Zeta Jones didn't know, but she was sure that if she had that kind of fortune, she would smile in her sleep. Seeing that the host was momentarily less surrounded, Zeta Jones thought of approaching him to say hello, but just as she took a few steps, a familiar figure approached from the side. "Hi, Kate. I didn't expect to see you here in Hollywood." It was Sophie Marceau, who greeted Zeta Jones first. Zeta Jones had no choice but to stop. "Hello, Sophie. You look beautiful tonight." Sophie was wearing a black, short, strapless evening dress that accentuated her pale skin. The form-fitting design highlighted her alluring curves, and her voluminous brown medium-length hair, paired with a sultry makeup look, gave her the appearance of a young woman yearning for romance. Even Zeta Jones, confident in her own assets, couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. "Kate, you look great too," Sophie replied before adding, "I've got some things to take care of. If you're free someday, let's have dinner." With that, Sophie turned and headed in the direction of Duke. Zeta Jones frowned, noticing that Sophie was heading straight for him. Although the distance wasn't far, Sophie's mind raced with countless thoughts as she walked those few dozen feet. After much thought and preparation, she had agreed to Mel's and CAA's demands. After all, indulging in such behavior wasn't new to her, and she knew how irresistible she could be to men. It wouldn't take much effort, but she still had her doubts. Over the past month, she had learned more about CAA's internal conflicts. Martin Bob and Enos Martin were leading two warring factions within the agency. If Martin Bob lost the power struggle, he'd be ousted, making any promises from Mel Gibson worthless. To her, effort should come with rewards. Despite her hesitations, Sophie's pace didn't slow. She had another plan in mind, to use CAA's influence and schemes to benefit from this top director. As the party neared its end, Duke had already shaken hands with and seen off many guests. Amidst the sound of high heels clicking, a tall Frenchwoman approached him. "Sophie, when did you arrive?" Duke was certain he hadn't invited her. As he took her hand, he felt Sophie's fingers gently scratching his palm. "I came with a friend," Sophie responded, flashing her most charming smile. "I saw you were busy, so I didn't come over to greet you earlier. My apologies for not being a good host. As the saying goes, a guest is a guest." Duke politely asked, "Are you ready to say goodbye? I'll have someone see you off." Sophie Marceau shook her head slightly, then suddenly took a step forward, leaned into Duke's ear, and whispered, "Actually, I have something I want to talk to you about alone." Chapter 207, The Schemer. Chapter 207. Chapter 207, The Schemer. After the party ended, Duke left the banquet hall and walked toward a reception room. Sophie Marceau was still waiting there. Though the distance wasn't far, he walked slowly, wanting to use this time to think things through. Although they had only spoken for a few minutes in the banquet hall, Sophie Marceau's words and subtle actions carried hints of flirtation. Even if it wasn't blatant, it was enough to suggest her intentions. After all, this was Hollywood, and Duke knew very well what such flirtations could mean. That was exactly what struck him as odd. Since Sophie Marceau had publicly rejected him at PricewaterhouseCoopers' Los Angeles branch, they had met a few times over the past months. Whether in public or private, Sophie had always been polite, keeping her distance. Duke thought that was normal. If clients of Martin Bob's agency got too close to him, that would raise suspicions. But now, Sophie was practically throwing herself at him. Could that be normal? Hollywood was full of stories about enemies suddenly becoming lovers for the thrill, and Duke had no illusions about how depraved the industry could be, especially when it came to female stars. Maybe Sophie had suddenly developed feelings for him. Or maybe she was struggling to land a suitable role through CAA, and now wanted to try the director route. Or it could simply be that this French woman was driven by her wild nature, just seeking some excitement. But this was his turf. Duke wanted to see what this French woman was really up to. Sophie's boldness, typical of French women, was unmistakable. As soon as Duke entered the reception room and greeted her, she flashed a dreamy smile that held enough allure. "I never forgot that kiss in Dublin," she said, standing there with a playful posture. Her black and white dress accentuated her figure, radiating an irresistible allure. It stayed with me for a long time, making me linger in its memory. Sophie slowly closed her eyes and lifted her chin, fully aware of how attractive she was. Before entering Hollywood, Duke would have walked up and kissed her passionately, but now he held back his urges. The harsh rules of survival told him that the most beautiful things could also be the most deadly. "I missed you too, Sophie," Duke said, stepping closer but still keeping a 2-foot distance. "Do you know how captivating you are?" Sophie opened her eyes, a thoughtful glint briefly flashing in them. Hollywood was full of rumors about Duke. Many knew he had a reputation for being a playboy, often unable to resist women like her. "There are some things I didn't want to discuss, but you should know about the pressure Say puts on its clients," Sophie said without revealing her emotions. "My agent, Martin Bob, has forbidden his clients from getting too close to you. I'm just a non-English-speaking actress, so there's little I can do. And besides, I'm married." Duke tilted his head, simply staring at her. "I'm planning to fire Martin Bob and leave CAA," Sophie quickly added. That didn't seem like a lie. She then spoke very seriously. "I'm free now. I got divorced a few months ago, and I'm looking for a fresh start." Her brown eyes were filled with emotion, and from every angle, she didn't seem to be acting. Duke reached out and gently lifted her chin. As his lips got closer to hers, Sophie suddenly pressed her hands against his chest. "Duke." She glanced around at the inappropriate setting of the reception room, leaned her upper body away from him, but pressed her hips against him, gently swaying them. "Can we go somewhere else? How about my bedroom?" Duke suggested after a moment's thought. Fingers intertwined like the most intimate lovers, they left the reception room and headed upstairs, entering Duke's bedroom. As soon as they stepped inside, Sophie said, "I want to take a shower first." "Why not together?" Duke pointed toward the bathroom, but Sophie, placing her purse down, kissed him lightly on the lips. "Darling, don't rush. We have all night." Watching Sophie's figure disappear behind the bathroom door with a soft click, Duke couldn't help but admire her performance tonight. If she ever stopped directing, she could easily become a successful actress, at least good enough for a Nebula Award. Though Duke felt a surge of impulse, he forced himself to stay rational. Sophie's explanation seemed reasonable, and in Hollywood, even the most outlandish relationships weren't surprising. Still, Duke sensed something was off. He wanted to see what Sophie Marceau's real plan was. Inside the bathroom, Sophie turned on the shower, letting the sound of water fill the room. She didn't stand beneath it, though. Instead, she undressed and walked over to the mirror. From the lining of her dress, she pulled out a thin nylon cord and, with practiced hands, tied it around both her wrists, securing it with a slipknot. Then, she forcefully pulled her hands apart, making the cord dig deep into her pale skin. The pain quickly shot through her wrists, and after a brief relaxation, she repeated the action. Tightening, loosening, tightening again. The nylon cord left deep marks on her white wrists. Once the marks were sufficiently visible and wouldn't fade quickly, Sophie relaxed, rubbing her sore wrists. Calmly, she untied the cord and tossed it into the sink, turning on the faucet to soak it briefly before tossing it into the corner near the bathroom door. But that wasn't enough. Sophie knew that. Even though rumors persisted about Duke and Madonna engaging in an S&M game, she wasn't Madonna, a woman capable of stirring destructive desires. She couldn't be sure Duke would take things as far as she needed. And besides, all the rumors suggested Duke had never actually touched Madonna. Duke was likely a man with boundaries. But Sophie had already planned her next move. Her eyes scanned the bottles on the bathroom counter. Shampoo too thick. Cleanser too thick. Shaving cream too thick. Razor too sharp. Toothbrush too thin. Cologne just about right. The cologne bottle was made of glass, with a rough surface that provided plenty of grip. Sophie held it in her wet hand, feeling the friction as she flipped it so the base faced upward. Her eyes lingered on the bottle, about as thick as a baby's arm, and a determined glint flashed in her eyes. She grasped the bottle with her right hand and slowly moved it downward, past her chest, her flat stomach, and slender waist, until it stopped between her legs. Bending forward, she aimed carefully and then thrust the cologne bottle upward. Once, twice, 3 times. At first, her movements were slow, her brows furrowed in discomfort. The sensation wasn't pleasant, but soon she adapted, her pace quickening, applying more force, until her beautiful face in the mirror twisted in pain. Only then did she stop. After pulling out the bottle, Sophie inspected it briefly before straightening up. Ignoring the mild sting from her lower body, she washed the bottle with shampoo, dried it with a paper towel, and placed it back on the counter. She looked at herself in the mirror, her body still white and smooth, then placed her hands on her chest, pinching the skin underneath where it wouldn't be too noticeable. Only then did she step under the running water to quickly shower. "Are you done?" Duke's voice came from outside. With a sweet tone, Sophie replied, "Just 10 more minutes." Sitting on the couch, Duke listened to the water running from the bathroom and gradually cooled off from his earlier impulse, now thinking with a much clearer mind. From the most cynical perspective, he started contemplating what might happen next. If Sophie really had ulterior motives, her most powerful weapon would be her beauty, capable of swaying nearly any normal man. For some reason, Duke suddenly thought of another Frenchman. Roman Polanski had been ruined over a woman, and to this day, it was unclear if there had been more to the story. In the eyes of Hollywood's Jewish elite, Polanski had been set up. Duke's gaze shifted to the cabinet between the bedroom door and the bathroom. He made a decision. Although it was unethical, if Sophie had no ill intentions, he could delete everything afterward. But if she had something planned, he could use the recording as evidence. In a world where fame and fortune were constantly at stake, protecting oneself was far more important than harming others. Duke had always been a man of action. He walked over to the cabinet and pulled out a small Sony camcorder that Scarlett had used, and he brought the Sony Micro DV camera upstairs and put it here. After turning on the power, choosing a good angle, doing some adjustments, and finding a suitable cover. After finishing all this, Duke returned to the sofa and sat there for a few minutes. Then the bathroom door opened slightly, and someone pulled it open from inside. Sophie Mazzo came out wrapped in a bath towel. Chapter 208. Sophie's brilliant performance. Chapter 208. Chapter 208. Sophie's brilliant performance. Why does it have to be here? Sophie slightly twisted her body, trying to roll to the other side of the bed, but Duke firmly held her in place. "Sophie, you look especially beautiful in this light." "Really?" Tilting her head, Sophie gave Duke a forceful kiss, her hands wrapping around his neck as she said, "I like it when you say that." She could feel Duke's appreciation for her beautiful body. He was like the perfect lover, slowly plucking at her heartstrings, his technique both skilled and gentle, an ideal bed partner. A large hand slowly moved up along her straight leg. Suddenly, a sharp pain startled Sophie out of her daze. She found Duke's ear and gave it a playful bite. "I like it rough," she whispered. "Rough?" Hearing Sophie's words, Duke's eyes lit up, and it seemed like the beast inside him was about to awaken. However, he reminded himself that he was dealing with a woman who could sting like a queen bee. Not wanting to become an actual sadist, he restrained the impulse. Seeing that Duke remained gentle, Sophie frowned slightly and deliberately said, "There have always been rumors about you and Madonna." "I hit her. In Hollywood, that wasn't a big deal." Duke admitted it outright. "She asked for it. I like that game too." Sophie turned and pushed Duke aside, sitting up. She didn't forget to add, "But only lightly, of course. Is that what you want?" Adjusting his shirt and pants, Duke made room for her. Sophie looked at him with eyes that seemed to shimmer as she beckoned him with her finger. "I like it that way." Duke tilted his head at her, and Sophie quickly understood, saying again, "I like it when you treat me roughly, hit me, torment me, humiliate me, and me hard. In the most insane way." She turned around, assuming a crawling position, and raised her enticing hips. With one hand, she gave herself a hard slap, producing a crisp, loud sound and leaving a red handprint behind. Exclamation point, she called out to Duke. Though she wasn't Madonna, Duke still didn't want to lose control with Sophie. He treated her the way he treated Shania Twain, not rough, but a little wild. As time went on, the atmosphere in the bedroom became more intense. Sophie seemed to sense something, tightly wrapping her limbs around Duke. "I'm in my safe period right now." Finally, the two relaxed. They walked into the bathroom together. Duke took a quick shower, grabbed a large towel, wrapped it around himself, and was the first to step out. After closing the bathroom door, he glanced at the cleverly hidden DV camera. He couldn't help but sigh at how overly cautious he'd become in recent years. Sophie didn't seem to have noticed anything unusual. Maybe he was just overthinking it. Once Sophie left the next day, he could burn the tape. As it turned out, he was just an ordinary man, unable to resist the temptation of a beautiful woman when it counted. After all, how many men in the world could resist the allure of Sophie Marceau? Perhaps the Frenchwoman was just lonely and seeking some excitement. As Duke sat on the edge of the bed, thinking this, Sophie emerged from the bathroom, completely naked. Her firm, round hips were still red, contrasting sharply with her fair skin, creating a unique beauty. Propping his chin up with one hand, Duke carefully admired her. Even he had to admit that Sophie Marceau was incredibly beautiful at this age. And she wasn't like Charlize Theron, who looked drastically different with and without clothes. "What are you holding, Sophie?" Duke's keen eyes spotted a thin rope in her hand. Sophie walked over, unwinding the nylon rope from her fingers and tossed it over to him. Instinctively catching it, Duke looked at it in confusion and laughed, asking, "Sweetheart, are you suggesting a bondage game? We've already played it." Sophie pulled up a chair and, ignoring the pain in her hips, sat down naked across from him. Duke didn't understand what she meant and asked in confusion, "Played it? When did we play such a game?" Sophie moved her gaze from Duke to her wrist. "Do I need to explain the process to you? It must be an interesting story." Duke chuckled, looking like a clueless fool. "I'm sure not many people in the world have the privilege of hearing a story from Sophie Marceau. I've long admired a young, tall, handsome, and talented director. So, I found a way to get into one of his parties. Some friends warned me about his bad habits, but I still sought him out without hesitation." In what sounded like a beautiful love story, Sophie's tone was both warm and moving. "We met in front of everyone. Even though we only talked for a few minutes, we were deeply attracted to each other, and I stayed at his request. I didn't expect to play the lead role." Ignoring Duke's comment, Sophie continued, "We met again in a sitting room, and then he invited me to see his home. We went up to his bedroom on the second floor, and that's when the young director revealed his true face, just as terrifying as the rumors." "Terrifying?" "Yes, terrifying." As she spoke, Sophie raised her wrist. Duke could clearly see the deep marks on it, marks he had noticed earlier but hadn't paid attention to. Looking at the nylon rope in his hand, and then at Sophie's wrist, he started to understand. Sophie didn't make him wait. She continued, "Ignoring my protests, resistance, and struggles, he tied me up with a nylon rope. He hit me, abused me, humiliated me, and finally raped me. He's a monster." Her fingers casually brushed over some bruises on her body, the purple marks stark against her pale skin. Sophie grabbed her handbag from the side. "I was battered and humiliated. I both love and hate him." Clap, clap. Suddenly, the sound of slow clapping broke the silence. Duke applauded, looking at her with an expression of admiration. "What a brilliant story. Far more exciting than any of the films I've written and directed. If this were put out in San Fernando, those companies would fight to get it." "Thank you." Sophie pulled out her phone, tapping on the screen before seriously asking, "I just dialed 911. Duke, since I've suffered so much unfair treatment, shouldn't I report it to the police? I'm sure the media would be very interested in this story." She turned the phone around, showing Duke the numbers 911 on the screen and her pale finger hovering over the send button. Why? Since she hadn't pressed the button yet, Duke believed she wouldn't call right away. "Sophie, if I'm not mistaken, there's been no conflict between us. Framing a director like this will only get you blacklisted in Hollywood. You abused me. You raped me." Sophie pointed to her lower body. "There's evidence of you here, and the marks you left on me. Duke, you could become the next Roman Polanski. I'm just a victim, and I'll bravely continue my career, winning the public's sympathy and support." Duke let out a cold laugh. This French actress clearly didn't fully understand Hollywood. Maybe these tricks worked in the European film scene, but in Hollywood, it was pure fantasy. If she called the police and things played out the way she wanted, the public might sympathize with her. But every director and producer in Hollywood would despise her. No major production would hire her again. She'd end up on every director's blacklist. Looking at Sophie, Duke had no intention of explaining all this to her. He didn't believe this was her own idea. "What do you want?" Duke asked directly. "Or what do you want me to do? Your talent is enviable. Your films are global hits, and you've made many actors famous." She put her phone away. "I've looked over the scripts you've registered with the Writers Guild. I want the lead roles in 2 of them. If we can reach an agreement, I want a formal contract signed tonight, and a penalty clause for breach of contract. And I can tell you who forced me to do all this." Hearing this, Duke scoffed coldly. Mel Gibson or CAA? I can't think of anyone else who'd have a reason. Darling, you're as sharp as ever. Sophie smiled, even forgetting the pain in her hips. She continued, I don't like CAA at all right now. Do they think I'm just their servant? That they can control me to do whatever they want? I've been with them for nearly a year, and they haven't done anything for me, just empty promises. When Sophie mentioned CAA, her face darkened. The whole situation had made her dislike CAA even more. They had made enticing offers, but she wanted something more tangible. Bernard Rose's new film? Just a project from an unremarkable director. Nominations for Best Supporting Actress and Best Actress? Did Mel Gibson really think the Academy Awards were run by CAA? She had ambition and desire. She had come to Hollywood for fame and fortune, but years of setbacks had taught her that something tangible in hand was far better than enticing but unreachable promises. Sophie had considered using her beauty to get what she wanted, but after learning more about Duke, she abandoned that idea. Duke Rosenberg was an extremely pragmatic director. To him, the appeal of a female star paled in comparison to box office. Honey, she looked at Duke and asked, have you thought about it? Chapter 209, Teacher Duke and the Videotape. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, Teacher Duke and the Videotape. You're not in a hurry, are you, Sophie? Duke cleared his throat as he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, who appeared as pure as an angel and as graceful as Venus. I need a little time. Like a queen in control of everything. Sophie Marceau's face was relaxed and casual, though her bare body contrasted with her composed expression. She didn't care, however. I told you, Duke, we have the whole night. I also want to tell you a story, Duke said slowly. A story about a video camera. Sophie Marceau gestured for him to proceed. Duke smiled. In July this year, Sony released a new DV camera, the DCR VX1000. It's not available in the North American market yet, but Sony Electronics was kind enough to gift samples to many well-known Hollywood actors and directors, and I was one of them. This seemed entirely unrelated to the night's situation, but Sophie Marceau couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding. My mother has a goddaughter who is very mischievous and loved the camera. When she visited last time, I intended to give it to her, but she left it in the living room downstairs. Duke pointed to the floor, speaking slowly. That night, I put the camera away. He leaned forward slightly, moving closer to Sophie Marceau. Do you know where I put it? Perhaps starting to piece things together, Sophie Marceau's voice was no longer so relaxed. How would I know? It's in this room. Upon hearing this, Sophie Marceau instinctively wanted to look around but forced herself to remain still. Before she could say anything, Duke looked straight into her eyes. When you went to take a shower earlier, I noticed the camera was out of battery, so I charged it. He tapped his forehead. I can't remember if I turned it on or not. Duke Rosenberg, you. The casual expression on Sophie Marceau's face disappeared completely, her beautiful face tightening like cast iron as she tried to stay composed. You think I'll believe your words? Sophie. Duke crossed his arms, showing no sign of wanting to prove anything. Belief is your issue. Just as Sophie Marceau started to relax slightly, Duke added, the DV camera Sony provided me is a custom model. The footage may not be as clear as a film camera, but I'm quite satisfied with the picture and sound quality. I won't believe you. I won't believe you. Sophie Marceau gripped the arms of her chair tightly, as if they were her lifeline. She grabbed her phone, shaking it in front of Duke. I'll call the police. I'll call them right now. Be my guest. As she abruptly stood up, gripping her phone with her right index finger hovering over the send button, Duke did nothing to stop her and even gestured for her to proceed. But she couldn't muster the courage to press it. She stared at Duke, and Duke stared back at her. After about 5 seconds of standoff, Sophie Marceau collapsed back into her chair. You've made a very wise decision. Duke remained calm. Miss Sophie Marceau, you're a demon. Her fingers released, and the phone dropped onto the carpet. Sophie Marceau looked at Duke. How could you use such despicable means? Sophie, you just used a vivid story to teach me not to underestimate anyone and how treacherous the world can be. Any guilt Duke had felt earlier evaporated completely. This is just basic self-protection. Sophie Marceau's eyes shifted. I want to see what you've filmed. You'll have the chance. Duke wasn't foolish enough to take out the camera now. His bedroom was large, filled with items, and he was content to let her guess where it might be. But not right now. Sophie Marceau's face was livid, her smooth, sexy body trembling, causing her chest to shake with every movement. Her eyes widened to the extreme, as if she might jump at him at any moment. Calm down, Sophie. There was still business to take care of, and Duke didn't want her turning hysterical, so he deliberately said, "The whole world would love to see it. Darling, don't give me a reason or an excuse, okay?" Suppressing her urge to destroy everything and the growing fear in her heart, Sophie Marceau fought to keep control. The balance of power had shifted in an instant, leaving her dizzy. "What do you want?" she forced herself to ask. "Or what do I have to do?" Everyone loves Sophie Marceau. Duke stood up, walked over to her, and tilted her chin up, examining her beautiful yet furious face before tossing her aside. "I believe in fair trade. I like the idea that when you give, you get something in return. So don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything too excessive. At least, nothing as extreme as the CAA." Ignoring Sophie Marceau's struggling thoughts, Duke walked to the side, dressed himself, and then draped a large blanket over her bare body. He pressed the intercom and said a few words. Within 5 minutes, there was a knock on the door, and Tina Fey entered with a security guard. "I have something I need you to hold on to for now." Disregarding Sophie Marceau's concerned gaze, Duke led Tina Fey to the cabinet between the washroom and the door, took out the camera, and handed it to her. "Don't peek," he instructed. Tina Fey nodded seriously. On the other side, Sophie Marceau wrapped herself in the blanket, stood up hesitantly, but seeing Duke and the security guard's cautious demeanor, she paused. In the end, she didn't move, but despair crept into her eyes. The door slammed shut, and once again, only the two of them remained in the room. Sophie Marceau could no longer hold the blanket, letting it fall onto the plush carpet as her eyes dimmed. She slowly sank back into the chair. "I never like to lie," Duke said as he walked back to stand behind her, gently massaging her smooth shoulders. "I keep my promises. When you give, you get something in return, don't you?" Turning to face her, Duke sat in his original spot. "Let's first talk about the rewards you'll get." You're not blackmailing me." Sophie Marceau sounded incredulous. "Things need to be viewed separately. Without the camera, would you be willing to listen to me?" Duke lightly touched the marks on her wrists. "I think a mutually beneficial deal motivates people more than threats. To think a single tape could control these open-minded actresses? Duke wasn't that foolish. For now, she had her use, but it was the person behind her who was his primary target. "Sophie, this matter ends here. I won't pursue it. Once you've done what I need, you can return to France and continue your career as a European movie star." "Tell me, Duke." Sophie Marceau closed her eyes slowly. "What do you want me to do?" "It's not that difficult." Duke didn't beat around the bush. "Since the person behind this is Mel Gibson, and your target is also him." Seeing a flicker of disgust on Sophie Marceau's face, Duke lightly tapped her hand. "Don't worry. I wouldn't dare send the beloved Sophie Marceau to seduce that crude Australian brute. What you need to do is simple. Just act like none of this ever happened, continue interacting with Mel Gibson and his people, and when I need it, pass some information along to me. That's it." Sophie Marceau seemed skeptical. Duke snorted internally but said aloud, "For now, that's all." He reached out and pinched her delicate face. "You're very charming, Sophie." Sophie Marceau let out a deep breath, seemingly relaxing. A hint of hope returned to her face, her eyes gradually regaining their sparkle, as if she had once again become the Sophie Marceau who could captivate all of Europe. She gazed at Duke with affection. "Duke, I'll definitely help you. From now on, we're on the same team." Seeing that Duke wasn't making any moves, yet still treating her kindly, Sophie Marceau suddenly wondered, could he actually be infatuated with her? She had always been extremely confident in her charm, which was her greatest asset in navigating the European film industry. So, she tentatively asked, "Now, can you delete those things?" Duke looked at her without answering, prompting her to quickly add, "I promise." "Should I trust your promise?" Standing up, Duke pinched her smooth face again. "Darling, you're tired. I'll have someone take you to the guest room to rest. You can leave tomorrow morning." But Sophie Marceau wasn't ready to give up. "I'll make a copy of the tape for you. As long as we remain partners, it will never see the light of day." When he had time, Duke planned to edit himself out of the video and give Sophie Marceau a copy to remind her that some things come with consequences. Sophie Marceau followed a maid to the guest room, while Duke walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, opened the curtains, and gazed out at the dark sea. His eyes gradually hardened. Why was Mel Gibson doing this? Why now? The answer became clear after a moment of thought. Mel Gibson chose this moment, clearly wanting to exploit the scandal to undermine him and his film. Braveheart was already an Oscar frontrunner, and if the director of Saving Private Ryan were to be involved in a major scandal, it would inevitably influence many of the Academy voters, potentially leading to a devastating loss for the latter. Since Mel Gibson is so eager to win the Best Director award, it would almost be unfair not to step in and disrupt the Australians' plans. Chapter 210. The Opportunity to Strike Back. Chapter 210. The Opportunity to Strike Back. As Christmas approached, Duke temporarily set aside the issue with Sophie Marceau and gave the crew in preparation a holiday break. He himself flew to New York to spend one of the most important holidays of the year with his mother. Parties were an indispensable part of life and social interactions in this country. Before Christmas, Duke accompanied his mother to some high society gatherings in New York. Not to mention his own income from the film industry, his mother's wealth had also been steadily increasing in recent years. Especially after moving her company to New York, her ties with the fashion industry had grown stronger, and she had long crossed the $100 million mark. Coupled with her close connections to the Jewish community in New York, she had become one of the city's upper echelon. Attending parties was a social necessity, but on Christmas Eve, just like the past decade or so, it was only Duke and his mother at the dining table at home. The commercial you made aired early. As she cut the roast turkey, Mrs. Leah handed a slice to Duke. After he took it, she added, "I heard from Irene that you offered some promotional suggestions?" "I just mentioned a few things casually," Duke said while slicing the turkey. "Irene is smart. She's the one who handles the actual execution." The commercial has been well received. Mrs. Leah sat back in her chair. "Last week, Irene met with me. She hinted that the Lauder Group is very interested in signing you for another ad contract. I had to turn them down." Swallowing the turkey, Duke shook his head. "It's awards season now. I need to follow the studio's plan and prepare for my new film. I don't have the time. Filming a commercial isn't as simple as it seems. While the shoot might only take a few days, the prep work often takes weeks." In fact, when Duke returned to New York, he spoke with Irene over the phone. The commercial had been moved up this year to coincide with the publicity surrounding Elizabeth Hurley. Hugh Grant was despised by everyone because of his scandal, but Hurley had won considerable praise for graciously forgiving her boyfriend and bravely facing the public. Her story had been a hot topic for some time, and Lauder Group's decision to release the ad during this time was remarkably effective. Irene had also mentioned over the phone that Elizabeth Hurley wanted to meet him to express her deep gratitude, but Duke had declined. He was not interested in Hurley's special form of thanks. The reason was simple. Duke wasn't sure whether Hurley had already gotten involved with someone in the White House, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. He had once read about a rumor involving Bill Clinton and Elizabeth Hurley. He couldn't recall the exact year, but remembered some details. One of Hurley's ex-boyfriends had been invited to the White House because of his work. During a dinner, Hurley's name came up, and Clinton directly asked her ex for her phone number. It's said that without any hesitation, Clinton called Hurley right in front of her ex-boyfriend and arranged for a plane to pick her up. At the time, Hurley was in Los Angeles and dating Hugh Grant. Yet just hours later, she arrived at the White House and stayed there for 4 whole days. Later, there were rumors that Clinton and Hurley had an affair that lasted more than a year. When Clinton realized he was falling for her, he decided to end things swiftly to avoid getting entangled in a complicated situation. Clinton's many dalliances were no less numerous than those of any Hollywood director or star. In fact, Duke rather admired one of the quotes attributed to the president by the media: "I don't talk love with women who roll in the mud of fame. If I realize I'm falling for you, I'll break it off." Dinner proceeded slowly. Duke and his mother ate and chatted. Perhaps it was because she was getting older or because they hadn't seen each other in a while, but Mrs. Leah spoke more than usual and showed a lot of concern for his career and life. In her eyes, Duke's private life was a mess, but she no longer bothered lecturing him about it. She mainly focused on his work. Do you have a shot at Best Director and Best Picture? With the Oscars approaching, Mrs. Leah hoped Duke would win a few awards. How's the preparation going? The specific publicity and PR work is all being handled by the production and distribution companies. Though Duke had seen some case studies, watching and executing were two very different things. He was a novice when it came to Oscar campaigning and was merely following Warner Brothers and Fox's overall strategy. There's a chance I could get a nomination for Best Director, but winning is unlikely. Warner and Fox are focusing on Best Picture, and they've done a lot of work this year given the unique circumstances. I think the chances of winning are high. At this point, if Saving Private Ryan didn't win Best Picture, the pressure on the Academy would be tenfold what it was in the past. I've read some analyses too, Mrs. Leah said, setting down her knife and fork and sipping her wine. Mel Gibson seems to be the favorite for Best Director. Yes, that's true, Mom. By this point, most of the Oscar contenders had already been released or previewed. Compared to Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan, the other directors, whether Ang Lee for Sense and Sensibility or Mike Figgis for Leaving Las Vegas, were significantly outmatched, and no amount of PR could bridge that gap. Shrugging, Duke continued. Even though William Wallace's shout of freedom seemed overly dramatic and made many ordinary viewers cringe, it does appeal to a lot of Academy members. Gibson also has the advantage of being younger. If nothing unexpected happens, there's more than a 70% chance he'll take home the Best Director Oscar. So, is there going to be an unexpected twist? Mrs. Leah, knowing her son's nature and having heard of some of the clashes between him and Gibson, didn't believe Duke would just sit back and let the other man win. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Not yet, Mom. Duke appeared confident. I already know what to do. Back in Los Angeles, Zack Snyder and Sofia Coppola were handling the preparations for Chicago, so Duke decided to take a short break and spent more than a week with his mother in New York. He even met with Irene Landy during that time. It wasn't until 1996 dawn that Duke returned to Los Angeles. For the first half of January, Duke's work involved preparing Chicago, drafting a new script, and occasionally attending events to support the studio's efforts. As time went on, the films and individuals likely to receive Oscar nominations became more apparent. Though critics like Roger Ebert had privately lobbied Academy members not to vote for Saving Private Ryan, the momentum this year was too strong. Both Saving Private Ryan and Braveheart were seen as Oscar frontrunners. Given the societal climate, it was almost impossible for a group of a few hundred voters to buck the trend. Most critics weren't foolish enough to publicly bash Saving Private Ryan as unworthy of awards in their columns. Instead, they targeted Duke personally, trying to prevent him from winning any Best Director award. In the New York Film Critics Circle, Chicago Film Critics Association, and Los Angeles Film Critics Association awards that had already been announced, Mel Gibson easily beat Duke for Best Director, while Saving Private Ryan only managed to win Best Picture. As the highly anticipated Screen Actors Guild Awards, Directors Guild Awards, and Producers Guild Awards approached, each of them far more significant than any of the critics' prizes, Mel Gibson continued to rack up Best Director honors, while Saving Private Ryan triumphed over Braveheart in the Best Picture categories. The situation seemed to be settling into place, and the Golden Globe Awards were just around the corner. Are you sure, Sophie? In his black Bentley, Duke was on the phone. I need absolutely reliable information. Mel Gibson will be attending the Golden Globes, and if he wins, he'll definitely be at the after party. The voice on the other end of the line sounded a bit shaky. I guarantee it. I saw him yesterday, and he's pushing me to make a move on you before the Oscar nominee luncheon. Thanks for the tip. Duke hung up, started the car, and drove toward the CAF where he was meeting Tom Cruise. Half an hour later, he arrived first at a quiet CAF in Malibu, choosing a booth in the corner. After waiting about 10 minutes, Tom Cruise walked in alone. Seeing Duke wave, he came over immediately. Tom, Duke looked at the man who would soon be the lead in his movie. The opportunity has arrived. I've been waiting for this. The two had spoken before, and Cruise lightly tapped the table in front of him. I'm definitely going to pay back the insult Mel Gibson threw my way. He didn't like the man sitting across from him, but right now, he liked that wild Australian even less. I heard you've accepted the Golden Globe invitation too? When Cruise nodded, Duke continued. Gibson will be at the Golden Globe after party. Will you be there too? Tom Cruise hesitated for a moment, then nodded again. Of course I'll be there. I want to see the pathetic look on Gibson's face after he loses at the Golden Globes. If all goes as expected, Tom. Duke shook his head. Mel Gibson is going to win Best Director. He's going to take Best Director at the Golden Globes? Cruise was confused. Then he'll win big in the early rounds. The bastard will get the Best Director statuette. Tom, he is our common enemy. That's right. Everything else was tolerable, but Cruise could not tolerate Nicole Kidman and Mel Gibson staying in the same hotel for a long time. This had long been a thorn in his heart. As a member of Hollywood, he could guess with his toes what this meant. So, what are we going to do? Asked Tom Cruise. What you have to do is simple. Duke certainly wasn't stupid enough to drag out all his thoughts. He just whispered a few simple words. Chapter 211, we can begin now. Chapter 211, Chapter 211, we can begin now. On January 21st, 1996, the 53rd Golden Globe Awards ceremony was held at the Beverly Hilton Hotel. The awards were presented in the form of a formal dinner, making it one of the most important award ceremonies of the season, second only to the Academy Awards. Many people outside the industry often regard the Golden Globes as a precursor to the Oscars. However, insiders didn't see it that way. Due to the Academy's voting rules, the true indicators of the Oscars were Guild Awards such as the Screen Actors Guild, the Directors Guild, and the Producers Guild. Historical data indicated that those who won these major Guild Awards were the real Oscar contenders. The Golden Globes were notoriously biased, with fewer than 100 judges. While the Oscars were sometimes unpredictable, the Golden Globes could be said to only occasionally not be erratic. Having received many nominations, Saving Private Ryan occupied 3 full tables. At Duke and Tom Hanks' table, nearby sat Nicolas Cage and the rest of the Leaving Las Vegas team, which had dominated the Best Actor race during the awards season. The Golden Globes were no exception. Nicolas Cage had just won Best Actor in a drama, beating Tom Hanks. In Duke's opinion, Cage's performance wasn't necessarily better than Hanks, but unfortunately, an actor's role wasn't the only criterion for winning. Too many external factors influenced the awards. Congratulations, Nicolas. During a performance break, Duke greeted Nicolas Cage at the neighboring table. They exchanged a toast. Duke then glanced to his left, where the Braveheart crew sat. Mel Gibson looked confident, as if the award was already his. Don't worry about it. Tom Hanks lightly patted Duke on the arm. You'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. So, you don't think I'll win either? Duke smiled at Hanks. Looks like both of us are going to be disappointed this year. Don't worry, Hanks promised with certainty. Duke, I'll vote for you with my Academy ballot. Hanks was an Oscar voter, but not a Golden Globe voter. In fact, many prestigious figures refused to be Golden Globe judges. Some had even publicly stated that they were ashamed to be associated with them. One by one, the awards were announced. In a surprise turn, Sense and Sensibility beat Saving Private Ryan for Best Screenplay, with former Oscar winner Emma Thompson taking the prize. Before the next award was announced, Duke glanced. Over at the Braveheart table, Sophie Marceau was chatting and laughing with Mel Gibson and the others, showing no sign of any tension. The cunning and acting skills of these actresses were truly impressive. The next award is a major one, Best Director. John Travolta stepped onto the stage. I've always wanted to transition into directing, but no one's willing to invest in me, so I've had to stick to acting. Tonight, the nominees are all outstanding directors. Let's see who they are. The nominees are Ang Lee for Sense and Sensibility, Mel Gibson for Braveheart, Martin Scorsese for Casino, Mike Figgis for Leaving Las Vegas, and Duke Rosenberg for Saving Private Ryan. Although the live camera panned to him, Duke remained calm, smiling without any sign of nerves. The result was no surprise. John Travolta announced, and the winner is Mel Gibson for Braveheart. The Braveheart crew erupted in cheers. When Duke turned to look, he saw Gibson subtly raise a fist, as if in triumph. However, the Australian actor-director kept his composure, aware that this was a live broadcast. He didn't take any further actions and, after receiving his award, gave the usual polite speech. No one's foolish enough to make provocative comments during a live broadcast, whispered Sofia Coppola to Duke. Are you sure you want to go through with it? She asked. Are you sure he'll lose control? I'm not sure, Duke replied, shaking his head. But it's worth a try? Even if it fails, it won't hurt us. As with other Guild awards, Braveheart won Best Director, while Saving Private Ryan took home Best Picture. When Tom Cruise, serving as a presenter, announced the result, Robin Grande accepted the award on behalf of the crew. Saving Private Ryan S only trophy of the night. The result was entirely expected. No one was surprised. In Duke's view, the Golden Globes were rare in their recent lack of unpredictability. The 53rd Golden Globe Awards concluded, but most of the guests didn't leave. Instead, they moved to the Hilton's Grand Ballroom to attend the after-party, a tradition following every major award ceremony. The Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan teams were naturally the centers of attention for the congratulations. Duke left most of the socializing to Robin Grande. He knew his alcohol limits. Too much would leave him unable to stand, and if that happened, the spectacle he planned to orchestrate tonight would be impossible. As the party got underway, more people poured into the ballroom. Alongside actors, directors, and producers, notable journalists, publicists, and agents were also present. Duke spotted editors from several major newspapers and magazines, including Tina Brown from Vanity Fair, known for celebrity gossip, and David Feiss, the entertainment editor from the Los Angeles Times. This party was a microcosm of Hollywood's ecosystem. The hum of conversations, toasts, and laughter filled the air, along with the occasional indiscreet discussion. With his Best Director trophy in hand, Mel Gibson couldn't stop smiling. He didn't care much for the award, but he was still pleased, as it represented yet another victory over Duke Rosenberg in the director category. How many times had he beaten Duke this award season? He couldn't remember, only that he'd thoroughly trounced him in the Best Director race, finally avenging his box office defeat. With things looking good, Mel Gibson was now the frontrunner for the Oscar for Best Director. Cheers, Mel. One of his crew members came over to congratulate him, and Mel was in such high spirits that he accepted every drink offered. Within minutes, he had downed 4 or 5 glasses of champagne and wine. This amount of alcohol was nothing for him, a seasoned drinker. After a few more drinks, he suddenly remembered. What about Best Picture? Setting down his glass, Mel looked around and made his way over to Sophie Marceau. When are you planning to make your move? He asked in a low voice. Tonight. Sophie glanced over at Duke. Don't you think tonight is the perfect opportunity? At the last party at his house, he showed interest in me. If it weren't for an emergency, we might have already succeeded. The sooner, the better. Mel nodded approvingly, and as he turned to leave, Sophie handed him a glass of whiskey. I haven't congratulated you yet, Mel. Thanks. Clearly pleased with Sophie's words, Mel clinked his glass with hers, and downed half of it in one gulp. Sophie smiled approvingly and, grabbing a bottle of whiskey, refilled his glass. Before Mel could say anything, she clinked her glass against his again. Here's to us winning big at the Oscars. We're definitely going to win big, Mel said confidently, downing the drink. He'd had quite a bit to drink, and he'd drunk it quickly, but his mood was excellent. Waving off Sophie, he stepped away and headed to the restroom. When he returned to the ballroom, he instinctively looked toward the Saving Private Ryan team. There was Duke Rosenberg, chatting away without a hint of disappointment at his defeat. Mel frowned and stopped in his tracks. Instead of returning to his own group, he headed toward Duke. They had been in a tense rivalry since the film shoot in Ireland, but had never confronted each other directly. Now that Mel had beaten him, how could he resist flaunting it? Clearly, the alcohol was affecting Mel. The part of him that was arrogant and rebellious, usually suppressed by his sober mind, was beginning to surface. Duke Rosenberg. Mel marched up to Duke. He wasn't drunk yet, but his voice was low. How does it feel to lose? It's unique. Turning his head, Duke first caught a whiff of Mel's alcohol-laden breath, but didn't let it show. I'm experiencing the feeling of defeat that you've been living with for more than half a year. You? Taking a deep breath, Mel suppressed the anger threatening to flare up. Glancing around at the people watching, he leaned in and quietly said, all through this award season, you've been beneath me. The Oscars will be no different. What you've given me, I'll return tenfold. I'll be waiting for your gift. Duke smiled faintly. Pathetic loser. With one final cold remark, Mel turned and walked away, catching Sophie Marceau's eye from across the room. He quickly signaled to her, and the French actress began to make her way toward Duke. By the end of the night, everything would change, Mel thought with a cold sneer. Elsewhere, Duke nodded to Sophie Marceau, then left his spot and found Tom Cruise nearby. Tom, we can begin now. Chapter 212, The Trap for the Savage. Chapter 212, Chapter 212, The Trap for the Savage. Mel. Hearing the clear voice of a woman, Mel Gibson turned his head and saw Sophie Marceau approaching. He immediately asked, "How did it go?" "I've made arrangements with him, just waiting for the party to end." Sophie Marceau leaned in a little closer and quietly reminded him, "Don't forget your promise." After speaking, she gestured to a waiter behind her, taking 2 glasses of alcohol from the tray and handing one to Mel Gibson. "Won't you wish me success?" Mel Gibson glanced at the golden liquid in his glass, feeling a little puzzled. Why did this woman prefer such a strong drink like whiskey? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Getting Sophie Marceau to take the lead was the key. They clinked glasses and both downed half a glass of whiskey. Maybe it was the effect of all the drinks he'd had tonight. But as Sophie Marceau walked away, Mel Gibson's mind wandered. He envisioned Duke Rosenberg being arrested by the Los Angeles police for assaulting women, his reputation destroyed by scandalous news, and eventually being sent to state prison. It was a pleasant thought, wasn't it? Slightly tipsy, Mel Gibson's lips curled into a smile. "Hey, Mel." The greeting came again, and when Mel Gibson looked up, he saw tonight's best actor, Nicolas Cage. Mel Gibson reluctantly shook his extended hand. "Hello, Nicolas. Congratulations on winning Best Director." Seeing Nicolas Cage raise his glass to him, Mel Gibson quickly apologized, summoned a waiter, and grabbed a random glass of red wine. After clinking glasses with Cage, he reluctantly drank the wine. After the polite congratulations, Nicolas Cage didn't leave. Instead, he just looked at him. Mel Gibson, his brain a bit sluggish from the alcohol, realized that Cage, as Best Actor, was probably waiting for some kind words in return. At an event like this, compliments and congratulations were all about maintaining appearances. After all, summoning more wine, Mel Gibson clinked glasses with Nicolas Cage once more. After their toast, Cage walked away, and Mel couldn't help but let out a small belch. Not far from Mel Gibson, Tom Cruise was declining the advances of a few women. His gaze occasionally drifted toward the Australian savage. In Tom Cruise's mind, there were currently 2 people he despised. Duke Rosenberg was second, but the first was Mel Gibson. For a man, nothing is harder to endure than the possibility of being cuckolded without realizing it. Duke Rosenberg was working with him on a new movie, his major project this year. As long as it was a collaboration, using Duke to deal with Mel Gibson didn't weigh on Cruise's conscience at all. Although he didn't know Duke Rosenberg's full plan, Duke hadn't told him much. Tom Cruise decided to go along with it. All he had to do was have a few drinks with Mel Gibson. Even if things didn't turn out as planned, he had nothing to lose. But if it worked, Tom Cruise couldn't help but recall Duke Rosenberg's methods when it came to blackmailing people. That young director was nothing short of a demon. One by one, more people approached Mel Gibson to congratulate and toast him. Although the Australian savage was merely taking small sips, Tom Cruise could see that he was already a bit drunk. No longer hesitating, Tom Cruise walked straight toward Mel Gibson. "Hey, Mel." Given a little hint, Tom Cruise could be quite clever. Having accepted Duke's plan, he didn't appear foolish in the slightest. "Congratulations on winning Best Director." Tom, seeing that it was Tom Cruise, with whom he'd had a falling out last time, Mel Gibson's voice rose a bit, though he managed to control himself, suppressing his annoyance. "What are you doing here? We had a few words last time, but that was work-related," Cruise said, softening his tone, knowing full well that Gibson might be in trouble soon. "That shouldn't affect our personal relationship, right?" It seemed like a gesture of submission. Tom Cruise grabbed 2 glasses of champagne from a nearby waiter, and he and Mel Gibson raised their glasses. The Australian savage looked more pleased. After all, making Tom Cruise bow his head made him feel quite proud. "Shall we find a place to talk alone?" After probing with that suggestion and seeing that Mel Gibson had no objections, Cruise pointed toward the bar area of the banquet hall. "How about we go have a drink? There's something about my conflicts with Duke Rosenberg that I'd like to talk over with you. I know you don't like him either. Maybe we could." Cruise shrugged. "Tom, you shouldn't be working with him." Gibson brought up an old argument. Cruise didn't disagree. "I'm beginning to think so too. I'm planning to break my contract as an actor, but the penalty fees are a hassle. Maybe you could give me some advice. Led by Cruz, the two made their way to the bar, found a quieter spot, sat on the high stools, and started a candid conversation about how much they both hated Duke Rosenberg. When it came to his hatred for Duke, Mel Gibson would certainly rank in the top 5 in Hollywood. Exchanging low-voiced ideas with Tom Cruise about how to deal with him, Gibson felt a surge of joy, as if the director were already doomed. But in his alcohol-addled brain, he failed to notice that Cruise had ordered a whole bottle of whiskey and was continuing to pour him drinks. Mel Gibson didn't seem to understand the saying, 1,000 cups with a kindred spirit are too few. Under Tom Cruise's encouragement, he kept downing glass after glass of strong whiskey. Being someone with a fondness for drinking, Mel Gibson was one of those who, once tipsy, would never admit they were drunk. As long as someone kept cheering him on, he would keep drinking. From afar, Duke, chatting with Sophie Marceau, kept an eye on the scene. Nicolas Cage, Tom Cruise, and the others had done an excellent job, even though they had no idea what his real goal was. Martin Bob was invited away by Eno Martin tonight, and Gibson's assistant was taken for coffee by mine. Sophie Marceau glanced at Duke. She wasn't sure if these things were coincidental or meticulously planned, but she whispered, "Everyone knows Mel Gibson loves his drinks, and they know his temper. No one's going to stop him." There was no need for Sophie Marceau to say it. Duke could see it clearly. This was Hollywood. Everyone thought of themselves first. Why would anyone go out of their way to intervene in someone else's affairs? Besides, interference was rarely appreciated and could often lead to conflict. "What are you planning to do?" Sophie Marceau asked in a small voice. This kind of situation never had a guaranteed outcome, so Duke merely shook his head. "Just watch." With that, he abruptly changed the subject. "How did the tape I cut myself turn out?" "Darling, you really are beautiful." Holding that tape in her hand, Sophie Marceau finally let go of the last shred of hope she had. While she could try to fight back and possibly drag Duke down with her, it wasn't exactly a secret that she had a free-spirited reputation. Duke's demands weren't excessive, and she could walk away relatively unscathed. Cooperation seemed far more advantageous than confrontation. "Duke." Suddenly, Sophie Marceau grabbed his hand, gazing into his eyes with an expression of pure sincerity, as if she were speaking through her soul. "Will you let me be your girlfriend? I'll make up for all the mistakes I've made." Duke couldn't tell whether she was acting or not, but after everything that had happened, only a fool would agree to that. Ignoring Sophie Marceau, Duke's attention remained on Mel Gibson. There was now a change in the situation. Clearly drunk, Gibson had refused another invitation from Tom Cruise, standing up from the bar, weaving his way unsteadily through the small groups of people, and heading toward the restroom. Assessing Gibson's likely path, Duke began walking toward him, pausing occasionally to greet a few people. His eyes were fixed on the approaching figure of Mel Gibson, the distance between them shrinking. With sharp eyes, Duke quickly scanned the surroundings, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He picked a spot where there weren't many people, but among them were media figures like Tina Brown and David Fess, as well as a few Jewish Academy members. Striding forward, Duke made sure to time it perfectly and collided head-on with Mel Gibson. "Mel, fancy seeing you again." Just before they met, Duke stopped and maintained about 5 feet of distance between them. What a coincidence. Mel Gibson had already seen Duke, but made no effort to avoid him. He was the winner tonight. Why should he make way for a loser? "Loser," he slurred, his breath heavy with alcohol. Raising his right hand, Duke waved it lightly in front of his nose and said, "The one who wins an Oscar is the true winner of awards season." "You think you'll win an Oscar?" Mel Gibson sneered. "I've won almost every major Best Director award this season. What makes you think you'll win?" He took a step closer, as if trying to use his imposing physique to intimidate Duke. "What makes you think you can win?" Duke didn't back down, his sharp gaze meeting Gibson's, and he spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Because you and your father are Nazis. Extremists. You." Hearing those words, Mel Gibson's already excited, drunken mind instantly heated up. But before he could do anything, Duke whispered, "Just because I'm Jewish. Just because I'm a natural member of the Hollywood Jewish Club. Just because all Jews in Hollywood will hate Nazis like you." Chapter 213, The Storm, begins. Chapter 213, The Storm begins. A few Jewish members of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences formed a small circle. Naturally, their conversation revolved around tonight's Golden Globe Awards and the upcoming Oscars. Saving Private Ryan is indeed excellent, and Duke Rosenberg has shown significant progress, but I don't think he's right for Best Director, said Arthur Miller, an elderly man with white hair and a slightly receding forehead, to his companions. He's too young. He has a lot of potential to grow. Giving him an Oscar now might be a hindrance. I think Mel Gibson is a better candidate. Mr. Miller, I disagree, responded Daniel Day-Lewis, who would be the next rotating chairman of the Academy after the Oscars and might also become Miller's son-in-law this year. Both Braveheart and Saving Private Ryan have too much commercial appeal and lack strong artistic expression. I believe Tim Robbins and His Dead Man Walking are more appropriate choices. Have you forgotten? Frank Pearson suddenly interjected. Duke Rosenberg is naturally one of us. The group fell silent simultaneously. Arthur Miller, a Hollywood veteran and former husband of Marilyn Monroe, nodded in agreement. Frank, you're right. If he were 10 years older, even if Roger Ebert and David Denby called me 10 times a day, I would. Daniel Day-Lewis gently tugged at Miller's arm, causing him to stop mid-sentence. Tina Brown from Vanity Fair and David Fiss from the Los Angeles Times were walking over. Some topics could be discussed in private, but not in front of the media. Miller, Pearson, Tina Brown, Vanity Fair's editor-in-chief, was a skilled networker. She attempted to extract some insider information about the Oscars from these key members, particularly Arthur Miller and Frank Pearson. But the two men were seasoned and wouldn't easily reveal anything. The atmosphere grew a little stiff and unusually quiet. Tina Brown wasn't one to give up easily without uncovering something significant. She probed again. Mr. Miller, I heard. You filthy Jewish pig, Duke Rosenberg. A sudden roar interrupted her. Tina Brown immediately turned her head, instinctively reaching for the pen and notepad in her handbag. Next to her, David Fiss, the entertainment editor of the Los Angeles Times, reacted similarly, pulling out a pen and notebook from his inner pocket. A Jewish pig? As a Jew who had lived through the dark days before World War II, Arthur Miller and Frank Pearson were especially sensitive to such words. They immediately looked in the direction of the shout. Daniel Day-Lewis and the other Jews present also turned their heads. As they did, the angry voice rang out again. Do you think making Saving Private Ryan can cover up the crimes of the Jews? Jewish pigs should be held accountable for all the wars in the world. Instantly, the entire area fell silent. Countless eyes turned toward the source of the voice. The drunken, furious voice continued. Every person with Jewish blood is scum. You will never control Hollywood. Many in the banquet hall were stunned, unsure of what was happening. Tina Brown's hands trembled, not out of anger, but excitement. Mel Gibson had just openly insulted not only Duke Rosenberg, but all Jews. This was the kind of headline Vanity Fair had been waiting for all year. David Fiss faithfully recorded every word from Mel Gibson. Tomorrow the entire United States would be in an uproar. And if not, they would certainly make it so. Arthur Miller's previously dull eyes suddenly flared with sharp intensity. He hadn't felt this kind of anger in years. Just moments ago, he had been considering supporting Mel Gibson for an Oscar. Now, Gibson had just slapped him in the face in front of his old friends by publicly insulting all Jews. How would they view him now? Frank Pearson coldly stared at Mel Gibson. If he were 30 years younger, no, even just 20, he would have abandoned all pretense of being a gentleman and beaten that wild man senseless. Everyone was now watching Mel Gibson and the other party involved, Duke. The Australian wild man was like a drunken gorilla, spewing out offensive words like Jewish pig at the top of his lungs. His voice was so loud and attention-grabbing that not even Sophie Marceau stripping naked could rival it. This was beyond Duke's best expectations, allowing him to achieve his goal effortlessly. Mel Gibson, still reeking of alcohol, had a twisted, grotesque expression. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Duke by the collar, making the first move. At such a moment, Duke didn't hesitate. His right hand clenched into a fist, the same hand that had once thrown a 70-yard pass with ease, and he swung hard, landing a punch on Mel Gibson's right cheek. The drunken insults stopped abruptly, and Gibson staggered back several steps. Before Gibson could react, a middle-aged man suddenly emerged and kicked him hard in the leg. The Australian wild man couldn't keep his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. The sudden turn of events left Duke momentarily surprised, but when he saw who had intervened, he wasn't shocked. It was Daniel Day-Lewis, the eccentric British Jewish actor known for his unpredictable nature, much like his acclaimed acting skills. Naturally, such a commotion attracted many onlookers. After Daniel Day-Lewis delivered his kick, security and attendants quickly rushed to separate Duke and Mel Gibson. Standing on the sidelines, Tom Cruise had been merely a spectator. Now he felt incredibly satisfied. He suddenly thought Duke Rosenberg might not be a bad partner after all. That punch had been truly satisfying. Most importantly, he knew that Mel Gibson's career was about to take a sharp downward turn. Racial discrimination was a line no public figure could cross, and Tom Cruise knew this well. If Gibson had insulted black people, he might have been able to apologize sincerely, blame it on alcohol, and lay low for a year or two before making a comeback. But he had insulted Jews, all Jews, in front of Hollywood veterans like Arthur Miller and Frank Pearson. And what about Tina Brown and David Fiss, renowned media figures? Would they pass up a story like this? With the influence of Vanity Fair and the Los Angeles Times, and considering how many Jewish executives and shareholders were behind these outlets, would they let Mel Gibson get away with such blatant anti-Semitism? You're finished. Tom Cruise glanced mockingly at Gibson before beginning to contemplate how he could add insult to injury. Shaking his slightly sore right hand, Duke's gaze passed over the crowd to where Mel Gibson was being held back by security and waitstaff. Gibson, still reeking of alcohol, was shaking his head as if trying to sober up. Looking away, Duke didn't spare Gibson another glance. The Australian wild man had tried to use underhanded methods to frame him as a rapist, like Roman Polanski. Duke had no choice but to respond with something equally heavy. Whether Gibson could withstand the storm that was about to follow remained to be seen. Jews have always been sensitive. Some might even say the Jewish community suffers from a persecution complex. Especially in Hollywood, any anti-Semitic sentiment would be met with fierce backlash from the Jewish community. What had started all of this? Arthur Miller had no interest in investigating. Some things could be thought about and even discussed privately, but saying them in public came with consequences. "Frank," he said to the man next to him, "you handle contacting our friends in the media. This can't be buried." "Daniel." He looked over at Daniel Day-Lewis, who had just returned. "If we need witnesses, could you help?" "It's my duty." The Oscar-winning actor immediately nodded. He understood that the support of certain forces had played a significant role in his rise to fame. And with so many witnesses, how could such an incident be covered up? Duke understood this well, which was why he had chosen the post-Golden Globe party to test if a drunken Mel Gibson was still as arrogant and unfiltered as he had once been. The outcome had confirmed that, even a decade earlier than expected, Gibson's anti-Semitic views were deeply ingrained. Even in the worst-case scenario, Duke had at least managed to eliminate Gibson as a contender for Best Director. At some point, Duke noticed Sofia Coppola standing beside him. She whispered in his ear, "I just saw Arthur Miller." He didn't look happy. The former husband of Monroe and the Academy's next rotating chairman? Seeing Sophia nod, Duke's lips curved slightly. If they weren't in public, he would have burst out laughing. Miller had deep roots in Hollywood and wielded considerable influence. Suppressing the laughter that hadn't fully surfaced, Duke leaned closer to Sophia and whispered, "Inform Nancy and Penny Kileys, as well as Warner and Fox. I remember Disney still owes me a favor. Michael Eisner and Michael Ovitz are both Jewish. They should do something, too." The night was long, and the storm was just beginning. Chapter 214, Don't Stay in Hollywood. Chapter 214, Don't Stay in Hollywood. After leaving the Hilton Hotel, Arthur Miller and Frank Pearson did not return home, but instead headed to Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills, where the headquarters of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences is located. Upon receiving the news, the current chair of the Academy, Levi Rosenman, quickly informed the other 7 Jewish members of the governing committee, and they were all waiting here. This is not a small matter, nor something that happened in a private setting. Sitting in a high-backed chair, Arthur Miller did not touch the coffee in front of him and quickly explained, "Not just Frank and I, but most of the actors, directors, producers, and media representatives at the Golden Globe Awards were present. This was a public act of discrimination. Mel Gibson's words are even worse than what Arthur described. Frank Pearson also spoke up. Those filthy words. He shook his head and did not continue. The room fell silent for a moment. Although all of them were of Jewish descent, they were not without their own differences. But at this moment, they put aside their prejudices. Although they were only a part of the governing committee, all of them had deep roots in Hollywood, with extensive networks of connections. No one could ignore the influence of these old men. "If we do not respond," said Bruce Conner, the Academy's first vice president and the executive director of the Producers Guild, "this will happen again." "I agree with Bruce," someone else added, and others nodded in agreement. "I'll make calls to some old friends in the media." Looking around, Levi Rosenman could tell that everyone had already reached a consensus. "Gentlemen, it's time for you to take action. I suggest we restrict Mel Gibson through various avenues, including actors, directors, producers, and talent agencies." No one objected. From talent agencies, to production companies, to distribution companies, many of the high-level figures in this circle were Jewish. If the matter blew up, limiting Mel Gibson would not be difficult. Could the situation be suppressed? They had already made calls to many media contacts on their way here, and the industry was similarly filled with a large number of Jewish individuals. What about the Oscars? Arthur Miller suddenly reminded them. Mel Gibson now has an advantage. Are we going to sit idly by and let him get a nomination and Best Director? The nominations are already set. Changing the nomination list at this point would only create more controversy. The Oscar nominees' luncheon was in 3 days. Changing the list now would be too risky. Levi Rosenman thought for a moment. Let him get the nomination, but if he thinks he's going to win. He snorted coldly. That's just a dream. For many, it would be a sleepless night. Tina Brown arrived at the hotel, immediately notifying the Los Angeles office of Vanity Fair to work overtime. She then made a call to New York, briefly discussed matters with someone, and decided to release an additional edition of Vanity Fair tomorrow. She handed the phone to her assistant and instructed her to answer only calls from the president and CEO. Such explosive news was not to be overlooked, especially with so many witnesses. Even if Mel Gibson had 10 agents and CAA tried to handle it, it would not be suppressed. The night grew later. At the Duke Manor in Malibu, the lights of the villa blazed, and Penny Callis and Nancy Josephson had already arrived. This is what happened. Worried that subjective emotions might cloud the judgment of the public relations and agents, Duke Sofia Coppola explained the events of the party in a relatively neutral manner. "Well done, Duke." Although it seemed like an accident, Nancy, who knew her client well, was convinced that it was far from random. Mel Gibson is finished, at least for the next 4 or 5 years. Upon hearing Nancy's words, Sofia Coppola took a sip of coffee and shrugged. This was the most forgetful circle. Being suppressed for 4 or 5 years would ensure Mel Gibson could not retain his status as a top-tier star. After a few years of silence, how many studios would still remember him? Penny. Duke turned to his public relations professional, who was the expert. "What's the best course of action now?" "Show your attitude. Starting tomorrow, you'll inevitably be in the public eye, and you must not back down." After a brief thought, Penny Callis said, "Call a press conference and respond to Mel Gibson in the strongest possible way." "His Oscar is over," she added. "Duke, this is your chance." At CAA Century City office, the lights were also blazing. Martin Bob received the news and immediately abandoned the ongoing meeting with Eno Martin. He rushed to the Hilton Hotel and brought Mel Gibson to their office. After forcefully administering a hangover remedy and applying cold compresses, Martin Bob made calls for nearly half an hour before Mel Gibson finally regained consciousness. "This is a trap, Martin." He threw off the towel, clutching his swollen cheek, shouting loudly. "This is definitely a premeditated setup." Martin Bob was not surprised. Just like they tried to trap each other, this fiercely competitive industry was filled with various traps. There had been such situations before, there were some now, and there would be more in the future. He looked at Mel Gibson, his star client, who was currently the leading contender for Best Director at this year's Oscars. And now, his gaze grew colder. Martin Bob had long understood what had happened. Even with alcohol as an excuse, and even if Gibson had provoked others,